Welcome back to the Encore Audio YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. Well, tonight I've got some Joe and Charlie here. I found these cassette sets that I've had for some time, and I've already transferred them and digitized them to MP3s, and I'm going to make MP4s and upload them. So let me know if you like Joe and Charlie. If you want to hear more, I have a few more sets back in the wings, and I want you to have a good day if you want to.
Hello everyone, my name is Joe and I'm an alcoholic. I don't look like one, but I am. And I've been sober ever since I could remember. Which is shortly after I quit drinking. But this is the purpose of Alcoholics Anonymous. Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that they may solve their common problem to help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for AA membership. We are self-supporting through our own contributions. AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Does not wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober and to help other alcoholics achieve sobriety. I went to the restroom there a while ago, and this lady tapped me on the shoulder, and she said, "Are you Joe of Joe and Charlie?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am." And she said, "You ever get nervous?" And I said, "No, not really." She said, "Well, you're in the ladies' restroom." So I hope to settle down here in a little bit. Before we get underway, though, I want to thank David and Laurie and everybody on the committee for putting on this thing. They did an awful lot of hard work doing this. We thank them for that. And I especially want to thank each and every one of you for being here, because it would be a lousy meeting tonight. It was just Charlie and I can tell you that. So we need each other, and thank you for being here. Charlie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Charlie Parmley. I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and with the grace of the power that I found in the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 11,846 days today, one day at a time. And for this, I'm very grateful. God, you guys look great. I wish you'd be up here and just see you and see the smiling faces and hear all the laughter and the chatter that goes on in one of these good AA functions. In fact, you're about the best looking bunch of sick people we've seen in a long time. You look great. We always like to start one of these things with a little story, a joke of some kind. We love to laugh, and we love to hear other people laugh. And our book says we're meant to be joyous, happy, and free, and I believe that 100%. And I love to tell the story about the brain surgeon, because it deals with people like us. And this brain surgeon had developed a way to transplant the human brain in its entirety. They've been doing it with other organs of the body for years. He figured out how to do it with the human brain. This older fellow went to see him, and he said, "Doc, I've been having trouble with my brain. I can't think anymore, and I can't reason, and I can't remember anything. Is there anything you can do to help me?" And the surgeon said, "Well, let's give you a good physical examination first and see what kind of shape your body's in." So he gave the old fellow a good physical examination, and he said, "Oh, yeah, your body's in great shape." He said, "I believe I could transplant a brain into your head and everything would be great." The old man said, "Well, great, what do you have to offer?" And the surgeon said, "Let's go up in the display room and I'll show you what we have in stock at the present time." And he took him up there and he said, "On this case over here, I have the brains of an attorney." He said, "I transplant this in your head, everything would be great, cost you $25,000. The old man said, "Well, do you have anything else?" And he said, "Oh, yeah. In this case over here, I have the brains of a doctor. Said I could transplant this in your head, everything would be great, cost you $50,000. The old man said, "Well, do you have anything else?" And he said, "Oh, yeah. In this case over here, I've got the brains of an alcoholic. Said I'd transplant this in your head and everything would be great, and it'll cost you $100,000. The old man said, "I don't understand this deal. $25,000 for the attorney's brain, $50,000 for a doctor, and $100,000 for an alcoholic's brain?" Surgeon said, "Well, hell yes, man. It's brand new. It's never been used before." I think most of us will go to the grave with at least 50,000 miles left on the original warranty. We always like to say as we start one of these that we do not consider ourselves to be the gurus of the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. We don't consider ourselves to be the experts on anything at all. We're two old drunks, met several years ago, found we had a mutual interest in the big book, studied together for quite some time, and hopefully we've learned a few things about it. And those few things we've learned about it, we just love to be able to share them with other people. We do not attempt to speak for AA as a whole, and you are most certainly free to agree or disagree with anything that we say as you see fit to. In fact, if you hear us saying things that can't be reconciled with what's in the big book, we suggest you don't pay any attention to those at all, and we'll try to keep most of our comments on the big book itself. We also like to say as we start one of these that we know that the mind will only absorb about what the rear end will stand. Some of these sessions do become quite long. Tonight we're not going to attempt to take a break. If we do, we'll just be here too late. But if you feel the need to get up and move around during one of these sessions, please feel free to do so. That's not going to bother us at all. If you feel the need to get up and go out and smoke a cigarette or have a cup of coffee, please feel free to do that. It won't bother us at all. Or if you feel the need to go get rid of a cup of coffee, please feel free to do that. Let's don't sit there and suffer in silence. I also like to take the time to thank Laurie and thank Dave and thank all the other people that's had anything to do with putting this thing together. I know it takes a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of sacrifice to do this, and I certainly thank them for doing so. And as Joe said, I thank you for being here. If we're going to study the big book, which of course we are this weekend, I think we probably need to go back and look at just a little bit of the history behind the book. And by looking at some of the history behind the book, see how it got to be here in the first place, I think it's going to make it much easier for us to understand the book as we go through it this weekend. So let's go to the forward to the second edition in the big book, Roman numeral 15, and let's begin to look at a little bit of the history behind the book itself. Joe?
Yeah, there's a little formula that Bill used that might be helpful to you. It was to me. In all of Bill's writings, he does basically three things. The first thing he does is he explains what the problem is. He'll give us a solution for that problem. And then he'll give us a practical program of action to implement the solution that he just described. He does that over and over and over throughout all of his writings. And keeping that in mind, it helps us to see and understand Bill's writing.
Do we have any empty seats anywhere? There's still 2 or 3 people standing back at the door. Do we have any? Here's one empty seat up here. Here's another one over here for a couple of people. Another one over here. 2 of them over there. So we can handle 3 or 4 of them in here still sitting down. I don't think anybody ever dreamed we were going to have that many people here tonight. Great to see you guys.
Okay, the bottom of Roman numeral page 15 is the beginning. He said the spark that was to flare in the first AA group was struck at Akron, Ohio in June 1935 during a talk between a New York stockbroker and an Akron physician.
We know this New York stockbroker is a fellow named Bill Wilson. I think we're treating Bill pretty good when we call him a New York stockbroker. He really wasn't. He was a New York City stock speculator. He made his living out of selling fast talking to slow thinking people, you know. I don't want to take anything away from Bill. He was a great man, but we all need to realize he was a real alcoholic, just like all the rest of us. And understanding that is going to make it easier to understand the book, because of course Bill is the primary author. The Akron physician is this fellow named Dr. Bob Smith. We'll be referring to them from time to time throughout the entire weekend.
He said, now 6 months earlier, the broker had been relieved of his drinking obsession by a sudden spiritual experience following a meeting with an alcoholic friend who'd been in contact with the Oxford groups of that day.
A little later on, or a little further on in the book, when we get into Bill's story, we're going to see where Bill met with a fellow named Ebby Thatcher, an old alcoholic friend, a guy that Bill had drank with back when he was in school, an old drinking buddy. And Ebby Thatcher brought to Bill 2 vital pieces of information. He sat down with Bill and he said, Bill, people like you and I, if we are powerless over alcohol, if we're to recover from that condition, we're going to have the aid of a power greater than ourselves. And he said, I've been attending meetings with a group of people called the Oxford Groupers, and they told me that if I could have a vital spiritual experience, that during that spiritual experience I would find the power greater than human power, and I would be able to recover from alcoholism. He also said, Bill, they gave me a practical program of action, and they guaranteed me if I would follow that program of action, I would have the spiritual experience, I would be able to recover from alcoholism. And he said, look at me, Bill, it's been 2 months since I've had a drink. And this made a great impression on Bill. Bill knew Ebby, he knew how Ebby drank, And he knew that if Ebby had recovered from alcoholism, something greater than Ebby had to be working in Ebby's life. So Ebby gave Bill two pieces of information. He gave him first the solution, the vital spiritual experience. Then he gave him the program of action necessary to have that vital spiritual experience to find that solution. But that's not all the information Bill had to know in order to recover. He had to know some other stuff too.
He had also been greatly helped by the late Dr. William D. Silkworth, a New York specialist in alcoholism, who is now counted no less than a medical saint by AA members, and whose story of the early days of our society appears in the next pages. And from this doctor, the broker had learned the grave nature of alcoholism.
Again, as we get into Bill's story, we're going to see where Bill was placed in the town's hospital in the summer of 1933, withdrawn from alcohol by Dr. Silkworth. And after Bill's mind cleared up a little bit, Dr. Silkworth sat down with him and explained to him his ideas about alcoholism. And he said, Bill, I do not believe alcoholism is a matter of willpower. He said, I don't think it's a matter of moral character. And he said, I don't think sin's got anything to do with it. He said, I really believe people like you who are suffering from alcoholism are suffering from an illness. And he said, it's a very peculiar illness. It's a twofold illness. An illness of the body as well as an illness of the mind. And he said, it's been my experience in working with many alcoholics and watching them and seeing what happens to them when they drink, that when one of you guys puts any alcohol whatsoever into your system, it seems to create an actual physical craving that makes it virtually impossible for you to stop drinking after you've once started. And he said, because of that physical craving that develops after you've had the first drink, you'll never be able to safely drink alcohol again as long as you live. Because the craving will always occur, you'll end up drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble. And he said, that's why you can't safely drink alcohol. But then he said, you also have what we call an obsession of the mind. He said, an obsession of the mind is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. And it really doesn't make any difference how badly you want to stop drinking. It really doesn't make any difference how hard you try with your willpower. From time to time, your mind is going to tell you that it's okay to drink. And he said, you'll really believe that this time it's going to be different. And you'll take a drink, you'll trigger that craving, and you'll end up drunk and sick all over again. He said, you can no longer safely drink alcohol because of the body, and you can't keep from drinking alcohol because of the obsession of the mind. And he said, if you can't drink because of the body and you can't stay sober because of the mind, you become absolutely powerless over alcohol. So in the summer of 1933, for the first time, Bill knew what his problem was. You see, up until that time, he'd always thought it was willpower. He thought it was moral character. He thought it was sin. Why would he not? That's what everybody had told him up until that time. And for the first time, when Silky sat down with him and explained the exact nature of the illness, Bill understood his problem. And he said to himself, now that I know what's wrong with me, I'll not have to drink anymore. Self-knowledge will fix it. And we know that shortly thereafter, Bill took a drink, triggered a craving, couldn't stop, ended up drunk, sick, and in all kinds of trouble. A year later, in the summer of 1934, he's back in the town's hospital. Dr. Silkworth this time pronounced him as incurable. Told Bill's wife, Lois, that this guy's going to have to be locked up somewhere, or you're going to have to hire a bodyguard to go with him. If you don't, he's going to die during DTs, or he will become a wet brain within a relatively short period of time. And Bill said he overheard that. And he said fear sobered him up for a bit this time. We also know on Armistice Day, 1934, his mind told him it was okay to drink. And Bill took a drink, triggered a craving, and couldn't stop. Ebby came to see him then in the latter part of November of 1934. Knowing the problem did not solve it. It's only after Ebby brought him a solution and a program of action necessary to find that solution that Bill was able to recover from alcoholism. So he knew three things that any alcoholic that's going to recover needs to know. Number one, what is the problem? Number two, what is the solution to that problem? And number three, how do you find that solution? And knowing that information, then Bill was able to recover from alcoholism.
Eddie began to take Bill to these Oxford group meetings. And our book says, though he could not accept all the tenets of the Oxford groups, he was convinced of the moral inventory, confession of personality defects, restitution to those harmed, helpfulness to others, and the necessity of, belief in, and dependence upon God, which were the tenets of the Oxford group, which later on, where they were expanded into the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And one of the things that he liked real well about the tenants, though, was his helpfulness to others. He wanted to help somebody else as he'd been helped. He said prior to his journey to Akron, the broker had worked hard with many alcoholics on the theory that only an alcoholic could help an alcoholic. But he succeeded only in keeping sober himself. Bill liked to help other people, so he went about trying to gather up these people and take them to these Oxford group meetings. He was sending them up out of the gutter and take them to the Oxford groups. He'd go into the bars and he'd pull them off the bar stools and take them to these. Most of them didn't want to go, but he was taking them anyhow. He was enthused about helping people to a solution. But after about 6 months of this activity, nobody was sober but Bill. And so Bill went to Lois and said, "Lois, I must be doing something wrong. You know, they don't seem to want to stay sober like I do." He said, "Well, why don't you go talk to Dr. Silkworth and see what he has to say?" So he went to see Dr. Silkworth and told him the same thing, that he was trying to help drunks to stay sober. Nobody seemed to want what he had. And he said, "Well, you know, I've heard about some of those shenanigans you've been pulling out there on those streets, been trying to cram that great white flash of spiritual experience down their throat, and they just won't accept it." He said, "Why don't you do for them the things that I did for you? Why don't you talk to them about the illness of alcoholism? Explain to them through your experience about the physicality and the obsession of the mind. And if you can get that through to them, then maybe you can talk to them about spiritual experiences."
Dr. Silkworth said, "Bill, every alcoholic I know has two questions. Number one, why can't I drink like I used to without getting drunk? And number two, why can't I quit now that I want to?" And he said, if you will explain to them the exact nature of the illness, as I explained it to you, you will get their attention. And after you get their attention, then you can talk to them about spirituality. But tell them what's wrong with them first. Now, we don't think it's by accident that the very next person Bill talked to happened to be Dr. Bob in Akron, Ohio. Said the broker had gone to Akron on a business venture which had collapsed, leaving him greatly in fear that he might start drinking again. He suddenly realized that in order to save himself, he must carry his message to another alcoholic, and that alcoholic turned out to be the Akron physician. We all know the story of Bill standing in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel. The business venture had fallen through. Everybody had left him. All of his business partners were gone. He's standing in the lobby of the Mayflower, counting the money in his pocket, and realized he didn't even have enough money to pay the hotel bill. And of course he was very low and very sad and very depressed. He happened to look through a door off the lobby into the bar. And I would imagine the lights were probably low in the bar. Music was probably playing. The smoke was thick. The laughter was great. And Bill said, I believe I'll go in there. I'll be with people of my kind and I'll feel better. But as he started to go through the door, his mind began to think about taking a drink. And he said to himself, if I go in there, I'm going to get drunk just sure as anything. So in desperation, Bill made some phone calls. Came in contact with this fellow named Dr. Bob Smith. And I think we all need to remember that Bill didn't go there to sober up Dr. Bob. Bill went there to keep Bill Wilson from getting drunk. This physician had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but had failed. Bill was surprised to find out that Dr. Bob was already a member of the Oxford group. Dr. Bob already knew of the need for the spiritual experience. Dr. Bob already knew the practical program of action necessary to have it, but he had never been able to apply it to the depth necessary to recover from alcoholism because he didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought it was willpower. He thought he ought to be able to do it on his own strength. He thought it was moral character. He thought it was sin. Why would he not? That's what everybody had told him up until that time. But when Bill sat down with him and explained to him the exact nature of the illness, for the first time, Dr. Bob understood the problem. And the book says, but when the broker gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with a willingness he had never before been able to muster. He sobered never to drink again up to the moment of his death in 1950. And Bill did something with Dr. Bob that he'd never done before. All those alcoholics back in New York City he had tried to work with, he talked to them about the spiritual experience. But with Dr. Bob, he sat down with Bob, and he didn't even talk to Dr. Bob about Dr. Bob's drinking. I'm sure that Dr. Bob expected him to do that. That's what everybody else had done too. But Bill said, let me tell you about my drinking. And Bill began to relate his own experiences when it comes to alcohol. He began to talk about the many, many times that he was going home from work and just going to have a drink or two and then go home and have dinner with Lois. And he said something would happen in my body and I would be unable to stop drinking. And he said, I'd end up drunk and I may not even get home that night or the next day or the next week. And Dr. Bob said, my God, man, that's what's been wrong with me. And Bill said, well, there's a doctor in New York City named Dr. Silkworth that explained to me that this is not a normal reaction to alcohol. That alcohol in our body produces this phenomenon of craving, this actual physical craving, and after we once started, we can't stop. He also told him about the many, many times that he had sworn off drinking. And he said, I've got a tremendous amount of willpower, and Bill did have. Self-made man, everything he'd ever done, he had done on his own strength unaided. And he said, I'd tell myself that I'm not going to drink anymore. I'd swear off that I'll never take another drink as long as I live. And he said, that afternoon I might be sitting in a bar drunk, wondering, how in the hell did I get here this time? Dr. Bob said, my God, man, that's what's been wrong with me. And for the first time, Dr. Bob understood his problem through Bill sharing Bill's story with Dr. Bob. And as soon as Dr. Bob could see the hopeless condition of the mind and of the body, then he began to apply the spiritual program of action to a depth he had never applied it before. He had a spiritual experience, recovered from alcoholism. Now then, we're in the summer of 1935. Two guys there. Both of them know the problem. Both of them know the solution. Both of them have applied the program of action. Both of them have had a spiritual experience and recovered from alcoholism. Let's see where we go from here.
Now, this seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. Also, it indicated that strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery, the two things that our fellowship is built upon today. One alcoholic working with another is vital to our own permanent recovery. One night, Bill and Bob were sitting in the living room, and Dr. Bob said, Bill, if we're going to do this thing, we better get busy. He said, get busy doing what? He said, well, you said helping other alcoholics would help us, and we need to find some drunks to work with. And Bill said, well, I don't know any drunks. Do you know any? He said, well, not really. He said, but I know a nurse down at the city hospital who happens to know some drunks. Surely she does. So he called up the head nurse down there and asked if she had any alcoholics there in the hospital. She said, yes, we've just got a corker up here just now. As a matter of fact, he's blacked the eyes of a couple of the nurses. We've got him locked down on the ward. And he said, well, I have this friend of mine from New York who seems to have a solution for alcoholism. We'd like to come up there and try it on this fella. And then she said, well, by the way, Dr. Bob, have you tried this on yourself? Because she knew that he had a drinking problem too. Now, back in those days, and some of you can remember, back in those days, the ward of a hospital, any hospital, was at the end of a hall. And they'd put some little fences around you there so that you could, little curtains there so you could be in somewhat private. You couldn't afford a private room or a semi-private room, so the ward was the end of a hall. And if it looked like you were going to die, they would take you off the ward and put you in a private room. Well, Dr. Bob asked the nurse to take him off the ward and put him in a private room. And he was sure that he was going to die. So the next morning they showed up there, Bill and Bob, and they sat down there and they did the same things that Bill had done with Dr. Bob. They didn't talk to Bill Dotson about Bill Dotson's drinking. They talked to Bill Dotson about their drinking. And he began to identify with these two fellows and said, you fellows really know and understand what you're talking about. He said, I drank just the way you fellows did.
He said, hence the two men set to work almost frantically upon alcoholics arriving in the ward of the Akron City Hospital. Their very first case, a desperate one, recovered immediately and became AA number 3 and never had another drink. And this was a fellow called Bill Dotson. And they sit down with it, and we see this picture in AA rooms all over the world, the man on the bed. And that's Bill and Bob sitting there sharing their stories with Bill Dotson. And sure enough, Bill Dotson saw his problem immediately. As they talked about this physical craving that develops in the body after we've had a drink, Bill Dotson said, yeah, that's like me. When they talked about this obsession of the mind that ensured that we would always go back to drinking, he said, man, that's happened to me countless times. For the first time, Bill Dotson understood his program, or his actual problem. Then they talked to him about spirituality. And Bill Dotson didn't particularly like the idea either. Like so many of us didn't particularly care for the spiritual answer to our problem. But 2 days later, Bill Dotson said to his wife, get my clothes out of the closet, I'm going home. And he got up and dressed and went home and began to apply the little program of action in his life. And sure enough, next thing you know, he recovered from alcoholism. Now we've got 3 of them there in Akron. This work in Akron continued to the summer of 1935. There were many failures, but there was an occasional heartening success. We have to go back sometimes and think about that summer of 1935. And these three guys are trying to help other alcoholics there in Akron, Ohio. And they really don't know what they're talking about. You know, it's brand new to them too. And they tried many, many things with different alcoholics. And anything that worked, they would retain it. And if it didn't work, they would discard it and try something else. One of Dr. Bob's favorite things, knowing that the body needed vitamins, one of his favorite things was to fill them up with sauerkraut juice mixed with Karo syrup and tomato juice. Can you just imagine trying to drink that crap? They tried that amongst many other different things that summer, and every once in a while one of these guys would fall over dead. I'd almost see Bill turn to Bob and say, "Oh shit, let's not do that again." So as we look back at that time, we always give credit to the first 100, which we should. But we should give credit also to those that they failed with. They probably learned more that summer from their failures than they did from their successes. When the broker returned to New York in the fall of 1935, the first AA group had actually been formed, though no one realized it at the time. When Bill went back, there was just a few people there in Akron that were staying sober on these three pieces of information, and they were actually members of the Oxford group. Now, the Oxford groupers were a group of people practicing first century Christianity to the best of their ability. And from the very beginning, there was trouble between the Oxford groupers and between the alcoholics. The Oxford groupers were not in the business of sobering up drunks. That really wasn't what their main aim was. And the alcoholics would go to the Oxford group meetings, smoking cigarettes, telling dirty jokes, spilling coffee on the floor. And the Oxford groupers didn't much like that. Also, the Oxford groupers had a thing they called the Four Absolutes, where you were to practice absolute love, absolute purity, absolute unselfishness, and absolute honesty. The drunks were having a hard time being absolute anything except drunks. So to separate themselves from the Oxford groups, they called themselves the Drunk Squad of the Oxford group. That's what Bill left behind him in the summer of 1935 when he went back to New York, a few alcoholics who were staying sober that were known as the Drunk Squad of the Oxford group.
No AA at all. By late 1937, the number of members having substantial sobriety time behind them was sufficient to convince the membership that a new light had entered the dark world of the alcoholic. They began to see that maybe just what they were doing, that was helping people, and maybe they'd found the solution to alcoholism, and they began to wonder what they might do about it. A second small group had promptly taken shape in New York, and besides, there were scattered alcoholics who picked up the basic ideas in Akron or New York and were trying to form AA groups in other cities. But remember, there were no AA groups at that time. They were just a drunk squad of the Oxford group, and they're all members of the Oxford group.
Summer of 1937.
He said it was now time that the struggling groups thought to place their message and unique experience before the world.
Bill went back to Akron, again on a business venture. And he thought, I'll go by and visit with Dr. Bob and see how things are going. They sat down in Dr. Bob's kitchen and they counted the number of people that they knew were staying sober on these three little pieces of information. And to their amazement, they found about 40 people sober. When Bill went back to New York City and he began to do there what he did with Dr. Bob, he immediately began to share his story with other alcoholics. And they could see their problem through Bill's story. And they began to recover from alcoholism in New York City. One or two or three had started in a place called Cleveland. Ones or two scattered around the northeastern part of the United States. And I think for the first time they began to realize, maybe, just maybe, we have really found the answer to alcoholism. And almost immediately the question arises then, well, if we found the answer, then what are we going to do about it? Are we going to keep it? Are we going to franchise it? Are we going to sell it? Are we going to give it away? What are we going to do with it? And thank God, Bill and Bob didn't want to make that decision. This may be the beginning of the group conscience in AA. They said, let's call a meeting of the Oxford group. Let's put this question to them and see what they think. And they called a meeting. There was 18 people attended the meeting. And most of them were not alcoholic. Most of them were regular members of the Oxford group. And they said, look, these three pieces of information that we have found just might be the answer to alcoholism for countless thousands and thousands of people. What should we do with it? Coming out of the Oxford groups always with the idea, if you're going to keep it, you've got to give it away. So the question really wasn't, are we going to keep it and sell it or keep it selfishly? Or the main question was, how do we carry it to the largest number of alcoholics, period? And that night they voted upon and decided to do three things. Now remember, this is in the midst of the Depression. Nobody's got a dime anyhow. But they decided that night they were going to build a chain of hospitals stretching all the way across the United States, where any alcoholic that needed detox would be able to go in the hospital. Surely Dr. Bob was going to be the head doctor too. They also felt that this message had such importance that just not everybody would be able to carry it to other alcoholics, that they needed to hire and train a group of people and let them spread out across the country in order to carry this message to other alcoholics. Surely Bill Wilson was going to be the head missionary as sure as anything. And the thing that they decided to do that was really important, they said, look, already in 2 years, from 1935 until 1937, this message that we're trying to carry to other alcoholics is already beginning to change. That as we carry it by word of mouth, one to another, to another, to another, it's becoming more and more and more garbled. And they said eventually, if we keep doing it the way we're doing it, it's going to reach the point where it will be of no use to anybody at all. They said we really need to get this information down in a written form so it will be there for alcoholics of the future as we know it today. And they said besides that, if we could write a good book on alcoholism, nobody's ever done that before, and if we could write a good book on alcoholism and recovery from alcoholism, surely it would become one of the world's best sellers almost immediately. We could take the profits from the book, and then we could build the hospitals and hire and train the missionaries. Well, thank God, when the book was first written, it didn't sell very good. And they didn't make those profits. And thank God they didn't get to build the hospitals, nor did they get to hire and train the missionaries. But what they did do, they took their information that they'd been carrying one-on-one, word of mouth, one alcoholic to another, and they put it down in a written form so that you and I could have it today just exactly as they knew it in the summer of 1937. And they came out with the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous.
I have to make an announcement. Room 335, they found your key out in the hallway there. Room 335. It'll be here after the meeting. So this determination bore fruit in the spring of 1939 by the publication of this volume. The membership had then reached about 100 men and women. And then after they wrote the book, they decided to meet and determine what they were going to call the book. You got to have a title for a book, right? So they met and somebody come up with, well, let's call it The Way Out. That sounded like a pretty good title for a book. So they did some research on that and found that there were some 12 or 13 other titles called The Way Out, so they discarded that. Somebody called and said, let's call it Comes the Dawn. Now that sounds like a pretty good name for a book.
Yeah, great.
But they talk about that for a while and discarded that. Finally somebody said, let's call it 100 Men. Now the men really like this idea. 100 men. That sounds good, doesn't it, guys? Well, then a woman joined the group. Well, they couldn't call it 100 men and a woman. So they discarded that. Bill was getting a little perturbed by now. He said, well, let's just call it the Bill W. Movement. Right. They voted on that in about 5 seconds and killed that. And there was some fellow there who, this is a story that I heard, and I don't know how true it is, but I like it. He was...
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good. Seemed like this fellow was from a nut house, and somebody brought him to the meeting, an asylum. And he was sitting there kind of mumbling around, and he said something like Anonymous Alcoholics Anonymous, and that kind of caught on. And they said, well, let's call it Alcoholics Anonymous. That sounds good. So a nut from a nut house named Alcoholics Anonymous. Seems apropos, doesn't it?
The first Alcoholics Anonymous that the world ever saw was a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. And contained in the book Alcoholics Anonymous is the story of how the first 100 men and women recovered from alcoholism. Now, the fellowship didn't have a name. They were still drunk squads of the Oxford groups. So the first Alcoholics Anonymous was a book called Alcoholics Anonymous that contained a program of recovery from alcoholism.
My book says this fledgling society, this drunk squad of the Oxford group, which had been nameless now, began to be called Alcoholics Anonymous from the title of its own book. So the second Alcoholics Anonymous the world ever seen was a group of people called Alcoholics Anonymous. So we had two Alcoholics Anonymous, didn't we? We had a book called Alcoholics Anonymous, and then we had a fellowship called Alcoholics Anonymous. And in the beginning, the fellowship and the program in the book was one and the same. No difference between the two.
The first 100 people who put the book together, they used the same program that's contained in the book. So in 1939, the program in the fellowship and the program in the book were just exactly the same. Now, the book began to go out across the country, and slowly, people began to buy this book. They began to read it and study it and do what it said to do. And they would recover from alcoholism, and they would start a new AA group. The first one in California started that way. The first one in Texas started that way. The first one in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and practically every state started through somebody getting the book and reading it and studying it and doing what it says and recovering from alcoholism and starting a new AA group. So the fellowship began to grow and expand from the information contained in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. And for several years there was never any question about the program and the fellowship and the program and the book not being the same. But as AA got bigger and bigger and bigger, they began to notice something that the first 100 didn't have. They began to notice the great strength and the great power that comes from people joining together who have a common problem and helping each other and supporting each other. Lots of power through that kind of fellowship. And they began to question the need for the severity of the program that was in the book. And somebody said, I don't really think we have to do everything this book says. Said, maybe we could treat it like a cafeteria, and we could take what we want and leave the rest, and everything would be okay. And somebody said, you mean we got to turn our entire will and life over to the care of God as we understand Him? And somebody else said, well, maybe let's just give Him the alcohol and we'll keep the rest. And they said, you mean we got to get rid of all of our character defects? Well, hell, we wouldn't have any personality left at all if we did that. And almost immediately they began to water down the program. And the program and the fellowship slowly began to change. And as the program and the fellowship began to change, it got in some cases where it really didn't resemble the original program at all. Some AA meetings you go to today, they talk about everything except alcoholism and recovery from alcoholism. They talk about sexual dysfunction, or they talk about meaningful relationships, or they talk about this and they talk about that. And if they didn't read the preamble before the meeting, you wouldn't even know you were in an AA meeting in some cases. So what we're going to do this weekend is we're going to talk about the program, not in the fellowship, but the program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. Yeah. Now let's look and see how successful this program in this book used to be whenever everybody was expected to follow the program in the book. Let's look at the recovery rate.
I remember years ago I called my sponsor Franklin Williams and I said, Franklin, my program's not working. And he said, well, tell me about your program. And I told him, well, I'm mad at my wife and I'm mad at some people in the group and kind of mad at my boss and some other people who are at work, and my program's not working at all. He said, well, Joe, your program's doing exactly what it was designed for. He said, have you ever tried working the program? Yeah. So there's a lot of difference between my program and the program, I can tell you.
Let's go to the top. Excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a little pamphlet here, and this is my feeling that every alcoholic in the Alcoholics Anonymous ought to get one of these and read it. It's written by Bill Wilson. I didn't write it, he wrote it. And it's called Problems Other Than Alcohol. And on the third page, there's a little excerpt there that I like to read. And it says this. He said, sobriety, freedom from alcohol, through the teaching and practice of the 12 steps is the sole purpose of an AA group. There's only one purpose. He said, sobriety, freedom from alcohol, through the teaching and practice of the 12 steps is the sole purpose of an AA group. And we challenge you this weekend to go back to your group and see if the sole purpose from the comments you hear are about the practice and teaching of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Because that's the only purpose for an AA group.
Let's go to the top of Roman numeral 20. And let's see how successful this thing really used to be when the program and the fellowship, the program and the book were exactly the same.
So while the internal difficulties of our adolescent period were being ironed out, public acceptance of AA grew by leaps and bounds. For this, there were two principal reasons: the large number of recoveries and reunited homes. Now, these made their impressions everywhere. Of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, 50% got sober at once, remained that way. 25% sobered up after some relapses. Among the remainder, those who stayed on with AA showed improvement. Other thousands came to a few AA meetings and first decided they didn't want the program, but great numbers of these, about 2 out of 3, began to return as time passed. If my math is correct, that's 75% of those people who came to AA and really tried got sober. I don't think in my area, I know in my area, we can't even fantasize about 75 or 50 or 25% of those people that are coming. I don't think we even talk about 10, maybe less than that. But I do know this, that in some areas that I have seen, including my own area, the people who are getting back to the program that's in the book, the recovery rate goes up. I have seen that all over the country. And that's what we're trying to do here today, is to try to get the fellowship to go back to the program that's in the book. And the recovery rate will go up.
You know, I'm quite sure today that we can say without any doubt that less than 10% of the people that come to AA are recovering from alcoholism. And I wonder why that's true. It's very simple. They're not using the program designed to recover from alcoholism. Now, why aren't they using it? Well, I think it's very simple. I don't think anybody's telling them about it. You know, we're telling them to come to 90 meetings in 90 days and everything will be all right. Yeah, we're telling them just keep coming to meetings, put the cork in the jug, and everything will be okay. And I wonder how many people we've killed by telling them that. You know, I think one thing that's happened in AA, and I've watched it over a period of years, is slowly, people coming to us from other areas and other different kinds of programs come in here, and they want to talk about the program that they've learned out there wherever they were, which is natural. That's what I would want to do too. And a lot of the older AA members are saying, well, we can't identify with those new people at all, so what we're going to do is we're going to stay home. And when the older member does that, we abdicate our responsibility for AA, and we say, look at what those people are doing to our AA. We turn it over to the sickest of the sickest, who are the newcomers, and we're blaming them for the problem. No, I think our problem is that we don't have nerve enough to stand up and say, look, whatever you learned out there is probably great information, but that's not AA information. Here's AA information. And we sit down and we start talking about what the problem really is. We start talking to them about the obsession of the mind, about the physical allergy of the body. We start helping them see the hopeless condition of mind and body. If we don't tell them that, who's going to tell them? And we talk to them about the solution. We take them by the hand. We walk with them as they work the steps and apply them in their lives so they can recover from alcoholism also. I don't believe it's a newcomer problem. I think it's an old-timer problem. Now, we're not going to preach anymore. We're through. No more preaching all weekend, guaranteed.
I hope you don't believe that.
Now that we know a little bit about the history of the book and how it came into being, let's go over to the table of contents, Roman numeral I, and let's see if the book isn't really laid out in just about the same way that Bill and Bob and all the first 100 had to do in order to recover from alcoholism.
You know, I've been in the printing business all of my life, and I have been involved in designing and printing books just like this one. And I knew a little bit about the nomenclature of a book. And I never dreamed that this book ever had any rhyme or reason to it. I thought, well, a bunch of old drunks wrote it, so what would they know about a book? But come to find out, they know an awful lot about the layout of a book. Because this little book is laid out in such a manner, it takes you from what the problem is all the way through the solution, one page at a time, one paragraph at a time, one chapter at a time, one line at a time. One line leads you to the next, to the next, to the next paragraph, to the next chapter, all the way through. It's a textbook, a classical textbook. So this particular book has 3 goals in it. First goal is to show us what the problem is.
We're going to put a picture up here on this screen. And in your little handout sheets, you've got a picture that matches it, so if you can't see it too clear, we'll have it up here. And we're going to have a volunteer. Usually I get up and go do this myself, but it's going to be too hard to get through there, so let's pass that back to our volunteer right there. Yeah, great.
Yeah, thank you. So if you'll refer to your book there, it'll show you what we're talking about here. And goal 1 in this book is to tell us what the problem is. And they're going to tell us what the problem is through the doctor's opinion and Bill's story, so that we can identify with another alcoholic who has the same problem that we might have. Goal 2 is going to tell us what the solution to that problem is. He's going to tell us in chapter 2 that there's a solution. He knew that we weren't going to like that solution any better than he did. Remember when Ebby presented Bill with a solution, he was aghast at that solution. He knew that we were going to be aghast at that solution too. So he gave us a little more information called More About Alcoholism, more about what would happen to us if we didn't accept the solution that he described. He knew, too, that we were going to have problems with that solution, as he did. Remember, his mind snapped shut against that series. He knew that we were going to have those same kind of problems. So he wrote a chapter called We Agnostics. Agnostic means knowledge. You put the ag in front of it, means without. Those are us who are without knowledge. And he knew that we were going to have trouble with that, so he gave us some more information so we could better make a decision about that solution. Then also on chapter 5 and in chapter 6 and 7, and then the goal 3 is the actions necessary for recovery. And beginning with chapter 5, he said how it works. He's going to tell us how this solution works. In chapter 6, he's going to give us a little chapter called Into Action. Now, this is not into thinking. It's called Into Action. And action is a magic word in Alcoholics Anonymous. Chapter 7 is working with others. He's going to tell us then how to carry this message to other people.
It took me years to realize that this book was written in a certain sequence, to convey ideas in that particular sequence, in order. Remember that Dr. Silkworth told Bill, he said, tell them exactly what's wrong with them. Explain to them the exact nature of the illness. Talk to them about the physical allergy, about the obsession of mind. And he said, if you'll do that, you'll get their attention. Well, you'll notice the first thing in our book is the doctor's opinion. And through the doctor's opinion and Bill's story, we identify with Bill, just like we identify with each other on a 12-step call. But the new alcoholic, remember, in 1939, didn't have an AA group to go to. They had to make their identification through the big book. So through the doctor's opinion and Bill's story, we're able to see for the first time as a practicing alcoholic what our problem really is. We're able to see this physical allergy to alcohol, this phenomenon of craving. We're able to see the obsession of the mind. We're able to see another alcoholic who has that problem through the sharing of Bill's story. So in those 2 chapters, we're able to see everything we need to know about what our problem is. And we're really looking at step 1. And step 1 is simply that we're powerless. We're powerless over alcohol. Our lives have become unmanageable. And there's, for the first time, for the new alcoholic, is able to see that information and see it in their own lives. Now, if the answer is powerless, then obviously the answer to it would be power. So it's not by accident that the very next chapter in the big book after Bill's story is, there is a solution. And in that chapter to the solution, we'll see 2 powers. We see the power of the fellowship that supports us. We see the power of the vital spiritual experience which changes us. And Bill knew, as the same as he, that we're not going to like that idea of spirituality. Most alcoholics really don't like that idea at all when you first approach them with it. So he wrote us another chapter called More About Alcoholism. And in that chapter he tells us just exactly what's going to happen to us if we don't find that power. And then in the 4th chapter he gives us a power that we can begin to accept in our lives. So through chapters 2, 3, and 4 we see everything we need to know for step 2. Now if the problem is powerless and the answer is power, then the only other thing we need to know is, well, how do you find that power? And in chapters 5, 6, and 7 we see steps 3 through 12. The program of action that came out of the Oxford groups, expanded and rewritten by Bill for we alcoholics so we could understand it and accept it in our lives. And we have laid out in the book in perfect sequence, steps 1, step 2, step 3 through 12. I always kind of laugh when I hear people say, I'm going to go to a step study. And they're always talking about going to the 12 and 12 for a step study. Well, anytime you're reading in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous, you're in a step study. Part of it is for step 1, part of it for step 2, and part of it for 3 through 12. Exact, perfect sequence. It amazes me when I look at it. And that's the same sequence Bill had to know it. Same sequence Dr. Bob had to know it. Same sequence Bill Dotson had to know it. Same sequence all the first 100. So they just took their information and put it down in a written form in the sequence that they found it necessary to be able to do this stuff, and then gave it to us to use today to recover from alcoholism. And of course in step 12 it says having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So if we follow it as they did, then I think we could expect to get what they got out of it too. Recovery from alcoholism. Let's go to the preface for just a moment. Now, there may be some changes. If you've got the fourth edition. We're both working from a third. My preface is on Roman numeral 11, X1.
Same as on
Is that okay?
fourth edition.
Is it same in the fourth?
Right.
Okay.
Second paragraph. He said, because this book has become the basic text for our society and it has helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched in the course of revisions made for both the second and third editions and now the fourth edition. The section called The Doctor's Opinion has been kept intact, just as originally written in 1939 by the late Dr. William B. Silkworth, our society's great medical benefactor.
So I see two ideas there I think we need to look at. Number one, because this book has become the basic text for our society. We have all kinds of books in the world today. We've got novels written on fact, and novels written on purely fiction. We have concordances, we have biographies, we got autobiographies, but we also got a thing we call a textbook. And most of us, as we look back in our lives and remember a textbook, we're not too crazy about them. Because remember, you used them in school. And you had to read and study and take tests and all those things we didn't like to do.
Textbook always caused me to want to cheat for some reason. I don't know why.
But if you look at a textbook in its simplest form, all in the world it is a means or a way to transfer information from the mind of one human being or a group of human beings through the written word to the mind of another human being, thereby increasing the knowledge of the one who's using the book. It's simply a way to transfer knowledge. That's what it is. Now, a textbook is nearly always written in a certain sequence. It nearly always assumes that the reader of the subject matter will know very little about it. It normally starts at a simple level. As you progress through the textbook, the information presented becomes more and more difficult as the knowledge of the reader of the book increases. Let's take, for instance, a textbook on mathematics. Let's say my friend Joe here knows nothing at all about mathematics. He can't add, he can't subtract, he can't do any of those things. Oh, he can count. Probably count to 21 if he's standing there naked and got everything where it belongs.
20 and a half, actually.
I think he's bragging now.
Complaining.
I walk up to Joe and I say, Joe, here's a textbook on mathematics. I want you to go to chapter 5 and work the algebra problems. Well, I'm being a good fellow. Joe will go to chapter 5, but remember, he can't even add and subtract. And all he sees is just a bunch of marks on paper, period. No way he can do that. But if I say, Joe, the first chapter in this book deals with addition, subtraction, the value of numbers. If you'll read it and study it and ask questions and let me help you when you need it, by the time you're through with chapter 1, you'll know how to add and subtract. And sure enough, he learns how to do that. And then I say, now based on what you learned in 1, you can now go to 2 and learn how to multiply and divide. And he does that. And I say, now then you can go to chapter 3 and you can learn about fractions and decimals. And he does that. We gradually prepare his mind for the algebra problems in chapter 5. I think the greatest mistake being made in AA today regarding the big book Alcoholics Anonymous is a newcomer comes in the door, we hand them the book, we say go to chapter 5 and do what it says and you'll be okay. They go to chapter 5 and they read a whole series of algebra problems. Step 1 said we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, our lives had become unmanageable. The newcomer said, man, I ain't powerless over nothing. They have no idea what we mean by that statement. Step 2 said, came to believe that the power of great myself could restore us to sanity. Newcomer said, man, don't tell me I'm crazy. Yeah, I do stupid things when I'm drunk, but when I'm sober, I'm much like other people. They have no idea what we mean by that statement. Well, if you're not powerless and you're not nuts, then you don't need to make a decision to turn your will and life over to the care of something you don't understand in the first place. We present them with an almost impossible situation. If we can do nothing else all this weekend, I hope we're going to be able to see the value of the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters, how they give us the information necessary to be able to do chapter 5. You see, chapter 5 really starts with step 3, and it's damn near impossible to start with 3 unless you got 1 and 2 behind you. And we're going to see that's what the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters are all about, to give us the knowledge necessary to be able to accept steps 1 and 2 in our life. Standard textbook theory. I think the other thing we need to look at there that is so important, one of the greatest miracles in Alcoholics Anonymous, when it says, Because this book has become the basic text for our society and helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched. And I think that's the greatest miracle in Alcoholics Anonymous. We're now into the 4th edition, and so far we've never found it necessary to change the actual recovery portion of the book. Page Doctor's Opinion, page 1 through page 164. And I think that's a real miracle, because you know how we love to change things. And everybody that's ever read it has rewritten it in their mind at least twice. But collectively, we've never found it necessary to change it. I wonder why. Anybody care to venture? Because it works, doesn't it? Now, why does it work today the same as it did in 1939? 3 reasons, I think. Number 1, alcoholics haven't changed. Alcoholics are doing the same thing they did today. They're doing the same thing today that they did in 1939. They get drunk. They get in car wrecks. They get in knife fights. They get in divorce courts. They get in penitentiaries. They're still doing the same fun things today that they did in 1939. They haven't changed a lick. Alcohol hasn't changed. Oh, the names of it and the colors of it and the shapes of the bottles and containers have changed, but alcohol is exactly the same thing today as it was in 1939. Human nature never changes. It's the same today that it was 2,000 years ago. And that's what this book really deals with. Alcoholics, alcoholism, and human nature. And thank God we've never found it necessary to change it. Works just as good today as it did in 1939, Joe.
One more announcement. Small white/yellow pickup with Oregon plates on top of hotel parking. Your lights are on.
Lack of power will be your dilemma.
Okay. Let's go to the forward of the first edition on Roman numeral page 13, XIII. Forward to the first edition. And it says we, and that's probably the biggest word in all of Alcoholics Anonymous. We can do what I cannot do. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. That's 2 different things. A seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And we're going to separate the mind from the body a little bit later on tonight, and then we're going to talk about them individually. Now, this is to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. And when you see little italic words in here, I call them italics. Charlie called them squiggly writing, but they're really italics. But when you see italics in this book, it's very, very important. It says to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. Later on in our book, we'll see words like specifically, exactly, with clear-cut directions. So this is a book that's going to tell us precisely, specifically, exactly, with clear-cut directions on how to recover. And if I want to recover from alcoholism, guess what? I need to do precisely, specifically, exactly, following the clear-cut directions, or I may not recover the way they did.
Again, I see 2 ideas in that little part that Joe just read. Number 1, we are more than 100 men and women. Most books I read are authored by one person. And when I read a book that's authored by one person, if I see something in there that I don't agree with, I usually say, well, who the hell are they to think they're smarter than I am? And I just ignore it. But if I do that with a big book, I must realize I'm not arguing with one person. The first 40 told Bill, they said, Bill, we want you to write the book. You know more about it than any of the rest of us. You've been sober longer than anybody else, and that was just a little over 3 years at that particular time. But they said, Bill, this is not to be your book, it's going to be our book. And as you write the chapters, we want to see them. And we'll add to, we'll change around, we'll delete from, we'll do whatever's necessary. And when we're through with it, it'll be the collective knowledge, experience, and wisdom of all 100 of us. So when I read this book today, I must realize I'm not reading a one-person book. I'm reading a book which has been authored by 100 people. And also that 100 people have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. The same thing that's killing me is a practicing alcoholic. So it makes it a little harder for me to argue with the book when I realize it's written by 100 of them. And also if they recovered from the same thing that's killing me. And that brings up the word recovered. You know, we hear fights go on about this all over the country. Can you recover from alcoholism or can you not? Well, I hope we can. If we can't, we're going to be in bad, bad shape. You know, before I came to AA, I could not successfully drink alcohol without getting drunk, nor could I keep from drinking alcohol left on my own resources. The result was that I lived in a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I came to AA. You gave me a book. I followed the directions in the book. I've had a spiritual awakening. Now, I still cannot successfully drink alcohol, but I don't have to drink anymore. I've recovered from that seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I will always be alcoholic, but I have recovered from a condition known as alcoholism. And you're going to see the word recover used all the way through the book. Recovered from that seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I think it's important that we let the newcomer know, you betcha you can recover from that condition. You'll always be alcoholic. You'll never be able to safely drink. But if you do what we did, then you'll have to drink anymore. That's what this thing's really about. To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. You know, it's kind of like making cake. Let's go to a potluck meeting and somebody brings a strawberry cake. And that's my favorite cake. If you ever make me one, that's what I want. And that strawberry cake is just perfect. The texture is right, the taste is right, the moisture content is just perfect. And I bite into that cake and I say, who made this cake? Well, you being a good cook would say, I made it. And I'd say, well, would you tell me how? And you'd say, I'll be glad to. And you'll sit down and you'll write out for me a precise set of directions on how to make that cake. You'll tell me the ingredients to put in it, the quantity of the ingredients to put in it, the sequence in which to mix it together, the temperature at which to bake it, and how long to bake it. Now, if I take your directions in my kitchen and I follow them precisely as you've laid them out, when that cake comes out of the oven and cools off and I take a bite of it, I think I can expect it to taste just exactly like your cake tasted. But if I take those directions in my kitchen and my keen intellectual alcoholic mind begins to work, it might say, well, I don't know about 4 eggs. I think it ought to have 6. Instead of 2 cups of sugar, that's too much. Maybe it ought to just have 1.5 cups of sugar. Instead of baking it at 375, I believe I'll bake it at 450. Instead of baking it at 18 minutes, I'm going to bake it for 32. Now, when that sucker comes out of the oven and cools off and I bite into it, you betcha I'm going to be biting into a piece of cake. But I wonder how closely it would resemble your cake, which was my reason for making it in the first place. A precise, specific, clear-cut set of directions on how to recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body known as alcoholism. That's what this book is about.
It says, for them we hope these pages will prove so convincing that no further authentication will be necessary. We think this account of our experiences will help everyone better understand the alcoholic. Many do not comprehend that the alcoholic is a very sick person. And besides, we're sure that our way of living has its advantages for all. And I bet you there's some people in here who was just like me. When I first come to Alcoholics Anonymous, I had become everything I detested in a human being. Everything. And I was so ashamed of what I had become, I wouldn't even sit at the tables. I'd sit in the back of the room, and I'd look down at my feet. I was ashamed about being there, because I'd become everything I detested. I did not like me. I'd been married and divorced to 2 women 7 times, and I had lots and lots of problems. Yeah.
Would you say that again?
Two women 7 times. My present wife, Phyllis, she says only twice, but I divorced her once and it wasn't even my turn. And I had no idea that I might be a sick person. They didn't talk about the illness of alcoholism in the bars that I went to. So why would I know about it? So I said, I am a no good, rotten SOB, and that's the way I felt deep down within inside. And that's why I stood in the back of the rooms and looked down at my feet, ashamed. Lots of people in AA like that today. For me, I stayed in AA way too long before I found out what my problem was. A lot of people today don't know about the doctor's opinion at all, which we're going to talk about. Had one fellow, I mentioned the doctor's opinion one time, and he was one of those old timers in AA who protects AA through the traditions, and we'd be glad to tell you if he thought you were doing something wrong. And he come up after the meeting, he said, what were you reading, quoting out of? And I said, well, the doctor's opinion. He said, where did you get that? I said, well, out of the big book. And he left, and the next day he saw me and walked up to me, and he started crying before he got there. And he said, Joe, I've been in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous for 39 years, and I didn't know the doctor's opinion was in that book. That's really a shame.
And I'll tell you why he didn't know it. In the first edition of the big book, the first 16 printings, the doctor's opinion was chapter 1, page 1. Bill's story was chapter 2. When they came out with the second edition of the book, they took the doctor's opinion, they put it in the Roman numerals, and they started chapter 1, page 1, Bill's story.
We don't read Roman numerals, do we?
Nobody reads Roman numerals in a damn book. Nobody reads it. They quit reading the doctor's opinion when they did that. It's amazing how many people in AA today have never read the doctor's opinion in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. It gives us a condition that the rest of the book shows us how to recover from.
That's right.
It's hard to practice a recovery program unless you know what's wrong with you.
So I guess you could say the first 173 pages instead of 164, eliminating the doctor's opinion. Very, very important. As Charlie said, and I agree wholeheartedly, the rest of this book is going to tell us precisely how to recover from the condition of the body and mind as described in the doctor's opinion. And if we don't know what our problem is, as I didn't, I thought it was a moral issue for such a long, long time, and I didn't understand what my problem is. It's important that I understand what my problem is if I am going to recover from that condition of the body and the mind. And that's why the doctor's opinion.
Okay, let's go to Roman numeral 13. Or 23, excuse me, Roman numeral 23.
And the fourth edition is Roman numeral 25.
And let's start looking at the doctor's opinion. Let's start looking at what our problem really is. You know, I think we alcoholics today are the luckiest alcoholics in the world, because we're the only alcoholics in the world that knows what's wrong with us. All of them out there still drinking, they still think it's willpower, moral character, sin, etc. But today we know what's wrong with us through the doctor's opinion. And as we look at the doctor's opinion, I kind of like to think back about Dr. Silkworth. Dr. Silkworth, when he went through medical school, he became interested in alcoholism at that time. But back in the early 20s in that area, you couldn't hardly make any money treating alcoholics. The doctors said then, they said, we don't really like to work with alcoholics. They still don't really like it much today. They say one reason we don't like to work with them is they'll never do what we tell them to do. And certainly that's the truth. And they said another reason we don't like to work with them is they'll lie to you all the time. And certainly that's true, but then they said the real reason we don't like to work with them is they won't pay their bills. And Silky, even though he was interested in alcoholism, he had to go into a different field. And he was successful in the field that he went into. 1929, when we had the great stock market crash, Silky lost everything he had, just like most people did in those days. He was forced to go to work for a fellow named Charlie Towns in the town hospital, $30 a week in room and board, treating alcoholics. And he was just tickled to death to get to do it, because that's what he really wanted to do anyhow. Now, between the time he went to work there in 1930 and the time he met Bill Wilson in 1934, he had worked with many, 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 many alcoholics. He would withdraw them from alcohol. He would see them leave there in a relatively good condition. And the next time he'd see them, they'd be right back in there in worse shape than they were the first time he withdrew them from alcohol. But he also noticed some people that came in there with a drinking problem, he withdrew from alcohol, didn't come back. And it began to bug him, the differences between these non-alcoholic drinkers and the alcoholic drinkers. And there's where he began to develop his theories, his ideas, that the body of the alcoholic is different from that of the normal person, plus the mind of the alcoholic is different than the normal person when it comes to alcohol. And through treating literally hundreds and hundreds of us, he developed the theories regarding the illness of alcoholism. So it wasn't by accident that he was able to tell Bill Wilson what was wrong with him. He learned it by working with drunks. Today they do all this stuff working with rats. Silky didn't work with rats, he worked with drunks. And there's where he learned this information, and then he gave it to Bill, and then Bill, of course, passed it on to the rest of us. We owe Dr. Silkworth a great, great debt of gratitude. Prior to 1930, nobody knew anything about alcoholism. Prior to 1930, very few alcoholics ever recovered from alcoholism. Prior to 1930, they couldn't come up with a decent program of action because they didn't know what the problem was to start with. And it was always the non-alcoholic people who decided what alcoholism was. The non-alcoholics are the ones who said it must be weak will. The non-alcoholics said, that guy is a sinful human being. And non-alcoholics said that guy has a moral problem. We alcoholics didn't say anything. We didn't give a damn. We just kept on drinking, you know. But thank God Silky, being a non-alcoholic, could come up with this information by working with alcoholics.
Many years ago, when Charlie and I first met, we would meet at conferences from time to time. And I met Charlie in 1974, and we would sit down and talk about this book, and then later on we'd meet at another conference a month or two later and get together somewhere with some of us and talk about this book. Well, in early 1975, we were in a hotel room somewhere in Tulsa, I think, and Charlie said something that night that really got me. He said, this illness that we're talking about is not one of moral character. It's not one of sin. It's not one of willpower. It's not that you're a no good, rotten SOB. He said it's an illness. And of course I said, well, if it's not one of those things, then what in the hell is it? Because I don't know. See, I'm dumb as a bag of hammers when it comes to alcoholism at that time. And he explained to me, out of the doctor's opinion, what the exact nature of my illness was the first time that I heard it. And then I began to get over that idea that I'm just a no good, rotten SOB. And of course I know today that unless an alcoholic can find a way to get over that feeling of being a no good, rotten SOB, those type of feelings will drive you back to drink. The guilt, shame, and remorse will drive us back to drink. So I think if we can look at this thing as an illness rather than a moral issue, we will have accomplished our goals for tonight.
You know, a lot of people would have you believe today that alcoholism is a disease of denial. And I don't believe that. You can't deny something you don't know. I think it's an illness of ignorance. We didn't know what alcoholism was. And Silky tells us what alcoholism is, period. And I don't think he's going to use the word denial anywhere in the doctor's opinion. Let's look at it. Let's see what the problem really is.
I'm not going to use the word disease either. It's not used in our literature anywhere when it comes to talking about alcoholism. He said the physician who, at our request, gave us this letter had been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In this statement, he confirms what we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe. Now, there's no must in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous that I'm aware of. No one can tell you what you must do or what you must not do. But there's a lot of must in this book. And there's one of them right there. As a matter of fact, there's some 73 must in this book. He said, we must believe that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind.
This is the first time we can find anywhere in written history a reference to the fact that the body is quite as abnormal as the mind. Everything up until this time, they always talked about the mind. Willpower, moral character, sin, and etc. This is the first time we see a statement anywhere in written history that the body is affected as well as the mind. That came from Dr. Silkworth.
And we're going to separate the mind and talk about it in the body and talk about it in great detail, and then we'll talk about the mind in great detail. Two different things, and we're going to separate them so we can understand.
Not only is he saying also that the body is abnormal, but the mind is abnormal too.
Yep.
And we're going to talk about both of those abnormalities. First one will be the body.
He said, it did not satisfy us to be told that we could not control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life, that we were in full flight from reality, or were outright mental defectives. Now, these things were true to some extent, in fact, to a considerable extent with some of us. But we're sure that our bodies were sickened as well. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. The doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. As laymen, our opinions to its soundness may, of course, mean little. But as ex-problem drinkers, we can say that his explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account.
Now, if the purpose of a textbook is to transfer information from the mind of one human being through the written word to the mind of another, increasing the knowledge of the user of the book, and I think that's what a textbook is for, then it stands to reason that the transfer of the information is going to be made based upon the understanding of the words that are used in the book. If the writer of the book uses a word and has one understanding of it, the reader of the book reads that word and has a different understanding of it, the information that comes through then is going to be garbled and incomplete information. There seems to be a few key words in the big book that many of us have had difficulty with them, and I think one of the first ones is the word allergy. You know, most of us, when we come to AA, we assume that we know what an allergy is. I know when I came here, I knew that if you were allergic to something, and you got around it, or you ate it, or you drank it, there would be some physical manifestation or a physical indicator of that allergy that you could see. For instance, if you're allergic to strawberries and you eat them, you break out in a rash. The rash being the physical manifestation of that allergy. If you're allergic to milk and you drink it, you'll have a bad case of dysentery. The dysentery being the physical manifestation or indicator of that allergy. If you're allergic to certain plants, such as ragweeds, and you get around them, your eyes itch, your nose itch, they water, and you begin to sneeze. The itchy, watery eyes, the sneezing, are the manifestations of that allergy. So I knew if you were allergic to something, there had to be some physical manifestation to show you that. They came to me when I came to AA, and they said, Charlie, you're allergic to alcohol. You'll never be able to safely drink it again. And I said, how in the hell can I be allergic to alcohol? I'm drinking a quart a day. How can you possibly drink that much of something you're allergic to? And I said, besides that, when I drink alcohol, I don't break out in a rash, and I don't always have a bad case of dysentery. Once in a while I would, depending on what I'd been drinking, but usually I didn't. It didn't make my eyes, nose itch, water, and cause me to sneeze. I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. You need to explain that to me. And their answer was, well, you don't need to understand. All you need to know is you just can't safely drink it anymore. Well, today I think I know why they told me that. I don't think they understood it a bit better than I understood it. Now, if you've got a keen intellectual alcoholic mind like I've got, and you get a question like that dangling out here in front of you, if you don't get the answer to it, sooner or later it's going to drive you out of your mind. And I went to person to person to person, old-timers, people have been sober for years, asking them to explain to me, what is this allergy thing? Yeah, it's here. Well, what is it? And the answer always was, well, what difference does it make? You just can't drink. That's all you need to know. And another one said, forget the damned allergy. Just keep coming to meetings and you'll be all right. And finally, one day, in sheer desperation, I went to a source of information that's never failed me since that time. I went to a Webster's dictionary, and I looked up the word allergy. And I found several definitions for it, the same as you do with practically any word, depending on how you use it, but I found the one I think fits me exactly. It said an allergy is an abnormal reaction to any food, beverage, substance of any kind, an abnormal reaction. So immediately I began to look back through my drinking history to see where I was abnormal. And to my amazement, I realized, hell, I don't know what's abnormal and what's normal. The only thing I know about drinking alcohol is the way I drank it and the way those people who drank with me drank it just like I did, and if they didn't, we didn't drink together. So in order for me to find out what's abnormal, I have to go to the normal, social, temperate, moderate drinker. And I asked them to describe to me, how do you feel when you had a drink or two? And they usually said something like this. They said, well, we can come home from work, all tired, tense, and wrought up from the day's work, and we can have a drink or two before dinner, and we'll get kind of a relaxing feeling, and we'll go ahead and have dinner, and then we won't drink anymore that night. Well, now, I don't know about you, but I don't feel that way when I drink alcohol. I take a drink of alcohol, as it crosses my lips begin to tingle immediately. Hits my teeth, and they kind of chatter up and down. Strikes my tongue, and I can feel my tongue begin to grow and expand and swell and get bigger and bigger. Hits my cheeks, and they kind of flutter in and out. At the same time, it's passing through my sinus cavities into my forehead, and I begin to get a feeling in my forehead which is absolutely indescribably wonderful. Now, I haven't even swallowed the damn stuff yet. I just got it in my mouth. When I swallow it, you know what happens. As it goes down through my esophagus, I can feel my chest begin to grow and expand and get bigger and bigger and bigger. It hits my stomach, and it just literally explodes like a bomb. Immediately I can feel it racing through my arms, and they're getting longer and longer. Hits my hands and fingers, and they begin to tingle and vibrate. Same time it's racing through my arms, it's racing through my legs. They're getting longer and longer. I'm getting taller and taller, and it hits my feet and toes, and they get a hot, intense, burning, exciting, get up and go somewhere and do something feeling. I don't understand the relaxing feeling when you have a couple of drinks of alcohol. These people told me two things that literally blew my mind. They said, Charlie, when we have a couple of drinks, we begin to get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. And they said, we don't like that feeling. Therefore, one or two drinks is all we want to take. And today I realize that is the normal reaction to alcohol. For the normal person, alcohol is a depressant. It goes into the bloodstream, goes to the brain, it begins to depress the in the brain, and they begin to get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling, and they don't like that feeling. So therefore, 1 or 2 drinks is all they want to take. When I put alcohol into my system, it immediately goes to my brain, and I don't get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. I get a very exciting, in control feeling whenever I have a couple of drinks. So I react to it abnormally, mentally to start with. Then the other thing they said is after we've had a couple of drinks, in addition to getting the slightly tipsy, out of control feeling, they said we begin to experience a feeling of nausea. And they said we don't like that feeling of nausea. Therefore, 1 or 2 drinks is all we want to take. My God, how many times have you tried to get them to drink more than 1 or 2? They say, oh, no, I feel this already. Or no, it's making me dizzy. Or no, it's making me sick. I don't want it anymore. When it goes into my system, instead of my body experiencing a feeling of nausea, it produces an actual physical craving in my body that demands more of the same. Their body said, puke it up. Mine says, put some more in here. And that craving is so strong that I can't control the amount that I'm going to drink after I've once started. So I react to alcohol abnormally in 2 ways. First, I react to it abnormally mentally. They get the slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. I get a very exciting, in control feeling. I react to it different physically. They get a feeling of nausea. My body gets and experiences an actual physical craving that demands more of the same. Now, the only difference between normal and abnormal is what the majority of the people do. 9 people out of 10 drink it that way. 1 person out of 10 drinks it the way I drink it. Therefore, we are considered to be allergic, an abnormal reaction to alcohol. You can't see it. You can only feel it. And only alcoholics feel it. You know, the amazing thing today is I look at those people who are not alcoholic. When they drink, they get all they want to drink every time they drink. 1 or 2 drinks. I drank alcohol 26 years. I don't ever remember getting all I wanted to drink. 1,000 times I've had more than I need to drink, but I never got all I wanted to drink. An abnormal reaction, both mentally and physically. Joe?
Those normal people, they've had 2 or 3 drinks, they want to go to bed. Charlie and I have 2 or 3 drinks, and we want to go to town.
You betcha. I love to watch them on airplanes. I just love to watch normal drinkers drinking on airplanes. You know, they'll order a drink and they bring them a little bitty bottle. I guess it's got an ounce in it. I don't know.
$4.
I think it's up to $4 today for that little bottle. And they'll get their mixer, whatever it is, and they'll pour that in that mixer. And then they go through a ceremony. They call it the stirring ceremony. And they'll sit there and they'll stir and stir and stir and stir. And I'm sitting there saying, drink the damn stuff. What the hell have you got it for? And so sometimes we'll be just about ready to land. And the flight attendant will come by and say, do you want the rest of your drink? And I say, no, I've had all I wanted. And give them half of it back. Pay $4 for it and turn around and give half of it back to them.
That's called alcohol abuse, by the way.
We watched one of them one time on an airplane, and he was drinking vodka. And he got his mixer, and he very carefully measured out half of that little bitty bottle and put it in his pocket, put the cap on it, and put it in his pocket. Stirred for about 30 minutes and finally drank it. We started getting off the airplane. I just couldn't stand it any longer. I punched him in the back, and I said, what are you going to do with that you put in your pocket? He said, oh, I'm going to have me another drink when I get home. Now, that's sick drinking to me.
The book don't tell you something unless they don't elaborate on it a little bit further, sometimes 2 or 3 times, so make sure we get the point. So we don't get it over there on that Roman numeral page 26 or 20, what's the number there? 24. So let's go back over to 26 and see he's going to kind of repeat himself a little bit.
He's going to expand on this allergy idea now on Roman numeral 26.
He said, we believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on this chronic alcoholic is a manifestation of an allergy. I was diagnosed as a chronic alcoholic. Hated that word, chronic alcoholic. Still not too happy with it, even though I understand. Chronic simply means doing something over and over and over again. So I was a chronic drinker, a chronic alcoholic. It's a manifestation of an allergy. and that the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. He called it a phenomenon because it was a phenomenon to him because he didn't really understand about the allergy to alcohol totally at that time. He said these allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. And once having formed the habit and found they cannot break it, and once having lost their self-confidence and reliance upon things human, the problems pile up on them and become astonishingly difficult to solve.
You know, the action of strawberries on one who's allergic to strawberries is manifested as a rash. The action of milk on one who's allergic to milk is manifested as dysentery. The action of ragweeds on one who's allergic to ragweeds is manifested as itchy, watery eyes and sneezing. The action of alcohol on one who's allergic to alcohol is manifested as, he refers to it, the phenomenon of craving. The reason he called it a phenomenon is he didn't understand why, but he had seen it happen to people like us over and over and over and over and over. So the phenomenon of craving is a manifestation of our allergy. In other words, you got to look at very carefully is the word craving. I hear a lot of people today say, I came to AA and I craved a drink for 4 years. No, in the context of the big book, no. They needed a drink, they wanted a drink, they desired a drink. But in the context of the big book, the only way an alcoholic can crave alcohol is to first put it in the system. And then the phenomenon of craving develops, and then we pass through the well-known stages of a spree. Now, non-alcoholic people never feel this. You know, they don't understand us any more than we don't understand them. But you and I understand it because we've had that phenomenon of craving develop in our body countless times. Always going to have just 2 beers tonight. Hell, I used to go to the liquor store and buy half a pint. And I knew nobody can get drunk on a half a pint. Well, in an hour or two, and I'm back at the liquor store again, and this time I'm buying a quart. See? I drank 26 years. I don't ever remember taking one drink of anything that had alcohol in it. One always led to 2 to 3 to 6 to 8 to 10. Now, some people drank it safely for several years, and then the phenomenon of craving began to develop in their bodies. It was in my body from the word go. You know, I think I was born alcoholic. I didn't just stand there waiting to take a drink. First drink I ever took, I got drunk, got sick, passed out that night. Okay.
Let's turn to Roman numeral page 28 in the 3rd edition, Roman numeral page 30 in the 4th edition.
And we're going to go just a little bit further with this allergy now.
Yeah, he's talking about these allergic types, and he's going to give us 5 different types of alcoholics to look at on Roman numeral page 28 or 30 in the 4th edition. He said the classifications of alcoholics seems most difficult, and much detail is outside the scope of this book. He said there are, of course, the psychopaths who are emotionally unstable. We're familiar with this type. They're always going on the wagon for keeps. They are over-remorseful and make many resolutions but never a decision.
We call that type 1.
Yeah. There is a type of man who is unwilling to admit that he cannot take a drink. He plans various ways of drinking. He changes his brand or his environment.
Type 2.
There is a type who always believes that after being entirely free from alcohol for a period of time, he can take a drink without danger.
Type 3.
There is a manic-depressive type who is perhaps the least understood by his friends, about whom a whole chapter could be written.
Type 4. Now, I always thought I was the next one, a type 5.
If you're going to have to identify one of these alcoholics, that type 5 is the one to probably identify with. Type 4 is pretty sick. So they're types entirely normal in every respect except the alcohol has upon them. They're often able, intelligent, friendly people. Kind of describes Charlie, doesn't it?
I used to read that and I'd think, how in the hell did he know so much about me anyhow? And now he makes his point. All these and many others have one symptom in common. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy, which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. It has never been, by any treatment of which we are familiar, permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. I think what he said is this: if all we alcoholics in this room tonight should take a drink, God forbid that happen, but if we did, we would not all react just exactly the same. In just a little bit, one of us would be crying in our beer, "Ooh, boo-hoo, the world not treating me right." And just a little bit, somebody be up on top of one of these tables, hooping and hollering and dancing and cutting up. A little bit, there'd be two of them in a corner getting in a fight, just sure as anything. Look over in this corner, there'll be two over here, one of them putting the make on the other. We tend to do that also when we drink. We would do many different things, but if we're a real alcoholic, there's one thing every one of us would do. We'd start looking for another drink. And then another, and then another, and then another, and then another, until we end up drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble. Now, it really doesn't make any difference whether we're born with it or whether we drink ourselves into it. Joe drank several years without any trouble. But eventually he crossed that same line, and the phenomenon of craving began to develop, and he began to get drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble. And from that day on, he never could drink safely again. And it really doesn't make any difference how long it takes us to get drunk. You know, I'm the kind of alcoholic, this thing is so pronounced in me that if I could take a drink at 9:15, I'll guarantee you by 11 o'clock I'll found a policeman and I'm in jail somewhere. Now, some of you might have one or two tonight, 3 or 4 tomorrow night, and it may take you a week to find your policeman and go to jail. But what difference does it make? The first drink is what triggers it. And we end up drunk and say, this we owe to Dr. Silkworth. Now, he called this his opinion in the 1930s. They didn't know much about metabolism in the 1930s. Today they do. Today they know that if you put anything in your body, such as a piece of beefsteak, then mind and body recognizes what it is. Certain organs of the body produce enzymes that attack the beefsteak and break it down into usable and non-usable items. The proteins, the amino acids, the vitamins, the body will retain. What it can't use, it will dissipate through the urinary and intestinal tract and get rid of it. It does the same thing with a liquid that it does with a solid. Now we're going to look at a little picture, and I need my volunteer again over there, please. We're going to look at a little picture, and you have it in your handout sheet too. And let us be the first to say, this is not AA information. AA does not get involved into why we're allergic, because if we did, it would create controversy amongst ourselves. But this information came out a few years ago, and I think it has such depth and interest for people like us that we would be remiss if we didn't look at it. And you look in that center column on that picture, the 9 people that can drink safely, they are at ease with alcohol. They put alcohol in the system, the mind and body recognize it, the enzyme production starts, it attacks the alcohol and breaks it down to a material called acetaldehyde. After a period of time, it becomes diacetic acid, then it becomes acetone. And in the final stages, it becomes a simple carbohydrate made up of water, sugar, and carbon dioxide. The body will retain some of the water. If there's excess, it'll get rid of it through the urinary and intestinal tract. The sugar that's calories, energy, empty calories, but the body will burn it as energy, store the excess as fat to be used at a later date. The carbon dioxide is dissipated through the lungs. And a normal, social, temperate, moderate drinker, the rate of metabolism for alcohol is approximately 1 ounce per hour. I know it varies with different people, but that's the average. And if they don't drink over 1 ounce per hour, they can't get drunk, because their body will metabolize it and get rid of it at that rate. You very seldom see a social drinker drinking more than 1 ounce per hour. If you do, you better stand way back, because they're probably going to puke on you a little bit. It's just not going to stay there very long. Let's look over in the left-hand side. The one that does not drink safely or is at dis-ease with alcohol. And if you want a definition of the word, there it is, disease, whatever separates you from the norm.
Move that over to the right, if you will. So it's the one on the left that we're looking at.
Yeah. Okay, same thing happens. We put it in our system. The mind and body recognize it. The enzyme production starts. But the enzymes necessary to metabolize it are not there in our body in the sufficient quality and or quantities as they are in the body of the non-alcoholic. First it breaks it to acetaldehyde, then to diacetic acid, then to acetone. But it stays in our body for a much longer period of time as acetone. Today they have proven that acetone ingested into the human system that remains there for an appreciable period of time will create an actual physical craving for more of the same. And that physical craving then demands a second drink. Now just think, we got the acetone in there from the first drink. It produces the physical craving. That requires a second drink. Now we got most of the acetone still there from the first. Now we put in the second drink. the acetone level goes up. The craving becomes harder. That demands a third drink. And we got most of the first, nearly all the second. Now we put in the acetone from the third drink. And the acetone level goes up and the craving becomes harder. We're laying out in the parking lot at midnight. They run over us and broken our leg. And they come running up to us and say, can we help you? And we say, my God, yes, give me another drink. We're craving it harder after 20 drinks than we were after 1 or 2 or 3 drinks. That explains to me why I never got enough. I never drank all I wanted to drink. Never could fill that void. And this explains that to me. This explains that to me. Now, if it never got any worse, we could probably learn to live with that condition. But we know not only do we have an illness, we have a progressive illness. It always gets worse rather than better. It never stays the same. Probably 2 reasons behind that. Number 1, we know today that alcohol is a destroyer of human tissue. The longer we drink, the more tissue we destroy. And it seems as though the first organs of the body that are attacked and begin to be destroyed by alcohol are the liver and the pancreas. Today they know that the liver and the pancreas are the 2 organs of the body that produce the enzymes necessary to metabolize alcohol. And as I drink and begin to damage those 2 organs, the enzyme production goes down, the craving becomes harder, the drinking becomes harder. Also probably due to the aging factor. We know today that as we get older, the body begins to shut down on the production of everything. God, I wish that were not true, but believe me, it is. I'm experiencing a bunch of that. If I'd take a drink today, after X number of years of sobriety, I wouldn't start where I left off several years ago. The craving would be harder, the drinking would be harder, and the trouble would be harder. So not only am I in the grips of an actual physical illness, but it is a progressive illness that always gets worse as time goes by. Now, when I saw that, then I could accept the fact that I can never safely drink alcohol again. Until I saw this, I kept trying to drink it. I knew there had to be some way I could drink it without getting drunk, and it damn near killed me trying to find it. But when I saw this, it shut the door. I said, from that day on, I'll never be able to successfully drink alcohol again. Now, if that was my only problem, then we could pass the hat and collect $1, get up and go home. And we'd never have any more trouble. But see, not only do I have a physical allergy to alcohol, but I've also got something in my head that's not right when it comes to alcohol. I have a friend who is allergic to, of all things, fish. And every time he eats fish, his throat swells up and he almost chokes to death. He ends up in the hospital. Now, the fact that he's allergic to fish is beside the point if he never ate fish. But up here in his head, he's got a light bulb that doesn't come on. A switch that doesn't close or something. Because from time to time, his mind tells him it's okay to eat fish. He eats the fish, the allergy takes over, he ends up in the hospital over and over and over and over again. I bet it nearly always starts like this. Well, I haven't had any fish in 90 days. Surely I could have 1 piece of fish. Or it might say it's that damned orange roughy I've been eating. I've been eating nothing but mahi-mahi, I'd be all right. Or it might say it's them damn people I've been eating fish with if I just changed my crowd. My head is the same way when it comes to alcohol. Left on my own resources, over a period of time, my mind begins to forget what alcohol does to me. And it begins to remember what alcohol does for me. The first drink or two, how great it makes me feel. And next thing you know, I forget that I can't drink. And my mind tells me it's okay to drink. And I take a drink, I trigger the allergy, and then I'm in trouble over and over again. So we're going to find out from here on, we're not going to talk about the physical allergy anymore. We're going to find out from here on, the book repeats over and over and over, the main problem the alcoholic centers in our mind, telling us we can drink, rather than our body that ensures that we can't drink. Joe?
The doctor said this phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy, which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. The only difference between an alcoholic and a non-alcoholic is the alcoholic has a craving after they take a drink, not before. And if we're craving a drink before we take a drink, it has to do with a mental obsession, not the physical allergy. And it said it's never been, by any treatment which we are familiar, permanently eradicated. The only relief we have is to suggest an entire abstinence. As Charlie said, if we have a physical allergy to alcohol, he suggests we don't drink, and that'd be the end of it. But now we're going to talk about the most dangerous part of the illness. And the most dangerous part of the illness is when we're not drinking. And the reason it's the most dangerous part of the illness is because we're thinking about drinking. So now let's move back to Roman numeral number 26 in the third edition and Roman numeral number 28 in the fourth edition, the bottom of the page.
Well, that last paragraph on that page. Silky understood us quite well. He's told us what's wrong with our body. Now he's going to tell us what's wrong with our mind.
He said men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol.
Now, a lot of alcoholics are highly offended when you tell them that. They say, oh, no, that's not the reason I drank. They say the reason I drank is because I love the taste of alcohol. I wouldn't argue with anybody whether they do or not. I love the taste of cold beer. Always have, all my life, as far back as I can remember. I also love the taste of cold mountain spring water. I don't ever remember sitting down and drinking a case of cold mountain spring water. Alcohol did something for me that cold mountain spring water didn't do. As a kid growing up, I was always on the outside of the crowd looking in. Always wanted to be a part of and knew it could not be. Always knew that whatever I said, whatever I did would be the wrong thing. People would laugh and I would be embarrassed by it. I just couldn't hardly function in society as a kid growing up. And one night somebody gave me a drink of moonshine whiskey, and all those feelings disappeared. And I was allowed to be just like the other kids. I was allowed to ask a girl to dance with me. Never had danced with a girl before. I was allowed to take her home from the dance. I was allowed to get in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet with her and do some things I'd been wanting to do for a long, long time. I loved what alcohol did for me. Now, if it gave me a slightly tipsy, out of control, nauseous feeling, I wouldn't like it. But remember, it gives me that great, exciting, in control feeling and allows me to do things that I could not do on my own strength unaided. That's why people drink. People like us, that's why we drink alcohol, because of what it does for us rather than what it does to us.
We like the effect produced by alcohol, and many of us, there are many, many effects by which we drink. I'm like Charlie. First time I asked that girl to dance, and we started dancing, and this was after I took a drink, she said, well, Joe, I didn't know you could dance. And I said, I didn't either. I'm having fun. So I use alcohol, but there are many, many effects. And we know that alcoholism is a progressive illness. It gets worse over a period of time. And the more I drank and the more I drank, the more I got into more trouble. And eventually I started doing some of those things and overdoing some of those things I always wanted to do, and I'd get in trouble. And then I drank for another effect, to get over the guilt, shame, and remorse of the trouble I got into the night before. And as time went by, my wives began to throw my stuff out in the yard. Y'all know what I mean by stuff, don't you? Dirty T-shirts, dirty shorts. They never throw out anything that's clean. I don't know why that is. And file for divorce and put restraining orders on me and take my money from me. Make me madder than heck. And I drank to get over some of those feelings. You know, many, many effects by which we drank. And in the very end, you know, I was drinking for the sickest effect of all was total oblivion. I just wanted out of it. And there's only one thing wrong with oblivion, though, isn't there? Is you wake up. And you got to do it again. And that's the effect I was looking for in the end. The sickest effect of all. And there are many, many effects by which we drink. The sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, they cannot after time differentiate the true from the false. I got to where I didn't know the true from the false about why I was drinking. It says to them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. My drinking life became normal. My alcoholic life became normal. The abnormal had become normal, and I didn't know the truth from the false. And I remember one morning, many, many years ago, my wife and I drank together as much as we could. And we woke up one Sunday morning, and I had a clear thought. And I said to Phyllis, I said, Phyllis, do you realize that most people don't drink like we do? Now, this is what she said. I didn't say this. She said bullshit. That's the way she talks. She said bullshit. Everybody we know drinks just like we do. And I thought about that, and I said, well, that's true. Everybody I really knew drank like I did, or I didn't know them. Every bar that I went to, that bar drank somewhat like I did, or I didn't go to those bars. You know, I just didn't do that. My last drink was took at the Misty Dawn. Boy, it's a lovely place.
Still smell it today.
Yeah, I can smell it now. Whew. So the abnormal become normal. Now, this is what we are when we're not drinking. They are restless, irritable, and discontented.
Y'all remember how you'd get on one of those enforced periods of sobriety and how you'd become so restless and irritable and discontented, and let's add a few more words to filled with shame and fear and guilt and remorse and worry and anxiety and all that crap that goes along whenever you're out there sober, trying to stay sober, left on willpower. Any of you ever feel any of that when you were drinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember when you was brand new, they said if you don't drink, you're going to feel better? Well, man, you're going to feel better, all right. You're going to feel resentment better. You're going to feel anger better. You're going to feel fear better. Because we don't have that alcohol to kill the pain. We're running around, we're stark, raving sober. You see? And it says, unless we can again experience a sense and ease of comfort, which comes at once by taking a few drinks.
The mind begins to think about that great sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. And it begins to forget about the jailhouse. It begins to forget about the car wreck or the divorce court. And it's concentrating on only one thing, how great a drink is going to make us feel. And the next thing you know, we believe something that isn't true. We think it's okay to drink. And then we take a drink.
He said, after they have succumbed to the desire again, after a while, if you're running around, you're restless, irritable, discontented, full of guilt, shame, remorse, resentment, and anger, you don't feel good. And after a while, if you were like me, you say to yourself, well, hell, you might as well be good and drunk is the way you are. And you justify yourself in taking a drink. And after they have succumbed to the desire again, as so many do, and then the phenomenon craving develops, they pass through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful, with a firm resolution not to drink again. And how many times have I or you ever made that promise to myself or anybody who would listen, I'll never take another drink. I promise you I am through drinking. I'm never going to drink again. And you know that I meant that if you made those promises. And he said that this is repeated over and over and over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope for his recovery. He's not talking about the body now, he's talking about the mind. Psychic is dealing with the mind. And Dr. Silkworth used the word psychic change. Bill talks about a personality change, a spiritual experience, a spiritual awakening. All of those things. Dr. Jung talks about ideas, emotions, and attitudes. We need a whole complete change, of a psychic change of ideas, emotions, and attitudes. I need to find a way to live to get over some of those guilt, shame, and remorse feelings that I had. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to stay sober.
Okay, you all bear with us now. We're going to be through in just a few minutes. On the right-hand side of this chart, we've drawn a little example here to kind of indicate what Dr. Silkworth is talking about when it comes to our mental condition. All human beings have emotions. Sometimes we're sad, other times we're happy, other times we're mad, other times we're worried, other times we're afraid. All human beings have emotions. It seemed as though we alcoholics, as we were growing up, most of us were an actual emotional basket case. Most of us were just like I was. I didn't fit in anywhere. It just didn't feel right. I was always afraid, always worried. The pimple on my nose is twice as big as the pimple on your nose, and it just didn't seem to fit in anywhere I went, period. All people have emotions. Now, somewhere during one of those emotional tizzies, somebody gave me a drink of alcohol. And immediately when I took that drink of alcohol, for me, it's an upper, it's not a downer. Normal people, it's a downer, but for we alcoholics, it's an upper. And the instant I took that drink of alcohol in my system, all the worries, the anxieties, the fears, and everything that had bothered me up to that time disappeared. And I really felt good. I felt like I belonged. I felt like I was as good as. I felt like I could fit anywhere and be anybody or anything. Now, the mind is a marvelous mechanism. When you've got a problem and you find a solution, the mind immediately records that solution. And the reason for that is so the next time we have the problem, we don't have to start looking for another solution. The mind plays it back to us. And that particular night that I took that drink, and it did so much for me, the next week or two or three, again, I'm a basket case. No alcohol in my system at all, don't feel worth a damn. And I had an opportunity to take a drink. And my mind immediately recorded, told me what that first drink did for me, how great it made me feel. And my mind said, let's have another drink. And I took a drink, and sure enough, boy, the magic happened again. And you do that 2 or 3 times, your mind becomes mentally addicted, not physically, but mentally addicted to that solution. For several years, anytime I had a problem, anytime I didn't feel right, I could take a drink. I felt better, allowed to function like normal people could. But slowly, over a period of time, since my illness is a progressive illness, I began to get drunk. And some of the things began to happen to me now because of the excess alcohol that I was always afraid was going to happen to me before I ever started drinking. And I became a very, very confused individual. Now, like most alcoholics, when I reached that stage of my drinking, alcohol began to be a serious problem to me. I didn't even think about quitting drinking. I told myself, Charlie, what you got to do is you're going to have to learn to control your drinking while drinking. You're going to have to cut down on the amount you consume. Or you're going to have to drink something different this time. Don't drink that damn vodka this time. Stay on good whiskey or whatever. Any of you all ever try to control your drinking while drinking? Yeah. Well, now on the left-hand side of the chart over here, I can see why I couldn't do that. I could not control my drinking while drinking because of the physical allergy. Now, after several years of trying to control my drinking while drinking, I finally said to myself, Charlie, I don't believe you can drink anymore. What you need to do is quit drinking. Now, when an alcoholic decides to quit drinking, we trot out our most useful tool, and it's called willpower. And we put it right in here where I put that little piece of paper, and we said, sick 'em, Will, we're through with that drinking. Never going to take another drink as long as we live. Now, down here on the bottom of the chart, I'm restless, irritable, and discontented. Sober, don't feel good. Filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And as the days go by, the emotions begin to build up. Worse and worse and worse and worse. And next thing you know, it triggers the idea to take a drink. But old willpower's sitting right in there. And we say, no, we're not going to take a drink. We've sworn off. We're not ever going to drink again. And that day we don't drink. But the next day, the emotions are still there. And they build up a little higher and a little higher, and they trigger the idea of taking a drink, and willpower stops it, cuts it off again. But after a while, the emotions get so high, and I feel so lousy, I begin to say to myself, well, hell, I might as well be drunk as feel the way I am now. The idea of taking a drink burns through willpower, and I reach over there and take a drink. And when I take the drink, I trigger the allergy, and I can't stop drinking. And I go through the well-known stages of a spree, and I emerge remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. And this is repeated over and over and over and over. And unless I can experience an entire psychic change, there is very little hope of my recovery. Now, psychic deals with the mind. We're not dealing with the body now. We're dealing with the mind. Unless I can find a way to live, we're down here on the bottom of the chart. Instead of being restless, irritable, and discontented, filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. Unless I can find a way to live without being that way, then I'm doomed to the next drunk. Because the emotions will continue to build up, burn through willpower. I take a drink and I'm off and running again. But just think, if I could find a way to live down there on the bottom of that chart, where instead of being restless, irritable, and discontented, filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse, if I could find a way to live on the bottom of that chart where I could be sober, peaceful, happy, and free at the same time, then I don't need to take a drink to get the sense of ease and comfort that comes from taking a drink of alcohol, because I'll already have that sense of ease and comfort. And time to time, sure, we still have emotional problems. We'll always have emotional problems. But from time to time, when they build up here to this point, it never gets to the point that requires that we take a drink in order to feel better. And that's what recovery is all about. Recovery is not just not drinking. Recovery is having the book will refer to it as a spiritual experience, a spiritual awakening, a psychic change, or a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. And that's what our program is about. And that's considered to be then recovery from alcoholism. Joe, let's read the next paragraph there.
It says, on the other hand, and strange as this may seem to those who do not understand, Once a psychic change has occurred, the very same person who seemed doomed, who had so many problems he despaired of ever solving them, suddenly finds himself easily able to control his desire for alcohol. The only effort necessary being that required to follow a few simple rules, which is the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Now, the reason willpower won't work for people like us is just before we take a drink, we don't see anything wrong with drinking. Willpower becomes non-existent. Just before we take a drink, willpower's gone, and we think the drink is okay. So thank God through our program of recovery, even though we still have emotional problems, they never reach the level that we fool ourselves into thinking a drink would make us feel better. That's what our program is all about, and that's all we've got for tonight. I hope you all have enjoyed it. Plan on seeing you tomorrow morning.
David, you have anything else?
I told one last night, it involved we alcoholics and our brains. This particular one involves an alcoholic, a member of AA, an Al-Anon, and an Alateen. And they had been to a convention somewhere in one of the cities, and on the way back home, they decided they wanted to take a little shortcut through the country so they could see some scenery for a change. And sure enough, they got out in the country, and after a while, they got lost. And they tried their best to find their way out of there, and they finally ran into an old farmer's house. They went up to the farmer's house, knocked on the door. The farmer came to the door, and they told him what the problem was. They were lost, and they needed directions. He said, well, it'll be relatively easy to tell you how to get out of here. But he said, the problem is it's coming on dark. It'll be dark shortly, and you're probably going to get lost again. He said, why don't you guys just spend the night here with us, and you can get up and go home in the morning. And they said, oh, fine, yeah, that's great. The farmer said, we just got one problem with it, though. I can only sleep 2 of you at the house. One of you will have to sleep down in the barn with the animals. The Alateen said, oh, let me sleep down there. I love animals, and they love me, and be no problem at all. So they all go to bed with the Alateen down in the barn, and after a while, there's a knock on the door. The farmer goes to the door, and there stands the Alateen. The Alateen said, I can't sleep down there. Said, the pigs are grunting, the cows are mooing, the horses are stomping their feet, and the chickens are clucking. I just cannot sleep down there. So the alcoholic said, okay, come on in the house. I'll go down the barn and I'll sleep with the animals. He said, I was born and raised on a farm. That'll be no problem for me. So they all go to bed with the alcoholic down in the barn. After a while, they knock on the door. The farmer goes to the door, and there stands the alcoholic. And he said, man, I can't sleep down there either. Said, the pigs are grunting, the cows are mooing, the horses are stomping their feet, the chickens are clucking, and I just can't sleep. The Al-Anon said, well, okay, come on in. I knew it would be up to me to handle the situation in the first place. She said, you guys go to bed, and I'll go down in the barn, and I'll sleep with the animals. So they all go to bed. She goes down the barn, sleeping with the animals, and after a while, there's a knock on the door. The farmer goes to the door, and there stands the cows and the pigs and the chickens. My wife has been in Al-Anon for 34 years, and she gets mad as hell when she hears me tell that story every time. Joe and I love Al-Anon. We both think it's one of the greatest things that ever happened to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. You know, I always tell people who are non-alcoholic is that you people can't make us drink, but you can sure as hell make us thirsty. And by going to Al-Anon, it makes it much, much easier for us drunks to stay sober. Okay, we spent a lot of time last night in the forewords and the preface and the table of contents and history about the book, and we got into the doctor's opinion, and in the doctor's opinion, we found out what our problem really is. We found out it's not weak will, it's not moral character, it's not sin, that we do suffer from an illness. We found out it's a twofold illness. A physical allergy of the body that ensures that we can't safely drink any longer, and an obsession of the mind that ensures that left on our own resources we can't keep from drinking. And if we can't drink without getting drunk, and if we can't keep from drinking, then surely we become absolutely powerless over alcohol. So for the first time we see through the doctor's opinion what our problem really is. Now this morning we're going to look at Bill's story. And as we go back and look at Bill's story, remember that Bill, when he first started trying to help other alcoholics up in New York City, that he always tried to force the spiritual experience on them, and none of them responded. And he went to Dr. Silkworth, and Dr. Silkworth said, well, Bill, why don't you explain to them the exact nature of the illness? Tell them what's wrong with them. And after you tell them what's wrong with them, you can get their attention, and then you can talk to them about spirituality. So the very next person Bill talked to was Dr. Bob, and he sat down with Dr. Bob and did something he had never done before. He began to tell Dr. Bob about Bill's drinking, didn't talk about Dr. Bob's drinking. And through the talking about his drinking, he talked about his own physical allergy. He talked about his own obsession of the mind. And immediately Dr. Bob could identify with another alcoholic. And for the first time, Dr. Bob understood what his problem was too, through Bill sharing his story with Dr. Bob. They went to see Bill Dotson. And they sat down with Bill Dotson, and they didn't talk to Bill Dotson about Bill Dotson's drinking. They told their own stories. Through the sharing of their stories with Bill Dotson, then Bill Dotson could see his problem too. So from that time on, anytime they went out on what they then called a visit, what today we call a 12-step call, they sat down and shared their own stories with the new alcoholic. So the new alcoholic could identify with another and begin to see what their problem is too. Now, when the big book was first written, though, they said, the first guy in California, we're not going to be able to go sit down and talk with him on a one-on-one basis. The first one to get sober up in Illinois, we'll not be able to go talk to them. So the big book had to be complete enough to do the entire job. And they decided what they needed to do, right after the doctor's opinion, is put in a story of one of the members of the little group at that time. And, of course, they put in Bill's story. And as we read Bill's story today, I think we can see where it really did fit in back in 1939. Today, AA is all over the world. And you can find another alcoholic to identify with in an AA meeting. But in those days, they couldn't do that. So as we go through Bill's story, we're going to look for two or three things. Number one, we're going to look for identification. Now, a lot of people say, I can't identify with Bill. Because after all, he was a New York City stock speculator. He was a night school lawyer, and we were not, and we couldn't identify. A lot of the women say we can't identify with him because he's a man and we're women. But I think if we look in Bill's story and we look at how he felt and how he thought and how he acted, I think all of us are going to be able to identify with Bill, whether we're male, female, whatever our occupation might be. In Bill's story, we see a classic example of alcoholism. We're going to be able to see him drinking for fun. We're going to see his drinking becoming more serious, continuing all day and almost every night. We're going to see him finally drinking out of absolute necessity, drinking in order to live. And then we're going to see him drinking for the sickest reason of all, complete, absolute oblivion, just to get out of it. The greatest thing we're going to see in Bill's story is we're going to see him recover from alcoholism. And if we're a new person, never had any contact with AA, we're reading Bill's story, we identify with Bill, and we see him recover, then a new person, it's the beginning of belief and the beginning of hope. We're enough like this guy that if he could recover, then maybe we could recover too. So let's go through Bill's story briefly this morning. Look for a few of these things, Joe.
I love Bill's story today, but in the beginning, when I was trying to identify with Bill, I'd seen pictures of Bill, and he was an old man, I thought, at the time. And I said, well, what did he have to tell me that I need to know? But come to find out, he was 43 years old at the time the book was written, so a relatively young man. And as longer I stayed sober, the more I can identify with Bill. Back in Bill's story, we're going to learn what he was like and how he learned he was sick, and most importantly, we're going to see him affect the recovery. So the whole story of Alcoholics Anonymous and the recovery process is tied up in Bill's story. It's a whole lot of information in Bill's story. And I began to identify with Bill. I too am like Bill. I was a very optimistic individual, as Bill was, and he was a hard-working person, as most of us are, and he had lots and lots of willpower, which we all do, and he was a self-made man. Did it all by himself, he said. And so I could identify with Bill. So let's start on page 1 and see if we can identify with Bill Wilson. He said, war fever ran high in the New England town to which we new young officers and bachelors were assigned, and we were flattered when the first citizens took us to their homes, making us feel heroic. Here was love, applause, war, moments sublime with intervals hilarious. Anybody ever have any moments sublime with intervals hilarious? Boy, I did too. He says, I was part of life at last. In the midst of that excitement, I discovered liquor. I forgot the strong warnings and prejudices of my people concerning drink. In time, we sailed for over there. I was very lonely and again turned to alcohol. We landed in England and I visited Winchester Cathedral. Much moved, I wandered outside. My attention was caught by a doggerel on an old tombstone. Here lies a Hampshire grenadier who caught his death drinking cold small beer. A good soldier never forgot whether he died by musket or by pot.
Now, for you younger guys, we're talking about knife by musket or pot. We're not talking about that wacky weed. We're talking about a pot of beer. That's the way they used to serve it in that time that Bill was talking about.
I have a picture of that tombstone here if anybody would like to come by and see it. I have a picture of Edward Thatcher's tombstone, Dr. Silkworth, the Gatehouse, and Bob Smith's. I did have Bill's. I don't know what I did with it, but it's not here. You're welcome to come by and take a look at this if you'd like. He said, well, by the way, the name on this tombstone is called Thomas Thatcher. Wow. For some reason. Eddie Thatcher, Ebby Thatcher, Thomas Thatcher connection. I don't think so, but anyhow, kind of interesting. Ominous warning which I failed to heed. 22 and a veteran of foreign wars, I went home at last. I fancied myself a leader, for had not the men of my battery given me a special token of appreciation. My talent for leadership, I imagined, one day placed me at the head of vast enterprises which I would manage with the utmost assurance. I took a night law course and obtained employment as investigator for a surety company. The drive for success was on. I'd proved to the world that I was important.
I already identified with Bill Wilson. That's all I ever wanted to do was succeed at something, prove to the world that I'm important also. I find that's one characteristic of every alcoholic I've ever known. By God, we're going to show them we're going to be important too. The great drive for success is on.
He said, my work took me about Wall Street, and little by little I became interested in the market. Many people lost money, but some became very rich. Well, why not I? I studied economics and business as well as law. Potential alcoholic that I was, I nearly failed my law course. At one of the finals, I was too drunk to think or to write. Though my drinking was not yet continuous, it disturbed my wives. My wives were very disturbed. We had long talks when I assailed her foreboding by telling her that men of genius conceive their best projects when drunk.
Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson? Surely I'm not the only one.
Charlie said last night we make our living selling fast talk to slow-thinking people. Bill's trying to do some of that here.
Bill said, by the time I had completed the course, I knew the law was not for me. The inviting maelstream of Wall Street had me in its grip. Business and financial leaders were my heroes. Out of this alloy of drink and speculation, I commenced to forge the weapon that would one day turn in its flight like a boomerang and all but cut me to ribbons. Living modestly, my wife and I saved $1,000. It went into certain securities, then cheap and rather unpopular. I rightly imagined that they would someday have a great rise. I failed to persuade my broker friends to send me out looking over factories and managements, but my wife and I decided to go anyway. I had developed a theory that most people lost money in stocks through ignorance of markets. I discovered many more reasons later on. Bill is referring to a time back in the 1920s. Stock market was on a roll. About all you had to do to make money is just buy stock, hold on to it, let it go up in price, sell it, take your profits, buy some more. You only had to put down about 10% margin on it. Everybody was making money. Bill became one of the first real investment counselors on Wall Street. He went to the people that had the money and he said, look, sooner or later, this bubble's going to burst. Sooner or later, we're going to have to start making our decisions based on fact rather than speculation. He said, now, I don't have the money to do this, but if you guys would back me financially, I'll go out and visit these companies. I'll look at the plants. I'll talk to the employees. I'll examine the books wherever I can. I'll write up reports, send them back here into Wall Street, and we'll start making our decisions then based on fact. Now, the people that had the money said, nah, Bill, we don't need that kind of information. We're making about all the money we want to make anyhow. Well, you know how we alcoholics are. If we get a good idea in our head, stubborn and bullheaded to the extreme, we're going to carry it out to the best of our ability. Bill said, we gave up our positions and off we rode on our motorcycle. The sidecar stuffed with tent blankets, a change of clothes, 3 huge volumes of a financial reference service. Our friends thought a lunacy commission should be appointed. Perhaps they were right. I had had some success in speculation, so we had a little money. But we once worked on a farm for a month to avoid drawing on our small capital. That was the last honest manual labor on our part for many a day. We covered the whole eastern United States in a year, traveling up and down the eastern seaboard in this motorcycle, living out of a tent. He visited approximately 100 of the largest companies. And he said at the end of it, My reports to Wall Street procured me a position there and the use of a large expense account. The exercise of an option brought in more money, leaving us with a profit of several $1,000s for that year. Bill sent these reports in to Wall Street. The guys saw them and they said, "Oh yeah, man, this is great information." Immediately they put him on the payroll, gave him a large expense account. He exercised his option, made several $1,000s for that year. That's a lot of money back in the 1920s. And he said, for the next few years, fortune threw money and applause my way. I had a ride. How many of us have done the same thing? Yeah. Just work our tails off. And the day we get there, oh my God, what a great feeling that is. My judgment and ideas were followed by many to the tune of paper millions. The great boom of the late 20s was seething and swelling. Drink was taking an important, exhilarating part in my life. He's not having any real problem with it. Drinking is fun for him at this particular time. There was loud talk in the jazz places uptown. Everyone spit in thousands and chattered in millions. Scoffers could scoff and be damned. I made a host of fair weather friends. So we see old Bill on top of the heap. Good money coming in. He's drinking, he's having fun, and everything is he's really a successful person at this particular time.
Bill's drinking good whiskey and having good fun, and it's really good for Bill. I can identify with Bill in that area. One time in my life, I was pretty good about making money, a lot of money. Pretty good at losing a lot of money too, so we don't talk about that. So I did that, but I can identify with Bill.
Now we know he's an alcoholic. His drinking is going to be progressive. As time goes by, it's going to get worse. Let's see where he goes from here.
He said, my drinking assumed a more serious proportions, continuing all day and almost every night. The remonstrances of my friend terminated around, I became a lone wolf.
People began to say, Bill, you're drinking too much. Bill, you need to cut back. Bill, you're costing us money. Bill, why don't you quit? And Bill did the same thing the rest of us did. He said, to hell with them. I don't need them anyhow. He begins to operate now on his own. He becomes a lone wolf.
He said there were many unhappy scenes in our sumptuous apartment. There had been no real infidelity, for loyalty to my wife, helped at times by extreme drunkenness, kept me out of those scrapes. I believe just about everything Bill's ever written, but I'm not too sure about that statement. Bill wrote a little book called As Bill Sees It. Yeah. Later on, Lois wrote one, Lois Remembers. A little difference between the two.
Let's go over to page 4.
Now here's old Bill now. See, he's drinking good whiskey, got lots of money, he's spending in thousands, chattering in millions. Life is good. Things are wonderful for Bill. Lots of willpower, lots of hard work, optimistic, self-made man, doing great.
Abruptly, in October 1929, hell broke loose on the New York Stock Exchange. After one of those days of inferno, I wobbled from a hotel bar to a brokerage office. It was 8 o'clock, 5 hours after the market closed, the ticker still clattered. I was staring at an inch of the tape which bore the inscription XYZ 32. It had been 52 that morning. I was finished, and so were many friends. The papers reported men jumping to death from the towers of high finance. Well, that disgusted me. I would not jump. I went back to the bar. My friends had dropped several millions since 10 o'clock. So what? Tomorrow is another day. And as I drank, the old fierce determination to win came back. How many of us have done the same thing? We come out of the jailhouse, we come out of the hospital, we come out of the divorce court, low, sad, depressed, and on the way home we stop in the bar, have a couple of drinks. And as the alcohol courses through our veins, we say, we'll show them. They're not going to treat me that way. And we're off and we're running again. That old great drive to succeed, to be somebody, to show them that we're just as good as they are. That's the difference between an alcoholic and a drunken bum, by the way. The drunken bum's where they want to be, and they're not too interested in changing the situation. The alcoholic might be there with the drunken bum, but they want to be something different. And we have that great, fierce determination to win.
They pull out the willpower and say, sick 'em, Will. Here we go. He says, next morning I telephoned a friend in Montreal. He had plenty of money left, and I thought I better go to Canada. Bill was a drunk. He wasn't stupid. He went where the money was, right? Of course, we all know today all the money's out in California. We know that. By the following spring, we were living in our accustomed style. I felt like Napoleon returning from Elba. No St. Helena for me. But drinking caught up with me again, and my generous friend had to let me go. This time, we stayed broke. We went to live with my wife's parents. You know, this really got to hurt a guy like Bill, who had made all that money, was very successful. He's lost it all now. He's got to go live with his wife's parents. That's really a come down for a guy like Bill. He said, I found a job that lost the result of the taxi driver.
We see his alcoholism progressing more and more now as time goes by.
Mercifully, no one would guess that I was to have no real employment for 5 years or hardly draw a sober breath. My wife began to work in a department store, coming home exhausted to find me drunk. I become an unwelcome hanger-on at the brokerage places. These brokerage places Will Bill had made a lot of people a lot of money when he was welcomed at one time. Now he's going in there and they're saying, Bill, look, you don't look too good, you haven't shaved, you kind of smell a little bit like booze this morning. Said, why don't you just go on down the street and hang out someplace else? We don't really want you here anymore. And we know that alcoholism is a progressive illness. And now we're going to see where Bill goes from now. He said liquor ceased to be a luxury. It became a necessity.
We're drinking for an entirely different reason now. We're not drinking for fun. We're not drinking for excitement. We're drinking now because we have to drink in order to live.
Bathtub chin, 2 bottles a day, often 3 got to be routine. Sometimes a small deal would net a few $100s and I would pay my bills at the bars and delicatessens. Now this went on endlessly, and I began to waken very early in the morning shaking violently. A tumbler full of gin, followed by a half dozen bottles of beer, would be required if I were to eat any breakfast. Nevertheless, I still thought I could control the situation, and there were periods of sobriety which renewed my wife's hopes.
Remember last night, Dr. Silkworth said we really could not differentiate the true from the false. To us, what we're doing is normal. We can see Bill's life going to hell in a handbasket already. He can't see that. He thinks he can still control the situation.
Bill hadn't been with Dr. Silkworth yet, and Dr. Silkworth hadn't told him his opinion about alcoholism, so he thought he could control the situation himself. Things are bad for Bill, but we know that alcoholism is a progressive illness. It gets worse.
Gradually, things got worse. The house was taken over by the mortgage holder. My mother-in-law died. My wife and father-in-law became ill. Then I got a promising business opportunity. Stocks were at the low point of 1932, and I'd somehow formed a group to buy. I was to share generously in the profits. Then I went on a prodigious bender, and that chance vanished. This is a story within itself. The people that had the money knew how good Bill was at putting these deals together. They went to Bill and they said, Bill, we've got a good opportunity to make some money for yourself and also for us. And they said, we'd like for you to put this thing together and head it up, but you got one thing you can't do, you can't drink. You got to stay sober. And Bill said, don't worry about that drinking. I'm through with that drinking anyhow. And he began to put this deal together, worked on it for quite some time, stayed sober. A night or two before it was to be completed, they're sitting around in a hotel room. Somebody passes a bottle of Applejack around. Comes to Bill, and Bill said, no, thank you, I'm not drinking. Goes on by him, and after a while, he comes back to him again. And the guy next to him said, Bill, you don't know what's in this bottle. He said, this Applejack is called Jersey Lightning, finest Applejack in the world. You better have a drink. And Bill's mind said, I've never tasted any Jersey Lightning. And no more thought than that, he reached out, took a drink, triggered the allergy, couldn't stop, and blew the whole deal. Now, the importance in it lies within the next statement. He said, I woke up, this had to be stopped. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Before then, I'd written lots of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so I did. For the first time, Bill could differentiate the true from the false. For the first time, he could see what alcohol was doing to him. He did just like all the rest of us. He trotted out his willpower, and he said, sick 'em, Will. We're through with that drinking. You know, people try to tell us that we are weak-willed people. Don't you believe that. We are strong-willed people. Weak-willed people do not become alcoholic. Third time they puke, they just quit drinking. Alcoholic knows there's got to be some way to drink without puking. We damn near killed ourselves. We got lots of willpower. Bill had a lot of it too.
See, Bill doesn't know what we learned last night, and this is really important. Anytime there's a battle going on between the will and the obsession of the mind will win out over willpower every single time, because it's stronger than our will. But we don't know that. Only thing we know is we can try our willpower. But he don't know about the obsession of the mind yet. He said, shortly after I came home drunk. There had been no fight. Where had been my high resolve? I simply didn't know. It hadn't even come to mind. Someone had pushed a drink my way and I'd taken it. Was I crazy? See, if my willpower don't work, we've tried our willpower for many, many times and it's not working, we begin to question our sanity. Am I just crazy? Is that the problem? He said, I began to wonder for such an appalling lack of perspective seemed near being just that. Now, renewing my resolve, he pulled out his willpower again. Renewing my resolve, I tried again. Some time passed, and confidence began to be replaced by cocksureness. I could laugh at the gin mills. Now I had what it takes. One day I walked into a cafe to telephone. In no time I was beating on the bar, asking myself how it happened. As the whiskey rose to my head, I told myself I would manage better next time, but I might as well get good and drunk then, and I did.
Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson? You betcha.
He said the remorse, horror, and hopelessness of the next morning were unforgettable. The courage to do battle was not there. My brain raced uncontrollably. Anybody's brain ever raced uncontrollably? Yeah. There was a terrible sense of impending calamity. I hardly dared cross the street lest I collapsed and be run down by an early morning truck, for it was scarcely daylight. An all-night place supplied me with a dozen glasses of ale. My writhing nerves were stilled at last. A morning paper told me the market had gone to hell again, well, so would I. The market would recover, but I wouldn't. That was a hard thought. Should I kill myself? No, not now. Then a mental fog settled down. Gin would fix that. 2 bottles in oblivion. See, we see the progressive in Bill's drinking. He tried to use his willpower, that didn't work. He began to question his sanity, and that didn't work. He began to think about suicide. And then we find him now, he's drinking for the sickest effect of all, which is total oblivion. He just wants out of it, and he can't get out of it. Only one thing wrong with oblivion, though, isn't there? You wake up, and that's where we find Bill right now.
He said the mind and body are marvelous mechanisms. For mine endured this agony 2 more years. Sometimes I stole from my wife's slender purse when the morning terror and madness were on me. Again I swayed dizzily before an open window over the medicine cabinet where there was poison, cursing myself for a weakling. There were flights from city to country and back as my wife and I sought escape. Then came the night when the physical and mental torture was so hellish, I feared I would burst through my window sash and all. Somehow I managed to drag my mattress to a lower floor lest I suddenly leap. A doctor came with a heavy sedative. Next day found me drinking both gin and sedative. Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson? This combination soon landed me on the rocks. People feared for my sanity, so did I. I could eat little or nothing when drinking, and I was 40 pounds underweight. We see a guy now reaching the end of the road. He's dying from malnutrition. All of his calories, he's getting it out of alcohol, hardly eating at all. And if he didn't get some help pretty soon, he wouldn't have been here much longer. He said, my brother-in-law, and this is a fellow named Dr. Leonard Strong, married to Bill's sister. My brother-in-law is a physician, and through his kindness and that of my mother, I was placed in a nationally known hospital for the mental and physical rehabilitation of alcoholics. This is the Towns Hospital in New York City. Under the so-called belladonna treatment, my brain cleared. Hydrotherapy and mild exercise helped much. The belladonna treatment was a drug they used for withdrawal purposes. Today they use Valium. In those days they were using belladonna. Hydrotherapy is water treatment. In one of the countries we visited, we went to an old-time, what they call treatment center, old-time sanitarium. And they had a place in there where they treated the alcoholics with hydrotherapy. They strapped them on a gurney, took them into a shower room, and there were shower heads all the way around the room, alternating hot and cold water. And they were in there for about 30 minutes. Now, it doesn't cure alcoholism, but it sure as hell make a clean drunk out of you, I'll guarantee you that. He said, best of all, I met a kind doctor who explained that though certainly selfish and foolish, I had been seriously ill, bodily and mentally. Dr. Silkworth sits down with him, explains to him his ideas about the physical allergy and the obsession of the mind. And this is the effect it had on Bill. He said, it relieved me somewhat to learn that in alcoholics, the will is amazingly weakened when it comes to combating liquor, though it often remains strong in other respects. My incredible behavior in the face of a desperate desire to stop was explained. Understanding myself now, I fared forth in high hope. For 3 or 4 months, the goose hung high. I went to town regularly and even made a little money. Surely this was the answer, self-knowledge. For the first time, Bill understood his problem. He understood that it wasn't willpower, it wasn't moral character, it wasn't sin, that it was an actual illness, an illness of the body, as well as an illness of the mind. And he assumed, now that I know what's wrong with me, I'll never have to drink again. Let's see where he goes from here.
Excuse me. But it was not, for the frightful day came when I drank once more. The curve of my declining moral and bodily health fell off like a ski jump. After a time, I returned to the hospital.
Okay, the first trip was in the summer of 1933. Now we're in the summer of 1934. He's been drinking again now for almost a year.
He said this was a finish, the curtain, it seemed to me. My weary and despairing wife was informed that all end with heart failure during delirium tremens, or I would develop a wet brain perhaps within a year. She would soon have to give me over to the undertaker of this island. He said they did not need to tell me. I knew him almost welcomed the idea. That's why you can't scare an alcoholic. You say, if you don't quit drinking, you're going to die. You can't scare him. Because Bill was laying in there and he was real sick. And he heard Lois talking to Dr. Silkworth. And she said, Doctor, is there any hope for him? And he said, no, Lois, there's no hope for him. We'll have to give him over to the undertaker of the asylum, or he's going to die during delirium tremens. There's no hope. He said, they did not need to tell me. I knew and almost welcomed the idea. It was a devastating blow to my pride. I, who had thought so well of myself and my abilities, of my capacity to surmount obstacles, was cornered at last. Now I was plunged into the dark, joining that endless possession of solitude gone on before. I thought of my poor wife. There had been much happiness after all. What would I not give to make amends? But that was over now. You see, Bill is without hope. He is totally hopeless and powerless over his situation. And that's what we find Bill, without hope. And we all know he can't live long without hope. And Bill was at that point, hopeless.
Now let's look at this next statement very carefully. He said, no words can tell of the loneliness and despair I found in that bitter morass of self-pity. Quicksand stretched around me in all directions. I had met my match. I had been overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master. I've never seen a better description of step one. No step one written in those days, but this is where Bill admitted complete defeat. Alcohol had become his master. He was absolutely, completely powerless over alcohol. This is where Bill took step one. Now, if that should happen to you and I today, well, chances are we'd say, well, that being the case, I guess I better go to AA. But Bill didn't have any AA to go to. He's in the best treatment facility he knows of. And even though he's admitted complete defeat, taking what we know today as step one, the only thing he can do is leave that hospital, try to stay sober. He said, trembling, I stepped from the hospital a broken man. Fear sobered me for a bit. Then came the insidious insanity of that first drink. And on Armistice Day, 1934, I was off again. Everyone became resigned to the certainty that I would have to be shut up somewhere or would stumble along to a miserable end. How dark it is before the dawn. In reality, that was the beginning of my last debauch. I was soon to be catapulted in what I like to call the fourth dimension of existence. I was to know happiness, peace, and usefulness in a way of life that is incredibly more wonderful as time passes. Near the end of that bleak November, and I imagine it was a pretty bleak November, he took a drink on the Armistice Day, couldn't stop drinking. The allergies got him. He's approaching the end of November. And he said, with a certain satisfaction, I reflected there was enough gin concealed about the house to carry me through that night and the next day. My wife was at work. I wondered whether I dared hide a full bottle of gin near the head of her bed. I would need it before daylight. My musing was interrupted by the telephone. The cheery voice of an old school friend asked if he might come over. He was sober. You see, that's in squiggly writing. He was sober.
That's italic.
When you see something in squiggly writing, it's pretty important in here. Bill is amazed. He's amazed that Debbie here is in New York and he's sober. He said it was years since I could remember his coming to New York in that condition. I was amazed. Rumor had it that he had been committed for alcoholic insanity. I wondered how he had escaped. It's a guy named Debbie Thatcher. And Debbie and Bill used to drink together back in their school days. And Debbie, the last Bill had heard about him, he was to be committed to the state insane asylum in the state of Vermont for alcoholic insanity. That's what they used to do with people like us, long before we had the treatment centers. They would haul us in front of the judge. The judge would commit us to the state insane asylum for alcoholic insanity, and you were to stay there until you got well. No predetermined time. You were to stay there until you got well. And Bill heard that's what had happened to Abby Thatcher, but here's Abby in New York City, and he's not in a nut house, and he's sober. And Bill is really amazed by that.
Abby's family was a very prominent family in Albany, New York. In fact, his dad was the mayor. And Abby's drinking and running around town was embarrassing the father, and the father was running for re-election. So he told Abby, he said, Abby, I want you to go over to East Dorset, Vermont, to the old summer place, and basically get out of town is what he's trying to get him to do. And get over there, and while you're over there, you might sober up. And if you can't sober up, at least paint and fix up the old home place, because we'll be over there. Make yourself useful, in other words. So he went over there and he got to drinking a little bit and painting and fixing up the old home place. And one day he was standing back and admiring what he'd painted on the wall there, painted the wall, and he was admiring it. Then he noticed some pigeons doing some things on the side of his wall that he didn't like. So he went in the house and got his shotgun and began to shoot the pigeons. Well, blowing holes in the side of the wall. Well, the neighbors don't like this, you know. So they called the police, and they were going to take him and put him into alcoholic insanity, into the criminally insane ward for alcoholism. That's what they did with drunks in those days. So they took him before the judge, and there was two fellows there who interceded on Ebby's behalf. One of them was Roland Hazard, and the other one was Seaver Graves. And they were members of the Oxford group. And they asked the judge if they would release Ebby into their care. They felt that if they could get him to some Oxford group meetings, and if he would accept and apply the program, then he could probably stay sober. Well, the judge didn't want to take him to the criminally insane ward then any more than they do now. So they released Ebby to their care. And sure enough, Ebby started going to these Oxford group meetings, and he got sober. And after about 3 months, he decided to move and go back to New York and lived with the Calvary Mission, which was the headquarters of the Oxford group of that time. And while he was there, he remembered his friend Bill. He said, I think I'll go over and talk to Bill and see if I can persuade Bill to join the Oxford groups and to get sober like I'm sober. He said, of course he would have dinner, and then I would drink with him openly. Unmindful of his welfare, I thought only of recapturing the spirit of the other days. There was that time we'd chartered an airplane to complete a jag. His coming was an oasis in this dreary desert of futility. The very thing, an oasis. Drinkers are like that.
He said the door opened and he stood there fresh-skinned and glowing. There was something about his eyes. He was inexplicably different. What had happened? I pushed a drink across the table and he refused it. Disappointed but curious, I wondered what got into the fellow. He wasn't himself. Come, what's all this about? I queried. He looked straight at me, simply but smilingly he said, I've got religion. Damn, I'm glad that didn't happen in my kitchen. I have no idea what I would have done. But here's what Bill did. He said I was aghast. So that was it. Last summer, an alcoholic crackpot, now a suspected a little cracked about religion. He had that starry-eyed look. Yeah, the old boy was on fire all right. But bless his heart, let him rant. Besides, my gin would last longer than his preaching. But he did no ranting. In a matter-of-fact way, he told how two men had appeared in court persuading the judge to suspend his commitment. They had told of a simple religious ideal,
which is step 2,
and a practical program of action,
which is 3 through 12.
That was 2 months ago, and the result was self-evident. It worked. Now, for the first time, Bill knows all 3 things. He got the problem from Silkworth, and now Ebby brings him what here is referred to as a simple religious ideal, the solution to alcoholism, and he also brings him the program of action necessary to find that solution. But now remember, Ebby's coming out of the Oxford groups, the group of people practicing first century Christianity. Many of the terms they used were highly religious in nature, and Bill didn't like it, just like so many of us didn't like it. He didn't like this religious idea. He didn't like the way Ebby was talking and terms that he was using. So even though Bill can see that is the solution, he still has a lot of problem being able to accept it in his life, just like so many of you drunks did. Let's see on the next couple of pages how he was able to accept this simple religious ideal as the solution to alcoholism.
He said he'd come to pass his experience along to me if I cared to have it. He said, I was shocked but interested. Certainly I was interested. I had to be, for I was hopeless. Bill had already admitted that he was hopeless and powerless over alcohol in his condition. So now on page 10 and 11, Bill is somewhere between steps 1 and 2. He's already took 1. Now he's beginning to contemplate 2. He said he talked for hours. Childhood memories rose before me. I could almost hear the sound of that preacher's voice as we sat on those still Sundays way over there on the hillside. There was that proper temperance pledge I never signed. My grandfather's good-natured contempt of some church folk and their doings. His insistence that the spirits really had their music, but his denial of the preacher's right to tell him how he must listen. His fearlessness as he spoke of these things just before he died. These recollections welled up from the past. They made me swallow hard. That wartime day in old Winchester Cathedral came back. See, Bill was raised by his grandfather Griffin, because Bill's mother and dad moved off to Canada, and his mother went off to be an osteopathic physician. So Bill's grandfather raised him, and Bill's grandfather had a kind of a battle with the church next door. The guy was always trying to save his soul and tell him how he must listen, but his grandfather wouldn't listen to that. He wanted to listen in his own way, and he instilled that into Bill's mind at that time. He said, I'd always believed in a power greater than myself. I'd often pondered these things. I was not an atheist. Few people really are. For that means blind faith in the strange proposition that this universe originated in a cipher and aimlessly rushes nowhere. My intellectual heroes, the chemists, the astronomers, even the evolutionists suggested vast laws and forces at work. Despite contrary indications, I had little doubt that a mighty purpose and rhythm underlay all. How could there be so much precise and immutable law and no intelligence? I simply had to believe in the spirit of the universe who knew neither time nor limitation, but that was as far as I'd gone. With ministers in the world religion, I parted right there. When they talked of a God personal to me, who was love, superhuman strength, and direction, I became irritated, and my mind snapped shut against such theories. In other words, Bill's saying there's got to be a harder way to do this. That's too simple.
He said to Christ, I conceded the certainty of a great man, not too closely followed by those who claimed him. His moral teaching most excellent. For myself, I'd adopted those parts which seemed convenient and not too difficult. The rest I disregarded. Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson? Oh, I certainly do. Let's go down to the middle paragraph in the middle of page 11. But my friend sat before me, and he made the point-blank declaration that God had done for him what he could not do for himself. His human will had failed. Doctors had pronounced him incurable. Society was about to lock him up. Like myself, he'd admitted complete defeat, that he had in effect been raised from the dead, suddenly taken from the scrap heap to a level of life better than the best he had ever known. Had this power originated in him? Obviously it had not. There had been no more power in him than there was in me at that minute, and this was none at all. This is where the identification process is so important. Bill knew about Ebby, and he knew how Ebby drank, and he knew if Ebby had been sober a couple of months, some power greater than Ebby had to be working in Ebby's life. Ebby's sitting there as living proof of the power greater than human power. That's what you and I have to offer today. When we go out and talk to a new person, we're sitting there as living proof that some power greater than human power is working in our lives also. Ebby was Bill's living proof. And even though he could see it in Ebby, he still doesn't like this religious idea. Let's go over to page 12.
He said, despite the living example of my friend, there remained in me the vestiges of my old prejudice. Prejudice means old ideas. The word God still aroused a certain antipathy. When the thought was expressed that there might be a God personal to me, this feeling was intensified. I didn't like the idea. I could go for such conceptions as creative intelligence, universal mind, or spirit of nature, but I resisted the thought of the desire of the heavens, however loving its way might be. I have since talked with scores of men who felt the same way. Ebby was coming out of the Oxford Group movement. The Oxford Group movement was interested in first century Christianity. They were really interested in the letter of the law. Bill was listening for the spirit of the law, two different ways.
I'd like to have been there that day. I'd like to have watched these two guys. Now here comes Ebby out of the Oxford groups, and he is on fire with this religious idea that he's bringing to Bill. Bill's sitting there about 2/3 drunk, been drunk for about 3 weeks, and they're arguing about God. They're arguing about religion. You know how we drunks are when we get into those situations. Bill's saying, oh yeah, don't talk to me about a personal God. Oh yeah, I'll agree with universal mind or spirit of nature or something like that, blah, 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 blah. And I guess after a while, Ebby got tired of it. Let's look at the next statement very carefully. And you'll notice it's nearly all in squiggly writing. My friend suggested what then seemed a novel idea. He said, well, why don't you choose your own conception of God? And the instant he said that, his message changed from a religious message to a spiritual message. Religion says this is the way you have to believe. Spirituality says it really doesn't make any difference how you believe. The only question is, are you willing to believe? And this opened the door for Bill. It's opened the door for countless thousands and thousands of we alcoholics. Why don't you choose your own conception of God? Here's the effect it had on Bill. That statement hit me hard. It melted the icy intellectual mountain whose shadow I'd lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight at last. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required of me to make my beginning. I saw that growth could start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would. And this is where Bill took step 2. He was allowed to take step 2 based on the idea of choosing his own conception of God. And I was exactly like him. I couldn't choose the church's conception of God or anybody else's conception of God, but you let me have my own conception, I'm okay. And I think the reason it works for we alcoholics is we don't have any problem with our own conception of anything.
My idea is good, right? It has to be. And I don't think Ebby really understood what he was doing there. I think out of total frustration, talking to a drunk about God, he finally said, I think, oh hell, Bill, just believe whatever you want to. You know? But that idea opened the door for a lot of us, because that God as we understand Him, believe what we want to. And I know that would, see, I know you couldn't do that back in Oklahoma. The Southern Baptists, you go to hell for doing that. Believe me, you would. But that idea opened the door for me, too.
Okay, Ebby immediately began to take Bill to Oxford group meetings. But remember, Bill's been drinking since armistice day. The allergies got him and he can't stop. He finally has to go back into the town's hospital for the third time. Page 13. At the hospital, I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, for I showed signs of delirium tremens. After he gets sobered up in the towns, Ebby comes to visit with him. They begin to apply the little Oxford group program of action in Bill's life to the best of their ability. Let's see on page 13 if we can't see the last 10 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. We saw him take step 1. We saw him take step 2. Now let's see if we can't find the last 10 from the Oxford group program.
He said, there I humbly offered myself to God as I then understood Him to do with me as He would. I placed myself unreservedly under His care and direction. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing. Without Him I was lost.
The first step in the Oxford group program was surrender. And Bill knew no self-respecting alcoholic would ever want to surrender. So he changed that into, made a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood Him. We see Bill taking what we know there as step 3 today in our program.
He said, I ruthlessly faced my sins.
Their second step they had was examine your sins. And Bill knew no self-respecting alcoholic is going to do that for sure. So he changed that to make a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. There he's taking step 4.
And became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. I've not had a drink since.
Became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. You'll notice friend is capitalized. He's referring here to God. And he's actually dealing with what we know today as steps 6 and 7. We became willing to have God remove these things and humbly ask Him to do so. There he's dealing with steps 6 and 7.
He said, my schoolmate visited me, and I fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies.
We see him taking what we know today as step 5. There in the hospital with Eddie.
We made a list of people I'd hurt toward whom I felt resentment. I expressed my entire willingness to approach these individuals, admitting my wrong. Never was I to be critical of them. I was to write all such matters to the utmost of my ability.
And there we see him taking what we know today as steps 8 and 9. We made our list and became willing to the list, and then we made amends wherever possible. So there he's dealing with steps 8 and 9.
He said, I was testing my thinking with a new God conscience within. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense.
That later became step 10, where we continue to take personal inventory.
He said, I would sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet my problems that He would have me. Never was I to pray for myself, except as my request bore on my usefulness to others. Then only might I expect to receive, but that would be in great measure.
And of course, there we see step 11, where we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understand Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out.
He said, my friend promised when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator, that I would have the elements of a way of living which answered all my problems.
It's got to be the first part of step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So we see Bill in the town hospital with Eddie, applying the Oxford Group program of action. Later, when he wrote how it works, he was able to say, these are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. He took the Oxford Group steps, expanded them into steps 3 through 12, the last 10 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. So Bill took them also, just like the rest of us have to take them.
He said, belief in the power of God, plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain the new order of things were essential requirements. Simple, but not easy. A price had to be paid. It meant the destruction of self-centeredness. And I must turn in all things to the Father Light who presides over us all. Poor old alcoholics got to give up the 2 most important things in our life. The first thing is our alcohol, And the second thing is our self-centeredness, the two things that we love the most.
Very simple, but sometimes hard to do. Now here's the effect it had on Bill. He said these were revolutionary and drastic proposals. But the moment I fully accepted them, the effect was electric. There was a sense of victory followed by such a peace and serenity as I'd never known. There was utter confidence. I felt lifted up as though the great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. God comes to most men gradually, but his impact on me was sudden and profound. Bill thought he was going crazy. He said, for a moment I was alarmed and called my friend the doctor to ask if I was still sane. And he listened in wonder as I talked. Finally, he shook his head, saying, something has happened to you I don't understand, but you better hang on to it. Anything is better than the way you were. This was probably about December the 12th or 13th of 1934. Bill didn't die until January of 1971. He never found it necessary to take another drink as long as he lived. Something very, very effective took place in Bill's life that day in the town hospital. He always said, I had a vital spiritual experience during which old ideas were cast aside, replaced with a new set of ideas, and I was able to find a way to live without drinking alcohol. Joe?
Something very profound happened to Bill, because he went in there a very selfish and self-centered individual, and then he had this giant spiritual experience. He thought he was going crazy because he'd heard Lois and Dr. Silkworth talk. Said they're going to have to put him in an insane asylum or lock him up or hire a bodyguard. So he had this experience, and he was wondering if he'd gone crazy. And Dr. Silkworth said, well, something's happened to you that I don't understand, but you better hang on to it. So something very profound happened to Bill, because look what happens to him next. He said, while I lay in the hospital, he's still in the hospital, the thought came that there were thousands of hopeless alcoholics who might be glad to have what had been so freely given me. Perhaps I could help some of them. They, in turn, might work with others. He began to think about other people while he was in the hospital, how might help other people to what he had been given. Something profound happened to Bill. He said, my friend had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. Particularly was it imperative to work with other alcoholics that he'd work with me. Faith without works was dead, he said, and how appallingly true for the alcoholic. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work, he would surely drink again. And if he drank, he would surely die. Then faith would be dead indeed. And with us, it's just like that. You know, the work is really, really hard, but the pay is really, really good too. You see, helping other people works when all other activities fail.
I love this next paragraph. My wife and I abandoned ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems. It was fortunate, for my old business associates remained skeptical for a year and a half, during which I found little work. I was not too well at the time, and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink, but I soon found that when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Many times I've gone to my old hospital in despair. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. It is a design for living that works in rough going. Now this is what happened with Bill when he was in Akron about to get drunk. He remembered back in New York City that even though he had never helped any other alcoholics, every time he had tried, he felt better. So he called on Dr. Bob, not to sober up Bob, but because Bill was about to get drunk. Absolutely amazing. And it always works. You know, in my own particular life, literally hundreds of times, feeling low and sad and depressed and angry and resentful and afraid and worried and all that crap. And I go out to another alcoholic and try to help another alcoholic, and immediately it gets my mind off of me, gets me on somebody else. God can come in my mind and kind of clean that thing up a little bit then, you know. It really does work for we alcoholics. Now just think, if you were the first out here in California, never had any contact with the fellowship, this book is the only contact you've got. You've read the doctor's opinion. You've been able to see what your problem really is. You've read Bill's story. You've been able to identify with another alcoholic. You've seen this alcoholic recover from alcoholism. Then by now, you surely are beginning to believe that I'm enough like this guy, that if he can recover from alcoholism, just maybe I can too. The beginning of belief, the beginning of hope, put in the big book just exactly where it belongs, to give the newcomer some hope that maybe they can recover also. perfect sequence. Let's take a 15-minute break. But it worked this time for us.
Yeah,
that's great.
Good. Let's go to page 17.
We found out what our problem is in a doctor's opinion. We were able to see and identify with another alcoholic who had that problem in Bill's story. And now then, we're going to look at the second goal of what is the solution to that problem. The problem is we're powerless over alcohol. Our lives have become unmanageable. On page 17, chapter 2, there is a solution. We're going to see two powers. We're going to see the power of the fellowship that supports us, and we're going to see the power of the vital spiritual experience which will change us. And those two powers added together in our lives should be enough to overcome our powerlessness over alcohol. So let's start looking at those two powers. Page 17, first thing we look at is the fellowship.
He said there is a solution, and I got a friend back home who used to say that there's as many different types of solutions as there are people in AA, and I said no. If you look at the chapter heading on page 17, it'll tell you how many solutions there are. There is a solution, one. Two powers, but one solution. He said, we of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were just as hopeless as Bill. Nearly all have recovered. They've solved the drink problem. Said we're average Americans. Today we can say we're average citizens of the world, because of my last understanding we had 154 countries around the world. So we're average citizens of the world today. All sections of this country and many of its occupations are represented, as well as many political, economic, social, and religious backgrounds. We are people who normally would not mix. But there exists among us a fellowship, a friendliness, and understanding which is indescribably wonderful. And that's what we have during the break, the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. We're all talking at each other. Nobody's listening, but we're talking at each other. We're greeting each other. That's the fellowship. And you can stay sober on the fellowship a long, long time. He said we're people who normally would not mix. As I look around the room here this morning, I can say that we're probably the most mixed up group of people in California here this morning. We are people who normally would not mix. But there exists among us a fellowship of friendliness and understanding which is indescribably wonderful. The fellowship is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And you can stay sober on a fellowship for a long, long time.
Now, all good writers use examples of what you already know to be able to make their points and to teach you something new. His next statement says, we are like the passengers of a great liner. The moment after rescue from shipwreck, when camaraderie, justice, and democracy pervade the vessel from the steerage to the captain's table. Back in 1939, the way that people traveled primarily in those days from one continent to another was on the great ocean liners. And Bill knew he could use that as an example, and he knew people would understand what he's talking about. And I always think back to the Titanic. You know, known as the great ocean liners that they had, the Titanic was one of the greatest examples. They had a distinct class system on them. If you were the poorest people, and usually those were the immigrants coming from Europe to the United States, you usually booked passage in what they called the steerage section. The steerage section was way down in the bowels of the ship. Very little fresh air, dormitory style living. I call it the cheese sandwich section. Accommodations were not very good. But if you didn't have much money, that's the way you traveled. Now, if you wanted to travel a little better than that, you could go into third class, come up a deck or two. So your staterooms were a little better than the dormitory style living. Food was a little better. If you wanted to travel better, you could go into second class. Then you could go into first class. And the first class is where the people that had lots of money would ride. The best staterooms, the best food, and the best everything. But that still wasn't considered to be the real elite section of the ship. If you had the right kind of money. Old money. If you had the right religious background, if you had the right everything, you might be asked to dine at the captain's table. And at the captain's table, they had the best service, the best food, the best everything. And it was a long, long ways from the steerage section to the captain's table. Normally in the voyage across the ocean, those people would never have met. The one from the steerage section would never have met the one from the captain's table. In fact, they even had separate stairwells where they wouldn't even accidentally meet. And normally they would never have met each other, period, in the voyage across the ocean. But the Titanic, the night it hit the iceberg, and the ship began to sink. And here's two guys standing at the rail of the ship. Now, one of them just came from the captain's table. He's got on his tuxedo, his tie, all of his finery and everything else. Standing next to him is a guy from the steerage section. He's got on his old work blue jeans, his old Brogan shoes, and these guys had nothing in common with each other, period, until they jumped overboard. And when their butts hit that cold water, they had something in common. How in the hell do you save yourself? And they grabbed onto each other and held on to each other. And I doubt very seriously if the man from the captain's table requested a financial statement from the man from the steerage section. When they were saved, got out of the water, back on another ship or on land, there was a feeling amongst them which was an indescribably wonderful feeling. It's always true with human beings. When we escape from a common peril, there is a feeling amongst us which is absolutely indescribably wonderful. But as soon as they got back on land and everything was safe, the common peril was over, they went their individual ways, probably never to see each other again. But our common peril, alcoholism, is always standing right outside the door waiting on us. And the feeling that you and I have for each other is one of those indescribably wonderful feelings that people get who escape from the common peril, but ours does not subside because it's always there. And there is a great feeling in this room amongst the people in the room, one of the greatest feelings you can have. He said, unlike the feelings of the ship's passenger, however, our joy and escape from disaster does not subside as we go our individual ways. The feeling of having shared in a common peril is one element in the powerful cement which binds us. But that in itself would never have held us together as we are now joined. Here's the first great warning in the book. These feelings you and I have for other, these things that bring us together and form the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, even though they are great, great things, are only one element in the powerful cement which binds us. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. We have the way out on which we can absolutely agree and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism. So we have the power of the fellowship that supports us as we gather together in our home groups and in meetings like this and etc. But the book warns us that that power is not sufficient. It says the tremendous fact is that we have discovered a common solution. A little later on, we're going to see that the common solution is the vital spiritual experience brought about through the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. So there's two powers. The power of the fellowship that supports us, the power of the common solution, a spiritual experience which changes us. And those two powers added together will be enough to overcome our powerlessness over alcohol. Now, I think one of the greatest tragedies in the world today, and we see lots of tragedies in the world today, but one of the greatest is that we people who are members of the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, we're spending literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of men and women work hours, trying to attract other alcoholics to the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, when we've got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of alcoholics who are members of AA who are running around with untreated alcoholism. They are members of the fellowship, but they're doing nothing about the common solution. They're doing nothing about the program of recovery. Now, why aren't they? Again, I think it's simply because nobody's telling them they need to. You know, every new alcoholic we work with, we take them to this page. We make sure they understand this. You betcha, we've got to have the fellowship. But the fellowship alone is not sufficient. If we're going to recover from alcoholism, we're going to have to change. And the changes are brought about through the 12-step program, which leads to the spiritual experience, or what Dr. Silkworth called the psychic change. Now, a good textbook never tells you anything, but what it doesn't back it up. He's going to spend the first half of this chapter showing you and I why fellowship alone is not sufficient. The last half of this chapter, he's going to tell us what the common solution is that brings about the changes necessary for recovery. So the first thing, let's look at why fellowship is not sufficient.
He said, you on page 20, please. He said, you may have already asked yourself why it is that so all of us became so very ill from drinking. Doubtless you are curious to discover how and why, in the face of expert opinion to the contrary, we have recovered from a hopeless condition of mind and body. Now, if you're an alcoholic who wants to get over it, you already may be asking, well, what do I have to do? Well, it's the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. Remember last night we talked about precisely, specifically, with clear-cut directions. Well, here's one of those words. They're going to answer such questions specifically. We shall tell you what we've done. Before going into great detail and into a detailed discussion, it may be well to summarize some points as we see them. How many times people have said to us, I can take it or leave it alone, why can't he? Why don't you drink like a gentleman or quit? That fella can't handle his liquor. Why don't you try beer and wine and lay off the hard stuff? His willpower must be weak. He could stop if he wanted to. She's such a sweet girl. I should think he'd stop for her sake. The doctor told him that if he ever drank again, it would kill him. But there he is, all lit up again. Now, these observations are commonplace observations on drinking, which we hear all the time. Back of them is a world of ignorance and misunderstanding. We see that these expressions refer to people whose reactions are very different from ours.
Okay, we're going to look at 3 different kinds of drinkers. And the first one is moderate drinkers. It says moderate drinkers had a little trouble in giving up liquor entirely. If they had good reason for it, they can take it or leave it alone. You know, we talked about them last night. They're the ones that have a couple of drinks, they get a slightly tipsy, out of control, beginnings of a nauseous feeling. Alcohol is no big deal for them. If any reason presents itself, they can take it or leave it alone. These observations that Joe just read would refer to the moderate drinker. Then we have a certain type of hard drinker. He may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally. It may cause him to die a few years before his time. If a sufficiently strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or the warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man can also stop or moderate, although he may find it difficult and troublesome and may even need medical attention. We call this guy the heavy or the hard drinker. They drink like we alcoholics drink. But if a good enough reason presents itself, they will either learn to moderate their drinking, they do not have the physical allergy, or they may quit drinking entirely. They do not have the obsession of the mind. They drink like us, but they're not alcoholic. And you and I see them all the time. They're the ones that said, when I was in the service, I was an alcoholic also. But when I got out of the service, I got married, went to church, quit drinking, don't see why in the hell you can't. No, they're not alcoholics, they're heavy or hard drinkers. These expressions that Joe read would refer to the heavy drinker also. But here's the third one. But what about the real alcoholic? He may start off as a moderate drinker, which many of us did. He may or may not become a continuous hard drinker. Many of us stayed periodic. But at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Now, the rest of this page, and part of page 22, is going to describe the real alcoholic. And when you see a description in there that fits you, would you please hold your hand up? We'd like to see if we're in a room full of real alcoholics, Joe.
So, but at some stage of his drinking career, begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. And I tried to talk last night about crossing over that line. Don't know what line he was talking about, but I was drunk when I went over it. I know that. So here's a fellow who's been puzzling you, especially in his lack of control. He does absurd, incredible, tragic things while drinking. Anybody do that?
He's a real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Anybody in here like that?
I always get good looking and out of debt, just like that. He is seldom mildly intoxicated. He is always more or less insanely drunk.
His disposition while drinking resembles his normal nature but little. He may be one of the finest fellows in the world, yet let him drink for a day and he frequently becomes disgusting and even dangerously antisocial. Anybody like that in here?
He has a positive genius for getting tired at exactly the wrong moment, particularly when some important decision must be made or engagement kept.
Anybody in here always getting drunk at the wrong time? Now here's one that everybody agrees with. He's often perfectly sensible and well-balanced concerning everything except liquor, but in that respect is incredibly dishonest and selfish. Anybody like that in here?
The next one they identify with too. He often possesses special abilities, skills, and aptitudes, and has a promising career ahead of him.
Any alcoholics in here like that?
Yeah.
I've never heard an Al-Anon say that, but I've heard plenty of alcoholics say it.
He uses his gift to build up a bright outlook for his family and himself, and then he pulls the structure down on his head by a sensitive series of sprees. He is a fellow who goes to bed so intoxicated he ought to sleep the clock around, yet early the next morning he searches madly for the bottle he misplaced the night before.
Any bottle hiders in here and then forgot where you hid it and couldn't find it the next day? If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him to throw down the waste pipe. Anybody like that in here?
Phyllis and I used to buy a lug of whiskey, and that's 3/5, one to share and one to hide from each other.
As matters grow worse, he begins to use a combination of high-powered sedative and liquor to quiet his nerves so he can go to work. Anybody ever have to have a little something extra in the morning in order to go to work? Then comes a day when he simply cannot make it and gets drunk all over again. Perhaps he goes to a doctor who gives him morphine or some sedative to which to taper off. Then he begins to appear at hospitals and treatment centers, sanitariums. Anybody like that?
The same thing.
Same thing, they just got a better word for it.
Asylum, sanitarium, it's the same thing.
Now, this is by no means a comprehensive picture of the true alcoholic, as our behavior patterns vary. But this description should identify him roughly. You know, thank God today, if our government has ever spent anything right in the field of alcoholism, it's been an education of the public as to what alcoholism is and what it isn't. And because of that education, many, many people are getting to AA today before they have to do all these things that describe the real alcoholic. But I'll guarantee you, if you're a real alcoholic, you found yourself in there somewhere. At least one of those will fit you. In my case, almost every one. One in particular. If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him to throw down the waste pipe. 7 years after I got sober, I sold a 40-acre, 45,000 broiler chicken operation. For years after that, sometimes I would run into the guy that bought it, and he would wave and he'd say, "Hey, Charlie, we have found another one." Referring to partially empty vodka bottles, the behind corner post under rocks and hollow trees coming out of feed bins, all over that 40-acre deal. Certainly I saw myself. Now here's the question. Why does he behave like this? If hundreds of experiences have shown him that one drink means another debacle with all its attendant suffering and humiliation, why is it that he takes that one drink? Why can't he stay on a water wagon? The moderate drinker can, the heavy drinker can. Why can't the alcoholic? What has become of the common sense and willpower that he still sometimes displays with respect to other matters? Perhaps there never will be a full answer to these questions. Opinions vary considerably as to why the alcoholic reacts differently from normal people. We're not sure why. Once a certain point is reached, little can be done for him. We cannot answer the riddle. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. We are equally positive that once he takes any alcohol, whatever, into his system, something happens, both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop. The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Now, these observations, the one I just read, these observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than in his body.
Would you read that again, please?
Therefore, the main problem the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than in his body. It's very important I understand the physical allergy, but that's not my real problem. My physical allergy can't hurt me if I don't take the first drink. And I can't take the first drink unless my mind tells me it's okay to do so. So my real problem centers in my mind telling me I can drink, rather than in my body that ensures that I can't. If you ask him why he started on that last bender, the chances are he will offer you any one of 100 alibis. Sometimes the excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc an alcoholic's drinking bout creates. They sound like the philosophy of the man who, having a headache, beats himself on the head with a hammer so that he can't feel the ache. If you draw this fallacious reasoning to the attention of an alcoholic, he will laugh it off or become irritated and refuse to talk. Once in a while, he may tell the truth. You know, strange as it may seem, there are times we alcoholics tell the truth. Not too often, but once in a great while. You know, I had a lady in Al-Anon came to me one day, and she said, her husband's still drinking. She said, "Charlie, all he does is lie, lie, lie." She said, "How can you tell when one of you guys are lying?" I said, "Lady, watch him closely. And if you see his lips moving, he's probably lying to you, all right." And then I said, "You want me to tell you how to keep him from lying?" And she said, Yeah. I said, "Don't ask him those stupid questions." The truth, strange to say, is usually he has no more idea why he took that first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses which are a satisfied part of the time, but in their hearts they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, they are a baffled lot. There is the obsession that somehow, someday they will beat the game, but they often suspect they are down for the count. Now there's the word obsession. Remember, an obsession of the mind is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. An obsession of the mind is an idea that is so strong that it can make you believe a lie. The great obsession of every alcoholic is someday, somehow, we're going to find some kind of liquor we can drink without getting drunk. Someday, somehow, we're going to find a group of people we can drink with. Someday, somehow. And that idea is so strong that it makes us believe it's okay to drink. We take the drink, we trigger the allergy, and then we get drunk. So our real problem lies in the mind telling us it's okay to drink.
Let's go to page 24. This is italic. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into consciousness with sufficient force the memory and suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We were without defense against the first drink. The almost certain consequences that follow taking even a glass of beer do not crowd into the mind to deter us. If these thoughts occur, they are hazy and ready supplanted with the old threadbare idea that this time we shall handle ourselves like other people. There is a complete failure of the kind of defense which keeps one from putting his hand on a hot stove. In other words, I have a wonderful memory, it's just short. I can't remember the divorce courts or the jails that I just got out of, the car wrecks, because all I can think about is feeling better. And I'm obsessed with the idea of feeling good, and I know that a drink will change the way that I think and the way that I feel. I've always known that, no matter what the trouble was. See, alcohol can't do anything to me unless it does something for me. And that's what I can remember only.
There's a complete failure of the kind of defense that keeps one from putting his hand on a hot stove. You know, if you've burned your hand on a hot stove, chances are you're always going to remember that. And very doubtful if you'll go back and put your hand on that hot stove to let it burn you again. You know, I remember as a kid growing up during the Depression years, and there's a few of you in here old enough to remember that too. We didn't have very much in those days. We didn't have hot and cold running water. We didn't have forced air heat. If we had heat in the wintertime, we were lucky, period. We burned wood, we burned coal, we burned whatever we get our hands on to burn to stay warm.
Other people's houses, it didn't matter.
But it didn't make any difference how poor the family is. Cleanliness is still next to godliness. Everybody in the family has to take a bath on Saturday night. Now, whether you need a bath or not is beside the point. You still have to take one on Saturday night. One time in the middle of the winter, Mother had heated the bath water on the old heating stove in the living room, put it in a number 3 zinc wash tub sitting behind that stove. Now, every kid in the family takes a bath in the same water. I'm the baby of the family. By the time it got to me, the crud would be about an inch thick on it. Mother said, "Get in there and get yourself clean," and I thought, how in the hell do I get clean in there? But I didn't dare say that to her. You didn't talk to your mother that way in those days. I scrape the crud back. I get in the water. I'm soaping myself up. I'm standing next to this red hot stove. Somehow I managed to bend over and stick my rear against that stove. I shall never forget it. I raised a blister on my rear end about as big as my hand. Hurt me worse than anything had ever hurt me before. And you know, I've never had an obsession of mine to stick my ass on a hot stove since then. Yeah. Now, alcohol has burned me over and over and over and over and over, just as bad as that hot stove ever burned me. And my mind, left on my own resources, cannot remember with sufficient strength and force the suffering, the humiliation, and etc. of what the last drunk does to me. And I began to think about taking a drink. And I began to concentrate on that great sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking just a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, I've convinced myself it's okay to drink. Then the allergy takes over, and then I get drunk. So the real problem centers in my mind rather than my body. Page 24, last paragraph. When this sort of thinking is fully established in an individual with alcoholic tendencies, he's probably placed himself beyond human aid, and unless locked up may die or go permanently insane. If we placed ourselves beyond human aid, then the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous will not bring about recovery from alcoholism. Because the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is made up of a group of individuals who are just as powerless over alcohol as I am. The fellowship is absolutely necessary. The fellowship supports me, but the fellowship will not bring about recovery from alcoholism. It's got to come through a power greater than human power. Page 25, there is a solution to that condition. Let's see what it is.
He said there is a solution. He said almost none of us like the self-searching, the leveling of our pride, the confession of shortcomings which the process requires for successful consummation. But we saw that it really worked in others, and we'd come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life that we'd been living it. When therefore we were approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We found much of heaven had been rocketed into the fourth dimension of existence, which we had not even dreamed. See, I come to Alcoholics Anonymous. I was powerless over alcohol. I saw that the fellowship was staying sober. People said that they were staying sober because of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I believed that they believed that. And I stuck around until I too could come to believe that this program might work for me. The fellowship supported me and helped me. The book says the great fact is just this and nothing less, that we have had deep and effective spiritual experiences. And this is what they've done for us, which have revolutionized our whole attitude toward life, toward our fellows, toward God's universe. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. You notice that statement up there said the great fact is just this and nothing less, that we've had deep and effective spiritual experiences, and then there's a little asterisk there. Well, in the first printing of the first book, that little asterisk was not there. People began to write in to the little office and asking Bill what they meant by these terms that he was using, spiritual experience. What do they mean by that? They were doing the same things that he was doing, but they weren't having those same type of experiences, or they didn't understand what he meant by those terms. So in the next printing, he put that little asterisk there, and at the bottom of the page he said, fully explained on Appendix 2. They want us to understand what they meant by those terms, spiritual experience and spiritual awakening. It's very, very important that if they're writing about it, I need to understand what they mean in the terms in which they're writing about. Otherwise, I might misunderstand. Later on, in referring to that asterisk on page 27, it says, for further amplification, see Appendix 2. Then on page 47, referring to that asterisk, it said, please see Appendix 2. Because they really want to make sure we understand what they mean by those terms. Because I don't know about you, but when I was about 6 or 7 years old, some things happened in my life that I didn't like, and I blame God for them, as some of us do when we're that young. And I said, if I ever get big enough that I can't catch me, I'm not going to go anymore either to church. And I got big enough they couldn't catch me, and I didn't go. And so when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the spiritual knowledge of a 6 or 7 year old boy, and you can imagine what that was. I know one time they did catch me and took me to this revival they had back there in Oklahoma. And they were playing music and dancing and singing and eating dinner on the ground. It went on for a couple of weeks, seemed like. And I was there one night, and my Aunt Much, she's much of a lady, Aunt Much. And and Aunt Much got into the spirit of this thing that night. And she began to jump up and down and talk in a strange language that I'd never heard of before. And sometimes I think she jumped over a pew or two. I don't know. But she was having a spiritual experience. And I thought that's what I was going to have when I got here. And I tell you about, I was dreading it, to tell you the truth. But thank God that was not the truth. Because they said back on page 569 or page 567 in the 4th edition, what they read those terms, what they meant by those. So let's go back there and let's see what they meant by those terms, because it will help us to understand the rest of the book better.
Remember, if a textbook is meant to transfer information from one mind to another, the transfer is going to be done through the words that are used. If the writer uses a certain word or a certain term with a certain understanding, the reader reads it with a different understanding. The information that comes through is garbled information. Just like the word allergy, many of us were highly confused about this term, spiritual experience. So if we're going to have one of them, let's go back on page 569, 567 if you're in the 4th edition, and let's see what they really mean by spiritual experience.
It says spiritual experience. The term spiritual experience and spiritual awakening are used many times in this book. Upon careful reading, alcoholics don't do careful reading, do they? shows that the personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism has manifested itself among us in many different forms. Yet it is true that our first printing gave many readers the impression that these personality changes or religious experiences must be in the nature of sudden and spectacular upheavals. Happily for everyone, this conclusion is erroneous.
Okay, I've already learned 2 or 3 things from these 2 paragraphs. I've learned that there might be 2 terms. It might be called a spiritual experience, or it might be called a spiritual awakening. In either case, it's going to be a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. Dr. Silkworth referred to it as a psychic change. Here it's called a personality change. I've also learned that it doesn't have to be a fast one, like Bill Wilson had. That's what confused people. Bill felt as if the great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. Most people were not having that, so that's why they started writing in. So it says, yet it is true that our first printing gave many readers the impression that these personality changes or religious experiences must be in the nature of a sudden and spectacular upheaval. Happily for everyone, this conclusion is erroneous. It doesn't have to be fast like Bill's was. So I learned 2 or 3 things just from 2 paragraphs.
Bill's was a spiritual experience which happened suddenly, right now. A spiritual awakening developed slowly over a period of time. In the first few chapters, a number of sudden revolutionary changes are described. Though it was not our intention to create such an impression, many alcoholics have nevertheless concluded that in order to recover, they must acquire an immediate and overwhelming God consciousness, followed at once by a vast change in feeling and outlook. Among our rapidly growing membership of thousands of alcoholics, such transformations, though frequent, are by no means the rules. Most of our experiences are what the psychologist William James calls the educational variety because they develop slowly over a period of time. Quite often, friends of the newcomer are aware of the difference long before he is himself. He finally realizes that he's undergone a profound alteration in his reaction to life, that such a change could hardly have been brought about by himself alone. What often takes place in a few months could seldom have been accomplished by years of self-discipline. With few exceptions, our members find they have tapped an unsuspected inner resource which they presently identify with their own conception of a power greater than themselves. Most of us think this awareness of a power greater than ourselves is the essence of spiritual experience. Our more religious members call it God consciousness. Most emphatically, we wish to say that any alcoholic capable of honestly facing his problems in the light of our experience can recover, provided he does not close his mind to all spiritual concepts. He can only be defeated by an attitude of intolerance or belligerent denial. We find that no one need have difficulty with the spirituality of the program. Willingness, honesty, and open-mindedness are the essentials of recovery, but these are indispensable. There is a principle which is bar against all information, which is proof against all argument, which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance, and that principle is contempt prior to investigation. See, I knew all I needed to know at 7 years old, and I thought all my life that I neatly invaded this situation. I was convinced, my mind was made up. I knew so many things that were not true. It was almost impossible for me to learn anything that was true because I had a closed mind about these items and these things. I needed an open mind then, and I needed an open mind today.
Okay, we saw Bill back when he talked about the great ocean liner, the moment after rescue from shipwreck. And we talked then about the fact that he liked to use examples of something we already know to teach us something new. He does that all the way through the book. Another thing that he does, he repeats himself quite often. Most writers do that. But they nearly always find a different word when they repeat themselves, so it won't sound like the same thing over and over and over and over. They find a different word that means the same thing. There seems to be one key word running through this whole spiritual experience, and that's the word change. From what we were into something entirely different. Let's see how many times he said change on page 569 or 567, and how many different ways he had of saying it. In the first paragraph, he talked about a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery. Our personality is made up by the way we think, by the way we feel, by our emotions, our old ideas, our old attitudes, and etc. So if we change our personality from restless, irritable, discontented into one who has peace of mind, serenity, and happiness, we've undergone a personality change. Paragraph 2, he again mentioned personality changes, but then he said in the nature of sudden and spectacular upheavals. An upheaval is to change something entirely. In the third paragraph, first sentence, he called it sudden revolutionary changes. To revolutionize something is to change it entirely. Third paragraph, last sentence, he talked about an immediate and overwhelming God consciousness. To overwhelm something is to change it. Third paragraph, last sentence, he called it a vast change in feeling and outlook. In the fourth paragraph, first sentence, he said such transformations. To transform is to change. About the middle of the fourth paragraph, he called it a profound alteration. To alter is to change. So really what we're talking about here is simply changing the way we think, the way we feel, our attitudes and our ideas about life into something entirely different. Now, if it happens rapidly, we'll call it a spiritual experience. That's what Bill had. But most of us won't have that. Most of us will change as we learn. As we apply the program, we undergo that personality change over a longer period of time. We'll call it a spiritual awakening. But both of them, in either case, it's a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. When they came out with the second printing of the big book, he changed step 12 to read, having had a spiritual awakening. That's the only word that's ever been changed in the 12 steps from the time they first appeared in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous in 1939. He realized most people wouldn't have the spiritual experience, so he changed it to spiritual awakening. Now, I can buy into these ideas. When I first heard the term spiritual experience, that had religious connotations to me, and I didn't want any part of it. But I can buy into the idea of changing my personality, changing the way I think, changing the way I feel. Let's go back now to page 25.
When I first got to Alcoholics Anonymous, I had become everything I detested in a human being, and I did not like me at all. And when they talk about change, that's what I said, man, I want to change. I didn't want to be me. So I looked around the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I found me some heroes and tried to emulate them. I want to be like them. They want to be like me. I want to be like them. Charlie was one of my heroes, and I tried to be just exactly like Charlie. I almost made it. It's a good thing I didn't, but I almost made it. Because I would have never become me. So, and I think we need our heroes for a time. And I think the type of change that you're talking about really is to change from what I had become to that which God intends for me to be. That's the type of change that I'm looking for today in Alcoholics Anonymous. But in the beginning, I had to emulate those other people, and I needed those other people in the fellowship. I tried to be like them, and they supported me. But back on page 25.
Last paragraph.
See, if you're as seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there's no middle-of-the-road solution. We were in a position where life was becoming impossible. And if we'd passed into the region from which there is no return through human aid, we had but two alternatives, and here they are. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could.
That's step one.
And the other to accept spiritual help.
And that's step two.
And he said this we did because we honestly wanted to, and we're willing to make the effort. We can go out there and do the best we can do if we don't like this solution, or we can stay here and accept spiritual help. And every individual has to make their own decision about that. I can't make it for you. Nobody can. We have to make our own based upon the information and our own life's experience.
A lot of people in AA today will tell you, you better not talk too much about God or you'll run the newcomer off. But if you'll notice, the big book doesn't mind talking about God at all. And the big book finally gets around to telling us we just got one or two choices. You know, we can continue to stay powerless over alcohol, continue to drink it until we die from alcoholism, or we can accept spiritual help. There seems to be no other alternatives for we alcoholics. My old sponsor straightened me up in this area. He said, Charlie, you don't need to worry about running a newcomer off talking about God. He said, if you do, whiskey will put him right back in here. He said he has no other place to go, and after he hurts some more and comes back, then he may be willing to talk about God. And I found that to be true in my case and in many other cases also.
You're going to run them off? Well, we've already been off, you know.
Now, where did this idea of the vital spiritual experience come from? You know, you would think it came from somebody in religion. Well, if you start thinking about it, it always blows my mind to see where this thing really did come from. Let's look at this example on page 26. A certain American businessman had ability, good sense, and high character. This is a fellow named Roland Hazard. And Roland Hazard happened to be the one of them that stepped in between Eddie and the judge. Said for years he had floundered from one sanitarium to another. He had consulted the best-known American psychiatrist. Roland Hazard's family had plenty of money. He had gone to the best treatment centers and psychiatrists he could possibly find here in the United States, and nobody had helped him. Then he'd gone to Europe, placing himself in the care of a celebrated physician, the psychiatrist Dr. Jung, who prescribed for him. Dr. Jung was one of the 3 leading psychiatrists in the world at that time. Now, he didn't go to Dr. Jung for a 28-day treatment program. He stayed with Dr. Jung for a year, and he was treated once a week by Dr. Jung for a full year. Though experience had made him skeptical, he finished his treatment with unusual confidence. His physical and mental condition were unusually good. Above all, he believed he had acquired such a profound knowledge of the inner workings of his mind and its hidden springs that relapse was unthinkable. Nevertheless, he was drunk in a short time. More baffling still, he could give himself no satisfactory explanation for his fall. So he returned to this doctor whom he admired and asked him point blank why he could not recover. He wished above all things to regain self-control. He seemed quite rational and well-balanced with respect to other problems, yet he had no control whatever over alcohol. Why was this? He begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society. He would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he expected to live long. That was the great physician's opinion. But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where the other free men may go without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude. Some of our alcoholic readers may think they can do without spiritual help. Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, "You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I've never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you." Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed on him with a clang. He said to the doctor, "Is there no exception?" "Yes," replied the doctor, "there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since early times, here and there. But once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena. They appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements.
Change.
Ideas, emotions, and attitudes are once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side.
Change.
And a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them.
Change.
In fact, I've been trying to produce some such emotional rearrangement within you.
Change.
With many individuals, the methods which I employed are successful, but I've never been successful with an alcoholic of your description. Asterisk, bottom of the page, for amplification. See Appendix 2. They want to be sure that we understand what this vital spiritual experience is. I read this thing and it just blows my mind. You know, here's one of the best-known psychiatrists in the world. And Roland goes to him, but he's treated for a year. He leaves there and gets drunk, and he comes back to the doctor. And he begs the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. The doctor said, "You're probably going to die from alcoholism." He said, "With all the knowledge that I have of the mind, I'm unable to help you any further, Roland. You're probably going to die from alcoholism, period." You know, normally the doctor would have said, "Roland, I believe you're suffering from a Valium deficiency. Let me write you a prescription and you keep coming back for another year." But this little doctor had enough humility to go outside of himself. And he said, "I don't know the answer, but it might lie in spirituality." He said, "These things are phenomena to me. I do not understand them, but I've seen it happen with people of your type. Old ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which are the guiding forces of the lives of these people, are cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas, emotions, and attitudes." Now, we're not sure whether Dr. Jung told him to go to the Oxford groups or not, but we know he left there, came back to the States, got involved in the Oxford group, had a spiritual experience or spiritual awakening. He carried it to Ebby, and then Ebby carried it to Bill. And it blows my mind when I look at these things to see where they come from. You know, we alcoholics today who are so proud of our 12 steps, and rightfully we should be so, we need to stop once in a while and see where they came from. Step 1 came to us from a doctor in New York City named Dr. Silkworth, who was non-alcoholic. Step 2 came to us from a psychiatrist on the other side of the world who was non-alcoholic. The last 10 steps came to us from a group of people practicing first century Christianity who were non-alcoholics. You know, Bill always said, he said, I knew none of these things. He said, my mind was used as a vessel. And these various pieces of information gelled in my mind, and I was able to write the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, but they all came to us from non-alcoholic people. I think it might do us good to remember that. You know, that they really came from all non-alcoholics, Joe.
Kind of interesting to me that Dr. Silkworth knew what the problem was, the allergy, the bile, and the obsession of the mind, but he didn't have a solution for it. Dr. Jung, on the other side of the earth, he gave Roland the solution, the vital spiritual experience. To me, he said these are a phenomenon. He didn't even understand them, but he knew they existed. He didn't know what the problem was. He didn't know about the physical allergy, obsession of the mind, but he gave him the solution, which is the vital spiritual experience. The Oxford groupers, they weren't involved in the problem or the solution. They had the spiritual program of action, the little 6 tenets of the Oxford group. They weren't interested in helping drunks, you see, so they didn't know what the problem was either. But you know, Alcoholics Anonymous started right here, because way back in those days, he said that here and there, just once in a great while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. Today, this morning, we can look around these rooms at each other and tell each other that here and now, every time an alcoholic will apply these things to their life, they too can recover. And they called it Alcoholics Anonymous. Thank God it happened in our time, for sure.
So we see the real solution to alcoholism then is made up of 2 things. For those of us who are powerless, we're going to have power in our lives. And we see in the big book that a part of that power is through the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, where we gather together and share our experience, strength, and hope with each other. And we're putting a little picture up here on the screen to kind of indicate this. If you'll notice over on the left-hand side of that picture, we have the fellowship, which supports us, where the older members, through the sharing of their experience, strength, and hope with a newcomer, provides enough power for the newcomer to be able to stay sober for a period of time. And by the way, it's a 2-way street too. As the older member supports the new member, the older member draws strength from that too. Lots of power in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, no doubt about that. It will be almost impossible today to be a member of AA and not begin to believe in some kind of power other than human power working in and through this fellowship. You can hardly hear countless hundreds of people saying, it's only by the grace of God, or because of a power greater than I am, or because of God as I understand Him, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink in X number of days, weeks, months, or years, whatever. You can hardly hear that over and over and over and over, and not begin to believe there must be some kind of power working within this thing. The newcomer begins to believe that, and that opens the mind, and they become willing to investigate. And they find that simple kit of spiritual tools laid at their feet, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. As we begin to apply the 12 steps in our lives, we begin to change. Our old ideas, attitudes, and emotions are cast aside and replaced with a new set. Revolutionizes our entire attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. We have a spiritual experience. If it's fast, a spiritual awakening. If it's slow, a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. That's the real solution. Now, after we've had this spiritual experience or spiritual awakening, we then become older members of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now we can go back to the left-hand side of the sheet, and we can help support the next newcomer that comes in and help them then work their way through the steps where they can have a spiritual experience also. And if you notice, we're measuring older membership not on how long have you been sober, but upon the quality of that sobriety. When AA first started, there was never any question about this. Everybody was expected to use the steps and have a spiritual experience. And if they didn't want to use the steps, and they were told, well, you might as well leave here, because there's nothing we can do for you unless you're willing to accept spirituality, work the steps, and have the spiritual experience. But then as time went by, they began to water down the program. They began to treat it like a cafeteria. They began to take some and leave some. And almost immediately, the quality of the sobriety began to go down, 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 and down. You know, today in AA you see all kinds of people. Sometimes you see a person that's only been in here maybe 6 months. They got a good sponsor. The sponsor took them through the book, helped them work the steps. They've had a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening, and you just love to be around them. They're always laughing and cutting up and having fun, doing everything they can for AA and other people. They are a real delight to behold. They really are. Then you see some people in here that's been sober 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 years. They treated it like a cafeteria. They took some and they left some. They're better than they used to be, but you never know what kind of shape they're going to be the next time you run into them. One day they're up and the next day they're down, and they're kind of like a yo-yo, just going up and down, up and down. And then you see some that's been in here 20, 25, 30 years, never took a step, damn proud of it. And they're the ones that say, by God, if you want what we've got and are willing to do. Now, some of those guys feel so bad you'd like to buy them a drink, you know, damn good and well they would feel better. So we're not talking about length of sobriety. We're talking about quality of sobriety. And only those who have had a spiritual experience or spiritual awakening can help the next newcomer have one. You can't give away something you haven't got. So we see very definitely there's 2 parts to the power that brings about recovery. Fellowship first supports us. And then when our head kind of clears up, we begin working the program, then the steps changes, and we have a spiritual awakening. Now, I can almost see Bill as he's writing the book. He probably sits back at the end of chapter 2. And he said, well, now let me see. I told him the problem in the doctor's opinion and my story, Bill's story. Gave him an example of the problem there. He said, now then I've told them the solution. But he probably said to himself, they're not going to like the solution any better than I did. You remember how Bill had a lot of problem with this stuff that Ebby was bringing to him. And I think he says to himself, maybe I better show them what's going to happen to them if they don't find this solution. And he sits down and he writes another chapter called chapter 3, more about alcoholism. And in chapter 3 he talks about one thing and one thing only. Step 2 says, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Well, if we have to be restored to sanity, that it indicates we must be insane. And many alcoholics are highly offended when you tell them that. They say, oh, no, I'm not insane. Yeah, I did some pretty crazy, stupid things while drinking. But when sober, I'm much like normal people. Other alcoholics say, well, I don't have any trouble with that insanity because I remember all the crazy, stupid things I did while drinking. And in either case, they're referring to the crazy, stupid things we do while drinking as insanity. No, that's not insanity. The crazy, stupid things we do while drinking, those things are caused by a mind filled with alcohol. Alcohol lowers the inhibitions. And if your mind is filled with something that lowers the inhibitions, look out. You're going to do some pretty crazy, stupid things, all right. But that's caused by alcohol. This bugged us, and bugged us. Till finally we went to the dictionary. And we looked up the word sane or sanity. Sane or sanity is defined as wholeness of mind or completeness of mind. A mind that is whole, a mind that is complete, can see the truth about everything around it, makes decisions based on truth, and life turns out to be pretty good. An insane mind is one that is less than whole. A mind that is less than whole cannot always see the truth about everything around it, makes decisions based on a lie, and then life usually gets all screwed up. To be insane does not mean you're crazy. You know, if you're crazy, you've lost more than half your marbles. And you got to be locked up somewhere to protect you and society from you. To be insane does not mean that you're crazy. It just simply means you're not quite all here. And when it comes to alcohol, it seems as though from time to time, we alcoholics are not quite all here. And this whole chapter is designed to show us the insanity that we must be restored from. And he does it in a perfect way by using examples. He talks about the man of 30. He talks about a fellow named Jim. He talks about the jaywalker. And he talks about a fellow named Fred. And always we look in the mind just before they become insane, when the mind is stone cold sober. Let's look at the lie that we alcoholics believe.
This chapter is called More About Alcoholism. It could be called More Truth About Alcoholism. Heard all my life, you know the truth will set you free. If I'm not free, it's because I don't know the truth. And I always do better when I know better. And that's what I learned from this chapter more about alcoholism. It said most of us have been unwilling to admit that we're real alcoholics. No person likes to think that he's bodily and mentally different from his fellows. Therefore, it's not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove that we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholic. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we're like other people, or presently maybe, has to be smashed.
Now here you got to be careful. You see Bill doing his favorite thing again. He's repeating himself over and over, but he uses a different word each time he does. In the 2 paragraphs that Joe just read, we see 4 words that all mean exactly the same thing. He said the idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. Now we know an obsession is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary, strong enough to make you believe a lie. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. We know what an illusionist is. An illusionist is a magician. They can stand in front of you and with sleight of hand and a few props make you believe something that isn't true. So illusion means to believe something that isn't true or a lie. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity. Insanity is to believe something that is not true. We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost self that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we are like other people or present and maybe has to be smashed. If you deluded yourself, that means you've come to believe something that isn't true. So you may see 4 words. It may be obsession. You may see the word insanity. You may see the word illusion. Or you may see the word delusion. All 4 mean exactly the same thing. To believe something that is not true or to believe a lie. Now let's go see the obsession, the illusion, the delusion, the insanity that we alcoholics have just before we take the first drink. Let's go to page 32, 2nd paragraph.
He said a man of 30 was doing a great deal of spree drinking. He was very nervous in the mornings after these bouts and quieted himself with more liquor. Now he was ambitious to succeed in business and saw that he would get nowhere if he drank at all. Once he started, he had no control whatever. Now, he made up his mind that until he had been successful in business and had retired, he would not touch another drop. An exceptional man. He remained bone dry for 25 years and retired at the age of 55 after a successful and happy business career. Then he fell victim to a belief, which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline had qualified him to drink as other men. Out came his carpet slippers and a bottle. In 2 months, he was in a hospital, puzzled and humiliated. Now, he tried to regulate his drinking for a while, making several trips to the hospital meantime. Then, gathering all his forces, he attempted to stop altogether and found that he could not. Every means of solving his problem which money could buy was at his disposal. Every attempt failed. Though a robust man at retirement, he went to pieces quickly and was dead within 4 years. This case contains a powerful lesson. Most of us have believed that if we were to remain sober for a long stretch, we could thereafter drink normally. But here's a man who at 55 years found he was just where he left off at 30. We've seen the truth demonstrated again and again. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Commencing to drink after a period of sobriety, we're in a short time as bad as ever. Now, if we're planning to stop drinking, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion that someday we'll be immune to alcohol.
We know the truth to be this. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. We've never seen one single case where one of us could go back and learn how to drink successfully. Now, to believe anything different than that is to believe something that's untrue or to believe a lie. Now, this man of 30, was his real problem the fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol? Or that he has a form of insanity that tells him it's okay to drink alcohol after 25 years of sobriety? The real problem centers in the mind, telling us we can drink, rather than the body that ensures we can't drink. That's one example. Let's go to page 34. 2nd paragraph. For those who are unable to drink moderately, the question is how to stop altogether. We're assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Whether such a person can quit upon a non-spiritual basis depends upon the extent to which he's already lost the power to choose whether he will drink or not. Many of us felt we had plenty of character. There was a tremendous urge to cease forever, yet we found it impossible. This is the baffling feature of alcoholism as we know it, this utter inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessity or the wish. How then shall we help our readers determine to their own satisfaction whether they are one of us? The experiment of quitting for a period of time will be helpful, but we think we can render an even greater service to alcoholic sufferers and perhaps to the medical fraternity. So we shall describe some of the mental states that precede a relapse into drinking, for obviously this is the crux of the problem. Now remember, always just before we relapse into drinking, there's no alcohol in the mind. Stone cold sober. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? Friends who have reasoned with him after a spree which brought him to the point of divorce or bankruptcy are mystified when he walks directly into a saloon. Why does he? Of what is he thinking? Our first example is a friend we shall call Jim. Joe loves Jim.
Oh, I love Jim.
He gets a little screwed up with him once in a while. Let's see what he can do with him today.
Everybody likes old Jim. Our first example is a friend we shall call Jim. This man has a charming wife and family. He inherited a lucrative automobile agency. He had a commendable World War record. He's a good salesman. Everybody likes him.
Typical alcoholic, isn't he?
Right.
Everybody likes old Jim.
And he's an intelligent man and normal so far as we can see. Oh, except for a nervous disposition. He did no drinking until he was 35. In a few years, he became so violent when intoxicated that he had to be committed. On leaving the asylum, well, same thing, he came into contact with us. Now, we told him what we knew of alcoholism.
They told him about step 1.
And the answer we had found.
They told him about step 2.
And he made a beginning.
He made a beginning. We're going to find out a little later on that step 3 is but a beginning. So apparently Jim took steps 1, 2, and 3. Immediately things began to get better for him.
Lots of good things happened. His family was reassembled. He began to work as a salesman for a business he'd lost through drinking, and all went well for a time. But he failed to enlarge his spiritual life.
We're going to find out a little later on the only way we can enlarge on step 3 is through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Jim didn't do any of those. 1, 2, 3. That's all he did.
Kind of like a ball game. 1, 2, 3, and you're out. Now, to his consternation, he found himself drunk a half a dozen times in rapid succession. On each of these occasions, we worked with him, reviewing carefully what had happened.
Now, these are good AA members. Jim got drunk 6 times in a row. And each time they went over there, carefully working with him, reviewing what had happened to him. You get drunk 6 times in a row today, they're probably not going to have anything to do with you. But these were good AA members, really working with Jim and working hard.
So he agreed he was a real alcoholic and in serious condition. He knew he faced another trip to the treatment center if he kept on. Moreover, he would lose his family for whom he had deep affection. Yet he got drunk again. And we asked him to tell us exactly how it happened.
They're getting a little tired of Jim now. They said, my God, Jim, this is 7 times in a row. Let's don't go through this anymore. Sit down here and tell us just exactly how this happened this time.
So we're going to look into the mind of Jim now, and we're going to see where he was sane, and they're going to see where he went insane. This is his story. I came to work on Tuesday morning.
We read this book for years before we saw that. I came to work on Tuesday morning. Where was he all day Monday?
Alcoholics are
bad about Monday.
Bad about Monday, yeah. But he came to work on Tuesday morning.
And we're going to look in Jim's mind now and where he went from normal to abnormal or from sane to insane thinking.
He said, I remember I felt irritated. I had to be a salesman for a concern I once owned.
I don't think that's insanity. Probably everybody in this room that had to be a salesman for a concern they once owned would probably be a little bit irritated by that fact. I think that's normal thinking.
He said, I had a few words with the boss, but nothing serious.
The boss probably said, say, Jim, by the way, where were you all day yesterday anyhow? Nothing real bad, just enough to irritate him.
He got a little restless and a little irritated, didn't he? He said, then I decided to drive into the country and see one of my prospects for a car.
So apparently this guy is a car salesman. He wants to get away from the shop a while. He's a little bit irritated with the boss. We're going to drive out in the country, see somebody we already know to try to sell a car to him. Normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman.
So on the way, I felt hungry, so I stopped at a roadside place where they have a bar. I had no intention of drinking. I just thought I'd get a sandwich.
What's more normal than if you're hungry, you want to stop in somewhere and get something to eat? The fact that they got a bar in this place is beside the point. We have no intention of drinking. We're hungry. We're going to get something to eat. Normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman.
He said, I also had the notion that I might find a customer for a car at this place, which was familiar. Well, I've been going to it for years. I'd eaten there many times during the months I was sober.
So this is nothing new. We've been in this place many times before. We're going to go in there and get a sandwich, and we might sell a car while we're in there. Normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman.
He said, I sat down at a table and ordered a sandwich and a glass of milk.
What's more normal than if you're hungry to sit down at a table and order a sandwich and a glass of milk?
Still no
Normal, sane thinking.
Still no thought of drinking. I ordered another sandwich and decided to have another glass of milk.
Now, if you're hungry enough, there's nothing wrong with 2 sandwiches and 2 glasses of milk. Unless you're a member of Overeaters Anonymous, you better look at it pretty close. But for an alcoholic car salesman, normal, sane thinking, 2 sandwiches, 2 glasses of milk.
And now the italic.
Now comes the squiggly writing.
Right. He said suddenly. That means right now. Suddenly, the thought crossed my mind that if I would put an ounce of whiskey in my milk, it couldn't hurt me on a full stomach.
Now that's absolute insanity. For him to believe he can take whiskey, mix it with milk, and it won't hurt him on a full stomach. Now, based on the insane idea, he makes a decision and takes some action.
He said, I ordered whiskey and poured it into the milk. And I vaguely sensed I was not being any too smart, but felt reassured as I was taking the whiskey on a full stomach.
Now we've got it in ourselves. The phenomenon of craving develops. We can't stop now.
The experiment went so well that I ordered another whiskey and poured it into more milk. That didn't seem to bother me, so I tried another. And every time he did that, he was ruining 2 drinks. Ruining the whiskey and ruining the milk, putting them together. Thus started one more journey to the treatment center for Jim. Here was the threat of commitment, the loss of family and possession, to say nothing of that intense mental and physical suffering which drinking always caused him. Now, he had much knowledge about himself as an alcoholic, yet all reasons for not drinking were easily pushed aside in the favor of the foolish idea that he could take whiskey if only he mixed it with milk. Now, whatever the precise definition of the word may be, we call this plain insanity. How can such a lack of proportion of the ability to think straight be called anything else? And if you're looking for a definition of insanity, there it is. The lack of proportion of the ability to think straight be called anything else.
Is Jim's real problem the fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol? Or that he has a form of insanity that tells him he can take whiskey mixed with milk on a full stomach and he'll be okay? The real problem centers in the mind, telling us we can drink, rather than the body that ensures that we can't drink. You may think this is an extreme case. To us, it's not far-fetched, for this kind of thinking has been characteristic of every single one of us. We have sometimes reflected more than Jim did upon the consequences, but there's always the curious mental phenomenon that, parallel with our sound reasoning, there inevitably ran some insanely trivial excuse for taking the first drink. Our sound reasoning failed to hold us in check. The insane idea won out. Next day, we'd ask ourselves in all earnest and sincerity how it could have happened. Let's look at the last paragraph on page 37. Our behavior is as absurd and incomprehensible with respect to the first drink as that of an individual with a passion, say, for jaywalking. He gets a thrill out of skipping in front of fast-moving vehicles. I don't understand this guy at all, but I can see him out here by the side of an interstate or a busy street, standing there waiting for a bus or a big truck to come along, jumps out in front of it, spins around 2 or 3 times, sees how close it can come to hitting him without actually hitting him. For some reason, he gets a thrill out of it. I don't understand it, but I can see him doing it. He enjoys himself for a few years in spite of friendly warnings. People are saying, hey, Jack, you better quit that or you're going to get hurt. He pays no attention to them. Up to this point, you would label him as a foolish chap having queer ideas of fun. Luck then deserts him, and he's slightly injured several times in succession. He's getting a little older now. He can't move as fast. They begin to hit him once in a while. Nothing serious. He just kind of bounces off of them. You would expect him, if he were normal, to cut it out. But presently he's hit again. This time has a fractured skull. He got hurt bad this time. Within a week after leaving the hospital, a fast-moving trolley car breaks his arm. He gets hurt bad again. Now, he sings our national anthem. He says, "I'll never jaywalk again as long as I live." He tells you he decided to stop jaywalking for good, but in a few weeks he breaks both legs. On through the years, this conduct continues, accompanied by his continual promises to be careful or to keep off the streets altogether. Finally, he can no longer work. He's just beat up physically now. He can't hold a job. His wife gets a divorce. She's tired of supporting him and the hospital bills and the kids, and he's held up to ridicule. He tries every known means to get the jaywalking idea out of his head. He shuts himself up in a treatment center hoping to mend his ways. But the day he comes out, he races in front of a fire engine which breaks his back. Such a man would be crazy, wouldn't he? Now, you may think our illustration is too ridiculous, but is it? We who have been through the ringer have to admit, if we substituted alcoholism for jaywalking, the illustration would fit us exactly. However intelligent we may have been in other respects, where alcohol has been involved, we've been strangely insane. Strong language, but isn't it true? Now, this was written in 1937, 38, and 39. I think it's probably more appropriate today than it was then. You know, today, because of education, many people are getting to AA before they have to lose everything. You know, quite often you see somebody come in AA that's still married. Yeah. Occasionally somebody comes in here still got a job. Well, I saw a guy come in last month and he still owned an automobile. He really did, you know. And we start talking about the insanity of them, and they say, "Oh, man, I'm not crazy. I've still got my marriage. I haven't lost anything from drinking." You know. And they tend to think that they're different. We call them high-bottom drunks. Now, the low-bottom drunk usually can see the need for the power greater than themselves easier than a high-bottom because a low-bottom's lost everything. But a high-bottom drunk will get drunk just exactly like the low-bottom drunk gets drunk, by believing something that isn't true. We're going to look at one more example, a high-bottom drunk, a fellow named Fred. And we're going to find out that Fred got drunk just like Jim did. He believed a lie and took some action on it. Let's go over to the next page, second paragraph.
The other night we were in a meeting. We went to a meeting over here, Wednesday night I guess it was, and they asked if there was any new people there, and there was a new lady there, but she didn't raise her hand. And then afterwards, later on in the meeting, toward the end, she raised her hand. And she'd heard everyone talk. And she said to us at that meeting, she said, "I didn't know whether I was an alcoholic or not, and still don't know, because I didn't do the things that you guys have done." They talked about divorces and car wrecks and this and that, some of them mass murder, you know how sometimes we get. And she said, all I do is drink some wine. She was a winette. But she never had any of those things happen to her, and she thought she had to have all them things happen to her in order to be an alcoholic, but she doesn't. See, she's just as alcoholic as anybody else. The same with Fred. Let's look at Fred and see what kind of guy he was. He said Fred is a partner in a well-known accounting firm. His income is good. He has a fine home. He's happily married to father of promising children of college age. He has so attractive personality that he makes friends with everyone. If ever there was a successful businessman, it's Fred. To all appearance, he's a stable, well-balanced individual, yet he's alcoholic. We first saw Fred about a year ago in a hospital where he'd gone to recover from a bad case of the jitters. His first experience of this kind, and he was much ashamed of it. Far from admitting he was an alcoholic, he told himself he came to the hospital to rest his nerves.
We see lots of nerve resters in AA today, just like Fred.
The doctor intimated strongly that he might be worse than he realized. For a few days, he was depressed about his condition. Now, he made up his mind to quit drinking altogether. It never occurred to him that perhaps he could not do so in spite of his character and standing. Fred would not believe himself an alcoholic.
He would not take step one.
Much less accept a spiritual remedy for his problem.
If you can't take one, you can't take two.
Now, we told him what we knew about alcoholism.
They told him about step 1 and 2.
And he was interested and conceded he had some of the symptoms. But he was a long way from admitting he could do nothing about himself. He was positive that humiliating experience, plus the knowledge he had acquired, would keep him sober the rest of his life. Self-knowledge would fix it. Now, we heard no more of Fred for a while. One day we were told that he was back in the hospital. This time he was quite shaky. He soon indicated he was anxious to see us. The story he told us is most instructive, for here was a chap absolutely convinced he had to stop drinking, who had no excuse for drinking, who exhibited splendid judgment and determination in all his other concerns, yet was flat on his back nevertheless. Well, let him tell you about it. He said, I was much impressed with what you fellows said about alcoholism, and I frankly did not believe it would be possible for me to drink again. And I rather appreciate your ideas about that subtle insanity which precedes the first drink, but I was confident it could not happen to me after what I learned. I reasoned I was not so far advanced as most of you fellows, that I've been usually successful in licking my other personal problems, and that I would therefore be successful where you men failed. Just a little bit alcoholic, you see. I felt I had every right to be self-confident. That would be only a matter of exercising my willpower and keeping on guard. Now, in that frame of mind, I went about my business, and for time all was well. I had no trouble refusing drinks, and I began to wonder if I'd not been making too hard a work of essential matter. His mind began to play with him right here. One day I went to Washington to present some accounting evidence to a government bureau. I'd been out of town before during this particular dry spell, so there was nothing new about that. Physically, I felt fine. Neither did I have any pressing problems or worry. My business came off well. I was pleased and knew my partners would be too. It was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon. Old Fred was doing well, wasn't he? Things were real good in his life that day.
Floating along, had a perfect day. He said, I went to my hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. As I crossed the threshold of the dining room, the thought came to mind, it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails and go back to the hospital. Now that's the truth, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You can't drink on the truth.
But you can't drink on the truth. So his mind simply said it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. That was all, nothing more. Now this is absolute insanity for this alcoholic. Now based on the insanity, he makes a decision and takes some action. I ordered a cocktail at my meal. Then I ordered another cocktail. We've got it inside ourselves now. The physical allergy takes over. When I returned to the hotel, it struck me a highball would be fine before going to bed, so I stepped into the bar and had one. I remember having several more that night and plenty next morning. I have a shadowy recollection of being in an airplane bound for New York and finding a friendly taxicab driver at the landing field instead of my wife. The driver escorted me about for several days. I know little of where I went or what I said and did. Then came the hospital with unbearable mental and physical suffering. As soon as I regained my ability to think, I went carefully over that evening in Washington. Not only had I been off guard, I had made no fight whatever against the first drink. This time I had not thought of consequences at all. I could commence to drink as carelessly as though the cocktails were ginger ale. You know, old Jim, he vaguely sensed he wasn't any too smart. Fred didn't even sense that. Well, Fred just thought a couple of cocktails with dinner would be great, that's all. And he took a couple of cocktails, triggered the allergy, couldn't stop drinking, and ends up drunk all over again. Now, is his real problem the fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol? Well, he has a form of insanity. He has an obsession. He has an illusion. He deluded himself into thinking that a couple of cocktails with dinner would be great. And based on that, he takes a drink and he ends up drunk. So his real problem centers in his mind rather than his body. Now, he's told us over and over again. He's told us about the man of 30. He's told us about Jim. He's told us about the jaywalker. He's told us about Fred. Now he's going to tell us one more time. And this is the way you get something true to an alcoholic. You repeat it over and over, and eventually we hear it. Page 43, last paragraph.
Bill tried to stay sober on self-knowledge, and Roland tried to stay sober on self-knowledge, and Jim tried to stay sober on self-knowledge, and Fred was going to stay sober on self-knowledge. And after all these illustrations, he says once more. He told us through all these illustrations, now he's going to tell us once more. The alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Except in a few rare cases, neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must, there's that word again, his defense must come from a higher power. And you can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. You can't think your way out of it. The more you try to think your way out of it, the deeper into it you get. Because we just can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. Our defense must come from a higher power.
Through this chapter now, he's closed the door on me. There's no longer any doubt in my mind that if I don't find that power greater than human power, because of my insanity, then sooner or later I'm going to return back to drinking again. And he did it in a perfect way by using examples, and every one of us can see ourselves through at least one of those examples. In my case, nearly all of them. I don't believe I ever got into jaywalking, but all the other stuff I certainly did, you know. So he's closed the door on me now. He's let me see exactly what's going to happen to me if I don't have that spiritual experience or that spiritual awakening. Let's have some lunch and we'll pick up again about, let's say about 1:15, okay? Everybody going to get sleepy this afternoon? Yeah, we will too. Joe and I have kind of learned to sleep with our eyes open, and he talks a while I sleep, and then I talk a while he sleeps, and every once in a while we both sleep at the same time. So we finished up this morning with the chapter more about alcoholism. We talked about the insanity that precedes the taking of the first drink. And I'm still amazed today how many people in AA think that all the crazy, stupid things we did while drunk is the insanity. And of course we said that it really wasn't. That's caused by alcohol itself. The insanity is simply the inability to see the truth about alcohol. And just before we take the first drink, we can't see the truth about it. We believe a lie. We take the drink, and that triggers the allergy, and we end up drunk. I can see Bill again as he finishes up with chapter 3, reviewing what he's done up to this point, probably saying to himself, I was able to show them the problem in the doctor's opinion, able to give them an example of the problem in my story, Bill's story, was able to show them the solution in chapter 2, and I was able to show them what's going to happen to them in chapter 3 if they don't find that solution. And as we said at the closing up the last session, he's closed the door on us now. He's left no doubt in our mind that if we don't find that power greater than human power, we're going to end up going back drinking again, becoming insane and drinking, and maybe die from alcoholism. And if you're an alcoholic of my type, which most of you are, I'm sure, and if you were raised in the church setting that I was raised in, at the end of chapter 3, you're faced with a real dilemma. Because you see, I was raised in a good old Southern Baptist church. Now, please don't get me wrong. The good old Southern Baptist church is a good church. It was a good church when I was a kid. It's a good church today. But it seems to me as though when I went to the good old Southern Baptist church as a young kid growing up, that I never heard anything good about God. I'm sure they talked about God and talked about good things, but that message never got to the pew that I sat in. Because I remember so clearly, the only thing that I can remember hearing about God in church is hellfire and brimstone. Going to hell for lying and cheating and stealing and drinking whiskey and committing adultery. By the time I got to AA, I'd been doing that for about 26 years. And I knew that God had already told St. Peter, when that little four-eyed sucker gets up here, send him downstairs. We'll not need his kind. Now, I remember so clearly when I separated from God and separated from the church. When I was a kid going to church there, they told me the things I could do and what I couldn't do. And they said, if you do this and this, you're going to be okay. If you do that, and that, you're going to hell just sure as anything. And I didn't have any trouble with any of that until I got to be about 12 or 13 years old. And one day the minister looked me straight in the eye and he said, to think about doing it is just as bad as doing it. And I thought, if I'm going to go to hell for thinking about doing it, and I might as well just go ahead and do it. And I did it. And I didn't go to hell immediately. And I said to myself, that sucker's been lying to me all along. And I made up my mind that day that that preacher and my parents and my teachers in school had joined together in a conspiracy to keep me from having any fun. And I said, to hell with them. From now on, I'm going to do what I want to, whenever I want to, and if they don't like it, that's just tough. And I walked away from God. I walked away from the church. I walked away from parental discipline, teacher discipline, or anything else, and started doing things my way. I was about 13 years old when that happened to me. Now, when I get to AA, I'm 40 years old, and I find out I'm going to have to come to some kind of terms with this God thing. And it would seem to be almost an impossibility for people like me to do that. Thank God Bill Wilson's a real alcoholic, because he knew just exactly how I was going to feel when I got here. He knew my thoughts regarding this God thing, and he knew that I was going to have the same kind of difficulty with this God thing that he had himself. So I think he says to himself, maybe I better give them some more information or some new information where they'll be able to make a decision about this God thing. Because in just a little bit, we're going to have to decide between steps 1 and step 2. And he sat down and he wrote another chapter called We Agnostics. And I think it's one of the greatest pieces of spiritual information I've ever read in my life. I was amazed when I read it to begin to realize that it doesn't try to tell me that there's any particular kind of God. It doesn't try to prove to me that there's any kind of God. What it does, it gives me some new ideas about God so I can discard some of my old ideas about God and be able to make the decision that I'm going to be called upon to make in the chapter following this one. And without chapter 4, I never would have been able to make that decision. He called it We Agnostics. Let's look at it for a few minutes, Joe.
And I love the chapter We Agnostic, because Gnostic means knowledge. Put the ag in front of it, says without. Those of us who are without knowledge, or at least the knowledge I had was that of a 6 or 7-year-old boy, because I put God out of my life and out of my mind and lived that way for many, many years. Bill knew that we were going to feel about this spiritual solution the same way he did. He said, remember when he said that they talked to God who was personal to me? I had my mind snapped shut against such series. He knew that we too were going to have those same kind of ideas, some of us. So he wrote this chapter, We Agnostics, for people like us. Later on in the book, it says that when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. The spiritual malady overcome. We straighten out mentally and physically. And Dr. Jung said that ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were the guiding force of the lives of these people, were suddenly cast to one side, and a whole new set of motives began to dominate them. So I got to look at my old ideas, emotions, and attitudes about God in this chapter, We Agnostic. And I'm like Charlie, this is the greatest piece of spiritual information that I've ever read. And it's not here to tell me that there's a particular type of God or a particular type of religion or anything else. It's simply put in this place so that I may read it and question it and wonder about it. So open up my mind to a point that God might prove to me that there's a God. Because it says later on that the consciousness of my belief is sure to come to me as a result of this chapter, We Agnostics. He knew he was going to get ready to make a decision too. Step 3 is coming up. And he had to give me some new information about God. So I never could have made a decision based upon the knowledge that I had at 6 or 7 years old, which is all that I had. I rejected it then, I rejected it later on, and I reject it today. I have to have some new ideas because the old ideas that I had were not working. He said on page 44, in the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. We hope we've made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If, when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely. That's
because of the obsession.
Or, when drinking you have little control of the amount you take.
That's because of the allergy.
You are probably alcoholic. And if that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness, which only a spiritual experience will conquer. Alcoholism is a very special illness. It's a spiritual illness, straightened out with a spiritual experience. And we can come out of this illness in better shape than what we were when we went into it, thank God, because of the spiritual experience.
I love the simplicity of the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. 2 little questions to determine if you're alcoholic or not. I use them all the time. People come to me today and they say, Charlie, you think I might be alcoholic? And I say, I don't know. Let me ask you a couple of questions. Have you been able to quit drinking entirely, left on your own resources? If they're real alcoholic, they got to say no. And I say, do you have any control over the amount you take when you want to start drinking? If they're real alcoholic, they got to say no. Then I say, well, you're probably alcoholic. What could be more simple than that? But you see how people like to change things. They took these 2 little simple questions out of the big book, and the fellowship expanded them to 10 questions to see if you're alcoholic. Next thing you know, they expanded the 10 questions to 20 to see if you're alcoholic. Hell, I think we're up to 44 today. We only need these 2. We only need these 2. Joe and I had an old friend who lived down in Texas. His name was Wino Joe. And I've always felt sorry for anybody in AA that didn't get to meet Wino Joe. He was a real character. He made up his own list of questions to ask yourself to see if you're alcoholic. And the first question on his list was, has the roof of your mouth ever been sunburned? Joe was a real wino, and he spent lots of time laying out in the field with his mouth wide open.
out in those cotton fields.
Another question he asked that I loved, he said, have you ever been arrested for drunk driving from the back seat of somebody else's car? And the third one that I liked was, have you ever been arrested for public drunk while in jail? So, well, I know how to hold this. We just need to. You know, we are very, very unique people. Very few people in the world suffer an illness, which is a twofold illness, that can only be overcome by a spiritual experience. We number amongst a few people in the world that have a terminal illness, that we can come out of it in better shape than we went into it if we can have that spiritual experience. Now, the book says to one who feels he's an atheist or agnostic, such an experience seems impossible. And that's exactly where I was when I got here. But to continue as he is means disaster, especially if he's an alcoholic of the hopeless variety. To be doomed to an alcoholic death,
Step 1.
or to live on a spiritual basis,
Step 2.
are not always easy alternatives to face. But it isn't so difficult. About half our original fellowship were of exactly that type. At first, some of us tried to avoid the issue, hoping against hope we were not true alcoholics. But after a while, we had to face the fact that we must find a spiritual basis of life or else. Perhaps it's going to be that way with you. But cheer up. Something like half of us thought we were atheists or agnostics, and our experience shows that you need not be disconcerted. And I'm thinking what Bill is saying to us here in these last two paragraphs, it really doesn't make any difference what you think or what you believe or how you feel about this God thing when you come to AA. That you're still going to be able to have the spiritual experience, the spiritual awakening, still going to be able to learn how to live on a spiritual basis. He said if a mere code of morals or a better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. You know, we alcoholics aren't drunken bums. Drunken bums are where they want to be. They're not too interested in changing the situation. We alcoholics will be there with the drunken bums, but we don't want to be there. We've got a conscience. We have a philosophy of life. We have a set of morals. We can't live up to them, though, because of our alcoholism. But if those morals and those philosophies could have saved us, many of us would have recovered from alcoholism a long time ago. The book says, but we found that such codes and philosophies did not save us, no matter how much we tried. We could wish to be moral. We could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might, but the needed power wasn't there. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. They failed utterly. Lack of power, that was our dilemma, and how true that is. You know, if you and I could have found the power in any other way to overcome our alcoholism, we wouldn't be members of AA today. You know, this is the court of last resort. We came to AA because we had no place else to go. We didn't come to AA because we wanted to. I've never seen an alcoholic yet that took a drink at age 14, jumped up and down, shouted with joy, said, I can hardly wait to be a member of AA when I'm 36 years old. No. If we could have found the power in any other way, we wouldn't be members of AA today. We had to find the power by which we could live. And it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously. But where and how were we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. It does not say which will enable you to solve your problem. It says which will solve your problem. And we find, interestingly enough, from page 45 on, we're through talking about alcohol. From page 45 on, we talk about one thing and one thing only. For those of us who are powerless, and that's all of us, or we wouldn't be here, how do you find the power? And if we can find the power, then the power will solve the problem. So if we're going to find the power, we're going to have to start somewhere. And let's see if we can see the beginning or the starting of the finding of the power. Let's go over to page 46. Last paragraph.
You know, if you think your willpower is what's going to solve it, we know that, but now that the willpower is not going to do it, because the obsession of the mind is stronger than our willpower. Well, we got to find something stronger than our obsession of the mind, which is that who made it, which is a spiritual experience is stronger than the obsession of the mind. That's the only thing that will conquer this problem. On page 46, it said, yes, we of agnostic temperament have had these thoughts and experience, let us make haste to reassure you. We found that as soon as we were able to lay aside prejudice, which is old ideas, and express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commenced to get results, even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power, which is God. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and effect the contact with Him.
Okay, here's the first old idea cast aside. When I was raised as a kid in church, I was taught that you have to believe that the way they believe or you're going to go to hell just sure as anything. And I figured since I didn't believe that way, there was no chance of me having a spiritual experience or spiritual awakening. The book tells me that's not necessarily true, that I can have my own conception of God. So the first old idea is cast aside, replaced with a new idea. I can have my own conception of God. I don't have to be concerned anymore about what they said about God, who He is, what He is, or where He is. First old idea cast aside, replaced with a new idea.
My old first sponsor, George, a little black fellow who's dead now, just died about 6 or 8 weeks ago. Yeah, he was a tremendous fellow. But anyhow, George saw that I was having a real trouble with this idea about God. And he said, Joe, you're having real trouble with this, aren't you? And I said, I'm just having all kinds of trouble with it. I don't know what to do. He said, well, I'll tell you what he did, and maybe it would help me, he said. He said, go home tonight and get you a pencil and a piece of paper out and realize that you can't make God, but if you could, what would you want God to be? I didn't know you could do that. Yeah. You go to hell down at that Southern Baptist church for doing that.
In a hurry.
In a hurry, if they found out about it. So I went home that night and I got me a pencil and a piece of paper and I wrote down some things that I wanted God, just me, laying aside all that other stuff that I thought I knew. If I could make God, I wanted Him to be this. I wrote it down and I showed it to George. I thought he would probably laugh at me, but he didn't. He said, well, that's good. You can start right there. Boy, I needed permission. I needed a starting place, and he gave me permission to start right there, and I needed that permission. So I started right there with a very simple little idea. And our book goes on to say, as soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe underlying the totality of things, we began to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction, provided we took other simple steps. We found that God does not make too hard a terms with those who seek Him. To us, the realm of the Spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. It's open, we believe, to all men. And I said, George, do you mean I have to find God? And George said, well, George, God's not lost. Our book says here, we found that God does not make too hard a terms with those who seek Him. And it is never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek Him. It's not in the finding anyhow. It's in the seeking. And if I will seek God in my life, He will disclose Himself to me. It's in the seeking. It's not in the finding.
Another old idea cast aside. I was taught that the road to God is a very straight, very narrow path. If you fall off either side of it, you're going to hell just sure as anything. The book says we found that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek Him. To us, the realm of the Spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. It is open, we believe, to all men. So another old idea cast aside, that maybe this road that I'm going to travel to finding God is not as straight and not as narrow and not as rigid as I was taught that it was. Also, it is open to all men, period. Not just those who believe as they believe, but to all men, period, and women. So an old idea cast aside, a new idea takes its place. Page 47.
So when therefore we speak to you of God, we mean your own conception of God. This applies too to other spiritual expressions which you find in this book. Do not let any prejudice.
Now remember, prejudice is old ideas.
Do not let any old ideas you may have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean to you. All I have to do is ask myself what these things and these spiritual expressions I hear in this book, what do they mean to me? Just me. And at the start, this was all that we needed to commence growth, to effect our first conscious relation with God as we understood Him. And then afterwards, we found ourselves accepting many things which then seemed entirely out of reach. But that was growth. If we wished to grow, sometimes it was growth, you're right. But if we wished to grow, we had to begin somewhere. So we used our own conception, however limited it was. Now we needed to ask ourselves but one short question. Do I now believe?
The agnostic has always believed in some kind of God. The agnostic just didn't turn to God to seek God's help. But we've always, as an agnostic, believed in some kind of God.
Or am I even willing to believe?
The atheist who says there is no God, all they have to do is be willing to believe that there is a God.
That there's a power greater than myself. And as soon as a man can say that he does believe,
Agnostic,
or is willing to believe,
atheist,
we emphatically assure him that he's on his way. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. Again, the asterisk, please be sure to read Appendix 2 on spiritual experience. And if we can't find a power greater than ourselves, at least find one other than ourselves.
You know, here the asterisk is tying together the wonderfully effective spiritual structure with the spiritual experience. And that's what we're building as we progress through the steps. This wonderfully effective spiritual structure will eventually end up as the spiritual experience or the spiritual awakening. And we're going to be building this structure as we progress through the program. Way back in Bill's story, he said willingness was the foundation of that structure. And that's step one. Step two, believing, we're going to see, is the cornerstone of that structure. And that's going to be step two. And then later on, we're going to put some more stones in place. Eventually, we're going to build that spiritual structure. We're going to pass through it to freedom, and we're going to recover from alcoholism. So he's really beginning to paint now a picture in our mind as we go through this thing of the structure that we're going to build. And the wonderfully effective spiritual structure is the spiritual experience. Now, he said that was great news for us. For we'd assumed we could not make use of spiritual principles unless we accepted many things on faith which seem difficult to believe. Now here Bill separates the words belief and faith. And one problem I always had, as a kid growing up in church, the minister always said, son, all you got to do is have faith and everything will be all right. Well, faith implies surety. Faith implies knowledge. Faith is after the fact information. I had no faith that God would do for me what I couldn't do for myself because I'd never really tried to get God to do that. So how would I know that he would? The best thing I can do is to start with belief. Belief is upfront information. Belief can be nothing more than just suspicion. Let me give you a good example in our everyday lives. Let's say I moved into this Torrance, California area, and a month or two after I get here, I've got a problem with my automobile. Now, I don't know a good mechanic anywhere in this area. But you've been here for years, and I assume you'll know somebody. So I come to you and I say, look, I've got a problem with my car. I need a good mechanic. Can you recommend anybody? And you say, well, sure. Take it over there to Jack's place. He'll do you a reasonable price, or to do you a good job, and he'll charge you a reasonable price. Well, I don't know whether that's true or not. The best I can possibly do with that information is if I believe it's strong enough, I'll take my automobile over to Jack. Sure enough, he does a good job, charges me a reasonable price. When I leave there, I know that he will do that. When I went there, I believed he would do that. Now, 6 months from now, I have trouble with my automobile again. I don't ask you or anybody else where to take it. I take it right back to Jack. Only this time, I took it on faith. And we can't start with faith. The best we can possibly do is to start with belief. And all we have to do to start this building of this wonderfully effective spiritual structure is say to ourselves, do I now believe? I've always believed in some kind of God. Or am I even willing to believe that there is a power greater than myself? And the book says if we can answer that question, then we're already on the way simply by believing.
You know, one time, a long time ago, I was with my first wife. I was trying to get back home, and she was pretty good hand about going to church. And I went to church with her for a little while, and went in and had a little visitation with the preacher. Thought I'd show up there and try to get a little, a few points. And so I went and talked to this preacher, and he asked me, he said, well, Joe, what seems to be your problem? Well, I don't know what the problem is, so I tell him what I think it is, and it's her. Really, if you live with her, you drink too, I said. Well, he gave me a solution, and they'll do that, And he said, you must, and boy, he emphasized that word, you must have faith in these things. And he told me what they were. And I just looked at him and looked at him, and I couldn't do that. Because how can you have faith in something that you don't even believe? Thank God in AA we can come to believe. It didn't say we come to have faith in the beginning. It said we could come to believe. And that's what I had to do, was come to believe. And then later on today I have faith. But that was to be a while before I got to that. Let's go to page 51 now.
If I know I need the power, which I do, I've already admitted I'm powerless. If I know the beginning of the finding of the power is just to believe or even be willing to believe, that's the starting point. The next thing I need to know is what procedures am I going to follow in order to be able to find that power. Let's go to page 51, first paragraph.
He said, this world of ours has made more material progress in the last century than all the millenniums went before. Almost everyone knows the reasons. Students of ancient history tell us that the intellect of men in those days was equal to the best of today. Yet in ancient times, material progress was painfully slow. The spirit of modern scientific inquiry, research, and invention was almost unknown. In the realm of the material, men's minds were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. And I used to wonder, how is it that we have cell phones and cars and televisions and all the modern appliances that we have, and why didn't they have that 200 years ago or 500 years ago? Or are we just smarter than they are? Well, he said that the intellect of men in those days was equal to the best of today. Intellect meaning the capacity to learn. They had the same capacity to learn as we did. But you see, the problem was with them was that they were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. That's why we need an open mind, so that we can move on in this idea of the spiritual. You know, this superstition, tradition, all sorts of fixed ideas. Even right here in our country, some 225 years ago, people went to the northeast corner of our country and they came over there for religious freedom. In other words, you were supposed to be able to practice your religion in any way that you possibly wanted to. But if you would practice your religion somewhat like they did, you were okay. But if you had any ideas that were different than some of the people in the group conscious of that area, sometimes, and you expressed them, they would burn you at the stake for being a witch. So if you had any ideas that was different than the group conscious of that area, you kept them to yourself, didn't you? So we had a lot of superstition and tradition and all sorts of fixed ideas even then. But I think we've grown considerably over these last 225 years. But even today, I need an open mind today more than I've ever needed an open mind, because I can get hung up with superstition and tradition and all sorts of fixed ideas today if I would. And I'd put my God as I understand him in a little box and say he's not any more than this. You see, and God's bigger, for me, is bigger than me and bigger than all of us. So I just kind of keep an open mind in that area all the time.
In the realm of the material, men's mind were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. Some of the contemporaries of Columbus thought a round earth was preposterous. You know, I think Columbus is one of the greatest examples of what you can do just based on belief, not on faith, not on knowledge, but just on belief. And as we go back and look at what occurred with Columbus, you've got to believe that Columbus had to be alcoholic. Mm-hmm. Absolutely had to be. Because you got to be tough, you got to be stubborn to stand there and express a belief which is entirely different from the rest of the world. You know, all the rest of the world thought the earth was flat. And Columbus was tough enough and strong enough to stand there and say, I don't believe she's flat, I believe it's round. Another reason we think Columbus was probably alcoholic is when he left, he didn't know where he was going. And when he got there, he didn't know where he was. And when he got back, he didn't even know where he had been. But what really made him alcoholic is a woman financed the whole trip for him. Purely alcoholic.
She did that twice.
By being willing to believe different, Columbus changed everybody on earth. Some 500 years ago, a little more than that, most of what they thought was the civilized world was centered around the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, maybe the western shores of Europe. And they were fettered by trying to discover anything new by superstition. And they had found a place called the East Indies. And the only way you could get to the East Indies was to sail to the northeast end of the Mediterranean, then go by land, camelback, footback, horseback, however they traveled. Took literally years to make that trip. And they were trying to find a new trade route to the East Indies so they could get there, get that stuff, and get it back faster. And somebody said, well, is there any way that we could sail a ship to the East Indies? And they said, well, no, dummy. Don't you know the only way you can do it is sail the ship to the northeast end of the Mediterranean and then go by land. And somebody said, well, what would happen if we sailed the other way? And they said, well, dummy, don't you understand that the world is flat? And if you sail out there, you're going to sail right off the edge of this sucker. Now, I don't know why they believe that. I guess that somebody went out there, sailed that way, and didn't come back. And they assumed that they had sailed off the edge of it. But here comes Columbus. And Columbus was big enough to believe differently. And he changed the whole maps of the whole world. He changed the history of humankind simply because he was able to believe differently. You know, Columbus followed a little procedure.
Little formula, and you'll write down these key words because they're important.
That the world has always known that if you're going to change anything, there is a certain procedure you have to follow. And the first thing you got to do to change anything is to be willing to do so. Circumstances are what makes people willing to change. Trying to find the new trade route to the East Indies made Columbus willing to change his belief. The second thing you have to do is you've got to be willing to change that belief. And Columbus said, I believe that the world is round. I don't believe it's flat. He made one of the most drunk statements that anybody's ever made. He said, I believe you can get east by sailing west. If that isn't drunk thinking, I don't know what is. But his belief didn't do him any good because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean when he expressed the belief. Some days, weeks, months, years later, Columbus made a decision. He said, by golly, I'm going to go find out whether this thing is round or flat, whether you can really get east by sailing west. But his decision didn't do him any good either, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean the day he expressed that decision. Some days, weeks, months, years later, Columbus began to take some action in order to carry out that decision. He went to the King of Portugal and tried to get the king to finance the trip. And the king, being a very astute businessman, said, Columbus, there's no way I'm going to let you have this money. You'll sail right out there and sail off the edge of this sucker, and I'll lose it all. That's why he ended up with the Queen of Spain. Sweet talked her out of the money on the promises that he would bring back gold, silk, and spices. He took the money. He bought 3 ships. He put provisions in those 3 ships. He put crew members in those 3 ships. And they began to go east by sailing west, day after day after day after day, sailing straight west. Now, we don't know for sure, but we suspicion that probably on that first trip he hired a special sailor, put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern. And he said, I believe this thing is round, but if you see the edge of this damn thing, you holler till you turn around. Now, after having taken that action, he got results. You always get results from actions. And the results was he found land on the other side. Now, we know he thought it was the East Indies. It wasn't. It's the West Indies. But he had proven himself that the world is not flat. It is round. You won't sail off the edge of it. He turned around and came right back to Europe. Went right back to the Queen of Spain. And she said, Columbus, where's the gold, silk, and spices you promised you would bring me? And he said, sweetheart, I didn't find any. But he said, I'll tell you what. If you'll refinance me, I'll go back. And this time I'll find them. And she gave him some more money, and he got some more ships. He got some more crew members. He got some more provisions. And they began to go east by sailing west with one big difference. This second trip, he didn't hire the special sailor, put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern, because he went back in faith. He knew now that the world is round. And you can't start out with faith. You can only start out with belief. Now, what I'd like to say to you today is the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are brand new. The world's never seen anything like them before. But if I did, I'd tell you a lie. Because they're based on the same procedure that Columbus and every other human being has ever used to change anything in order to change their life or whatever it is they're wanting to change. You know, in order for you and I to recover from alcoholism, the first thing we have to do is to be willing to change. That comes through step 1. You know, when we're hurt enough, when we can see that what we're trying to do is no longer going to work, when we can admit we're absolutely powerless over alcohol, then we become willing to change. Until we can make that admission, we keep trying to do it ourselves. We become willing to change in step 1. Step 2 is we believe we can do so. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Step 3 is a decision to go after that power. And we're going to find, the same as Columbus did, the decision's not going to do any good unless we take the action necessary to carry it out. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 And in step 12, we get results. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. You see, I no longer believe that God will restore me to sanity. I know that He will because He's done so. Now, those of us that have had the spiritual awakening that's been restored to sanity, we can go back and we can help the next newcomer come to believe. And then they can make a decision. We can help them take the action and the steps. They'll have a spiritual awakening, and they can go help the next one come to believe. There's only one thing we can't do for the newcomer. We can't make them willing. That's a job that they have to do on their own. Now, how does an alcoholic become willing to change? Very simple. Drinking whiskey.
A lot of it.
And when you drink enough of it, then you become willing to change. And I had a guy not long ago tell me, he said, I've been in AA 4 years, been working on step 1 in AA for 4 years. And I said, no, you haven't. I said, you don't work on step 1 in AA. You work on step 1 out there, drinking that whiskey. And when you drink enough of it, then you're ready for step 1. Then you're willing to change. Then we can help them come to believe. We can help them act. Then they'll have a spiritual experience, just like Columbus changed the whole world based on the same formula. A very simple little deal that starts with belief. If I know I need the power, if I know the beginning of the finding of power is to believe or even be willing to believe, if I know the procedure to follow to find the power, I've just got to know one more thing now, and that is, where am I going to find that power? And I think we get here to AA just as confused about where God is as we were ever confused about what God was. You know, I got a picture in my mind as a kid growing up in church. I don't know whether I saw it or dreamed it, but to me, God was a tall, elderly gentleman standing on a cloud up in the sky. Long, flowing white robes, long, flowing white hair, golden halo around his head, sun rays shooting out of that halo, and a big stick in his right hand. Now, I don't know whether I saw it or I dreamed it, but I think one of the reasons I thought God was up there is because I noticed every time the minister wanted to talk to God and talked about God, he always pointed up there all the time. But then I noticed when he really wanted to talk to God sincerely, he always looked down here. He pointed up. Hell, no wonder we get confused about God when we're kids in church. And I looked, and I looked, and I looked, and I never could find God. And the reason I never could find God is I didn't know where God dwells. It's only when I came to page 55 in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous that I began to realize where God really does dwell.
A few years ago, several years ago, I was working, started this halfway house, and there was a little young fella in there that he asked me to be a sponsor, and he said, what do you think I ought to do? I said, well, number one, I think it'd be a good idea if you got a job and got out of this halfway house. And he said, well, easy for you to say, I don't have any wheels. I could get a job if I had a car. I said, well, I'll take you back and forth and help you find a job, and then take you back and forth to work till you get a couple of paychecks. These were fine. So he found a job right away, and I began taking him back and forth to work. And he told me a story one morning on the way to work that changed my life. All the time I'm thinking I'm helping him, and now he's going to help me. And the story went like this. He said that there was these 3 wise men from the east who stole from man and woman the crown of life, took it away from them, the thing that would make them the happiest. Took it away from them. And they said, well, what are we going to do with this now that we took it away from them? One of them said, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take it to the highest mountain on the face of the earth, and we'll hide it in the highest crevice, and they'll never be able to find it there. The other 2 said, yeah, but you know how they are. They'll hunt, and they'll search, and they'll eventually find it. The other one said, I'll tell you what, we'll take it to the deepest ocean and the deepest crevice in the deepest ocean, and they'll never be able to find it there. The other 2 said, yeah, but you know how they are. They'll eventually find it. He said, the third one said, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll hide it within himself, and he'll never be able to look for it there. Is that odd, or is that God?
Page 55, first paragraph.
He said, yet we've been seeing another kind of flight, a spiritual liberation from this world. People who rose above their problems. They said God made these things possible, and we only smiled. We had seen spiritual release, but like to tell ourselves it wasn't true. Actually, we were fooling ourselves, for deep down in every man, woman, and child is a fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or other it's there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as man himself. See, we're just born with it. We finally saw that faith in some kind of a God was a part of our makeup. just as much as the feeling we have for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was as much a fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us, and the lasting knowledge is only there that he may be found, and it was so with us.
You know, it seems as though every human being on earth seems to be born with some form of knowledge, probably lying at a subconscious level. And that knowledge seems to be able to tell us how we should live and how we shouldn't live. Seems to be able to tell us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And I'm sure a lot of people would like to call that just plain old common sense. I think others might want to refer to it as innate intelligence. I think others might want to call it the conscience, and some might want to call it the soul. And I don't think it really makes any difference what we call it, as long as we recognize the fact that it's there. And it's been there in my lifetime as far back as I can remember. I used to be getting ready to do something, and some voice from within me would say, "Charlie, I don't believe you ought to be doing this." And I wouldn't pay a bit of attention to it. I'd go right ahead and do it, and I'd just get in one hell of a mess. And that same little voice would say, "See, I told you not to do it in the first place." Now, if that's true, and if that information, if that conscious knowledge, unconscious, conscious, or whichever way it might be, if that knowledge is God, then what that really means to me today, that God dwells within me. And if God dwells within me, then I've got my own personal God. You see, I don't worry anymore about whether he's the God of the Baptist church or not. I don't worry about whether he's hellfire and damnation or not. I don't worry about whether he's the God of the Catholic Church, the Hebrew religion, or anybody else's God. If he dwells within me, he's mine, and he and I can come together in very simple and very understandable terms. That's some of the greatest information that I have ever learned, period. That I can have my own God. I can have my own conception of God. If I want him to be a kind and a loving God, then that's what I can have, a kind and a loving God. I don't have to worry about that hellfire and damnation anymore. Old ideas cast aside, replaced with a new set of ideas. Now, am I ready to make a decision? You betcha I am now. Before this chapter, I could never have made the decision. So if you're having any trouble with this God thing, just read this chapter with an open mind. Just read this chapter with the idea that maybe some of our old ideas, our old prejudices, maybe they're wrong. There just might be some other ideas that might be the actual truth. If you're working with a new person, have them read this chapter just with an open mind. It doesn't try to force God on us. It doesn't try to prove that there's any kind of God. What it does, it just simply lets us change some old ideas. Now remember, a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening is a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. The old ideas are cast aside and replaced with new ideas. We're already beginning to undergo the spiritual experience as we begin to change our ideas about this God thing. Now we can make a decision, Joe.
If you read this next little paragraph, it will sum up this whole chapter, We Agnostics, in one little paragraph. He says we can only clear the ground a bit if our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, old ideas, enables you to think honestly, encourages you to search diligently within yourself. Then, if you wish, you can join us on the broad highway. With this attitude, you cannot fail. Now get this. The conscience of your belief is sure to come to you. You'll have a God of your own understanding that nobody can improve upon, because God will disclose himself to me or to us in this way.
I can see Bill again now after he finishes up this chapter, sitting down, reviewing what he's done, saying to himself, probably in the doctor's opinion, I was able to show them the problem. In my story, Bill's story, I was able to give an example of an alcoholic who had that problem. In chapter 2, I was able to show them the solution, the power of the fellowship, the power of the vital spiritual experience joined together to overcome our powerlessness. In chapter 3, I was able to show them what's going to happen to them if they don't find that power because of our insanity. And in chapter 4, I was able to give them a power that they can live with. And he probably says to himself, that's all the information they're going to need in order to be able to start the finding of this power. He sits down and begins to write chapter 5. Now, chapter 5 is going to give us the program of action necessary to find that power. And Bill, at this particular time, had great difficulty with chapter 5. They had 6 little steps that they had made up from the Oxford Group tenets. Bill could see loopholes in those steps that the alcoholic mind was slipping through. And he felt that they needed to be tightened up. They needed to be broadened, maybe some more steps added to it. And he didn't know how many or didn't know exactly how to do that. He also was having trouble with this God thing, because by this time we had all different kinds of people coming into AA. You know, the first ones that came in were probably Protestants, and then we had some Catholics coming in, and then we began to have some Jewish people coming in, and we began to have a sprinkling of Muslims showing up in AA. And he's getting ready to write a set of directions on how to find God. And how in the hell are you going to do that without offending somebody? And he said he tried, and he tried, and he tried, and he tried, and he simply could not get started on chapter 5. He said finally one night, while in bed, pillow behind his back, leaning against the headboard, pad and pencil in hand, trying to start on chapter 5, he said, I finally just gave up. Put the pad and pencil down. He said, I closed my eyes and I prayed, and I asked God for the right thought, the right action, the right decisions. He said, I meditated for a few minutes, and I reached over and picked up the pad and pencil, and he said it felt as if the pencil had a mind of its own as it raced across the pages. In less than a half hour, he had written how it works. One of the greatest things that the world's ever seen on directions on how to find God. Then he had to show this, of course, as with all the book, to the other members. And we showed them the new how it works with 12 steps instead of 6. The crap hit the fan. One of them said, hell, Bill, Moses only had 10 and you got 12. They said, what do you mean trying to give directions to people and et cetera and et cetera and et cetera? And the fight was on, and they almost destroyed the fellowship over how it works. Now what Joe's going to read is the original how it works as Bill wrote it that night before the fellowship forced him to make some changes in it. And I think in the reading of the original how it works, you're going to be able to see just exactly what he had in mind as far as these steps are concerned, Joe.
Remember back on page 45, it said the main object of this book was to enable me to find a power greater than myself which would solve my problem. Well, this is how it works. He said, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our directions. Not suggestions, directions. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They're not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a way of life which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those too who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we're like now. Now, if you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you are ready to follow directions. At some of these, you may balk. You may think you can find an easier, softer way. We doubt if you can. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember that you are dealing with alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for you. But there is one who has all power, and that one is God. You must find him now. Half measures will avail you nothing. You stand at the turning point. Throw yourself under his protection and care with complete abandon. Now we think you can take it. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as your program of recovery. 1, admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care and direction of God as we understood him.
Over to the care and direction of God as we understood him. Remember that. We'll refer to it later on.
4, made a searching and peerless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely willing that God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly, on our knees, asking to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. 8,
made a list of all persons we had harmed, became willing to make complete amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our contact with God, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual experience as a result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics, and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. Now you may exclaim, what an order! I can't go through with it. Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We're not saints. The point is that we're willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Our description of the alcoholic.
That's the doctor's opinion. Some of it in chapter 2 and 3.
The chapter 2, the agnostic.
That's chapter 4.
And our personal adventures before and after.
That's Bill's story and those in the back of the book.
Have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. Well, Bill was a salesman. He don't sell you certain ideas. A, that you are alcoholic and cannot manage your own life.
Step 1.
B, that probably no human power can relieve your alcoholism.
Step 2.
C, that God can and will.
The rest of step 2.
Now, if you're not convinced on these vital issues, you ought to reread the book to this point or else throw it away. Pretty strong.
What could be more clear? Very clear. It's evident that Bill didn't intend for this to be a set of suggestions. He intended it for it to be a set of directions. He said so 2 or 3 times. He intended for it to be a set of directions to the individual alcoholic on how to recover from alcoholism. And when the other members saw it, that's when the crap hit the fan. They said, Bill, you don't have any right to give anybody directions. Nobody has the right to tell anybody else what they're going to have to do. They said also, Bill, this stuff about making complete amends, this stuff about holding nothing back, that sounds too much like the Oxford Group Absolutes, and we don't like that, and you're going to have to change it. And Bill said, oh, no, I'm not going to change this. He said, this came after prayer and meditation. He said, what you guys have got to realize is these aren't my words, these are God's words. And they said, well, we don't really give a damn whose words they are. It's our book, and you're going to change it. And he said, no, I'm not. And they said, yeah, you are. And the fight was on. And they almost not only blew the book project, they almost destroyed the fellowship right here. And finally, Bill very reluctantly realized that if we're going to go any further with the book, he's going to have to make some compromises. There was a non-alcoholic psychiatrist around in those days, and he said, why don't you change it from directions to suggestions? He said, probably more people would buy into your ideas than they will if you just force the directions on them. He said, it'll mean the same thing. And he said, where you keep saying must, he said, change that to ought. And he said, where you keep saying you, he said, say we. Don't say this is what you got to do. Tell them this is what we had to do. And he said, probably more people would be more apt to follow these things if you make a few minor changes. Bill very reluctantly agreed to make those changes. But Bill was cunning, baffling, and powerful also. Because he said to the fellowship, he said, okay, I'm going to compromise with you and make the changes, but you're going to have to compromise with me. And they said, well, what do you want? He said, look, I'm tired. He said, I've fought and argued with you all the way through this thing, and especially hearing how it works. And he said, if you want me to finish the book, then you give me the authority to do so. And if you don't want to give me the authority, then you finish the book yourself. Well, they didn't want to give him that authority, but they certainly didn't want to have to finish the book either. They very reluctantly agreed to that. Now, what Bill knew that they didn't know is 2 pages later, he's going to put directions and you and must right back in the book. He had it all the way up to how it works, jerks it out of how it works, turns around, puts it right back in, and ruins some of the continuity of the book. But now that we can see what he really intended, it's easy to see what Bill intended for this thing to be. A set of directions to the individual alcoholic on how to recover from alcoholism. The other thing that is so apparent When he finished up with he talked about our description of the alcoholic, the chapter of the agnostic, our personal ventures before and after, have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. And the 3 pertinent ideas are involved in steps 1 and 2. People come to us today and they say, well, how do you work steps 1 and 2? And we say, you don't. They are not working steps. They are conclusions of the mind that we draw based on information presented to us in the doctor's opinion and the first 4 chapters. You see, I've always been powerless over alcohol. My life's always been unmanageable because of that. I just did not know that, nor did I know why, until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. There's always been a power greater than I am could restore me to sanity. I just didn't believe that power would do so, nor did I understand the insanity I had to be restored from until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. Now, based on the information we've covered up to this point, if I can sit here today and say, you betcha, I'm powerless over alcohol, my life has become unmanageable, I'm through with step 1. If I can sit here and say, you betcha, I believe there's a power greater than I am can restore me to sanity, I'm through with step 2. You see, the fallacy in trying to start people in chapter 5 is chapter 5 really starts with 3. And they don't have 1 and 2 behind them unless they've absorbed all this information up to this point. It's got to be important because we've used a doctor's opinion and 4 more chapters to talk about steps 1 and 2. We only got 3 more chapters now that talks about the rest of the program. Most of this book is centered on 1 and 2 up to this point. Joe?
Our book says being convinced. Being convinced of what? Being convinced of the ABCs. It says if we're not convinced, we ought to reread the book to this point, or else throw it away. But if we are convinced, we were at step 3. We're not ready to take step 3 yet. We're just there. We finished 1 and 2, which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to God as we understood Him. Well, just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do? Pretty good question, isn't it? How do we go about doing that? I have to make a decision to turn my will. And what is my will? My will is my thinking, and my life is my actions. So I'm going to make a decision here to turn my will, my thinking, and my life, my actions over the care, as the book used to say, the care and direction of God as I understood Him. That's what I'm getting ready to do. I haven't done that yet, but I'm getting ready to make that decision to do that.
I think there's 3 key words in step 3 that we need to look at very closely. And the first one is the word decision. You know, I hear a lot of people say, well, I've been in AA 4 or 5 years. My life's still all screwed up. I don't understand why. Because I turned it over to God when I took step 3 years ago. No, we don't turn anything over to God in step 3. We make a decision to do so. And the decision itself implies that we're going to have to take some further action to do that. Now, a good example in my own life is a few years ago, my wife Barbara and I, we decided to come out here to California and visit some of our relatives who were living here in Torrance at that time. But we didn't do anything to carry out that decision. So sure enough, we didn't get to California either. The next year, we made the same decision to come out here and visit our relatives, and again, we didn't do anything to carry it out. 2nd year in a row, we didn't get to California. 3rd year in a row, we made the decision. Only this time, it was a little different. I took the car down and had it serviced. Barbara packed the clothes and a little food, and we got in our automobile and we drove from our home to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we drove to Oklahoma City. Then we drove to Amarillo, Texas. Then we drove to somewhere in New Mexico, Albuquerque, I guess.
Tucumcari.
And then after that, we drove to Flagstaff, Arizona. Then we drove to Barstow, California. And by golly, one day we ended up in Torrance visiting with our relatives. Not because we made a decision, but because we took the action necessary to carry it out. And our book's going to tell us in just a little while that this decision is going to have little permanent effect unless it once followed by a strenuous course of action. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So all we're doing in step 3 is making a decision. Now what is it we're deciding to do? Well, we're making a decision to turn our will over to the care and direction of God as we understand Him. What is our will? Our will is nothing more than our thinking apparatus. Our will is nothing more than this thing up here in our head that tells us what to do and what not to do. Our will is nothing more than our mind. Let me give you a good example of tying your will with your thinking apparatus. Let's say that some of us are beginning to approach the end of our lives, which some of us in this room are. And we've gathered up a few material things. We've become concerned with what's going to happen to them when we pass on. We may go down and sit down in an attorney's office and tell that attorney what we want done with these things. I want this to be my spouse's, this is to go with my daughter, this is to be my son, so on, so on, so forth. That attorney will take my thinking as of that day coming from my mind and put it down on a piece of paper in legal terms. I'll sign it, the attorney might sign it as a witness, and we'll put it in a safe. Now 3 or 4 years from now, sure enough, I kick the bucket. And if my family's like all the rest of them, they're not going to wait very long. They're going to call the undertaker and say, come and get him. And get him ready, and let's get him in the ground about as fast as we can. Now, a day or two later, hell, used to it was 4 or 5 days. Now then, it's just a day or two later. We're all out there at the cemetery. And they got me in a box, suspended over a hole in the ground. A few people standing around that box, and hopefully somebody in AA will say a prayer or two. They start dropping me down in the hole. And my family, like all the others, will not even wait till I get to the bottom of the hole. Just as soon as I start in that hole, they jump in the car, they go to that attorney's office. And that attorney reads to them my thinking as of that date 3, 4, 5 years prior to that time. Now, what do they call that piece of paper? They call it a will, don't they? That's why they do. Will, thinking, mind, they're all synonymous. They mean the same thing. So I'm making a decision to turn my thinking apparatus over to the care and direction of God as I understood Him. What else am I going to try to turn over? Well, I'm making a decision to turn not only my will, but also my life over to the care and direction of God as I understand Him. And what is my life?
My actions.
My life is nothing more than my actions. What I am right now, as of this moment, sitting behind this table, is the sum accumulative total of all the actions I've taken throughout my entire lifetime has made me what I am today. Now, all action is born in thought.
Say that again, please.
All action is born in thought. Sometimes we react to a situation so fast that we think we do it automatically, but we don't. I can't even reach out and pick up this coffee cup unless my mind tells my body to do so. So if all action is born in thought, then it stands to reason that my life is going to be determined by how I think. If my thinking is okay, chances are my actions are okay, and chances are my life's going to be okay. But if my thinking is lousy, then chances are my actions are going to be lousy, and chances are my life's going to be lousy too. I shall never forget when I got to step 3. I went to my sponsor. I said, Neil, I don't believe I can take step 3. And he said, why? And I said, because if I turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand Him, I have no idea where you have me be. And He may want me to be a missionary. And He may want to send me to China, and I sure as hell don't want to go to China. And he just laughed. And he said, well, at least it wouldn't be in the hands of an idiot, would it? He said, let's look back in your lifetime, Charlie. You've always been a selfish, self-centered, self-willed human being. You've always done what you want to do whenever you want to do it. Is that right? And I said, well, you know it is. Well, he said, the end result is you damn near destroyed your life. He said, just think. If God could direct your thinking, it might become better. And he said, if your thinking becomes better, chances are your decisions and your actions would become better, and chances are your life would become better too. He said, there's no way that God could make it any worse than you have yourself. He stepped back about 2 feet and stuck his old bony finger right in the middle of my chest, and he said, now you got to make the decision. He said, I wish I could make it for you, but I can't. This is one you have to do yourself. And that's what every one of us are faced with, you know. Are we going to keep on trying to run the show ourselves? Are we going to keep on making our own decisions? Are we going to keep on taking the same old actions? Are we going to keep on until we destroy ourselves? You know, nobody can make life any worse than we alcoholics have made it for ourselves by following on self-will. So we got to make this decision now as to which way we want to go. The book says we don't have any other choices. We can stay powerless, we can accept spiritual help, And now we've got to decide between those two. Thank God I made the decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understood Him, Joe.
See, he told us how it works. Just now we read how it works. Now he's going to tell us why it doesn't work. And the book says that the first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. That's the reason it don't work. On that basis, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show. Is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangement would only stay put, if only people he'd do as he wished, the show would be great. Everybody, including himself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they would only mind? The only problem is they don't mind. My wife does not mind. My will for my wife is one thing, and her will for her is another. And a lot of times they're in collision with each other. So the first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will could hardly be a success. Some 12 or 13 years after Bill wrote the big book, and after a consultation with some of the best minds in the world, and after experience with working with many, many, many alcoholics, Bill began to see some of the things that would make people tick. And he wrote the 12 and 12 about 12 or 13 years later. Primarily, he was out pushing the traditions, but he put some information, about the steps in the front of the book. They're just short essays, short stories about the steps. More information about the steps to better help us to work the steps out of the big book. And in the area of the fourth step, in the 12 and 12, there's some information in the first 2 or 3 pages of the 12 and 12 is some of the best information I've ever seen that tells you what makes people tick. And I need to get a working knowledge of that information I know today, because later on this afternoon we're going to talk about that third column on page 65 that gives so many of us so much trouble. I get to that third column and I didn't have an understanding of what part of self was affected, so I just skipped over that, you see. But in the 12 and 12 he gives us some real good information about the self and what makes self tick. And I always sponsor the people that I sponsor. I ask them to go to the 12 and 12, read that information, get a working knowledge of those basic instincts of life, so that we can better do the fourth step when we get to it.
I like to talk about these basic instincts that Joe's referring to really in step 3, because they can show us why we really need to take step 3. And I think we got to face the fact that when Bill wrote the big book in 1937, 38, and 39, Bill was not a great spiritual giant. Bill was not a great student of human nature. Bill was a night school lawyer and a New York City stock speculator. Yet he was able to write one of the most spiritual books the world's ever seen when he wrote the big book. Surely God used Bill's hand to do so. But some years later, Bill began to realize that there was some information that he had become privy to in a period of years, that if he could get it out to the fellowship, it would make it easier to work the steps according to the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. So he wrote that series of essays in the 12 and 12 on the steps. Now, we do not believe that you can work the program out of the 12 and 12. You just can't do that. There's no directions on how to work it in the 12 and 12. And that's one reason people love it so much. They can get in there and philosophize and dance around and never do anything. But there's some information that Bill had learned through working with many, many alcoholics, through working with some of the greatest spiritual minds and psychiatric minds in the world, that he gave to us, which really helps us work these steps. And this part that we're talking about, these 3 basic instincts of life, he taught me on about 2 pages more about what makes me tick than I had learned in 40 years of living up until that time. And we're going to go through them just very briefly here, and it shows us why we really need to work the 3. It's also going to set us up for step 4. He said these 3 basic instincts of life are God-given, and that all human beings are born with these things. He said they're absolutely necessary for survival of the human race. And without these 3 basic instincts of life, there would be no survival of our race. He broke it down into the social instinct, the security instinct, and the sexual instinct. And he said under the social instinct, he said all human beings are born with the desire to be liked, accepted, and respected by other people. He said all human beings are born with the desire to come together in groups with other people. And he said if we didn't have those desires, if we didn't join together in groups with other people, that the world would eventually go into a dog-eat-dog situation, complete anarchy would reign, and under those conditions the human race would simply fail to survive. So these desires that you and I have, to be liked and accepted and respected by other people, these desires that we have to come together in groups with other human beings, they're God-given, they are a natural thing, and they are necessary for our survival. He used several terms under that. He talked first about companionship. Companionship is nothing more than wanting to belong or to be accepted. So many of us were born and raised on the outside of the crowd looking in, wanting to be a part of and knew we could not be. He talked about prestige. Prestige is wanting to be recognized or be accepted as the leader of the group. And the world needs leaders. Somebody's got to make decisions. You know, I guess back in the old caveman days, somebody had to say, Mary Jo, get behind that tree with your club. Billy Jack, you get behind that bush with your spear, and Joe and I'll run this sucker through here. And well, somebody has to do that. And most human beings will take one of two directions. Either let me be a part of, or let me be the leader of. And in either case, it's going to be based upon what other people think of us. If they like us, accept us, and respect us, we can become a part of those things, whatever it is we're wanting to do. He talked about self-esteem. Self-esteem is what we think of ourselves, and it's usually high or low. If we think that other people like us and accept us and respect us, we feel pretty good about ourselves. But if we think other people don't like us and accept us and respect us and reject us, if they do so, or if we even think they do so, we feel pretty lousy toward ourselves. Self-esteem. He talked about pride. I'm glad I got in the habit of going to the dictionary and looking words up. I always thought pride is something you were supposed to have. And as a young boy growing up, all I ever wanted to be was a man who walked tall with pride and a little bit sideways like John Wayne did, you know. But when I went to the dictionary and looked that word up, I found out I don't particularly want that pride. It's an excessive and unjustified opinion of oneself. We either think too well of ourselves, we think too little of ourselves, and in most cases it is absolutely not true anyhow. He talked about personal relationships. That's nothing more than our relations with other human beings and the world around us. He talked about ambitions. Ambitions are the plans for the future, to be liked, to be accepted, to be respected, to be a part of, things that we plan for the future. Now, if you want to be liked and accepted and respected by the world and the people in it, the first thing you got to figure out is what is it they want from me. And as kids growing up, we're usually taught those things by society, by what they teach us and by what we see happening. And one part of the world maybe is to have a good education. Another part of the world is to be a large landowner. Another part of the world is to have a large family. It could be any number of things. It'll vary in different parts of the world. And as we grow up, then we begin to try to determine what we need to be. And we set goals for ourselves. And if you're going to reach the goal, if you're going to get the good education, if you're going to be the large landowner, whatever it might be, you're going to have to work toward it. You can't just sit on your duff and be a bum and be liked and accepted and respected by other people. And I don't think you and I would do the work necessary to reach those goals that we set for ourselves if we didn't get a reward for doing so. The great reward we get comes at the moment of successful completion of the goal. Bill said it in his story when he said, I had arrived. My God, how many of us have set that goal? Literally worked our tails off for years. We get there, they pat us on the back and they say, oh, Joe, you're a fine fellow, you're a smart individual, you're really, really a good man. And there's a feeling that comes over us, which is one of those indescribably wonderful feelings. We love that praise. The only thing wrong with it, though, is just a temporary feeling. Hell, you no sooner get the recognition and the praise that comes from successful completion of the goal, and you look around and you say, well, is this all there is to it? And you set another goal. And you work and you work and you strive and you strive, and you reach the new goal, you get the recognition like you wanted, but it doesn't last long, and we set another goal. It seems to create within we human beings an insatiable desire for more and more recognition, more and more acceptance, more and more power, and they're not giving it to us fast enough. We're not getting it the way we think we ought to get it, so we start taking shortcuts. We start doing a little lying, a little conning, a little manipulating, a little stepping on other people's toes and climbing on their backs, and the instant we do so, we hurt other people. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Yeah, the book's right when it says that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success, because under those conditions, we're always in collision with people, places, and things. He talked about the security instinct. And he said all human beings are born with a desire to be secure in the future. He said if we didn't have that desire, we wouldn't provide the food, the clothing, the shelter that we need in order to be able to survive in the future. In the next winter season, we would simply freeze to death. The next drought, we would starve to death. Now, I know everybody in AA tries to live one day at a time, but I also noticed about everybody in here has got an insurance policy of some kind. And that's what the insurance policy is for, to protect us in the future. He said all human beings are born with that desire. Now, if you're going to be secure in the future, once again, you've got to decide, well, what is it I need in order to be secure? And this will vary in different parts of the world, too. Maybe one part of the world you just need $4. Another part of the world you need 4,000. Another part of the world you need 4 million. Another part of the world, you need 192 coconuts, whatever it is that they use to measure, trade, and barter with. And we set our goal. And we begin to work toward that goal. And if you're going to reach the goal, you're going to have to work at it. You can't sit on your duff and be a bum and be secure tomorrow. At the same time, we're going to have to make some sacrifices. We can't blow everything we got today and be secure tomorrow. And I don't think you and I would do the kind of work necessary to be secure tomorrow if we didn't get a reward for doing so. And once again, the great reward comes at the moment of successful completion of the goal. How many of us have set that goal for the new bicycle, for the new dress, for the new car, for the new home, for the new business, for the new piece of property? And we work and we work and we strive and we strive, and a day that sucker's paid off and nobody can touch it. My God, what a great feeling that is. Hell, when I was a kid growing up, hardly anybody owned their own home. Nearly everybody rented. And once in a great while, somebody would get enough money together to make a down payment on a little 4-room house. And they would pay and pay and pay and pay and pay, and the day that sucker's paid off, they call in all the neighbors, and we celebrate and we have a party, and we end up burning the mortgage. It's such a great deal. But the only thing wrong with it, you no sooner get the thing and have it paid off and it becomes yours, and you look around, you say, well, hell's bells. Is this all there is to it? I'm driving a Chevrolet and he's got a Cadillac. This guy over here, he's in a Brooks Brothers suit, and I bought mine at K-Market. So on, and we set another goal. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive, and we reach the new goal, and it feels good. Doesn't last long. We set another goal. And it creates an insatiable desire within we human beings for more and more and more and more of these things. We're not getting them fast enough. They're not giving them to us the way we think they ought to, so what do? We take shortcuts, we lie, we cheat, we con, we manipulate. And the instant we do that, we hurt other people. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Plain little life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. The third basic instinct he talked about is a sex instinct.
Got to get a drink of water on
I
this.
got to have a drink of water before I start on sex. He said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex. He said it may get turned off by bad teachings or bad happenings. But he said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex, because if we don't have sex, we cannot reproduce ourselves. And if we don't reproduce ourselves, then sooner or later the human race is going to fail to survive. Now, just like the other two, the fulfillment of the social instinct, the fulfillment of the security instinct, and the fulfillment of the sex instinct, you're going to have to work at it. Hell, you can do more work in 3 minutes of sex, if you can last that long, than you do all day digging a ditch. Don't you older guys remember how it used to be when we got through with it? My God, you just fall over sideways, the sweat's just pouring off of you. You feel like you've died, gone to heaven, come back 2 or 3 times, and I don't think we would do that kind of work if we didn't get a reward for doing so.
Gets excited, doesn't he?
And the great reward comes at the moment of successful completion of the sex act. One of the greatest feelings a human being can experience, not only physically but also emotionally. The only thing wrong with it, though, you no sooner get through with sex and experience those emotions, and it's just a temporary feeling. It doesn't last very long. And you look around, and next thing you know, you get to thinking about doing it again. And then the next thing you know, you get to thinking about doing it in different ways. And then you get to think about doing it in different positions. And after a while, you get to thinking about doing it with different people. And the next thing you know, we're doing it the wrong time, the wrong way, with the wrong people. And the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They, in turn, retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. You know, if every human being on earth today could fulfill these three basic instincts at the level that God intended for us to, there would be no conflict on earth today. But all human beings, sooner or later, will overdo in one or more of these areas because they are so pleasurable, we simply cannot keep from doing those things that ends up creating pain and suffering for others. Any life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. Now, the little picture we got up there, you see the three basic instincts of life, and then coming out of that is a little circle called self. That's what makes up self-will. That's what causes us to do the things that end up hurting other people. The very things that God gave us that's necessary for our survival are also the very things that will destroy us left on self-will. Coming out of self-will, you see another circle called wrongs. It's another word you got to look at. You know, somewhere we got the idea in AA that the word wrongs means a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. But you go to the dictionary and look it up and you'll find several definitions. One definition of the word wrong is incorrect judgment of other people. A little later on, we're going to find out that's just exactly what a resentment is. Another definition of the word wrong is incorrect believing. A little later on, we're going to find out that's what most of our fears are. Another definition of the word wrong are the harms and the hurts that we do to our fellow human beings. It's very easy to spot a selfish, self-centered human being. They will always display three common manifestations of self that are always madder than hell. Damn him and damn her, and by God, I'll show them, and they're not going to treat me that way, and blah, 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 blah. Selfish, self-centered human beings always scared to death. Can't depend on God. Can't depend on other human beings. If we're an alcoholic reaching the end of our alcoholism, we can't depend on ourselves any longer, and we're running around absolutely scared to death all the time. Selfish, self-centered human being is always doing things that ends up hurting other people. And we hurt those other people, then we got to suffer the retaliation from that. Plus, we got a conscience, and the guilt and the remorse associated with those things just literally eat us up. There's no way that a selfish, self-centered human being can be happy, because our mind is always filled with resentments and fear and guilt and remorse. And under those conditions, eventually, we want to feel better. We start thinking about taking a drink, and the next thing you know, we go right back to drinking again. This is the greatest information I've ever seen in my life that explains to me what causes me to do the things that I do, and explains to me why, left on self-will, I don't stand a chance for peace of mind and happiness necessary for good, continual sobriety. I've got to make this decision to let God direct my thinking. And if God directs it, then I'll fulfill these basic instincts at the level that God intends for it to be. And then I'm not in conflict with people, places, and things, or even my own conscience. Joe?
Let's go to page 62.
We're going to take a break here in just a minute.
It won't be long. It said, page 62, it said, selfishness and self-centeredness. That we think is the root of our troubles. We're driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation. But we invariably find that at some time in the past, we have made decisions based on self, which later put us in a position to be hurt. Alcoholism, I, self, and me. We made decisions based on the satisfaction of these basic instincts, which later put us in a position to be hurt. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us, and God makes that possible. And there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without His aid. Many of us have had moral and philosophical convictions galore, but we could not live up to them even though we would like to. Neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. Can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. See, He told us how it works, and this is why it won't work, and now He's going to tell us how it really works. He said, this is the how and why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work.
You know, if this is a God-directed world, and everything I read leads me to believe that's true, then those of us who have been self-directed, and those of us who've been trying to direct everything and everybody around us, we've been trying to do God's job for Him. We're not God. We've just been playing at being God. And we're going to have to quit doing that if we want any peace of mind and happiness.
He said next, tells us what to do next. Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director.
Not our suggester, our director. He's got his word back now, and it'll be director of directions the rest of the way through the book.
Said he is the principal, we're his agents. He's the father, we're his children. Most good ideas are simple. And this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch of which we passed to freedom. You know, I almost missed that simple little idea. The way I used to pray was like this. God give me this, and God get me a new car, and God get my wife back. God help me make more money. God do this, God do that. I use God like you would an errand boy. Send him out and take care of stuff, you know. And sometimes I would say, if I forgot to ask you for something, well, give that to me also. Well, you can see how that don't work. And after I've been sober for a while, I got to reading in that other big book, and there's a story up there in front of it. It said he worked for 6 days and then he rested. Now, to my knowledge, he never go back to work anymore. It looks to me like there's going to be any work being done around here. It's going to be me. Because he is the principal, we're the agent, he's the father, we're the children, he's the boss, I work for him. Most good ideas are simple, and I almost missed that simple little idea.
And this concept of letting God be the director is the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we're going to pass to freedom. We're building a wonderfully effective spiritual structure. Step 1, willingness, was the foundation. Step 2, believing, was the cornerstone. And now he tells us it's going to be an arch, and we're going to pass through it to freedom. And the keystone of that arch, in the old arches they used to build, there was a certain stone right up in the top called the keystone. If it was cut right, the other stones leaned against it, and the keystone supported the arch. If it was faulty, it would fall out. The keystone of the arch through which we're going to pass to freedom is a simple little idea. Those of us who have been self-directed all of our lives, we're making a decision to let God be the director. It's just that simple. Let God be the director. Later on, we're going to see some more stones go in place as we build this structure. Step by step by step, we build it. Step by step by step, we get positive results from it. There's nothing negative about any of these steps. On page 63, it tells us some good positive things that's going to take place here if we make this decision.
Said when we sincerely took such a position, the one on page 62, all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer. Being all-powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. See, I got to do his work well. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. See, I've always been a taker. Takers are losers, you know. Not only in AA, but in life. Takers are losers, and I was a loser. Today, I'm trying to see what I can contribute to life. He said, as we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of his presence, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. And God, I used to hate that idea about being reborn. There was a little church down the road from where I lived at that time, and these guys would come up there on Monday night and knock on my door, want to talk to me about being reborn. You know what I did for them, didn't you? I run them off. I said, hey guys, this is Monday Night Football. You're interfering in my drinking and my football game. Get out of here. I want to talk to you. That's what I didn't understand. As I read in that other book when I got sober after a while, there was a story in there. This guy's name was Nicodemus. Dumber than a sack of hammers. Just like me. Because whenever he heard about that guy talk about being reborn, he went to him and said to him, you mean, when you talk about being reborn, you mean I've got to go back into my mother's womb and be reborn? I could just see him looking at him and say, man, didn't you go to school? Didn't you go to university? Aren't you educated? Don't you know you can't do that? When I'm talking to you about being reborn, I'm talking about the renewing of your mind. Old ideas cast aside, new ones accepted. I could do that. And I couldn't wait now. I'm ready. The book said we were now at step 3. We're really, and action is a magic word in Alcoholics Anonymous and in life. And so I couldn't wait to get down there now that I understood this a little better. I couldn't wait to get down to that church on Sunday morning to do this 3rd step that they talked about. Because I knew what they were doing down there on Sunday morning, just about 11 o'clock. So I waited till Sunday. Don't know why I waited till Sunday, but I did. And I got there about 2 or 3 minutes before 11. Well, I didn't want to get there too early. I might hear something that would help me. So sure enough, I got there 2 or 3 minutes before 11, and sure enough, that old preacher down there said, those of you who want to do the third step prayer, basically, come on down here and let's do it. And this is what I did. Many of us said to our Maker as we understood him, God, I offer myself to you to build with me and do with me as you will. Relieve me of the bondage of self that I may better do your will. Take away my difficulties that victory over them may bear witness to those that I would help of your power, your love, your way of life. May I do your will always. So we thought well before taking this step, making sure that we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. Now, I don't know what happened that Sunday morning. I just don't know. Not capable of knowing. But I do know this. From that Sunday morning until this morning, my life hasn't been the same. It was as if I've been walking on the dark side of the street, and all of a sudden, after the third step, I'm on the sunny side of the street. Just like that. And my life hadn't been the same. People began to come back into my life. My wife began to come back. My daughter began to come back. I began to get sobriety and stay sober. My life began to change. And all those things that I ever dreamed about morning has happened in my life as of today. Everything. Thank God for the third step prayer.
We thought well before taking this step, making sure we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. I think the word utterly means completely, wholeheartedly, the whole ball of wax. I hope you don't make the mistake I did. The first time I took this step 3, I got down on my knees, which I very seldom did in those days, and I said, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do with me as thou wilt, so on, and so forth. And as I finished it up, I said, now this applies to my alcohol. Don't fool with my sex life. Stay out of my money, I can handle that too.
God probably said, what an order, I can't go through with it.
I said, you take the alcohol and I'll take care of the rest of it. Well, today I realize the fallacy in that is that God probably doesn't even drink. He doesn't want the alcohol, he wants me. And he wants all of me. Just think, if he directed my thinking in all areas, maybe my thinking would become better. Not only regarding alcohol, but sex, money, and everything else. If my thinking becomes better in all areas, then surely my actions are going to become better, and surely my life's going to become better in all areas too. We're going to ask you to do a favor for us, and just for me mainly. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but I'd like for you to reach out and take the hand of those who are sitting next to you, and just kind of hold hands a minute. And I'm going to read this prayer sentence by sentence, and as I read it, we'll ask you to repeat it after me. It said, God, I offer myself to thee.
God, I offer myself to thee.
To build with me and do with me as thou wilt.
To build with me and do with me as I will.
Relieve me of the bondage of self.
Relieve me of the bondage of self.
That I may better do thy will.
That I may better do your will.
Take away my difficulties.
Take away my difficulties.
That victory over them may bear witness.
That victory over them may bear witness.
To those I would help of thy power.
To those that I would help of thy power.
Thy love.
Thy love.
And thy way of life.
And thy way of life.
May I do thy will always.
May I do thy will always.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
You'll never have to worry about step 3. You've just taken it. Let's take about a 15-minute break, then we're going to the bottom of page 63. It tells us there, we found it very desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person, such as our wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor. And of course, we always recommend on step 3, we take it in the company of other human beings. People that I sponsor, I insist they take it with me for 2 reasons. Number 1, if they take it with me, then I know they have taken it. That's the only way I know for sure. But the real reason is that every time we do it, it has a deeper meaning for me and means more in my own personal life. Plus, we're tri-dimensional creatures. We're meant to live with God. We're meant to live with our fellow human beings. We're meant to live with ourselves. And when we pray in the company of other human beings, we're beginning to fit ourselves back together. as God intended for us to be in the first place. And this is our first real opportunity to do that by taking step 3 with other human beings. Way back in the beginning, when they were in Dr. Bob's house, when the newcomer got ready to make their surrender, which is our step 3, 4 or 5 of the older members would take the newcomer upstairs in one of the bedrooms. They would all kneel, and the newcomer would make their surrender. And after it was over, the older members would vote on how well he surrendered. If he didn't surrender good enough, they'd make him do it again, too. So it worked out real good. Okay, we're through with step 3 now. We've made our decision. Now let's see what we're going to do from here on. Let's go to the bottom of page 63 and start out right there.
It says next. That's right after 3. Next, we launched out on a course of vigorous action. The first step, which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Though our decision,
step 3,
was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by strenuous effort to face and be rid of those selves in ourselves which had been blocking us. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions.
Well, the first thing we like to look at as we progress from step 3 on is the time element between step 3 and step 4. And we hear this question asked all over the country: how long should you wait after you've done step 3 before you start on step 4? And we hear all kind of answers. We've heard some people say, well, maybe you ought to wait 30 days. And we've had others say maybe you ought to wait 90 days. And we heard a so-called professional in the field counseling people to wait a minimum of 2 years between 3 and 4 so that they could be sure and have their mind cleared up and do step 4 really perfect. And our question back to that professional was, how damn many people have you killed with that statement? We're trying to find a way to live where not only can we be sober, but we can be peaceful and happy and free, where we can have a little serenity and peace of mind. And the longer we put off, the longer we procrastinate on step 4, the longer we're going to be restless, irritable, discontented, filled with shame, fear, guilt, remorse, worry, and all the good stuff that goes with it. And under those conditions, sooner or later, the mind wants to feel better. And it begins to think about that sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, we think we can drink, and we go right back to drinking again. I don't know how long I could go under those conditions. Frankly, I'm not interested in finding out. The book tells us when we ought to take it. It said 3 is not going to do us any good unless we follow it up at once by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of those things in ourselves which had been blocking us. So I think what the book is saying, as soon as you're through with 3, you're ready to start on 4. Now, knowing that, and knowing that if we don't get on with 4, we might get drunk over it, why would we still tend to procrastinate and not want to do step 4? I think there's 2 or 3 reasons behind it. Some of the older members tend to play king off the mountain with step 4. And they tell the newcomer, by God, you just wait till you get to step 4, blah, 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 blah. Just literally scare them to death. And let us be the first to say today, if we do step 4 the way the big book says to do it, there's nothing to be afraid of, period. It's not going to be a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. And there's nothing to fear in step 4. Knowing that, why would we still tend to procrastinate? Well, I think one of the main reasons is the instructions on how to do it are on page 64. But not understanding how Bill wrote, for years we didn't understand how to do step 4 according to the big book. So in our confusion, we got over into step 5 and we read something about sharing all your life story. And we said, oh, that's what they wanted us to do, that in 4 is write our life story. And that's what I did at the beginning. Probably wasn't very important to other people. It must have been to me, because there was 92 pages in it when I got on. I took it to another poor, suffering alcoholic and asked him to read it. And he read it and said, not very pretty, is it? And I said, no. He threw it in a waste paper basket. He said, you'll never have to be that way again. I learned nothing to contribute to my alcoholism by writing my life story. And as I look back now, I realize 95% of my life story doesn't have anything to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I was born in 1929, I don't think that's got anything to do with my alcoholism. It may have had something to do with somebody else's, but not mine. The fact that I went into service immediately after high school, served a hitch in the Army, I don't think it's got anything to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I was married at age 21, I don't think it's got a thing to do with it. But I tell you what it did do. The 95% that had nothing to do with it very effectively covered up the 5% that did, and I learned nothing to contribute to my alcoholism from my life story. So in our confusion, somebody in Minneapolis, Minnesota wrote a 4-step inventory guide. We got the Minneapolis guide, we combined it with a big book, and we got more confused yet. Somebody in Dallas, Texas wrote one. We took the Dallas guide, combined it with the Minneapolis guide, combined it with a big book, and got more confused yet. We saw one time coming out of Canada. Nothing wrong with Canada, but that's where it came from. Had 20 pages in it. And if you wasn't crazy as hell before you took it, you sure as hell would be when you were through with it. It was one of those. All the time, the instructions have been right here in the book. And we just couldn't see them because we didn't understand how Bill writes. Now, there's two things that you've got to understand about this if you're going to do it the way the book says. Number one, we've got to remember that Bill loves to talk about something we already know about and then use that to teach us something new. We saw him do it with a great ocean liner the moment after rescue from shipwreck. Here he does it by talking about a business inventory, assuming that you and I know something about a business inventory. And he's going to use that example then to tell us how to do our own personal inventory. The other thing we've got to always remember about him, he repeats himself quite often, but he finds a different word which means the same thing. And seeing that, I think it's going to be amazing how simple this step 4 really is if we do it the way the big book says to do it. So let's just kind of relax. Let's just kind of sit back and see if we can't see how simple this thing is. And if we can't see where there's nothing to be afraid of in this thing at all. He starts out first by making a comparison, which he loves to do. He said, therefore we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4. And immediately he goes to business. He says, a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. Now, I think you and I could probably recognize the fact that if we had a business selling ladies' purses, men's watches, bicycles, whatever, it doesn't make any difference. If we didn't go in there and inventory once in a while, and by the way, inventory is defined as a written list of items. If we didn't go in there and inventory in our business, we wouldn't know what's been stolen out of the store we didn't get paid for. We wouldn't know what's been sold and we need to reorder new stock to replace it. We wouldn't know what's become damaged and unsaleable and nobody wants to buy it. It's sitting there taking up valuable floor space, valuable cabinet space, display case. We're probably paying interest on borrowed money on it. It sits there day after day after day after day and nobody wants to buy it. We wouldn't know what's become out of style and people aren't interested in buying those kind of items. And if we didn't inventory in the business, we probably eventually would end up going broke. I think everybody could see that. Okay, in our personal lives, we have a business too. And our business is the most important business in the world to us. It's the business of finding a way to live, where not only can we be sober, but we can have a little peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. And if we don't inventory in our personal business of staying sober, then we're probably going to go broke too. And going broke for us is simply going back to drinking. So whether we deal with a business inventory or a personal inventory, if we don't do it, we're probably going to go broke. Now then, he says, and we're going to put a little picture up here on the screen again, and you got one that'll match it. And we're going to take a few key words out of the big book, and we're going to put them up here on this screen as we look at them. He says, a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. And then he says, taking a commercial inventory. Now, Dad burned him, he could have said business again, but he don't like to repeat himself twice. Have you guys got that sheet in your thing? Yeah. I don't see it in this one I've got up here. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. We call it inventory comparison. Okay, we're going to take a few key words now from this business inventory and list them up here on the board. Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding, and we're putting fact-finding on the board, and a fact-facing process, and we're putting fact-facing on the board. It is an effort to discover the truth And we're putting truth on the board about the stock in trade. And we're putting stock in trade on the board. Now, the stock in trade is what's in there for sale. The ladies' purses, the men's watches, the bicycles, or whatever. One object is to disclose damaged or unsaleable goods. And we're putting damaged or unsaleable goods on the board to get rid of them promptly and without regret. And we're putting get rid of them promptly and without regret on the board. In other words, in the business inventory, we're going to try to find the facts. When we find them, we're going to try to face the facts. We're trying to discover the truth about the stock in trade. We're trying to disclose the damaged and unsaleable goods. Now, the good items don't cause us to go broke. The damaged and unsaleable items cause us to go broke. When we find them, we're going to try to get rid of them promptly and without regret. And he said if the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. In other words, he's going to have to be just as honest as he possibly can. And once in a while, he'll try to fool himself. He or she, whichever the case might be. They might say, well, the reason these ladies don't want to buy these purses is they just don't understand what they really need. They made a decision to buy them. They hate to admit they're wrong, and they may keep them in there much longer than they should. And if they do, it's going to cost them money day after day after day. So they got to be truthful with this inventory. Now, is there anybody in here that would have any problem with that statement he's just made about a business inventory? We're going to try to find the facts. When we find them, we're going to face them. We're trying to discover the truth about the stock in trade. We're looking for damaged and unsaleable goods. When we get rid of them, when we find them, we're going to get rid of them promptly and without regret. You can't put new items in there until the old items are gone. So when we find them, we got to get them out of there so we can put new stuff back in there. Anybody got any problem with that? Okay, now watch him. He wrote a step for us and used a series of words, which means basically the same thing as these words up here. In our fourth step, he said we made a searching. And we're putting searching under the personal side, straight across from fact-finding. I mean the same thing. To find the facts, to search out the facts. We made a searching and fearless. And we're putting fearless straight across from fact-facing. To face those things as they really are, to fearlessly look at them. We made a searching and fearless moral. And there's where we got in trouble. We said, oh, shit, there it is. There's that list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. And we don't want to look at them. We sure as hell don't want to show them to somebody else later on in step 5. Now, I'm not sure what all Bill Wilson knew, but one thing I am sure of, this guy understood the English language. And I think if he'd wanted you and I to make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items, I think he would have said we made a searching and fearless amoral or immoral inventory of ourselves, and he didn't say that, he said moral. Bugged us and bugged us and bugged us. Finally back to the dictionary. You know what moral stands for? Truth. Things as they really are. The right and wrong of any given situation. So moral and truth mean identically the same thing. We made a searching and fearless moral inventory of what? Of ourselves. We're the only stock in trade that we have in this business of staying sober. Nobody else can make us drink, and nobody else can make us sober. We decide whether we're going to drink or not. So as I make this searching and fearless moral inventory of myself, I'm going to look right up here in my little head, and I'm going to try to find those things that block me off from carrying out the decision I made in step 3. And as we talked about in step 3, there are 3 common manifestations of self that blocks God out, and they're always present in every selfish, self-centered human being. One is resentments, one is fears, and one is the guilt associated with the people we've hurt in the past. So what I'm going to do is I make this searching and fearless moral inventory of myself. The part of me that causes me to drink or not drink will be my thinking process, and I'm going to find those flawed thinking processes that block me off from God, and when I find them, I'm going to try to get rid of them promptly and without regret. And all selfish, self-centered people will display these same 3 common manifestations of self: resentment, fear, guilt, and remorse. Now, I like to look at my mind up here as just a little bitty store, not very much. A little quick trip. It's not as big as a 7-Eleven, a get and go or come and get it or whatever you want to call it, just a little bitty store. Now, up here in my store, I have some display cases over here, and they're filled with resentments. Damn him, damn her, by God, I'll show them. They're not going to treat me that way. The next time they do that, I'll do this. I'll put it on and on and on and on and on. God can't get in my mind. He is very effectively blocked out by those resentments. If I want God to direct that part of my thinking, I must do something about the removal of those resentments, and then and only then can God's thinking come into my mind. You know, God told the human race, He said, I love you enough that I'll let you live out there on self-will until you die. He said, I'll never take it back from you. You're going to have to give it back to me, and I can't give it back to Him as long as my mind is filled with resentments. The people, the places, the things I resent, they are controlling my thinking. They are directing my thinking. And if they do, God can't. It's just that simple. Over here on this side of my store, I've got a little file cabinet, and it's filled with fear. Oh, my God. What's she going to do when she finds out about this one? Oh, my God, what's the banker going to do when that check gets in there? He's already told me he's going to file on me the next time. Oh, my God, what is the boss going to find out when he finds out? What's he going to... Oh, my God, and on and on and on and on. You know, that file cabinet's already full. God can't get in there. He's very effectively blocked out by my fears. Back here in the back of my store, I've got a little storage room. And it's filled with guilt and remorse associated with the people I've hurt in the past. We're not drunken bums. We've got a conscience. And as long as that storeroom back there is filled with guilt and remorse associated with those things from the past, God can't get in there either. He's very effectively blocked out. So if I want God to direct my thinking, I'm going to have to do something about the damaged and unsaleable thoughts that very effectively keep God blocked out of my mind. Resentments, fears, and guilt and remorse. And thank God our book is going to show us a very simple way to look at these things, to see the truth behind them, a way to get rid of them, and the greatest thing of all, a way to keep them from coming back in the future. And if I can get those things out of my head, then God can direct my mind. But until I get them out of there, God can't. The things I resent, the fears, the guilt, the remorse, they control my thinking for me, and God can't. It's just that simple. Look at what He says. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly, truthfully, morally. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways that what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease, for we've been not only mentally and physically ill, we've been spiritually sick. When a spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. Now, before we set resentments on paper, let's look at that word. If we don't understand it the way the writer understood it, the information is going to be flawed information. The word resentment comes from two old words. R-E. When you see R-E in front of another word, it always means to do again, to repeat, to do over, to repaint, replay, rebuild, always means to do again. The last part of that word, sentiment, comes from an old word called sentire, which means to feel. So the word resentment means to feel again, to feel again. Okay, in the scheme of life, I'm going along fat, dumb, and happy. And somebody who is sick in self, in the social instinct, security instinct, or sex instinct, they're sick in self and they do something to me that hurts one of my basic instincts of life. Maybe they threaten my social instinct in some way. Maybe they threaten my self-esteem. Maybe they threaten a personal relationship. Maybe they threaten my security. Perhaps they rip me off. Maybe they threaten my sex life. And when they do that to me, that's not a resentment on their part. That's a wrong for doing so. It doesn't become a resentment until I go off in the other room, or I go home that evening and sit down in my easy chair, and I replay that thing in my mind. And as I replay that thing in my mind, I feel the pain the second time. I re-feel that thing. And after a while, I sit there and I play it over again. Now, the stupidity in it is that they hurt me the first time, but now I'm sitting there doing it to myself. They're not even here now. They're clear across town. And I found out one thing about my resentments. I'm not always too honest with myself. As I replay that resentment and feel the pain the second time, I tend to distort the picture just a little bit. I tend to make what they did a little bit worse, and what I did a little bit less, and the pain just a little bit deeper. And let me sit there and play it over and over and over and over. It no longer resembles the truth at all, because I distort it each time as I play it. You know, I compare these resentments to a good football game. Back in our part of the country, we love football, and you guys love it out here too. And sometimes in a football game, you'll see one of those guys get hurt real bad. You know, maybe they tackle him and just turn him upside down and falls on his head, and his legs go one way and his arms another way, and you can tell that he's really hurt when you see him hit the ground. Now, one of two things is going to happen. The football game is just like the game of life. It's going to go on. You can't stop it. When this guy's hurt, one or two things are going to happen. They're going to run out there and check him out. And if he's not hurt too bad, they'll pump a little air into him, get him up, and the game starts again. But if he's hurt bad, they'll drag him off to the side, put somebody in his place, and the football game starts again. Now, the announcer up in the booth, he's got a resentment machine. Because after a while he says, let's look at that again. And this time it's in slow motion, living color. You can see the expression of pain on his face, and it looks twice as bad this time as it did the first time. And after a while the announcer says, let's look at that again. Now, the game's been going on for 15 minutes, and the announcer's sitting over here bouncing this guy up and down, up and down, up and down off the ground. We alcoholics have up here in our head a resentment replay machine. We get, I guess everybody's got one, but surely we alcoholics have. We get up early in the morning, we clean the lens on it because we don't want to miss anything all day long. We tune it up in living color. We leave the house and we shine it on everything and everybody all day long. And we record all those things they do to us that are bad. Then we go home and sit down in our easy chair in the evening, replay it in our head, make ourselves sick, and blame it on other people. Once in a while we have a bad day. Once in a while we've got those lenses clean, we've got that sucker tuned up, we're shining her on the world all day, and they won't do anything to us bad.
That's a bad day.
We got nothing to record. That's a bad, bad day for an alcoholic. You know what we record those days? By God, we record what they're thinking. That's what we do.
We don't ever record anything good, only the bad stuff.
Is there any way God can enter a mind filled with that kind of crap? No way can God enter a mind filled with that kind of crap. Now, the reason we love those resentments so well is if you take a resentment and you keep throwing it out there and throwing it out there and throwing it out there, after a while it turns around and it comes back at you. And it comes back at you as self-resentment. And we can't stand self-resentment. So after a while, self-resentment turns into self-pity. And my God, we alcoholics love self-pity. We love to get up in the morning, put it on as a cloak of dignity. We go out the door and we say, here I come, mean old world, just do it to me. I know you're waiting for me out there and you're going to get me. So, it's a sick, sick way to build your ego. After all, if you're important enough and all the rest of the world's picking on you, you must really be somebody. So if we want God to direct our thinking, we're going to have to do something about getting rid of those resentments. Because as long as we've got them in our mind, then whoever, whatever we're resenting is controlling the way we think. And if they control the way we think, they control our decisions, they control our actions, and we very effectively give them control of our lives. I didn't know that until I took this inventory. I thought you were supposed to have resentments. I knew that everybody had them, but I didn't know I was letting other people control me through my resentments toward them. Thank God I've learned that. Now our book is getting ready to show us just exactly how to look at those resentments, how to see the truth behind them, how to get rid of them, and how to keep them from coming back in the future. Then God can control that particular part of our mind. Joe?
If you look at page 65, you'll notice that the page 65, the inventory process is already filled out. Weren't quite sure how he filled that out. But I do know that we're taught to read from left to right and to do things from left to right. And so I set about to do this inventory from left to right. I didn't read the instructions, just going to do the inventory. And then I looked at the first one and said, well, write down, I'm resentful at Mr. Brown. So I write down his name. And then I change my mind and go to the second column, the cause, and I write down the reason why I'm mad at that person. And then I change my mind again and go to the third column of what part of self was affected, and I didn't understand that. And then I thought about that a long time. And I said, well, I'll go back to Mrs. Jones, and I wrote down Mrs. Jones, changed my mind again and went to the cause. You can see what happens after a period of time. If your mind is like mine, after a while it just says tilt. And you say to yourself, oh, heck, they don't want that anyhow. What they want is my whole life story. So we just skip over that page 65 as if it didn't mean anything. Well, Bill didn't put anything in this book that didn't mean something. He intended for us to do that inventory just the way it's laid out. But the instructions are over here on page 64. And if we look at the instructions and follow them, we'll be able to follow this inventory real easy.
Now let us emphasize that the inventory form you have in your handout sheet, the one we're going to put up here on the board, is not a new inventory. We're not trying to bring something else into AA. The first three columns that you have on your handout sheet will be page 65 in the blank form. One column says I'm resentful at, the next says the cause, and the next says affects my. So what we're going to look at now, disregard the last two columns for the time being. We'll use them a little later on as we get further into the inventory. So what you really got is page 65 in the blank form, and we in turn are going to see the instructions on how to fill them out.
So we think the way to fill out these forms is from top to bottom, one column at a time, from top to bottom. For instance, it says, in dealing with resentment, we set them on paper. Well, we got our paper here, now we're ready. The next instruction says we listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we are angry, period. We stop right there, and we go to the first column. And simply we write down the people. We all know who we're resentful at. We write down the institutions, places like the federal government or the post office or the library or the school system or the IRS or the institutions that we're angry at.
Ex-wives and ex-husbands and all those people.
Principals with whom we're angry at. Simply write them out, going from top to bottom, one column at a time, all the way down, all the things that we're resentful at.
You know, while we got one thing and one thing only on our mind, let's go from top to bottom. Let's make our list of resentments. He talks about the people and institutions who we're mad at. That's self-explanatory. Principles are those old guiding, I hate to use the word laws, I can't think of anything any better, that I used to hear all my life that I really did resent. The 10 Commandments are a set of principles. And I certainly didn't want to hear anything about the 10 Commandments when I'm out there drinking. I'm breaking practically all of them. Maybe one I didn't, but I could have when I was drunk, I don't know. Another old principle I hated is what goes up must come down. I didn't care for that. Another one is what you give out is what you get back. Another one are there are no free rides. You'll pay for whatever you receive. And my dad used to use one on me that I hated then, don't really like it now. He said, son, when you lay down with dogs, you get fleas on you every time, you know. Old principles that were contrary to our style of living. Now, what could be more simple than to list first the people we're upset with, we're resentful at, then the institutions we're resentful at, then the principles we're resentful toward. I've never known an alcoholic yet that did not know just exactly who and what, by God, we're mad at. We sit around and talk about it for hours and hours in bars. All we got to do is take it out of our mind, put it down in column 1. And when you do that, I think you'll be amazed at what comes out of this. They came to me and they said, make a list of your resentments, and I said, I don't have any. And they said, oh, surely you've got 1 or 2. Maybe you don't understand what a resentment is. And they explained to me it was the refeeling of old pains, old hurts, old angers. And I said, oh, yeah, I've got a couple of those. They said, well, put them down on a sheet of paper. Be sure and leave some space with them, in between them, like page 65 shows. So I took a regular size sheet of paper and I began to list resentments. And the next thing I knew, that 2 or 3 had turned into about 8 of them. I reached over and got another sheet of paper. Next thing I knew, I had 8 on that. And I got another sheet of paper, and before I got through, I had about 152 of them. I said, man, you matter in hell at everything. I did not know that. You can only see one resentment at a time in your head. I don't think any of us will ever realize how many resentments we really do have, how much they control and dominate our thinking, and we'll put it until we put them all down on a sheet of paper and see them in their entirety for the first time. And we made a decision in step 3 to let God direct our thinking. If we got that many resentments, then they direct our thinking and God can't, and it's just that simple. Filling out column 1, I learned something very valuable about me. How many resentments I really do have, how much they control and dominate my thinking.
And it says from it, the resentment. It stems all forms of spiritual disease. And we don't just get mad with one thing. When we get resentful, we're resentful everywhere. That's why we end up with so many resentments on a sheet. So in the first column, we just simply write down, leaving that space is very, very important. Mr. Brown, Miss Jones, the employer, and the wife. All those people, places, institutions with whom we're angry. And now let's look at the second instruction.
I'm sure that Bill had more than 4. He probably just didn't want to use any more space in the book. He just listed 4 of them there.
He said, we ask ourselves why we were angry, period. We go to the second column under the cause and look at the second column. He only uses 4 or 5 words to describe the cause. No long dissertations, don't have to write no essays, just 4 or 5 words to describe the cause. Well, why is he mad at Mr. Brown? Well, his attention to my wife. Told my wife of my mistress. Brown may get my job at the office. Boy, I don't even know Mr. Brown. I'm already mad at him myself. He's mad at Mrs. Jones. Well, why? Well, she's a nut. She snubbed me. She committed her husband for drinking.
Put his best drinking buddy in the insane asylum.
Yeah.
That's what she did.
He's my friend, and she's a gossip. Now, he's really upset with his employer. Why? Well, he's unreasonable and unjust and overbearing.
Probably said, Bill, where were you all day Monday anyhow? How come you're not on the job?
Threatens to fire me for drinking and padding my expense account.
That's unreasonable as hell, isn't it?
Very narrow-minded individual. Now, he's really upset with his wife. Well, why? Well, she misunderstands and she nags. And she likes old Brown. And she wants the house put in her name. Well, you start trying all that together, it's time to get upset a little bit. But simplicity is the key. Just 4 or 5 words to describe the cause. Put it down beside each name, top to bottom, all the way down.
For a particular name, there may be only one cause, or there may be multiple causes, as he's shown here. We just very simply put them down in column 2. Not only do we know who we're mad at, but we know just exactly why we're mad at them too. All we got to do is take it out of our head, put it down on this sheet of paper. I filled out the second column. I learned something very, very valuable. I began to see it's really not them I'm mad at. It's what they've done to me that's got me upset. You know, I can take Mr. Brown out of here, put Mr. Green in, and I'm just as mad at Green if he does the same thing. I can take Miss Jones out of here and put Mrs. Smith in here. I'd be just as mad at Smith as I am Jones if she did the same thing. I began to realize it's not them that I'm really upset with. It's what they've done to me that's got me upset. Now, the reason that's important is I'm getting ready now to start out on a lifetime process of developing the best possible relationship that I can with the world and everybody in it, so I can have maximum peace of mind. Part of that relationship is later on I'm going to ask a bunch of people to forgive me for what I've done, but by the same token, I'm going to have to also forgive people for what they've done. And part of the forgiving starts right here in column 2. When I begin to realize it's not them that's got me upset, it's what they've done to me that's got me upset. Very valuable information. Now let's see the third column.
Earlier today, Charlie went over those basic instincts of life, talked about them quite a bit before we did step 3. We'll see if you can see those words now. He said, in most cases, it's found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened, so we were sore, we were burned up. On our grudge list, we set opposite each name our injuries. Was it our self-esteem, our security, our ambitions, our personal sex relations, which had been interfered with? We were usually as definite as this example.
I'm not going to get upset with another human being unless they've done something to threaten one of my basic instincts of life. If you threaten my social instinct, self-esteem, personal relationships, etc., that upsets me. If you threaten my security, that upsets me. If you threaten my sex life, that upsets me. I can't get upset unless one of those basic instincts of life has been threatened. So beside of each cause, I write down what part of self is affected here. Let's look at Bill's example. He's mad at Mr. Brown because his attention to my wife. Well, that's a threat to his sex relations. You know, if Brown gets to fooling around his wife and she finds out Brown's better than he is, he may lose out at home. It's also a threat to his self-esteem. What are the people going to think about me if my wife gets to fooling around with Brown and it becomes common knowledge in the neighborhood? He's mad at Brown because he told my wife of my mistress. Now, boy, that's a threat to sex relations. As soon as the wife finds out about it, she cuts him off at home. Then she goes over there and raises hell with a mistress, and he's cut off over there too. No sex relations at all. It's a threat to his self-esteem. Now, here we are living in a neighborhood, going to work every day, supporting our wife and children like a fellow ought to, paying our taxes like a good citizen, taking the Boy Scouts out on Saturday afternoon, teaching Sunday school on Sunday morning, and all of a sudden this story about me, my wife, Brown, and my mistress becomes neighborhood gossip. Now, if you don't think that's a threat to your self-esteem, you ask Jimmy Swaggart, you ask Jimmy Baker, you ask that last guy that was up in the White House, he'd tell you about that too. Real threat to your self-esteem.
Bill C.
He's upset with Brown because Brown may get his job at the office. Well, that's a threat to his security if Brown gets his job. It's also a threat to his self-esteem. What are other people going to think about me if Brown undercuts me and takes my job away from me? Very carefully, we do that. As I filled out the third column, I think I might have learned the most valuable thing I ever learned in the third column. For the first time in my life, I saw where anger comes from. I've always had a problem with anger, and I've always acted and reacted with anger. Do something that hurts other people, I'd be ashamed of it, and I'd say, I'll never do that again, and turn right around and do it over and over and over and over and over. You can't do anything about a problem till you understand the problem. I never knew where anger came from. I thought it was just one of those feelings that flitted into your mind that you could do nothing about it. Today I realize anger comes from a threat to one of the basic instincts of life. And it's how I choose to react to that threat, which is going to determine whether I get angry or not. Now, this lady I'm married to, she's if there's such a thing as a black belt Al-Anon, she's it. She's a great woman. I love her deeply. She's got 34 years in the Al-Anon program. But like all human beings, once in a while she gets sick in self. The Al-Anons don't like to admit that, but they do once in a while. And she'll say or do something to me that threatens one of my basic instincts of life. Now, if my instincts are under control, and if my relationship with God is right, I find I'm able to say, well, the poor old thing, they're sick just like we are. They can't help it any more than we can, and it'll just slide off of my back and won't bother me at all. Now, 2 weeks from now, the same lady does the same identical thing. Only this day, my relationship with God's not quite right. My instincts are a little bit out of kilter, and I react with anger, and I romp, and I stomp, and I raise hell with Barbara and everybody around me all day long. Same lady did the same thing, but I choose to react to it in an entirely different manner. Thank God I've learned that, because you see, I can't do anything about Barbara. I can't do anything about any other human being on earth, but I can do something about my reaction to them. And if I don't have to get angry and upset, I'm in much less chance of drinking than I would be before this process started. Very valuable information. I've learned 3 things just by filling out this sheet. First column, I've learned how resentful I really am. How much they control and dominate my thinking. If they do, God can't. Second column, I've learned it's not really them I'm resentful at. It's what they've done to me that's got me resentful. Third column, I've learned it's not even what they've done that's got me resentful. It's how I have chosen to react to it based upon my relationship with God and whether my instincts are under control or not. Very valuable information. Now we're going to put a couple names up here just to give you an example of how simple this really is. We're going to take a couple from mine and maybe 1 or 2 from Joe's inventory. Not going to do them all though. On my inventory sheet, the first name I had in column 1 was this lady named Barbara. I love her today. But I'll guarantee you about 34 years ago, I hated this woman with a purple passion. If there had been any way that I could have gotten rid of her without having to go to penitentiary over it, I damn sure would have done it. I used to lay awake at night fantasizing. Now, tomorrow morning, when she gets up and goes to work, and I always believed her being self-supporting through her own contributions, so she went to work. And on the way, and then I'd fantasize, now on the way to work, she's going to get run over by a big semi-truck. And it's not going to be just any trucking company, it's going to be a very affluent trucking company. And they're going to kill her, and I'm going to sue them. And not only do I get rid of her, but I come out with a couple $1 million out of this deal. See? You Al-Anons are not the only people that fantasize. We alcoholics did it too. Right? The second name on my list was the Internal Revenue Service. Now, if you want to see a guy come apart, you just mention the Internal Revenue Service. And immediately I started jumping up and down, frothing at the mouth, cussing and raising hell with everything that God, I hated those people. Joe, who was on first one on your list?
What's her name? Rose.
Oh, Rose. Was she one of the 2 that she was married to 7 times?
Number 1.
She's number 1 4 times. Oh, Rose. Okay. That's how simple column 1 is. That's just how simple column 1 is. Column 2. Why am I so upset with Barbara? Well, she had the audacity to file for divorce 3 times the last year before she went to Al-Anon. She's spending more money on lawyers and divorces than I'm spending on drinking and everything else. And I really had it in for her for doing that. Filing for 3 divorces within 1 year. Isn't that something? Why am I so upset with the Internal Revenue Service? Well, hell, they're trying to put me in jail. That's why I'm upset with them. Madder than hell at them. Joe, how come you're so upset with Rose?
She had an affair with another man.
Had an affair with another man.
For all I done to her.
That's how simple column 2 is. Column 3. Which part of self is affected by Barbara filing for divorce 3 times within 1 year? Is that a threat to my self-esteem? Oh, yeah. What's the neighbors going to think about this now? A threat to my personal relationships? Certainly, she's going to take the kids and she's going to go. Is it a threat to my security? Well, you better bet it is. Whatever little we got left, she's going to get it all when she leaves. Is it a threat to my sex life? Yeah, she's not going to let me have any after we get a divorce. You know? Just wipe me out straight across the board. Internal Revenue Service trying to put me in jail. Is that a threat to my self-esteem? Sure. What are people going to think about me if I end up in the hoosgow with this deal? Threat to my personal relationships? Yeah, they're not going to let my wife and children have anything to do with me when I'm in jail. Is it a threat to my security? Oh, yeah. By the time they get through finding me and everything, they'll take it all. Is it a threat to my sex life? With the kind I'd like to have, yeah. There may be some in there I don't want, but the kind I'd like to have, you betcha it's a threat to it. Old Rose having an affair with another man. Is that a threat to Joe's self-esteem? Oh, what's people going to think of him now? He can't even keep his own wife at home. A threat to his security? I never look because I never know for sure what he's going to put up there. He's a threat to his security. Sure, he's going to have to go to work now. That woman's been supporting him for the last 10 years. Threat to his sex life? Well, you betcha it is. That's how simple column 3 really is. It doesn't take very long to fill this out. You can go home and sit down, and in a couple hours, you can have this part of the inventory done. A couple hours or even less. Now that we filled it out, now that we got the sheet done, let's see what we're going to do with it now.
It says that when we went back through our lives, nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we were finished, we considered it carefully. The first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. Well, I knew that all along. To conclude that others was wrong as far as most of us ever got. The usual outcome was that people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it was remorse, and then we were sore at ourselves. But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived. Now, it's plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile.
I read that last statement, and I stopped, and I tried to look back in my life and see how much time I've actually squandered in resentments. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I know about me. And when I got a good resentment churning around up here in my head, I'm pretty well paralyzed from doing anything worthwhile. All I want to do is just sit there and play that over and over and over and over and over again. One of my favorite things that I used to love to do when I was still drinking was get up early in the morning, have a drink of whiskey and a cup of coffee, and turn on my resentment replay machine and replay what she did to me yesterday, replay what he did to me last week, replay what that damn policeman did to me a month ago, replay what that boss did to me a year ago, replay what that neighbor did to me play, replay. It took me just about an hour to run through that tape. I loved every moment of it. When that tape would run out, I'd have another drink of whiskey and another cup of coffee, and I would turn on my get even machine. Yeah, now by God, the next time she does that, I'm going to do this, she'll say that, and suckle, I'm going to put it there. I'm going to treat me that way. Took at least an hour to run through the get even machine. I've squandered literally thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in resentments. When I got to AA, I found out I was still doing the same thing. I just wasn't taking the drink of whiskey. I was getting up, having a cup of coffee, turn on my resentment replay machine, run it for an hour, another cup of coffee, turn on my get even machine, and I was doing the same thing in AA that I was doing when I was out there drinking. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I reached a point in my life where I don't have a hell of a lot of time left. For the first time in my life, I'm sober, I'm peaceful, I'm happy, and I'm free. I don't resent anything or anybody. I didn't know you could be sober and feel as good as I feel today up here in my head. Not my body, but in my head. What little time I've got left, I'll be damned if I'm going to waste any more of it in resentments when I don't have to. They block me off from God. They block me off from my fellow human beings. They block me off from any good feelings of myself. And as far as I can tell, they've never made me a nickel. Never made any money from them. Never straightened up another relationship with another human being. Only made them worse and worse and worse and made me sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker. And I'm not going to waste what little time I've got left, because I found a way that I don't have to do that anymore. That's a bad deal, wasting time, squandering time in resentments. But that's not the worst thing. Here's the worst thing.
But with the alcoholics whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found that it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns when we drink again, and with us to drink is to die.
There's the worst thing about a resentment. When we got a good resentment churning around in our head, we're blocked off from anything good. We're blocked off from God. We're blocked off from our fellow human beings. We're blocked off from good feelings. We don't feel good. And our mind is going to feel bad just so long. And it's going to start searching for relief. And it's going to start remembering the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, we become insane. We believe it's okay to drink. And we drink again, and with us to drink is to die. I've seen more alcoholics get drunk over resentments than I have anything else in AA. They absolutely kill us. So that's why we got to get rid of them. The book says if we were to live We had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison. We turn back to the list. See, this is why you got to have a written inventory. If you were trying to inventory this in your head, you would already have lost it. We turned back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Always before, I looked at it to see what those suckers had done to me. Today, I look at it from the angle that if I carry that resentment, it's going to cause me to get drunk. And I'm looking at it now from an entirely different angle. We begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing or others fancied or real had power to actually kill. And I read that and I thought, oh my God, how stupid can you be? All my life, I've been proud of the fact that I stand on my own 2 feet. Nobody tells me what to do. I don't need your advice, thank you. And I suddenly realized that other people have controlled and ruled and dominated my thinking as far back as I can remember through my resentments toward them. When I'm resenting them, they're controlling and dominating the way I think. They're controlling and dominating the decisions that I make. They're controlling and dominating my actual life. And if it's going to cause me to get drunk, I've given other people the power to actually kill me through my resentments toward them. And I said, man, you really are dumb. Because some of these people have been dead and buried in a graveyard for years. Been reaching out from the grave and had me by the yang-yang as far back as I can remember. And when I saw that, I said, to hell with them. I'm not going to let those people, alive or dead, live in my head rent-free any longer. I've made a decision to let God direct my thinking. If they direct it, God can't, and it's just that simple. And you know, a marvelous thing happened to me. We alcoholics fancy ourselves as reasonably intelligent people. Now, I don't think we're smarter than anybody else, but I think we're reasonably intelligent people. And we don't like to look stupid and dumb. And we see how dumb and stupid these resentments really are. How much we've let other people control or dominate our thinking for us, that looks dumb as hell. And about 95% of my resentments begin to automatically disappear when I saw the stupidity behind them. When I saw what it was doing and letting other people control me, about 95% of them begin to disappear. But if you're like I am, I had 2, 3, 4, 5 that were so deeply embedded in my mind that just seeing the stupidity behind them didn't get rid of them. So in order to get rid of those, I'm going to have a little extra help. It says, how could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. So those that are deeply embedded, they don't automatically disappear when we see what they're doing to us. We now come to the first prayer in the big book in step 4. We hear always about the step 3 prayers, the step 7 prayers. We never hear about the prayers that are spread throughout the entire book. The first prayer here is in step 4. Let's see what we can do about those kind of resentments.
We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. Can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. Can't wish them away. Can't think them away. Well, this was our course. We realized that the people who had wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Here's the first prayer. We ask God to help us to show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. Now, excuse me. When I got divorced from that first lady, I start thinking real good now. I said to myself, self, you're going to drink, and I know you are. And what you need now is a woman that drinks. I'm thinking good, because these women that don't drink are mean and ugly. I just proven that. So I looked around the bars, and I started finding me a woman that drinks. Finally ran upon my present wife, Phyllis. And we were introduced one night, and she looked at me and said, well, Joe, you look like my third husband. And I said, well, my God, how many have you had? And she said, 2. I kind of like that, you know. So I've been watching her, and she drank, and she'd come into the bar about 5:30 in the evening and drink till midnight. And in Oklahoma, we had to go to private clubs to continue to drink. And we did that night after night after night after night after month after month. And I like this. She's my kind of woman, see? So we get married. And boy, that was a big one. See, I had come out of that bad marriage with a list of things this long I wasn't going to let this next one do. And she come out of her bad marriage with a list of stuff this long that she wasn't going to let me do. And we're enforcing our lists on each other and trying to stay drunk half the time. Nothing but trouble. We got to where we couldn't even drink together. So we kind of made a deal. We split Tulsa right down the middle. 41st and South was hers. 41st and North was mine. And I don't bother her, and she don't bother me, and we meet at the house from time to time. So I got me a mobile home out there on the lake on my side of town, back out west about 25 miles. And Phyllis didn't know anything about this. But one night about 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Well, I kind of peeked out. Well, what she did was she just broke right in there. Embarrassed me in front of my girlfriend. The next morning I got up and all my stuff was thrown out on the lawn like it's supposed to be. Took my car, went to the bank, took out what little money we had, filed for divorce with a lawyer again, put a restraining order on me again after all I'd done to her. After all I'd done for her, and her treat me like that. And I said, I'm going to drink as often as I want to drink, and I'm going to give a dang who knows it. And so I set about doing just exactly that. And after a while, I got sober, a couple of years later, I guess. And I was sitting in a bar one night, the Misty Dawn, and a beautiful place. And I had a real sick feeling in my stomach. It wasn't a throwing up sick, it was just sick, and I didn't know what that was. And I went out and got in my car and laid down and slept a while and went to the home, and next morning I got sober the next day. About a month later, I was in Apache, Oklahoma, to my first AA conference, second AA conference, excuse me. And there I met a lady from California. Her name was Alabama Carruthers. Some of y'all knew Alabama, I'm sure. Lovely lady. Everybody knew that Alabama loved her. At least I thought she did, and I loved her. She couldn't wait to see what was going to happen next. Always in a hurry. But she made a talk that night, and two things she said just went off in my mind like a thunderbolt. And one of them, she said, I have peace of mind tonight. And I said to myself, my God, I've never had peace of mind. I wish I had peace of mind. And she said she had a soul sickness. And that's the first time I had some words to put together that feeling that I sat on that bar stool with. A soul sickness. And that's what I had. And afterwards, I wanted to talk to Alabama. We got in the lobby of this old hotel. One by one, everybody went to bed. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. They left Alabama, and George, my little black friend George, who was my sponsor then, and he's laying over and asleep in her lap. And I'm being able to talk to Alabama. And I said, Alabama, you said you had peace of mind tonight. How did you get peace of mind? She said, well, tell me what's going on in your mind. And I began to tell her what is going on in my mind and all the things that had happened to me up to that point. And she said, well, Joe, you're just full of resentments. I said, what's a resentment? She said a resentment is old angers and old hurts that are refelt over and over and over, and all that anger you intend to use on those other people, you're using it on yourself, and you're making yourself sick and blaming it on them. And she had explained to me several different times. Finally got the message. I said, well, is there any solution for that? And she said, yes, there is. And those of you who knew Alabama, you know she had a purse that was about that big. And she went again down in there, and she finally picked out one of these books and pulled it out. And she flipped over here to this page. She said, if you'll read and do what this says, she said it helped her and maybe it would help me. So I did it. I turned over to this page 551, Freedom from Bondage. And this is what Alabama had me to read that night. Third paragraph. She says, I've had many spiritual experiences since I've been in the program, many that I didn't recognize right away, for I'm slow to learn, and they take many guises. But one was so outstanding, I like to pass it on whenever I can, and I hope that it helped someone else as it helped me. As I said earlier, self-pity and resentment were my constant companions, and my inventory began to look like a 33-year diary, for I seemed to have a resentment against everybody I'd ever known. All but one responded to the treatment suggested in the 12 steps immediately.
She made her inventory, saw how stupid they were. All but one of them disappeared automatically.
But this one posed a problem. It was against my mother, and it was 25 years old. I had fed it, fanned it, and nurtured it as one might a delicate child. And it has become a part of me as much a part of me as my breathing. Look what it did for her. It provided me with my excuses for my lack of education, my marital failures, my personal failures, inadequacy, and of course my alcoholism. And though I really thought I'd been willing to part with it, now I knew I was reluctant to let it go. One morning, however, I realized I had to get rid of it, for my reprieve was running out. And if I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk, and I didn't want to get drunk anymore. In my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out to me some way to be free of this resentment. During the day, a friend of mine brought me some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. And I looked through them, and a banner across the front of one of them featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the word resentment. He said, in effect, and here it is, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, if you will pray for the person or thing that you resent, you will be free. If you will ask in prayer for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health and their prosperity and their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them and your prayers are only words and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. Do it every day for 2 weeks, and you'll find that you've come to mean it and want it for them, and you will realize that where you used to feel bitterness, resentment, and hatred, you now feel compassionate, understanding, and love. Well, I went home after that conference, and I got in my little bed over there, and sure enough, my whole mind started racing uncontrollably. And I began to think of those people, replaying that in my head again. And I said, I think I'll pray for those people. And I prayed for them several times that night and went to sleep. The next morning I got up and I said, I think I'll pray for those people. And I prayed for them. My list began to get longer. And as the days went by, I began to pray for them. It seemed like I was in constant prayer all the time. I'd be driving down the street praying out loud in my car. I'm sure people thought I was crazy. I was, but I was praying for those people. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that some 2-3 weeks later, I don't know, it was in the springtime though, I know that, after a cold winter. And I got stuck in a stoplight there in the 31st and Lewis in Tulsa. It's a beautiful area of Tulsa. And just the length of a stoplight. I looked over there at that beautiful, beautiful house that was sitting on the corner. All the tulips were in full bloom, red and yellow. The grass was green. The birds were singing. The little squirrels were jumping around the trees. The trees were in bloom. And I thought to myself, my God, it's a beautiful morning. I mean, absolutely a beautiful morning this morning. And then the thought came to me was this. Well, how long has it been since I've seen those colors? Do you know I could not remember ever seeing those colors? Ever? When this talks about being cut off in the sunlight of the Spirit, I know what that means. I really do know what that means. And I don't want to go back into that ever again. And I've always tried to figure out a way to get even with people. And I finally figured out the way you get even with people is you pray for them. You love them. You get even with loving them. And there's not a better way to love people than pray for them. And when you pray for them, then you're even. And all that hate and anger goes away. See, I've learned another little lesson from that too. That love is forgiving. And love is forgiving. You see. Thank God for this program. Otherwise, I'd still be back there somewhere.
I think the reason this works so well is that when we're praying for the welfare of another human being, asking God to give them in their lives what we wish for our own, the same peace of mind, happiness, serenity, prosperity, whatever it is we want. Prayer for another human being is one of the greatest expressions of love that one human being can have for another, and love and hate can't exist on the same plane. As we pray for them, after a while, we wake up some morning, and by God, the resentment's gone. And in this place, we find a little understanding, a little compassion, a little tolerance, a little patience with other human beings. Now just think, if 95% of these resentments up here in my display cases in my head, if 95% of them disappeared because they look so stupid, if the other 5 can be removed through prayer, then that means I can empty those display cases out. My mind becomes resentment-free. When that happens to me, another natural law applies. There's another law that says nature abhors a vacuum. No such thing as a vacuum or a void. There's always something rushing in to fill it up. If those resentments disappear, God's not going to leave another hole in my head. I got enough of those already. If the resentments disappear, they're going to have to be replaced. And the only thing that will replace them will be the opposite of them. And where my mind used to be filled with resentments, now it's filled with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward my fellow man. You see, that's God's thinking. And to my amazement, I found out I didn't have to go to any other fellowships. I didn't have to read any other books to find love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. If God dwells within me, that's always been a part of my makeup. I just never could use it before. In my chase for money, power, prestige, sex, what I thought were the good things of life, those feelings had to be repressed to let me operate on the level I wanted to operate on. But now the resentments are gone, automatically they are replaced. I'm in much less chance of getting drunk now than I was before I started this little process. I've gotten rid of those resentments. That part of my mind now has a little serenity, at least a little peace of mind, and a little bit of happiness. A very simple, positive process. Nothing negative here at all. Now I've got to do one more thing before we quit. It really wouldn't do me any good to get rid of these resentments if I didn't know how to keep them from coming back. Because the world's full of sick people, and they're going to do it to me again tomorrow. And if I'm not careful, I'll let myself resent. And if I resent one, I can't have just one. The next thing you know, I've got two. And then they double up, and I've got 4, and then 8, and then 16, and then 32, and I'm a basket case before you know it. So I've got to do one more thing. Now let's look at your last 2 columns in your handout sheet. And let's go to page 67, down in the middle of the page, referring to our list again. And see, that's why you got to have a written inventory. This is the second time we've been asked to go back and look at it again. Putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventories was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly, and were willing to set these matters straight. So I went to the 4th column, and you'll notice that 4th column in your inventory sheet is headed up. Putting out of mind the wrongs others had done, I resolutely looked for my own mistakes. What did I do, if anything, to set in motion trains of circumstances, which in turn caused people or institution to hurt me, and eventually led to my resentment of them for doing so? So I went to the first name on the sheet, the lady named Barbara. And I said, okay, Charlie, now you do what your book's telling you to do. You forget those 3 divorces that she filed for. What did you do, if anything, to set that thing in motion and perhaps caused her to file for the 3 divorces? Hell, it didn't take 5 seconds. I said, if I hadn't been out there screwing around, I wouldn't have got caught. And Joe calls it committing adultery. I call it screwing around. And if she hadn't have caught me, she probably wouldn't have filed for divorce. I thought about this just a little bit more, and I said, Charlie, if you hadn't been sneaking around behind her back lying to her all the time, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. I said, Charlie, if you had been using your money to take care of your wife, your children, and your home, instead of blowing it on booze and everything that goes with it, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. I began to see where I had made decisions based on self, which later placed me in a position to be hurt. And all Barbara did was react to the things that I myself had done. Then I looked into the 5th column, and I said, where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate? Those are the basic character defects that all human beings have. All others stem from those listed right there. Was I selfish in this situation? You bet you I was. I wasn't worried about Barbara or anybody else. Was I dishonest? You bet I was. Was I self-seeking and frightened? I found myself saying, man, you're getting close to 40 years old. If you don't get out there and get some of it now, it'll be too late before long. Fear drives people to do a lot of things they shouldn't be doing. Was I inconsiderate of my wife and children? You betcha. And the first time in my life, I began to see why I loved that resentment so well. Because you see, every time I played it over in my head, I distorted the picture just a little bit. I made her filing for 3 divorces a little bit worse. I made what I did just a little bit less. And let me play it long enough, I can distort the picture to the point that I transfer all blame to her and make myself as pure as a driven snow. If you're a good practicing alcoholic, you've got to develop those kind of skills. There's no way that we could live with ourselves if we had to honestly see what's going on when we're out there doing our thing. But you see, we don't have to do that, because we can use those resentments, distort the picture, transfer all blame to them, make ourselves as pure as a driven snow, and go right on living the kind of life that we want to live. And we men go from woman to woman to woman, and you ladies go from man to man to man, and we go from job to job to job, and we go from city to city to city, and country to country to country, and it's always their damn fault. God, that's like to kill me when I saw that. And I thought, well, is this the only one on this thing? Have I hurt these other people too? I looked at the Internal Revenue Service. What did I do to set that in motion? Well, it became obvious I was cheating on my income tax, and they caught me. Yeah. And all they're doing, trying to put me in jail for trying to steal from them. I put it in motion. Now, was I selfish when I did that? Was I dishonest when I did that? You betcha. Let's look at old Rose there with Joe. Yeah. Joe, what did you do, if anything, to set that thing in motion?
Committing adultery.
He was doing the same thing I was doing, and Rose caught him. And Rose said, to hell with him. If he's going to do that, then I'll do it too. And she went out and did it also. Was he selfish? Yes. Was he dishonest? Yes. Was he inconsiderate? Yes. You betcha. My whole list of names, 152 names, I never found a one that I hadn't done something to them, made a decision based on self which hurt them. They in turn retaliated against me and created pain and suffering for me. I in turn resented them for doing so and played it over and over and over and gradually transferred all blame to others. That's the truth behind my resentments. That's a moral inventory when I saw the truth behind these things. That it was all me. I did it in the first place. Now yours, you may have some that you didn't do anything to set it in motion. But in my case, there was not a name on there that I myself hadn't set that thing in motion. And for the first time I began to see, looking out in that 5th column, if I stay selfish, if I stay dishonest, if I stay self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things. I'm going to keep right on hurting people. And they're going to retaliate, and I'm going to resent, and eventually it's going to cause me to get drunk. Just think. If I could become just a little less selfish, don't have to get perfect, never will, but if I could become a little less selfish, if I could become a little more honest, if I could become a little less self-seeking and frightened, if I could become a little more considerate of other human beings, maybe I wouldn't do those things that hurt other people. Then they wouldn't retaliate, and then I wouldn't resent, and then I wouldn't get drunk over it. For the first time in my life, I saw in the 5th column what I had become through living a life run on self-will. I always thought I was a pretty damn good guy. I just drank too much. And when I looked in that 5th column and saw how selfish I really was, how dishonest, how frightened, how inconsiderate I really was, for the first time, it damn near made me sick when I saw that. But if I could get just a little better in those areas, then just maybe I wouldn't be hurting people. Now what we're really doing here, we're in the process of doing step 4. This is the resentment part of it. In the 5th column, I now see the exact nature of the wrong that I'm going to talk to another human being about in step 5. The resentment is the wrong. That's what blocks me from God. But what's the exact nature of it? The exact nature of something means what's at the core of it? What's the inherent characteristic of it? What's the truth about it? So I'm see there the exact nature of the wrong, my selfishness, or my dishonesty, or my inconsideration. That's what we're going to talk to another human being about in step 5. Also in the 5th column, I see the character defects that I'm going to become willing to turn loose of in step 6. Knowing full well if I don't and stay that way, I'm going to get drunk sooner or later. Also in the 5th column, I now see the character defects, I'm going to ask God to take away the shortcomings in step 7. And quite naturally, in column 1, in my case, all of them, in your case, part of them, were people and institutions I've harmed. I'm going to take them off of column 1, add them to a sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. Have you ever seen anything any more simple? I've got all the information I need for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, resentment-wise. Did we make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items?
No.
Was there anything too complicated?
No.
Was there anything to be afraid of?
No.
No. And you can do this in a matter of 2 or 3 hours at the most. If you just sit down, take the sheets, and do it. It's a very simple process with a very positive happening. Now, I hear some of you saying, and I hear good, I can hear awful good. I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, that's probably all true for those people that we did something to them to set it in motion. But how about those that hurt us and we didn't have anything to do with it? How about those that hurt us when we were kids growing up? How about that physical, mental, and sexual abuse that we suffered when we were kids growing up? And ladies, make no mistake about this, you're not the only ones that got hurt in that area. I don't know how many 5th steps I've taken with people, had them take it with me, and I've never had a man yet that didn't have some of the same crap when we were kids growing up. How about those kind of resentments? Aren't we justified in having those? I guess we are, if we want to get drunk. But a justified resentment blocks you off from the sunlight of the Spirit just as fast as an unjustified resentment does. Because if we're resenting them, justified or unjustified, they're controlling the way we think. They're controlling our decisions, they're controlling our lives. And we give those people power to actually kill us. It doesn't make any sense to let somebody hurt me 10, 15, 20 years ago and let them hurt me every day for the rest of my life. And as long as I'm resenting them, they've got me. They control what I think, and they control what I do. So if you've got one of those resentments, and I don't care what it is, if you got one of them, for God's sake, put it on this sheet. Put down the name of whoever it was. Put down what they did to you. Put down the part of self that was affected. In the 4th column, put down what you did, if anything. In this case, you just put nothing. But then in the 5th column, let's look at it very carefully. Because if we got one of those resentments, knowing it might get us drunk, and we still don't want to get rid of it, then we must be using it for some purpose. Are we so dishonest with ourselves that we refuse to see the truth about it? If you got one in your head today, it's not true. And we'll say that again, it's not true. Oh yeah, it started with truth. But if you've played it over and over and over, you've distorted that picture. And it really doesn't resemble very much of what actually happened. See if we're so dishonest we don't want to look at the truth of it. See if we're so afraid of facing life without it that we don't want to get rid of it. You see, we can use a resentment to rationalize and justify not doing something we really ought to go do. Or just as importantly, rationalize and justify doing things that we shouldn't be doing. The lady in the story in the book, she used a resentment against her mother to justify everything. She used a resentment against her mother to justify her marital failure. Bull. Mama didn't cause that marital failure. She used that resentment to justify her lack of education. After all, if Mother hadn't done that to me, I could get an ed bull. She could have gotten an education if she really wanted to bad enough. She even used that resentment against her mother to justify her alcoholism. It's all Mama's fault. Bull. I'll tell you why she became alcoholic. She kept drinking whiskey. Mama didn't pour it down her, but that's the greatest excuse in the world. I could have been this if it hadn't been for them. Or I wouldn't have to do this if they hadn't have done that to me. And if you got one of those, we're probably using it for some purpose, and we're really afraid to get rid of it for that reason. Let's look and see if we're so inconsiderate that we fail to recognize the fact that people that do things to us like that when we're kids growing up, they're not necessarily bad people. They're sick people. They didn't necessarily do it to us. They would have done it to anybody in that shape or in that position. If we could even begin to realize that, just maybe, we could start a forgiving process. Maybe we could get rid of that resentment. maybe we could straighten up a relationship with another human being before it's too late to do so. And if you really honestly look at it, I think you can get rid of those kind of resentments also. And if all else fails, by God, we can pray for them. And that's the hardest thing to do. The hardest thing in the world to do is to pray for somebody that hurt us in those kind of situations. But we got to remember when we're praying for them, we're not praying for them for their benefit. We're praying for them for our benefit. And if we can get rid of that resentment, then we can be happy, peaceful, and free in those areas too. This thing really does work. If we pray for another, that doesn't mean we like them. That doesn't mean we approve of what they did. That doesn't mean we're going to walk hand in hand with them for the rest of our life. What it means is we're tired of letting others make us sick. And we just don't have to be that way if we don't want to. A very simple process. Now, the next part of our inventory is going to be fears and sex. And Joe leaned over here a while ago and he said, Charlie, I've got a headache, and I don't feel like sex this afternoon. How about we adjourn for the day and we'll have sex on Sunday morning? Does that sound all right?
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here today.
Yeah. I've been sober since November the 3rd, 1973, and for that I'm truly thankful. Yeah. And it's truly by God's grace. And I want to tell a little story before we get started this morning about these three little boys, about like David and Charlie and I. They were 22, 23 years old, and they were still in the 6th grade. You have to kind of get the picture there. And the principal wanted them out of the 6th grade desperately, so he called them in the office one day and said, boys, I want to ask you a question. If you get the answer to these questions, you go into the 7th grade. So they asked David, what is it that women have two of that men like to get their hands on? And he thought for a long time, and he finally said, well, women have two hands, men like to hold women's hands. He said, that's good, David. You go into 7th grade. He looked at Charlie and said, now, Charlie, what is it that men have one of that women like to get their hands on? And he thought for a long time, and finally he said, well, men have one billfold, women like to get their hands on a man's billfold. I said, good, you're in the 7th grade. He looked over at me and said, now, Joe, I'm going to ask you a simple question. I said, God, I hope so. I missed those first two. The main problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind.
Are you through?
I'm through.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name's Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and with the grace of the power that I found through the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, haven't found necessary to take a drink for 11,848 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. God, you guys look good this morning. Not a resentment left in the whole bunch. Isn't that something? Yeah.
Well, there's one back there.
How many of you went back to where you were staying last night and worked on at least one resentment? Could I see your hands? Oh, yeah, lots of you did. How many of you got rid of at least one resentment last night? Yeah, great. How many of you did we give a new resentment to yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, pray for us. We need the prayers and you need the practice.
We followed a little procedure yesterday in our inventory process in which we reviewed our resentments, and we went to the examples on page 65 in the big book, and we found out that we would fill those columns out one column at a time, always starting from the top going to the bottom. And by doing so, while our mind is on one thing and one thing only, we can do a much better job as we write those things down. As we filled out our first column, we were amazed to find out how many resentments we really did have. Most of us just thought maybe one or two, but as we began to fill out sheet after sheet after sheet, we're amazed at the number of resentments we really do have, and we begin to realize how much those resentments control our thinking and dominate our lives for us. And we made a decision, step 3, to let God direct our thinking. If the resentments do, then God can't, and it was just that simple. In the second column, we put down the cause of the resentment, just using a few short words, writing down what they did to us or whatever we were resentful about, and etc. We found out in the second column, as we filled it out, that really it's what they've done to us that's got us upset. Rather than them, it's what they've done. We begin to see that it's not so much people as what they've done to us that's got us upset. We could take Mr. Brown out, put Mr. Green in, and we'd have the same kind of resentment if he did the same thing to us. Third column, for the first time, as we filled it out, we began to realize where anger comes from. And we began to realize that anger is a threat to comes from a threat to one of those basic instincts of life. And we talked about the fact that if our basic instincts of life were under control, if our relationship with God is right, they could do about whatever they wanted to us, and we don't have to be angry over it. But by the same token, if our relationship with God's not right, our basic instincts are not under control, about anything they do to us is going to cause us to have a resentment. So we really learned 3 good things just by filling out the sheet. We looked at it some more, and we began to realize the hours that we had actually squandered in resentments. We began to see that those things really never did us any good. Certainly never made us any money. Certainly never straightened up a relationship with another human being. Never made us feel better, only made us feel worse. And we began to realize that we had squandered literally thousands of hours in resentments toward other people. And that was one of the bad things about them. But we also found out that wasn't the worst thing about a resentment. The worst thing is it blocks us off from God. And blocked off from God, we don't feel good. And after a while, we become insane, and we believe it's okay to drink, and we end up drunk all over again. And we begin to really see those things. We begin to see how useless those resentments really were. As we look back to the list again, we begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us throughout our entire lifetime. Through our resentments toward them, they controlled our thinking, they controlled our decisions, they controlled our actions. We don't like to look stupid. So a lot of those resentments disappeared simply when we saw the stupidity behind them. We also had a prayer that we could use in order to get rid of those resentments that don't automatically disappear, to the point we could become resentment-free. And we found out if our mind is freed of resentments, God can't leave another hole in our head. We got enough already. That those resentments would have to be replaced with something else. The only thing that could replace them would be the opposite of the resentments. And where our mind used to be filled with resentments, now we have little love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward our fellow man. And the great thing is, we found out we didn't have to go to any other fellowships, read any other books to find love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. If God dwells within each of us, and I'm sure He does, the book says so, then that's always been a part of our makeup. Now, where our mind used to be occupied with resentments, now it's filled with God's thinking in that part of the mind. We're in much less chance of drinking than we were before we started the inventory process. We did one more thing. We went back to that particular resentment, and we looked to see the part that we played in it. In the 4th column we had on the sheet, we looked to see what we did to set this thing in motion and cause those people to retaliate against us, which in turn caused us to resent them. And we found out in the majority of the resentments, in my case every one of them, that I had made a decision somewhere in the past based on self, which later placed me in a position to be hurt. And those people retaliated against me, and then I resented them for doing so, and then I played the resentment over and over and over in my head, gradually distorted the picture, transferred all blame to them, made myself as pure as a driven snow. And if you're practicing alcoholic, you got to develop those kind of skills. We couldn't live with ourselves otherwise. So I began to see, really for the first time, that it's not them at all. It's me and my decisions that I've made which put me in a position to be hurt. In the 5th column, we look to see which character defect is involved. And we found out the book talks about selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate. And those are the basic character defects that all human beings have to a certain extent. And I found out that if I wasn't so selfish, maybe I wouldn't do those things to hurt other people. If I wasn't so dishonest, maybe I wouldn't put myself in a position to be hurt at a later time. If I wasn't so self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate of others, that maybe I could get along a little better in this world. I begin to see for the first time the things I'm going to need to change if I want to live in the future with a little peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. We also said in the 5th column, we see the exact nature of the wrongs we're going to talk about when we take step 5 with another human being. In the 5th column, we see the character defects we're going to be willing to turn loose of. In the 5th column, we see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away. We also found that the majority of the people at column 1 were people or institutions that we had harmed, and they'll come off of that sheet, and then they'll be used later on for steps 8 and 9 when we get to that part of the program. So basically, we gathered up all the information we needed for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, resentment-wise, through that little inventory sheet yesterday. Today, we're going to continue the same process. We're going to look at our fears this morning. We're going to look at our past sex life this morning. We're going to look at harms we've done to people other than just sexually. And we're going to follow the same identical procedure that we used for resentments. Joe?
Okay, let's go to page 18 before we talk too much about those fears. We're going to do what the book says. We're simply going to find the facts, and we're going to face the facts, and then we're going to engage in a process so we can accept the facts. As Charlie said yesterday, and we reiterate this morning, we're not going to psychoanalyze ourselves. We're not going to say that the reason we have these fears is because Mama put us on the potty chair backwards or something. We're not going to do that kind of thing. We're just going to find the facts and face the facts and engage in a process so we can accept the facts. And we read yesterday, he said, when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. The spiritual malady. Spiritual not only means my relationship with God, but it means my own internal feelings about things. The spiritual, my spirit of myself. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. And we're going to look at these ideas, emotions, and attitudes, as Dr. Jung told Roland, which were the guiding force of the lives of these people. And I'm going to go back here and read this page 18 because this one paragraph really tells my whole story. He says, an illness of this sort, and we've come to believe it an illness, involves those about us in a way no other human sickness can. If a person has cancer, all is sorry for him and no one is angry or hurt. But not so with the alcoholic illness. For with it goes annihilation of all things worthwhile in life. It engulfs all whose lives touch the sufferers. It brings misunderstanding, fierce resentment, financial insecurity, disgusted friends and employers, warped lives of blameless children, sad wives and parents, and anyone can increase the list. In other words, alcoholism is a family illness. It affects everybody in the family to some degree. And if you live with one of us very long, you're going to be affected by it, and that's a fact. And I go back into my life, and I know today that my dad was an alcoholic. I didn't know that at the time. He had an obsession to drink, and my mother had an obsession to see that he didn't drink. It seemed like every time my dad took a drink, my mother's personality changed. And I grew up in this. And my dad ended up in West Tulsa. We were living on a farm back in the late 30s, and we couldn't make it there anymore. We came to California, didn't make it out here very well, and we went back to Oklahoma. And my dad ended up in West Tulsa, which is the wrong side of the tracks, of course. And Charlie lived over there too, Garden City. But my dad got a job as an ice man, and he was hauling ice to people's houses to stock their refrigerators with 6 days a week. Back-breaking work, hauling that ice upstairs and wherever you needed to go with it. And he'd get off work on Saturday evening, and he'd go down by the bootlegger and pick up a pint of that whiskey, homemade whiskey we had back there, and spend $1 for it. Now, I believe this today. My daddy needed a drink after back-breaking work. He deserved a drink, and he ought to have a drink, I think. But my mother saw that $1 going for that booze. It could have gone for the feeding of these 5 kids that they had. And she raised hell with my dad about his drinking. Well, naturally, he continued to drink, and we know that alcoholism is a progressive illness. And as time went by, he got sicker and sicker, and she got sicker and sicker, and the fights got worse and worse, and I grew up in this, and I was affected by it emotionally. My dad, from time to time, would pull out a gun or a knife and threaten my mother and us kids with it, talk verbally abusive to us, and eventually it got real bad. He got to where he'd tell us kids that he was taking our mother out this weekend and he was going to kill her. And they'd be gone all weekend from Friday or whatever until late Sunday night. And I'm sitting at home wondering, is he going to do that this time? I'm biting my fingernails. I'm worried about it, as any kid would. And he got real bad with his drinking, and she had to have him committed to Eastern State Hospital at Bonita, which is our local nut house. And they didn't have any alcoholic treatment wards in those days. What they did have was a criminally insane ward. And that's what they did with alcoholics in 1949 and 50 and 51. They put them in the criminally insane ward, and they were to stay there till they got well. Think about that. And my dad was up there for 3 years and 7 months and 13 days, and he was an alcoholic. And my little brother and I used to hitchhike up there and take him a couple of dollars and a carton of cigarettes from time to time. And they would let us go back into that criminally insane ward on Building 6. And I saw things back there that nobody, I mean, absolutely nobody's supposed to see. And I'm just 7, 8, 9 years old, the most formidable years of my life. And I began to get some ideas, emotions, and attitudes which to become the guiding force of my life about this time. And one of them was this. I said, if God, and I got to blame it on somebody, right? If God is going to do this to me and to us, and to hell with him, I'll never be talking to him anymore. Thank you. And another thought came to me was, if it feels like this and hurts this bad to love people, I'm going to quit loving people. It hurts too bad. So I began to push people out of my life. And another thought came to me was this. If anything good is going to happen in my life, it's going to happen because I, all alone, without any help, made it that way. So I didn't need God, nothing, or nobody. Thank you. And I lived my life that way. And if you threatened me, or if I perceived a threat from you, it was not good for you. I'm telling you. And they put you in jail for those kind of attitudes, by the way, which they did for me. And I got arrested over there in Arizona a long time ago and convicted to go to prison. I was 15 years old. I finally got out of there as a aggravated assault. If the guy had died, you wouldn't have another speaker here this morning, I can tell you that. And not very good coping skills either, by the way. They put you in jail for that, they divorce you for those kind of things, and you have trouble, which I did, had plenty of it. But I thought those were very brave attitudes on my part for a long, long time, even after in Alcoholics Anonymous, because that's the way I'd always lived. I didn't need God, nothing, or nobody. Thought that was brave. Come to find out after inventory is probably the most fearful ideas, emotions, and attitudes that anybody could possibly have. And I had them all. And I did not know it, because I'd had them since I was real young. So I was, as they said, thank God for the inventory process. I'm simply going to look at the facts and face the facts and engage in the process so I can accept the facts. A lot of people would have us to believe we can just run around accepting things up front. I can't. I just can't do that. I have to engage in the process. And acceptance is a process that we go through. And looking at the inventory process is the beginning of it. So now, if you don't mind, let's go back to page 67. Talk about fears. And again, we're not going to psychoanalyze ourselves and say that the reason we have it is because Mama put us on the potty chair backwards. We're simply going to face the facts here. He said, notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown and Miss Jones, the employer and the wife. This short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes we think that fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. And we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because that self-reliance failed? See, I didn't need God, nothing, or nobody. I was totally self-reliant upon me. Self-reliant was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse.
Okay, in that last paragraph that Joe read, we're going to see basically the same kind of instructions to review our fears as we had for resentments. So to avoid any confusion whatsoever, we made up another little inventory sheet. We called it a review of fears. And let's take a look at that for just a few minutes. Yeah, we can put that over there. On that inventory sheet in column 1, just like we did with the resentments, we made a list of those things that we fear. Who or what do I fear? Now, we men, we have a little problem with this to start with, because we say we're tough, we're macho, we don't have very many fears. But actually, I think if we really carefully look at things, we're going to find that all of us have many, many fears. We all have fears connected with our marriages. We have fears connected with our children. We have fears connected with the Internal Revenue Service. We have fears connected with the police department. We have fears connected with. We could sit here and name literally hundreds of fears that human beings have. I did the same thing in listing the fears I did with resentments. I didn't think I had very many fears. And when I started putting them down on paper, I began to fill out sheet after sheet after sheet. I began to realize how much fear I really do have. Now, I made a decision in step 3 to let God direct my thinking. And if I have that many fears, then those fears direct my thinking, just like resentments directed my thinking also. They block me off from the sunlight of the Spirit. I don't think we'll ever realize how much fear we've got until we put them all down on a sheet of paper. You can only see one fear at a time in your head, period. But if you start listing them on those sheets of paper, you begin to realize how much fear we really do have. Column 2, what's the cause of the fear? That's like Joe said, we're not going to attempt to psychoanalyze ourselves. Most fears that we have, there's a good reason behind it. For instance, it says at the column 2, at the head of column 2, what are they going to do to me? Am I perhaps going to jail? Am I going to lose something with material value? Am I going to lose face? Will it result in divorce? Will it destroy a personal relationship? Might I lose my job, etc.? Every fear we've got, there's going to be some root cause behind it. I find in my own particular case, most of my fears are usually centered around about one of 3 different things. I'm usually scared to death I'm not going to get something I want. I'm scared to death I'm going to lose something I've already got. Or I've done something I shouldn't have done, and I'm scared to death what they're going to do when they find out about it. Nearly all my fears come from those particular kind of things. Column 2, I just list the cause of the fear. If I can't determine the cause, I just put unknown or I don't know. Column 3, which part of self is affected? Just like with resentments, I can't experience a fear unless there's a threat to one of my basic instincts of life. If you threaten my social instinct in any way, my personal relationships, my self-esteem, etc., it's going to create fear. If you threaten my security, it's going to create fear. If you threaten my sex life, it's going to create fear. And once again, as I go down and fill out column 3, I begin to see for the first time in my life where fear really does come from. I always thought it was another one of those feelings, just like anger was, it flitted through your head, you could do nothing about it. But as I begin to fill out that 3rd column, I see that fear is a reaction to a threat to one of the basic instincts of life. And just like with resentments, if my relationship with God is right, if my basic instincts are under control, you can say or do about anything you want to me, and I'm not going to experience fear. But you can bet your boots, if my relationship with God's not right, if my basic instincts are out of control about everything you say to me and do to me, it's going to create fear in me. So we do the same thing there that we did with resentments, just exactly like that. Column 4. What did I do? Just like with resentments. What did I do, if anything, to set the ball rolling and set in motion trains of circumstances which have led to my being in a position to have the fear? And I'm going to find in many, many cases, I've made decisions based on self, which later puts me in a position to have to experience that fear. Same way I had with resentments. So I look to see the part that I play in each one of those fears. Column 5. Which character defect is involved? If I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't have to be worried about losing what I've already got or not getting what I want. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be lying and cheating and stealing and have to worry about what are they going to do whenever they catch me. If I wasn't such a selfish, self-seeking, frightened individual in the first place, I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. If I was more considerate of other human beings, more concerned with what they need and what they want than I am with what I need and what I want, I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. But just like with resentments, if I stay selfish, if I stay dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on experiencing the same old fears. They're going to block me off from God, and sooner or later I'm going to end up drunk over them, just like I did with resentments. So we treat this just exactly the same way as we did with our resentment sheets. It's a very simple thing to do, nothing complicated about it at all. Now, if you think resentments look stupid on paper, wait till you get your fears down on paper. They look good in your head, but you get them down on paper and they look double dumb. They really do. And we see the stupidity behind those things, and we'll never see it till we get it on paper and fill this sheet out. When we see the stupidity behind those things, about 95% of those fears are going to disappear automatically, just like 95% of the resentments disappeared. But there's probably going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have been embedded in our minds so deeply that we're going to have a little help in order to get rid of those. We now come to the second prayer in step 4 in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous, Joe?
The book says on page 68, well, perhaps there's a better way. So we think so. For we're now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. See, prior to this third step in my life, I didn't have any God in my life. I depended on me. I was self-reliant, and that failed me. But now I'm on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust our infinite God rather than our finite selves. We're in the world to play the role He assigns. Just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. Now, we never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think that spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it's the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. Now, we never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do.
And here's the prayer.
We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be. And at once, we commence to outgrow fear. You know, my sponsor, Will Franklin, at the time told me, he said, Joe, the two most important things about prayer, absolutely the most important things. And he said the first one is to start, and the second one is to continue. Most important. And as I look back over my life and when I first started praying, I can see that every time I have prayed about anything, I have changed just a minute little bit, hardly noticeable to anyone, including myself. And the next time I pray, there's another little fuzz of a change. And the next time I pray, another little bit of a change. And as time goes on, I have seen a major change in me. I am not what I used to be when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous. Believe me, I'm not. I have made a major change in my life, primarily through prayer.
You know, we hear always about the promises on page 83 and 84 in the big book. Hardly ever do you hear people talk about the promises spread throughout the entire book. I think this is one of the greatest promises anywhere in the book. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be. At once, we commence to outgrow that fear. So if you got one of those deeply embedded fears, if you can't get rid of it through filling out the inventory sheet and seeing how stupid it is, we turn to God and we ask God to remove that fear from us, direct our attention to what He would have us be instead, and at once we commence to outgrow that fear. And just like with resentments, if we repeatedly pray for that, someday we're going to wake up and that fear is going to be gone. Now, if the fears are removed, if my file cabinet that I have over here in my head, if those fears are removed and emptied out, then once again, God's not going to allow another hole in my head. They're going to have to be replaced with something else. And the only thing that will replace them would be the opposite of the fear. Where my mind used to be filled with fear, now it's filled with a little faith and a little courage, and I can do many, many things that I was afraid to do before. And just as importantly, I could quit doing some things I was afraid to quit doing too. Absolutely amazing. In order to get the faith and courage, I didn't have to go to any other fellowships or read any other books. If God dwells within me, that's a part of my makeup. I just never could use it before. In order to live the kind of life I wanted to live, faith and courage had to be repressed to let me operate on a level that I wanted to operate on, and I was running on fear 100% of the time. But now that the fears are gone, then faith and courage can automatically come to the surface. And I find that part of my mind now, instead of being occupied with fear, it's occupied with faith and courage. Much less chance of drinking now than I was before I started the inventory process. A very positive happening. And you really can't understand it until you fill out the sheets and do this little bit of this inventory and you get the results, and then you'll know just exactly why you needed to do this fear thing. It really does work. Once again, we're in the process of doing step 4. This is the fears part of it. Out in that 5th column, we see the exact nature of the wrong we're going to talk to another human being about. The fear is the thing that blocks me off from God, but what's the exact nature of it? And it's those old character defects behind it every time. Out in the 5th column, we see the character defects we're going to be willing to turn loose of in step 6. In the 5th column, we see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away in step 7. And quite naturally, some of the names on column 1 will be people and institutions I've harmed. I'm scared to death what they're going to do whenever they catch me. And they'll come off of column 1 and be added to the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. And one thing that really surprised me, is I kept seeing some of the same names appearing on the fear sheet that I had on a resentment sheet. You know, I resented Barbara, and I feared Barbara. In fact, I'm still a little bit afraid of her today. If she ever finds out everything I was doing 34 years ago, she may file for divorce again. I resented the Internal Revenue Service, and I feared the Internal Revenue Service. I resented the police department, and I feared the police department. I was amazed that I'd never tied that together in my head, how closely those resentments and those fears relate to each other, and how many of the people I resent, I'm also scared to death of them. You'll never see that until you get it down on a sheet of paper and actually take a look at it. Now, we don't want to try to lead you to believe that you could ever be 100% free of resentments or 100% free of fear. You know, God never gave us anything that was bad. It depends on what you do with things that determine whether they're going to be good or bad. A resentment, for instance, can be used for a worthwhile purpose. If somebody does something to me that threatens my self-esteem, if it causes me to honestly look at myself and see some changes that I need to make, then that kind of resentment can be used for a worthwhile purpose. Let me give you an example. Let's say we're living in the neighborhood. All the old houses are in pretty bad shape. They all need to be painted. Torn window screens, broken window panes. Mine's no worse than anybody else's. So I'm very complacent about that situation. I go home from work in the evening, I sit on the front porch, and I rock, and I rock, and I rock, and I rock, and I'm happy with the situation. Well, one day I'll look up, and some idiot has moved in across the street. He's out there painting his house. Fixes his window screens and window panes and makes my house look bad. I resent the hell out of him for doing it. I say, who is he moving in the neighborhood, screwing up the whole neighborhood? You know? If I use that resentment right, it'll cause me to be a little ashamed of my house, and I'll paint my house and fix the window screens and window panes. Next thing you know, my neighbor resents me for doing so, and he fixes his house up. After a while, God's got the whole neighborhood cleaned up like it should have been in the first place. That's the proper use of a resentment. You know, we alcoholics won't use it that way. We'll sit there on the front porch, and we'll rock, and we'll rock, and we'll resent, and we'll resent. And 30 days later, we'll go over at midnight and burn his damn house down. So we'll never be entirely free of them, but we can get them to the level that God intends. The same way with fear. You can't live without fear. You know, fear brings caution. Fear keeps me from getting hurt. If it wasn't for fear, I wouldn't be able to walk across the street. I'd just jump right in front of vehicles and get run over. We probably couldn't have this meeting this morning if it wasn't for fear, because we'd tell each other what we really think of each other, and the whole thing would explode in just a little bit, see? So fear brings caution, and it's not always bad. It depends on what we do with it, which determines whether it's going to be good or bad. Okay, we've looked at the first two common manifestations of self. We looked at resentments. We found out how to get them removed. We found that they would be replaced with a positive happening: love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. We found out how to keep the resentments from coming back in the future. And we saw what we would have to change in order to have those things occur. We've looked at fears. And we could see what fear does to us, how it blocks us off from God. We got them on paper, and just like resentments, most of them look pretty stupid. We found out how to get rid of those fears. We also found out how to keep them from coming back in the future. You know, if I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep on experiencing the same old kind of fears. But if I could become a little less selfish, a little less dishonest, a little less self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, then chances are in the future I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. At the very least, I'm going to have to make some kind of changes. So the third thing we're going to look at, common manifestation of self, is the guilt and remorse associated with the harms we've done in the past. You know, we talked about the storeroom up here in the back of my head filled with the guilt and remorse associated with the people I've hurt in the past. I'm going to have to do something about that too, if I want to have final peace of mind. Now, it seems as though we human beings hurt each other faster and deeper, probably, in the sexual area than we do in any other way. And I think there's some reasoning behind that. You know, the other animals on earth have the same sexual urge that we do in order to be able to reproduce themselves. But the difference between our sexual lives and the lives of the other animals on earth is simply the fact that they don't have self-will, and we do. They can't make decisions about their sex life. You know, when it comes time for them to reproduce themselves, God usually signifies that by some physical change in the female of the species. The male senses that change, the two join together, and it's kind of like bang, bang, thank you, ma'am. And when it's over with, they normally go their separate ways. Not always, but they usually do. Now, you see, they didn't think about having sex before they had it. They didn't think about sex while they were doing it. They couldn't really make any decisions about their sex life. They can't decide whenever they're going to do it. That's all on God's time. Majority of the cases, they can't even decide who they're going to do it with. Usually they can't even decide whether they're going to do it with one or more partners. They can't even decide what position they're going to do it in. That's all done on God's time and in God's direction. They don't have self-will. Therefore, you see very few sexual problems amongst the other animals here on earth. I've never seen a cow on a psychiatrist's couch yet talking about sexual dysfunction. We human beings are a little bit different. You know, God gives us this thing called self-will, and He allows us to make decisions regarding our sex life. You know, we can have sex any day of the week or the year that we wish to. We can determine who we're going to have sex with. We can determine whether we're going to have sex with one or more sexual partners. We can even determine how many times we're going to do it, providing we're physically capable of doing so. We can even decide what position we're going to do it in. They tell me there's something like 64 different positions a human being can have sex in. I have no idea what they are. I only found 3 in my lifetime. And 2 of them damn near killed me. I'm not sure I'm going back to them either. So what we're going to look at this morning for just a few minutes is not so much as to how we do sex, as to how we think about sex. Because how we think about sex determines what we're going to do with it. And that in turn is going to determine whether it's going to hurt other people or not. And that in turn then determines whether we're going to have to feel the guilt and the remorse associated with it. And also the fear of what they're going to do whenever they find out, and so on and so on and so forth. So Bill gives us a very simple way to look at this. It always amazes me when I look at it. He tells me down at the bottom of page 68, now about sex. Many of us need an overhauling there. Now, you older fellas, don't get your hopes up. We're talking about mental, not physical. Alex, did you hear that? Alex is one of my favorite people. We're always joking back and forth. But above all, we try to be sensible on this question. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. I've heard them all my life. They're the ones that say sex is a dirty thing. You ought to do it at one time in one position with one person only, and the only reason to do it is to reproduce yourself. And if you enjoy it, it's a sinful thing. I've heard them as far back as I can remember. They are to the extremes on one side. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it, or that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. And you hear them today. They're the ones that say you ought to be able to have sex anytime you want to, with anybody you want to, with as many people as you want to. You ought to be able to enjoy it every time, and if you don't, there's something wrong with you. Maybe they call that the sexual revolution. I know it happened 25 years too late for me to participate in it. I know that. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? And I read that last statement with great relief, because I knew this book was getting ready to condemn me for what I had been in the past. I knew it was getting ready to tell me what I was going to have to do in the future, and I'd made up my mind that I wasn't going to pay any attention to it at all. And I'm real glad to find out that we're not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We simply are not going to get into that. You know, if we start trying to tell people how to conduct their sex lives, what they can do, what they can't do, then surely we're going to begin to alienate people. Besides that, what's sexually acceptable in one part of the world may not be acceptable at all in another part of the world. So we're not going to get into that particular question at all. What we are going to do is see a way to review our own past sex conduct, see what we've been doing with it, see if we've hurt other people, and see if maybe we can develop a new sex life in the future where we can still engage in it, still enjoy it, yet at the same time not hurt other people. And basically that's the whole purpose of this little sex interview here, simply to see what we're going to need to do in the future in order to be able to engage in it, enjoy it, and not hurt others. Joe?
I'm certainly not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct, because whenever I tell you about where I got my information, you'll not want to know anything from me, I can tell you there. I said many of us needed overhauling in that area, and certainly I did too. Well, now I'm 12 or 13 years old, and my dad is out of the nut house. By the way, he was too dangerous to stay in Oklahoma, so they sent him to California. Right out of the nut house, Southern California. And so now I need to know about sex. And I was thinking about this a lot. I mean, a lot. Almost got brain damage. And, well, I probably did get a little brain damage. So I didn't have anyone to talk to, so I went to my mother. And I said, Mom, I've been thinking about sex. And boy, you should have seen it. She just jumped. She said, oh, my God. Scared the heck out of her. So, oh, my God, Benny Joe, that's my name. You shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that. That's a dirty, filthy, rotten thing to think about, she said. And you ought to save it for the one you love. Besides that, she said, you shouldn't have sex unless you want to have children. Well, I figured that out right quick. She had 5 children. She had sex 5 times. No wonder my dad was in the nut house, I guess. So somehow I didn't believe that. I just didn't believe that. And we had sex education when I went to school, except they called it recess. I learned a lot of things at recess about sex, but I still was interested in it. I went to the Jenkins Cafe, and there were some older men and women, about 10 years older than I am, who knew all about it in front of the Jenkins Cafe, the men and women, and God, they just knew everything about it.
About 16 years old.
About 16 years old, very well informed. And they loved to share with me all their experiences. And those little guys was telling me how often they were going out with these women, how many different times they would make love with them at night, and my eyes got that big around. And I believed everything they said. The fallacy of all that is that I believed all that stuff way after I got into Alcoholics Anonymous. And I never could live up to what I heard on the streets. And so therefore, I was disappointed all the time. And I know the first time I got to looking at this inventory process, I remembered again what it said here. We're going to find the facts and face the facts. I'm going to look at my ideas, emotions, and attitudes of where I got my information from. I'm going to engage in a process to accept the facts. You know, the first time I went out after I got married, the first time I went out, the next day hurt. I mean, I really felt bad. I didn't know you were supposed to feel bad. But no boy, who would have told me that? I felt bad about it. I mean, really bad. And the next time I went out, it wasn't quite so bad as the first time, and didn't feel quite so bad. And as time went by, I got to where it didn't hurt at all. And unfortunately, the thing with principles is that if you don't have any principles to live by, ultimately you don't have any reasons to live. And that's one thing that compromising a principle did for me. And that's where I found myself prior to Alcoholics Anonymous. Thank God I was able to look at this sex thing with the help of a lot of other people, because I told you I was dumb as a sack of hammers when it come to this idea. And I needed help from other people who seemed to know what they were talking about, really know what they were talking about. By the way, how many of you got your sexual information somewhat like I did? Yeah. When I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the spiritual knowledge of a 6 or 7 or 8 year old boy. I had the coping skills of an 8 or 9 or 10 year old boy. And I had the sexual knowledge of a 12 or 13 year old boy that I learned off the streets from people that didn't know any better about it than I did. You think I didn't need inventory to find out what was true and what wasn't true for me so I could live? Now that's what the inventory is about.
How about the first time?
Oh yeah, Charlie likes me to tell you about the first time I had sex. I was very selfish, and I was dishonest and self-seeking, frightened, inconsiderate, and I was also alone. Would anyone like to discuss it with me? No.
That's why he's wearing glasses today, too. Me too. Every time we say that, I look out there at about 10 of you guys that whipped your glasses off and put them in your pocket. Okay, let's look at this next set of instructions. And we also got another little inventory sheet. And again, to avoid confusion, we've made these inventory sheets basically all the same except for a different subject matter. And you're going to see about the same set of instructions to review our sex conduct as we had for our resentments. It's worded a little differently, which is Bill's way of doing things. We reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. So in this little inventory sheet for our review of our sexual conduct of the past, column 1, who did it hurt? Now I doubt if anybody in this room ever hurt anybody in a sexual area that we don't know just exactly who that is. That seems to be a form of knowledge that we all have. There may be some question as to, well, what do you do to hurt them? And I think we hurt people in a sexual area in many, many ways. You know, if I'm in a married relationship, I go outside of my marriage and I have sex out there, and my wife finds out about it, then surely I've created a problem for her. If not physically, at least emotionally. If the lady I had sex with out there, if it becomes common knowledge, then I've hurt her too. And if she has a husband and children, I've hurt them also. You know, one sex act could hurt several different people. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area simply by demanding more than our fair share. Maybe our partner isn't too keen about having sex every time we want to. Rather than consider their needs and wants, we selfishly demand that they have sex with us when they really don't want to. Surely when we do that, we create a problem for them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by demanding that they do things with us sexually that they really don't want to do. And once again, rather than consider their needs and wants, we selfishly demand those things. Surely we create a problem for them and hurt them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area simply by withholding sex. Maybe we're not too keen about sex every time our partner wants to. We had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison. We turn back to the list. See, this is why you got to have a written inventory. If you were trying to inventory this in your head, you would already have lost it. We turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Always before I looked at it to see what those suckers had done to me. Today I look at it from the angle that if I carry that resentment, it's going to cause me to get drunk. And I'm looking at it now from an entirely different angle. We begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had power to actually kill. And I read that and I thought, oh my God, how stupid can you be? All my life, I've been proud of the fact that I stand on my own 2 feet. Nobody tells me what to do. I don't need your advice, thank you. And I suddenly realized that other people have controlled and ruled and dominated my thinking as far back as I can remember through my resentments toward them. When I'm resenting them, they're controlling and dominating the way I think. They're controlling and dominating the decisions that I make. They're controlling and dominating my actual life. And if it's going to cause me to get drunk, I've given other people the power to actually kill me through my resentments toward them. And I said, man, you really are dumb. Because some of these people have been dead and buried in the graveyard for years. Been reaching out from the grave and had me by the yang as far back as I can remember. And when I saw that, I said, to hell with them. I'm not going to let those people, alive or dead, live in my head rent-free any longer. I've made a decision to let God direct my thinking. If they direct it, God can't, and it's just that simple. And you know, a marvelous thing happened to me. We alcoholics fancy ourselves as reasonably intelligent people. Now, I don't think we're smarter than anybody else, but I think we're reasonably intelligent people. And we don't like to look stupid and dumb. And we see how dumb and stupid these resentments really are. How much we've let other people control or dominate our thinking for us, that looks dumb as hell. And about 95% of my resentments began to automatically disappear when I saw the stupidity behind them. When I saw what it was doing and letting other people control me, about 95% of them began to disappear. But if you're like I am, I had 2, 3, 4, 5 that were so deeply embedded in my mind that just seeing the stupidity behind them didn't get rid of them. So in order to get rid of those, I'm going to have a little extra help. It says, how could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. So those that are deeply embedded, they don't automatically disappear when we see what they're doing to us. We now come to the first prayer in the big book in step 4. We hear always about the step 3 prayers, the step 7 prayers. We never hear about the prayers that are spread throughout the entire book. The first prayer here is in step 4. Let's see what we can do about those kind of resentments.
We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. Can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. Can't wish them away. Can't think them away. Well, this was our course. We realized that the people who had wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Here's the first prayer. We ask God to help us to show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helped but to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. Now, excuse me. When I got divorced from that first lady, I start thinking real good now. I said to myself, self, you're going to drink, and I know you are. And what you need now is a woman that drinks. I'm thinking good, because these women that don't drink are mean and ugly. I just proven that. So I looked around the bars, and I started finding me a woman that drinks. Finally ran upon my present wife, Phyllis. And we were introduced one night, and she looked at me and said, well, Joe, you look like my third husband. And I said, well, my God, how many have you had? And she said, 2. I kind of like that, you know. So I've been watching her, and she drank, and she'd come into the bar about 5:30 in the evening and drink till midnight. And in Oklahoma, we had to go to private clubs to continue to drink. And we did that night after night after night after night after month after month. And I like this. She's my kind of woman, see. So we get married. And boy, that was a big one. See, I had come out of that bad marriage with a list of things this long I wasn't going to let this next one do. And she'd come out of her bad marriage with a list of stuff this long and she wasn't going to let me do. And we're enforcing our lists on each other and trying to stay drunk half the time. Nothing but trouble. We got to where we couldn't even drink together. So we kind of made a deal. We split Tulsa right down the middle. 41st and South was hers. 41st and North was mine. And I don't bother her, and she don't bother me, and we meet at the house from time to time. So I got me a mobile home out there on the lake on my side of town, back out west about 25 miles. And Phyllis didn't know anything about this. But one night about 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Well, I kind of peeked out. Well, what she did was she just broke right in there. Embarrassed me in front of my girlfriend. The next morning I got up and all my stuff was thrown out on the lawn like it's supposed to be. Took my car, went to the bank, took out what little money we had, filed for divorce with a lawyer again, put a restraining order on me again after all I'd done after all I'd done for her and her treat me like that. And I said, I'm going to drink as often as I want to drink, and I'm going to give a dang who knows it. And so I set about doing just exactly that. And after a while, I got sober, a couple of years later, I guess. And I was sitting in a bar one night, the Misty Dawn, and a beautiful place. And I had a real sick feeling in my stomach. It wasn't a throwing up sick, it was just sick, and I didn't know what that was. And I went out and got in my car and laid down and slept a while, went to home, and next morning I got sober the next day. About a month later, I was in Apache, Oklahoma, to my first AA conference, second AA conference, excuse me. And there I met a lady from California. Her name was Alabama Carruthers. Some of y'all knew Alabama, I'm sure. Lovely lady. Everybody knew that Alabama loved her. At least I thought she did, and I loved her. She couldn't wait to see what was going to happen next. Always in a hurry. But she made a talk that night, and two things she said. This went off in my mind like a thunderbolt. And one of them, she said, I have peace of mind tonight. And I said to myself, my God, I've never had peace of mind. I wish I had peace of mind. And she said she had a soul sickness. And that's the first time I had some words to put together that feeling that I sat on that bar stool with. A soul sickness. And that's what I had. And afterwards, I wanted to talk to Alabama. We got in the lobby of this old hotel. One by one, everybody went to bed. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. They left Alabama, and George, my little black friend George, who was my sponsor then, and he's laying over and asleep in her lap. And I'm being able to talk to Alabama. And I said, Alabama, you said you had peace of mind tonight. How did you get peace of mind? She said, well, tell me what's going on in your mind. And I began to tell her what is going on in my mind and all the things that had happened to me up to that point. And she said, well, Joe, you're just full of resentments. I said, what's a resentment? She said a resentment is old angers and old hurts that are refelt over and over and over, and all that anger you intend to use on those other people, you're using it on yourself, and you're making yourself sick and blaming it on them. And she had explained to me several different times. Finally got the message. I said, well, is there any solution for that? And she said, yes, there is. And those of you who knew Alabama, you know she had a purse that was about that big. And she went again down in there, and she finally picked out one of these books and pulled it out. And she flipped over here to this page. She said, if you'll read and do what this says, she said it helped her and maybe it would help me. So I did it. I turned over to this page 551, Freedom from Bondage. And this is what Alabama had me to read that night. Third paragraph. She says, I've had many spiritual experiences since I've been in the program, many that I didn't recognize right away, for I'm slow to learn, and they take many guises. But one was so outstanding, I like to pass it on whenever I can, and I hope that it'll help someone else as it's helped me. As I said earlier, self-pity and resentment were my constant companions, and my inventory began to look like a 33-year diary, for I seemed to have a resentment against everybody I'd ever known. All but one responded to the treatment suggested in the 12 steps immediately.
She made her inventory, saw how stupid they were. All but one of them disappeared automatically.
But this one posed a problem. It was against my mother, and it was 25 years old. I had fed it, fanned it, and nurtured it as one might a delicate child. And it has become a part of me as much a part of me as my breathing. Look what it did for her. It provided me with my excuses for my lack of education, my marital failures, my personal failures, inadequacies, and of course my alcoholism. And though I really thought I'd been willing to part with it, now I knew I was reluctant to let it go. One morning, however, I realized I had to get rid of it, for my reprieve was running out. And if I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk, and I didn't want to get drunk anymore. In my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out to me some way to be free of this resentment.
During the day, a friend of mine brought me some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. And I looked through them, and a banner across the front of one of them featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the word resentment. He said, in effect, and here it is, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, if you will pray for the person or thing that you resent, you will be free. If you will ask in prayer for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them and your prayers are only words and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. Do it every day for 2 weeks, and you find that you've come to mean it and want it for them, and you will realize that where you used to feel bitterness, resentment, and hatred, you now feel compassionate, understanding, and love. Well, I went home after that conference, and I got in my little bed over there, and sure enough, my whole mind started racing uncontrollably. And I began to think of those people, replaying that in my head again. And I said, I think I'll pray for those people. And I prayed for them several times that night and went to sleep. The next morning I got up and I said, I think I'll pray for those people. And I prayed for them. My list began to get longer. And as the days went by, I began to pray for them. It seemed like I was in constant prayer all the time. I'd be driving down the street praying out loud in my car. I'm sure people thought I was crazy. I was, but I was praying for those people. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that some 2-3 weeks later, I don't know, it was in the springtime though, I know that, after a cold winter. And I got stuck in a stoplight there in the 31st and Lewis in Tulsa. It's a beautiful area of Tulsa. And just the length of a stoplight, I looked over there at that beautiful, beautiful house that was sitting on the corner. All the tulips were in full bloom, red and yellow. The grass was green, the birds were singing, the little squirrels were jumping around the trees were in bloom. And I thought to myself, my God, it's a beautiful morning. I mean, absolutely a beautiful morning this morning. And then the thought came to me was this, well, how long has it been since I've seen those colors? Do you know I could not remember ever seeing those colors? Ever? When this talks about being cut off in the sunlight of the Spirit, I know what that means. I really do know what that means. And I don't want to go back into that ever again. And I've always tried to figure out a way to get even with people. And I finally figured out the way you get even with people is you pray for them. You love them. You get even with loving them. And there's not a better way to love people than pray for them. And when you pray for them, then you're even. And all that hate and anger goes away. See, I've learned another little lesson from that too. That love is forgiving. And love is forgiving. You see. Thank God for this program. Otherwise, I'd still be back there somewhere.
I think the reason this works so well is that when we're praying for the welfare of another human being, asking God to give them in their lives what we wish for our own, the same peace of mind, happiness, serenity, prosperity, whatever it is we want. Prayer for another human being is one of the greatest expressions of love that one human being can have for another, and love and hate can't exist on the same plane. As we pray for them, after a while, we wake up some morning, and by golly, the resentment's gone. And in this place, we find a little understanding, a little compassion, a little tolerance, a little patience with other human beings. Now just think, if 95% of these resentments up here in my display cases in my head, if 95% of them disappeared because they looked so stupid, if the other 5 can be removed through prayer, then that means I can empty those display cases out. My mind becomes resentment-free. When that happens to me, another natural law applies. There's another law that says nature abhors a vacuum. No such thing as a vacuum or a void. There's always something rushing in to fill it up. If those resentments disappear, God's not going to leave another hole in my head. I got enough of those already. If the resentments disappear, they're going to have to be replaced. And the only thing that will replace them will be the opposite of them. And where my mind used to be filled with resentments, now it's filled with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward my fellow man. You see, that's God's thinking. And to my amazement, I found out I didn't have to go to any other fellowships. I didn't have to read any other books to find love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. If God dwells within me, that's always been a part of my makeup. I just never could use it before. In my chase for money, power, prestige, sex, what I thought were the good things of life, those feelings had to be repressed to let me operate on the level I wanted to operate on. But now the resentments are gone, automatically they are replaced. I'm in much less chance of getting drunk now. than I was before I started this little process. I've gotten rid of those resentments. That part of my mind now has a little serenity, at least a little peace of mind, and a little bit of happiness. A very simple, positive process. Nothing negative here at all. Now I've got to do one more thing before we quit. It really wouldn't do me any good to get rid of these resentments if I didn't know how to keep them from coming back. Because the world's full of sick people, and they're going to do it to me again tomorrow. And if I'm not careful, I'll let myself resent. And if I resent one, I can't have just one. The next thing you know, I've got 2. And then they double up, and I've got 4, and then 8, and then 16, and then 32, and I'm a basket case before you know it. So I've got to do one more thing. Now let's look at your last 2 columns in your handout sheet. And let's go to page 67, down in the middle of the page, referring to our list again. And see, that's why you got to have a written inventory. This is the second time we've been asked to go back and look at it again. Putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventories was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly, and were willing to set these matters straight. So I went to the 4th column, and you'll notice that 4th column in your inventory sheet is headed up. Putting out of mind the wrongs others had done, I resolutely looked for my own mistakes. What did I do, if anything, to set in motion trains of circumstances, which in turn caused people or institution to hurt me, and eventually led to my resentment of them for doing so? So I went to the first name on the sheet, the lady named Barbara. And I said, okay, Charlie, now you do what your book's telling you to do. You forget those 3 divorces that she filed for. What did you do, if anything, to set that thing in motion and perhaps caused her to file for the 3 divorces? Hell, it didn't take 5 seconds. I said, if I hadn't been out there screwing around, I'd go and got caught. And Joe calls it committing adultery. I call it screwing around. And if she hadn't have caught me, she probably wouldn't have filed for divorce. I thought about this a little bit more, and I said, Charlie, if you hadn't been sneaking around behind her back lying to her all the time, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. I said, Charlie, if you'd been using your money to take care of your wife, your children, and your home, instead of blowing it on booze and everything that goes with it, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. I began to see where I had made decisions based on self, which later placed me in a position to be hurt. And all Barbara did was react to the things that I myself had done. Then I looked into the 5th column, and I said, where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate? Those are the basic character defects that all human beings have. All others stem from those listed right there. Was I selfish in this situation? You bet you I was. I wasn't worried about Barbara or anybody else. Was I dishonest? You bet I was. Was I self-seeking and frightened? I found myself saying, man, you're getting close to 40 years old. If you don't get out there and get some of it now, it'll be too late before long. Fear drives people to do a lot of things they shouldn't be doing. Was I inconsiderate of my wife and children? You bet you. And the first time in my life, I began to see why I loved that resentment so well. Because you see, every time I played it over in my head, I distorted the picture just a little bit. I made her filing for 3 divorces a little bit worse. I made what I did just a little bit less. And let me play it long enough, I can distort the picture to the point that I transfer all blame to her and make myself as pure as the driven snow. If you're a good practicing alcoholic, you've got to develop those kind of skills. There's no way that we could live with ourselves if we had to honestly see what's going on when we're out there doing our thing. But you see, we don't have to do that, because we can use those resentments, distort the picture, transfer all blame to them, make ourselves as pure as the driven snow, and go right on living the kind of life that we want to live. And we men go from woman to woman to woman, and you ladies go from man to man to man, and we go from job to job to job, And we go from city to city to city and country to country to country, and it's always their damn fault. God, that's like to kill me when I saw that. And I thought, well, is this the only one on this thing? Have I hurt these other people too? I looked at the Internal Revenue Service. What did I do to set that in motion? Well, it became obvious I was cheating on my income tax, and they caught me. Yeah. And all they're doing, trying to put me in jail for trying to steal from them. I put it in motion. Now, was I selfish when I did that? Was I dishonest when I did that? You betcha. Let's look at old Rose there with Joe. Yeah. Joe, what did you do, if anything, to set that thing in motion?
Committing adultery.
He was doing the same thing I was doing, and Rose caught him. And Rose said, to hell with him. If he's going to do that, then I'll do it too. And she went out and did it also. Was he selfish? Yes. Was he dishonest? Yes. Was he inconsiderate? Yes. You betcha. My whole list of names, 152 names, I never found a one that I hadn't done something to them, made a decision based on self which hurt them. They in turn retaliated against me and created pain and suffering for me. I in turn resented them for doing so and played it over and over and over and gradually transferred all blame to others. That's the truth behind my resentments. That's a moral inventory when I saw the truth behind these things. It was all me. I did it in the first place. Now yours, you may have some that you didn't do anything to set it in motion. But in my case, there was not a name on there that I myself hadn't set that thing in motion. And for the first time, I began to see, looking out in that fifth column, if I stay selfish, if I stay dishonest, if I stay self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things. I'm going to keep right on hurting people. And they're going to retaliate, and I'm going to resent, and eventually it's going to cause me to get drunk. Just think. If I could become just a little less selfish, don't have to get perfect, never will, but if I could become a little less selfish, if I could become a little more honest, if I could become a little less self-seeking and frightened, if I could become a little more considerate of other human beings, maybe I wouldn't do those things that hurt other people. Then they wouldn't retaliate, and then I wouldn't resent, and then I wouldn't get drunk over it. For the first time in my life, I saw in the fifth column what I had become through living a life run on self-will. I always thought I was a pretty damn good guy. I just drank too much. And when I looked in that fifth column and saw how selfish I really was, how dishonest, how frightened, how inconsiderate I really was, for the first time, it damn near made me sick when I saw that. But if I could get just a little better in those areas, then just maybe I wouldn't be hurting people. Now what we're really doing here, we're in the process of doing step 4. This is the resentment part of it. In the fifth column, I now see the exact nature of the wrong that I'm going to talk to another human being about in step 5. The resentment is the wrong. That's what blocks me from God. But what's the exact nature of it? The exact nature of something means what's at the core of it? What's the inherent characteristic of it? What's the truth about it? So I see there the exact nature of the wrong, my selfishness, or my dishonesty, or my inconsideration. That's what we're going to talk to another human being about in step 5. Also in the fifth column, I see the character defects that I'm going to become willing to turn loose of in step 6. Knowing full well if I don't and stay that way, I'm going to get drunk sooner or later. Also in the fifth column, I now see the character defects I'm going to ask God to take away, the shortcomings, in step 7. And quite naturally, in column 1, in my case, all of them, in your case, part of them, were people and institutions I've harmed. I'm going to take them off of column 1, add them to a sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. Have you ever seen anything any more simple? I've got all the information I need for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, resentment-wise. Did we make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items?
No.
Was there anything too complicated?
No.
Was there anything to be afraid of?
No.
No. And you can do this in a matter of 2 or 3 hours at the most. If you just sit down, take the sheets, and do it. It's a very simple process with a very positive happening. Now, I hear some of you saying, and I hear good. I can hear awful good. I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, that's probably all true for those people that we did something to them to set it in motion. But how about those that hurt us and we didn't have anything to do with it? How about those that hurt us when we were kids growing up? How about that physical, mental, and sexual abuse that we suffered when we were kids growing up? And ladies, make no mistake about this, you're not the only ones that got hurt in that area. I don't know how many fifth steps I've taken with people, had them take it with me, and I've never had a man yet that didn't have some of the same crap when we were kids growing up. How about those kind of resentments? Aren't we justified in having those? I guess we are, if we want to get drunk. But a justified resentment blocks you off from the sunlight of the Spirit just as fast as an unjustified resentment does. Because if we're resenting them, justified or unjustified, they're controlling the way we think. They're controlling our decisions, they're controlling our lives. And we give those people power to actually kill us. It doesn't make any sense to let somebody hurt me 10, 15, 20 years ago and let them hurt me every day for the rest of my life. And as long as I'm resenting them, they've got me. They control what I think, and they control what I do. So if you've got one of those resentments, and I don't care what it is, if you got one of them, for God's sake, put it on this sheet. Put down the name of whoever it was. Put down what they did to you. Put down the part of self that was affected. In the fourth column, put down what you did, if anything. In this case, you just put nothing. But then in the fifth column, let's look at it very carefully. Because if we got one of those resentments, knowing it might get us drunk, and we still don't want to get rid of it, then we must be using it for some purpose. Are we so dishonest with ourselves that we refuse to see the truth about it? If you got one in your head today, it's not true. And we'll say that again, it's not true. Oh yeah, it started with truth. But if you've played it over and over and over, you've distorted that picture. And it really doesn't resemble very much of what actually happened. See if we're so dishonest we don't want to look at the truth of it. See if we're so afraid of facing life without it that we don't want to get rid of it. You see, we can use a resentment to rationalize and justify not doing something we really ought to go do. Or just as importantly, rationalize and justify doing things that we shouldn't be doing. The lady in the story in the book, she used a resentment against her mother to justify everything. She used a resentment against her mother to justify her marital failure. Bull. Mama didn't cause that marital failure. She used that resentment to justify her lack of education. After all, if Mother hadn't done that to me, I could get an ed bull. She could have gotten an education if she really wanted to bad enough. She even used that resentment against her mother to justify her alcoholism. It's all Mama's fault. Bull. I'll tell you why she became alcoholic. She kept drinking whiskey. Mama didn't pour it down her, but that's the greatest excuse in the world. I could have been this if it hadn't been for them. Or I wouldn't have to do this if they hadn't have done that to me. And if you got one of those, we're probably using it for some purpose, and we're really afraid to get rid of it for that reason. Let's look and see if we're so inconsiderate that we fail to recognize the fact that people that do things to us like that when we're kids growing up, they're not necessarily bad people. They're sick people. They didn't necessarily do it to us. They would have done it to anybody in that shape or in that position. If we could even begin to realize that, just maybe, we could start a forgiving process. Maybe we could get rid of that resentment. Maybe we could straighten up a relationship with another human being before it's too late to do so. And if you'll really honestly look at it, I think you can get rid of those kind of resentments also. And if all else fails, by God, we can pray for them. And that's the hardest thing to do. The hardest thing in the world to do is to pray for somebody that hurt us in those kind of situations. But we got to remember when we're praying for them, we're not praying for them for their benefit. We're praying for them for our benefit. And if we can get rid of that resentment, then we can be happy, peaceful, and free in those areas too. This thing really does work. If we pray for another, that doesn't mean we like them. That doesn't mean we approve of what they did. That doesn't mean we're going to walk hand in hand with them for the rest of our life. What it means is we're tired of letting others make us sick. And we just don't have to be that way if we don't want to. Very simple process. Now, the next part of our inventory is going to be fears and sex. And Joe leaned over here a while ago and he said, Charlie, I've got a headache, and I don't feel like sex this afternoon. How about we adjourn for the day and we'll have sex on Sunday morning? Does that sound all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you all for being here today.
Yeah. I've been sober since November the 3rd, 1973, and for that I'm truly thankful. Yeah. And it's truly by God's grace. And I want to tell a little story before we get started this morning about these three little boys, about like David and Charlie and I. They were 22, 23 years old, and they were still in the 6th grade. You have to kind of get the picture there. And the principal wanted them out of the 6th grade desperately, so he called them in the office one day and said, boys, I'm going to ask you a question. If you get the answer to these questions, you go into the 7th grade. So they asked David, what is it that women have two of that men like to get their hands on? And he thought for a long time, and he finally said, well, women have two hands, men like to hold women's hands. He said, that's good, David. You go into 7th grade. He looked at Charlie and said, now, Charlie, what is it that men have one of that women like to get their hands on? And he thought for a long time, and finally he said, well, men have one billfold, women like to get their hands on a man's billfold. I said, good, you're in the 7th grade. He looked over at me and said, now, Joe, I'm going to ask you a simple question. I said, God, I hope so. I missed those first two. The main problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind.
Are you through?
I'm through.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name's Charlie Parmley. I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and with the grace of the power that I found through the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, haven't found necessary to take a drink for 11,848 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. God, you guys look good this morning. Not a resentment left in the whole bunch. Isn't that something? Yeah.
Well, there's one back there.
How many of you went back to where you were staying last night and worked on at least one resentment? Could I see your hands? Oh, yeah, lots of you did. How many of you got rid of at least one resentment last night? Yeah, great. How many of you did we give a new resentment to yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, pray for us. We need the prayers and you need the practice.
We followed a little procedure yesterday in our inventory process in which we reviewed our resentments, and we went to the examples on page 65 in the big book, and we found out that we would fill those columns out one column at a time, always starting from the top going to the bottom. And by doing so, while our mind is on one thing and one thing only, we can do a much better job as we write those things down. As we filled out our first column, we were amazed to find out how many resentments we really did have. Most of us just thought maybe one or two, but as we began to fill out sheet after sheet after sheet, we're amazed at the number of resentments we really do have, and we begin to realize how much those resentments control our thinking and dominate our lives for us. And we made a decision, step 3, to let God direct our thinking. If the resentments do, then God can't, and it was just that simple. In the second column, we put down the cause of the resentment, just using a few short words, writing down what they did to us or whatever we were resentful about, and etc. We found out in the second column, as we filled it out, that really it's what they've done to us that's got us upset. Rather than them, it's what they've done. We begin to see that it's not so much people as what they've done to us that's got us upset. We could take Mr. Brown out, put Mr. Green in, and we'd have the same kind of resentment if he did the same thing to us. Third column, for the first time, as we filled it out, we begin to realize where anger comes from. And we begin to realize that anger is a threat to comes from a threat to one of those basic instincts of life. And we talked about the fact that if our basic instincts of life were under control, if our relationship with God is right, they could do about whatever they wanted to us, and we don't have to be angry over it. But by the same token, if our relationship with God's not right, our basic instincts are not under control, about anything they do to us is going to cause us to have a resentment. So we really learned 3 good things just by filling out the sheet. We looked at it some more, and we began to realize the hours that we had actually squandered in resentments. We began to see that those things really never did us any good. Certainly never made us any money. Certainly never straightened up a relationship with another human being. Never made us feel better, only made us feel worse. And we began to realize that we had squandered literally thousands of hours in resentments toward other people. And that was one of the bad things about them. But we also found out that wasn't the worst thing about a resentment. The worst thing is it blocks us off from God. And blocked off from God, we don't feel good. And after a while, we become insane, and we believe it's okay to drink, and we end up drunk all over again. And we begin to really see those things. We begin to see how useless those resentments really were. As we look back to the list again, we begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us throughout our entire lifetime. Through our resentments toward them, they controlled our thinking, they controlled our decisions, they controlled our actions. We don't like to look stupid. So a lot of those resentments disappeared simply when we saw the stupidity behind them. We also had a prayer that we could use in order to get rid of those resentments that don't automatically disappear, to the point we could become resentment-free. And we found out if our mind is freed of resentments, God can't leave another hole in our head. We got enough already. That those resentments would have to be replaced with something else. The only thing that could replace them would be the opposite of the resentments. And where our mind used to be filled with resentments, now we have little love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward our fellow man. And the great thing is, we found out we didn't have to go to any other fellowships, read any other books to find love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. If God dwells within each of us, and I'm sure He does, the book says so, then that's always been a part of our makeup. Now, where our mind used to be occupied with resentments, now it's filled with God's thinking in that part of the mind. We're in much less chance of drinking than we were before we started the inventory process. We did one more thing. We went back to that particular resentment, and we looked to see the part that we played in it. In the fourth column we had on a sheet, we looked to see what we did to set this thing in motion and cause those people to retaliate against us, which in turn caused us to resent them. And we found out in the majority of the resentments, in my case every one of them, that I had made a decision somewhere in the past based on self, which later placed me in a position to be hurt. And those people retaliated against me, and then I resented them for doing so, and then I played the resentment over and over and over in my head, gradually distorted the picture, transferred all blame to them, made myself as pure as the driven snow. And if you're practicing alcoholic, you got to develop those kind of skills. We couldn't live with ourselves otherwise. So I begin to see, really for the first time, that it's not them at all. It's me and my decisions that I've made, which put me in a position to be hurt. In the fifth column, we look to see which character defect is involved. And we found out the book talks about selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate. And those are the basic character defects that all human beings have to a certain extent. And I found out that if I wasn't so selfish, maybe I wouldn't do those things to hurt other people. If I wasn't so dishonest, maybe I wouldn't put myself in a position to be hurt at a later time. If I wasn't so self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate of others, that maybe I could get along a little better in this world. I begin to see for the first time the things I'm going to need to change if I want to live in the future with a little peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. We also said in the fifth column, we see the exact nature of the wrongs we're going to talk about when we take step 5 with another human being. In the fifth column, we see the character defects we're going to be willing to turn loose of. In the fifth column, we see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away. We also found that the majority of the people at column 1 were people or institutions that we had harmed, and they'll come off of that sheet, and then they'll be used later on for steps 8 and 9 when we get to that part of the program. So basically, we gathered up all the information we needed for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, resentment-wise, through that little inventory sheet yesterday. Today, we're going to continue the same process. We're going to look at our fears this morning. We're going to look at our past sex life this morning. We're going to look at harms we've done to people other than just sexually. And we're going to follow the same identical procedure that we used for resentments. Joe?
Let's go to page 18 before we talk too much about those fears. We're going to do what the book says. We're simply going to find the facts, and we're going to face the facts, and then we're going to engage in the process so we can accept the facts. As Charlie said yesterday, and we reiterate this morning, we're not going to psychoanalyze ourselves. We're not going to say that the reason we have these fears is because Mama put us on the potty chair backwards or something. We're not going to do that kind of thing. We're just going to find the facts and face the facts and engage in the process so we can accept the facts. And we read yesterday, it said when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. The spiritual malady. Spiritual not only means my relationship with God, but it means my own internal feelings about things. The spiritual, my spirit of myself. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. And we're going to look at these ideas, emotions, and attitudes, as Dr. Jung told Roland, which were the guiding force of the lives of these people. And I'm going to go back here and read this page 18 because this one paragraph really tells my whole story. He says, an illness of this sort, and we've come to believe it an illness, involves those about us in a way no other human sickness can. If a person has cancer, all is sorry for him and no one is angry or hurt. But not so with the alcoholic illness. For with it goes annihilation of all things worthwhile in life. It engulfs all whose lives touch the sufferers. It brings misunderstanding, fierce resentment, financial insecurity, disgusted friends and employers, warped lives of blameless children, sad wives and parents, and anyone can increase the list. In other words, alcoholism is a family illness. It affects everybody in the family to some degree. And if you live with one of us very long, you're going to be affected by it, and that's a fact. And I go back into my life, and I know today that my dad was an alcoholic. I didn't know that at the time. He had an obsession to drink, and my mother had an obsession to see that he didn't drink. It seemed like every time my dad took a drink, my mother's personality changed. And I grew up in this. And my dad ended up in West Tulsa. We lived on a farm back in the late 30s, and we couldn't make it there anymore. We came to California, didn't make it out here very well, and we went back to Oklahoma. And my dad ended up in West Tulsa, which is the wrong side of the tracks, of course. And Charlie lived over there too, Garden City. But my dad got a job as an ice man, and he was hauling ice to people's houses to stock their refrigerators with 6 days a week. Back-breaking work, hauling that ice upstairs and wherever you needed to go with it. And he'd get off work on Saturday evening, and he'd go down by the bootlegger and pick up a pint of that whiskey, homemade whiskey we had back there, and spend $1 for it. Now, I believe this today. My daddy needed a drink after back-breaking work. He deserved a drink, and he ought to have a drink, I think. But my mother saw that $1 going for that booze. It could have gone for the feeding of these 5 kids that they had. And she raised hell with my dad about his drinking. Well, naturally, he continued to drink, and we know that alcoholism is a progressive illness. And as time went by, he got sicker and sicker, and she got sicker and sicker, and the fights got worse and worse, and I grew up in this, and I was affected by it emotionally. My dad, from time to time, would pull out a gun or a knife and threaten my mother and us kids with it, talk verbally abusive to us, and eventually it got real bad. He got to where he'd tell us kids that he was taking our mother out this weekend and he was going to kill her. And they'd be gone all weekend from Friday or whatever until late Sunday night. And I'm sitting at home wondering, is he going to do that this time? I'm biting my fingernails. I'm worried about it, as any kid would. And he got real bad with his drinking, and she had to have him committed to Eastern State Hospital at Bonita, which is our local nut house. And they didn't have any alcoholic treatment wards in those days. What they did have was a criminally insane ward. And that's what they did with alcoholics in 1949 and 50 and 51. They put them in the criminally insane ward, and they were to stay there till they got well. Think about that. And my dad was up there for 3 years and 7 months and 13 days, and he was an alcoholic. And my little brother and I used to hitchhike up there and take him a couple of dollars and a carton of cigarettes from time to time. And they would let us go back into that criminally insane ward on Building 6. And I saw things back there that absolutely nobody's supposed to see. And I'm just 7, 8, 9 years old, the most formidable years of my life. And I began to get some ideas, emotions, and attitudes which to become the guiding force of my life about this time. And one of them was this. I said, if God, I got to blame it on somebody, right? If God is going to do this to me and to us, then to hell with him. I'll never be talking to him anymore. Thank you. And another thought came to me was, if it feels like this and hurts this bad to love people, I'm going to quit loving people. It hurts too bad. So I began to push people out of my life. And another thought came to me was this. If anything good is going to happen in my life, it's going to happen because I, all alone, without any help, made it that way. So I didn't need God, nothing, or nobody. Thank you. And I lived my life that way. And if you threatened me, or if I perceived a threat from you, it was not good for you. I'm telling you. And they put you in jail for those kind of attitudes, by the way, which they did for me. And I got arrested over there in Arizona a long time ago and convicted to go to prison. I was 15 years old. Finally got out of there as a aggravated assault. If the guy had died, you wouldn't have another speaker here this morning, I can tell you that. And not very good coping skills either, by the way. They put you in jail for that, they divorce you for those kind of things, and you have trouble, which I did, had plenty of it. But I thought those were very brave attitudes on my part for a long, long time, even after an Alcoholics Anonymous, because that's the way I'd always lived. I didn't need God, nothing, or nobody. Thought that was brave. Come to find out after inventory is probably the most fearful ideas, emotions, and attitudes that anybody could possibly have. And I had them all. And I did not know it, because I'd had them since I was real young. So I was, as they said, thank God for the inventory process. I'm simply going to look at the facts and face the facts and engage in the process so I can accept the facts. A lot of people would have us to believe we can just run around accepting things up front. I can't. I just can't do that. I have to engage in the process. And acceptance is a process that we go through. And looking at the inventory process is the beginning of it. So now, if you don't mind, let's go back to page 67. Talk about fears. And again, we're not going to psychoanalyze ourselves and say that the reason we have it is because Mama put us on the potty chair backwards. We're simply going to face the facts here. He said, notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Miss Jones, the employer, and the wife. This short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes we think that fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. And we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because that self-reliance failed? See, I didn't need God, nothing, or nobody. I was totally self-reliant upon me. Self-reliant was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse.
Okay, in that last paragraph that Joe read, we're going to see basically the same kind of instructions to review our fears as we had for resentments. So to avoid any confusion whatsoever, we made up another little inventory sheet. We called it a review of fears. And let's take a look at that for just a few minutes. Yeah, we can put that in there. On that inventory sheet in column 1, just like we did with the resentments, we made a list of those things that we fear. Who or what do I fear? Now, we men, we have a little problem with this to start with because we say we're tough, we're macho, we don't have very many fears. But actually, I think if we really carefully look at things, we're going to find that all of us have many, many fears. We all have fears connected with our marriages. We have fears connected with our children. We have fears connected with the Internal Revenue Service. We have fears connected with the police department. We have fears connected with. We could sit here and name literally hundreds of fears that human beings have. I did the same thing in listing the fears I did with resentments. I didn't think I had very many fears. And when I started putting them down on paper, I began to fill out sheet after sheet after sheet. I began to realize how much fear I really do have. Now, I made a decision in step 3 to let God direct my thinking. And if I have that many fears, then those fears direct my thinking, just like resentments directed my thinking also. They block me off from the sunlight of the Spirit. I don't think we'll ever realize how much fear we've got until we put them all down on a sheet of paper. You can only see one fear at a time in your head, period. But if you start listing them on those sheets of paper, you begin to realize how much fear we really do have. Column 2, what's the cause of the fear? That's like Joe said, we're not going to attempt to psychoanalyze ourselves. Most fears that we have, there's a good reason behind it. For instance, it says at the column 2, at the head of column 2, what are they going to do to me? Am I perhaps going to jail? Am I going to lose something with material value? Am I going to lose faith? Will it result in divorce? Will it destroy a personal relationship? Might I lose my job, etc.? Every fear we've got, there's going to be some root cause behind it. I find in my own particular case, most of my fears are usually centered around about one of three different things. I'm usually scared to death I'm not going to get something I want. I'm scared to death I'm going to lose something I've already got. Or I've done something I shouldn't have done, and I'm scared to death what they're going to do when they find out about it. Nearly all my fears come from those particular kind of things. Column 2, I just list the cause of the fear. If I can't determine the cause, I just put unknown or I don't know. Column 3, which part of self is affected? Just like with resentments, I can't experience a fear unless there's a threat to one of my basic instincts of life. If you threaten my social instinct in any way, my personal relationships, my self-esteem, etc., it's going to create fear. If you threaten my security, it's going to create fear. If you threaten my sex life, it's going to create fear. And once again, as I go down and fill out column 3, I begin to see for the first time in my life where fear really does come from. I always thought it was another one of those feelings, just like anger was. It flitted through your head. You could do nothing about it. But as I begin to fill out that third column, I see that fear is a reaction to a threat to one of the basic instincts of life. And just like with resentments, if my relationship with God is right, if my basic instincts are under control, you can say or do about anything you want to me, and I'm not going to experience fear. But you can bet your boots, if my relationship with God's not right, if my basic instincts are out of control about everything you say to me and do to me, it's going to create fear in me. So we do the same thing there that we did with resentments, just exactly like that. Column 4. What did I do? Just like with resentments. What did I do, if anything, to set the ball rolling and set in motion trains of circumstances which have led to my being in a position to have the fear? And I'm going to find in many, many cases, I've made decisions based on self, which later puts me in a position to have to experience that fear. Same way I had with resentments. So I look to see the part that I play in each one of those fears. Column 5. Which character defect is involved? You know, if I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't have to be worried about losing what I've already got or not getting what I want. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be lying and cheating and stealing and have to worry about what are they going to do whenever they catch me. If I wasn't such a selfish, self-seeking, frightened individual in the first place, I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. If I was more considerate of other human beings, more concerned with what they need and what they want than I am with what I need and what I want, I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. But just like with resentments, if I stay selfish, if I stay dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on experiencing the same old fears. They're going to block me off from God, and sooner or later I'm going to end up drunk over them, just like I did with resentments. So we treat this just exactly the same way as we did with our resentment sheet. It's a very simple thing to do, nothing complicated about it at all. Now, if you think resentments look stupid on paper, wait till you get your fears down on paper. They look good in your head, but you get them down on paper and they look double dumb. You know, they really do. And when we see the stupidity behind those things, and we'll never see it till we get it on paper and fill this sheet out. When we see the stupidity behind those things, about 95% of those fears are going to disappear automatically, just like 95% of the resentments disappeared. But there's probably going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have been embedded in our minds so deeply that we're going to have a little help in order to get rid of those. We now come to the second prayer in step 4 in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous, Joe.
The book says on page 68, well, perhaps there's a better way. So we think so. For we're now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. See, prior to this third step in my life, I didn't have any God in my life. I depended on me. I was self-reliant, and that failed me. But now I'm on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust our infinite God rather than our finite selves. We're in the world to play the role He assigns. Just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. Now, we never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think that spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it's the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. Now, we never apologize for God. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do.
And here's the prayer.
We ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be. And at once, we commenced to outgrow fear. You know, my sponsor, Will Franklin, at the time told me, he said, Joe, the two most important things about prayer, absolutely the most important things. And he said the first one is to start, and the second one is to continue. Most important. And as I look back over my life and when I first started praying, I can see that every time I have prayed about anything, I have changed just a minute little bit, hardly noticeable to anyone, including myself. And the next time I pray, there's another little fuzz of a change. And the next time I pray, another little bit of a change. And as time goes on, I have seen a major change in me. I am not what I used to be when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous. Believe me, I'm not. I have made a major change in my life, primarily through prayer.
You know, we hear always about the promises on page 83 and 84 in the big book. Hardly ever do you hear people talk about the promises spread throughout the entire book. I think this is one of the greatest promises anywhere in the book. We ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be. At once, we commence to outgrow that fear. So if you got one of those deeply embedded fears, if you can't get rid of it through filling out the inventory sheet and seeing how stupid it is, we turn to God and we ask God to remove that fear from us, direct our attention to what he would have us be instead, and at once we commence to outgrow that fear. And just like with resentments, if we repeatedly pray for that, someday we're going to wake up and that fear is going to be gone. Now, if the fears are removed, if my file cabinet that I have over here in my head, if those fears are removed and emptied out, then once again, God's not going to allow another hole in my head. They're going to have to be replaced with something else. And the only thing that will replace them would be the opposite of the fear. Where my mind used to be filled with fear, now it's filled with a little faith and a little courage, and I can do many, many things that I was afraid to do before. And just as importantly, I could quit doing some things I was afraid to quit doing too. Absolutely amazing. In order to get the faith and courage, I didn't have to go to any other fellowships or read any other books. If God dwells within me, that's a part of my makeup. I just never could use it before. In order to live the kind of life I wanted to live, faith and courage had to be repressed to let me operate on a level that I wanted to operate on, and I was running on fear 100% of the time. But now that the fears are gone, then faith and courage can automatically come to the surface. And I find that part of my mind now, instead of being occupied with fear, it's occupied with faith and courage. Much less chance of drinking now than I was before I started the inventory process. A very positive happening. And you really can't understand it until you fill out the sheets and do this little bit of this inventory and you get the results, and then you'll know just exactly why you needed to do this fear thing. It really does work. Once again, we're in the process of doing step 4. This is the fears part of it. Out in that 5th column, we see the exact nature of the wrong we're going to talk to another human being about. The fear is the thing that blocks me off from God, but what's the exact nature of it? And it's those old character defects behind it every time. Out in the 5th column, we see the character defects we're going to be willing to turn loose of in step 6. In the 5th column, we see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away in step 7. And quite naturally, some of the names on column 1 will be people and institutions I've harmed. I'm scared to death what they're going to do whenever they catch me. And they'll come off of column 1 and be added to the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. And one thing that really surprised me is I kept seeing some of the same names appearing on the fear sheet that I had on a resentment sheet. You know, I resented Barbara and I feared Barbara. In fact, I'm still a little bit afraid of her today. If she ever finds out everything I was doing 34 years ago, she may file for divorce again. I resented the Internal Revenue Service, and I feared the Internal Revenue Service. I resented the police department, and I feared the police department. I was amazed that I'd never tied that together in my head, how closely those resentments and those fears relate to each other, and how many of the people I resent, I'm also scared to death of them. You'll never see that until you get it down on a sheet of paper and actually take a look at it. Now, we don't want to try to lead you to believe that you could ever be 100% free of resentments or 100% free of fear. You know, God never gave us anything that was bad. It depends on what you do with things that determine whether they're going to be good or bad. A resentment, for instance, can be used for a worthwhile purpose. If somebody does something to me that threatens my self-esteem, if it causes me to honestly look at myself and see some changes that I need to make, then that kind of resentment can be used for a worthwhile purpose. Let me give you an example. Let's say we're living in the neighborhood. All the old houses are in pretty bad shape. They all need to be painted. Torn window screens, broken window panes. Mine's no worse than anybody else's. So I'm very complacent about that situation. I go home from work in the evening, I sit on the front porch, and I rock, and I rock, and I rock, and I rock, and I'm happy with the situation. Well, one day I'll look up, and some idiot has moved in across the street. He's out there painting his house. Fixes his window screens and window panes and makes my house look bad. I resent the hell out of him for doing it. I say, who is he moving in the neighborhood, screwing up the whole neighborhood? You know? If I use that resentment right, it'll cause me to be a little ashamed of my house, and I'll paint my house and fix the window screens and window panes. Next thing you know, my neighbor resents me for doing so, and he fixes his house up. After a while, God's got the whole neighborhood cleaned up like it should have been in the first place. That's the proper use of a resentment. You know, we alcoholics won't use it that way. We'll sit there on the front porch, and we'll rock, and we'll rock, and we'll resent, and we'll resent. And 30 days later, we'll go over at midnight and burn his damn house down. So we'll never be entirely free of them, but we can get them to the level that God intends. The same way with fear. You can't live without fear. You know, fear brings caution. Fear keeps me from getting hurt. If it wasn't for fear, I wouldn't be able to walk across the street. I'd just jump right in front of vehicles and get run over. We probably couldn't have this meeting this morning if it wasn't for fear, because we'd tell each other what we really think of each other, and the whole thing would explode in just a little bit. See? So fear brings caution, and it's not always bad. It depends on what we do with it, which determines whether it's going to be good or bad. Okay, we've looked at the first two common manifestations of self. We looked at resentments. We found out how to get them removed. We found that they would be replaced with a positive happening: love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. We found out how to keep the resentments from coming back in the future. And we saw what we would have to change in order to have those things occur. We've looked at fears. And we can see what fear does to us, how it blocks us off from God. We got them on paper, and just like resentments, most of them look pretty stupid. We found out how to get rid of those fears. We also found out how to keep them from coming back in the future. You know, if I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep on experiencing the same old kind of fears. But if I could become a little less selfish, a little less dishonest, a little less self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, then chances are in the future I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. At the very least, I'm going to have to make some kind of changes. So the third thing we're going to look at, common manifestation of self, is the guilt and remorse associated with the harms we've done in the past. You know, we talked about the storeroom up here in the back of my head filled with the guilt and remorse associated with the people I've hurt in the past. I'm going to have to do something about that too, if I want to have final peace of mind. Now, it seems as though we human beings hurt each other faster and deeper, probably, in the sexual area than we do in any other way. And I think there's some reasoning behind that. You know, the other animals on earth have the same sexual urge that we do in order to be able to reproduce themselves. But the difference between our sexual lives and the lives of the other animals on earth is simply the fact that they don't have self-will, and we do. They can't make decisions about their sex life. You know, when it comes time for them to reproduce themselves, God usually signifies that by some physical change in the female of the species. The male senses that change. The two join together, and it's kind of like bang, bang, thank you, ma'am. And when it's over with, they normally go their separate ways. Not always, but they usually do. Now, you see, they didn't think about having sex before they had it. They didn't think about sex while they were doing it. They couldn't really make any decisions about their sex life. They can't decide whenever they're going to do it. That's all on God's time. Majority of the cases, they can't even decide who they're going to do it with. Usually they can't even decide whether they're going to do it with one or more partners. They can't even decide what position they're going to do it in. That's all done on God's time and in God's direction. They don't have self-will. Therefore, you see very few sexual problems amongst the other animals here on earth. I've never seen a cow on a psychiatrist's couch yet talking about sexual dysfunction. We human beings are a little bit different. You know, God gives us this thing called self-will, and He allows us to make decisions regarding our sex life. You know, we can have sex any day of the week or the year that we wish to. We can determine who we're going to have sex with. We can determine whether we're going to have sex with one or more sexual partners. We can even determine how many times we're going to do it, providing we're physically capable of doing so. We can even decide what position we're going to do it in. They tell me there's something like 64 different positions a human being can have sex in. I have no idea what they are. I only found 3 in my lifetime. And 2 of them damn near killed me. I'm not sure I'm going back to them either. So, what we're going to look at this morning for just a few minutes is not so much as to how we do sex, as to how we think about sex. Because how we think about sex determines what we're going to do with it. And that in turn is going to determine whether it's going to hurt other people or not. And that in turn then determines whether we're going to have to feel the guilt and the remorse associated with it. And also the fear of what they're going to do whenever they find out, and so on and so on and so forth. So Bill gives us a very simple way to look at this. It always amazes me when I look at it. He tells me down at the bottom of page 68, now about sex. Many of us need an overhauling there. Now, you older fellas, don't get your hopes up. We're talking about mental, not physical. Alex, did you hear that? Alex is one of my favorite people. We're always joking back and forth. But above all, we try to be sensible on this question. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. I've heard them all my life. They're the ones that say sex is a dirty thing. You ought to do it at one time in one position with one person only, and the only reason to do it is to reproduce yourself, and if you enjoy it, it's a sinful thing. I've heard them as far back as I can remember. They are to the extremes on one side. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it, or that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. And you hear them today. They're the ones that say you ought to be able to have sex anytime you want to, with anybody you want to, with as many people as you want to. You ought to be able to enjoy it every time, and if you don't, there's something wrong with you. Maybe they call that the sexual revolution. I know it happened 25 years too late for me to participate in it. I know that. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? And I read that last statement with great relief, because I knew this book was getting ready to condemn me for what I had been in the past. I knew it was getting ready to tell me what I was going to have to do in the future. And I'd made up my mind that I wasn't going to pay any attention to it at all. And I'm real glad to find out that we're not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We simply are not going to get into that. You know, if we start trying to tell people how to conduct their sex lives, what they can do, what they can't do, then surely we're going to begin to alienate people. Besides that, what's sexually acceptable in one part of the world may not be acceptable at all in another part of the world. So we're not going to get into that particular question at all. What we are going to do is see a way to review our own past sex conduct, see what we've been doing with it, see if we've hurt other people, and see if maybe we can develop a new sex life in the future where we can still engage in it, still enjoy it, yet at the same time not hurt other people. And basically that's the whole purpose of this little sex interview here, simply to see what we're going to need to do in the future in order to be able to engage in it, enjoy it, and not hurt others. Joe?
I'm certainly not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct, because whenever I tell you about where I got my information, you'll not want to know anything from me, I can tell you there. I said many of us needed overhauling in that area, and certainly I did too. Well, now I'm 12 or 13 years old, and my dad is out of the nut house. By the way, he was too dangerous to stay in Oklahoma, so they sent him to California. Right out of the nut house, Southern California. And so now I need to know about sex. And I was thinking about this a lot. I mean, a lot. Almost got brain damage. And, well, I probably did get a little brain damage thinking about it. So I didn't have anyone to talk to, so I went to my mother. And I said, Mom, I've been thinking about sex. And boy, you should have seen, she just jumped. She said, oh my God. Scared the heck out of her. So, oh my God, Benny Joe, that's my name. You shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that. That's a dirty, filthy, rotten thing to think about, she said. And you ought to save it for the one you love. Besides that, she said, you shouldn't have sex unless you want to have children. Well, I figured that out right quick. She had 5 children. She had sex 5 times. No wonder my dad was in the nut house, I guess. So somehow I didn't believe that. I just didn't believe that. And we had sex education when I went to school, except they called it recess. You know, I learned a lot of things at recess about sex. But I still was interested, and I went to the Jenkins Cafe, and there were some older men and women, about 10 years older than I am, who knew all about it in front of the Jenkins Cafe, the men and women, and God, they just knew everything about it.
About 16 years old.
About 16 years old, very well informed. And they loved to share with me all their experiences. And those little guys was telling me how often they were going out with these women, how many different times they would make love with them at night, and my eyes got that big around. And I believed everything they said. The fallacy of all that is that I believed all that stuff way after I got into Alcoholics Anonymous. And I never could live up to what I heard on the streets. And so therefore, I was disappointed all the time. And I know the first time I got to looking at this inventory process, I remembered again what it said here. I'm going to find the facts and face the facts. I'm going to look at my ideas, emotions, and attitudes of where I got my information from. I'm going to engage in a process to accept the facts. You know, the first time I went out after I got married, the first time I went out, the next day hurt. I mean, I really felt bad. I didn't know you were supposed to feel bad. But no boy, who would have told me that? I felt bad about it. I mean, really bad. And the next time I went out, it wasn't quite so bad as the first time, and didn't feel quite so bad. And as time went by, I got to where it didn't hurt at all. And unfortunately, the thing with principles is, if you don't have any principles to live by, ultimately you don't have any reasons to live. And that's one thing that compromising of principles did for me. And that's where I found myself prior to Alcoholics Anonymous. Thank God I was able to look at this sex thing with the help of a lot of other people, because I told you I was dumb as a sack of hammers when it come to this idea. And I needed help from other people who seemed to know what they were talking about, really know what they were talking about. By the way, how many of you got your sexual information somewhat like I did? Yeah. When I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the spiritual knowledge of a 6 or 7 or 8-year-old boy. I had the coping skills of an 8 or 9 or 10-year-old boy. And I had the sexual knowledge of a 12 or 13-year-old boy that I learned off the streets from people that didn't know any better about it than I did. Do you think I didn't need inventory to find out what was true and what wasn't true for me so I could live? Now that's what the inventory is about.
How about the first time?
Oh yeah, Charlie likes me to tell you about the first time I had sex. I was very selfish, and I was dishonest and self-seeking, frightened, inconsiderate, and I was also alone. Would anyone like to discuss it with me? No.
That's why he's wearing glasses today, too. Me too. Every time we say that, I look out there at about 10 of you guys have whipped your glasses off and put them in your pocket. Okay, let's look at this next set of instructions. And we also got another little inventory sheet. And again, to avoid confusion, we've made these inventory sheets basically all the same except for a different subject matter. And you're going to see about the same set of instructions to review our sex conduct as we had for our resentments, just worded a little differently, which is Bill's way of doing things. We reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. So in this little inventory sheet for our review of our sexual conduct of the past, column 1, who did it hurt? Now I doubt if anybody in this room ever hurt anybody in a sexual area that we don't know just exactly who that is. That seems to be a form of knowledge that we all have. There may be some question as to, well, what do you do to hurt them? And I think we hurt people in a sexual area in many, many ways. You know, if I'm in a married relationship, I go outside of my marriage and I have sex out there, and my wife finds out about it, then surely I've created a problem for her. If not physically, at least emotionally. If the lady I had sex with out there, if it becomes common knowledge, then I've hurt her too. And if she has a husband and children, I've hurt them also. You know, one sex act could hurt several different people. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area simply by demanding more than our fair share. Maybe our partner isn't too keen about having sex every time we want to. Rather than consider their needs and wants, we selfishly demand that they have sex with us when they really don't want to. Surely when we do that, we create a problem for them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by demanding that they do things with us sexually that they really don't want to do. And once again, rather than consider their needs and wants, we selfishly demand those things. Surely we create a problem for them and hurt them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area simply by withholding sex. Maybe we're not too keen about sex every time our partner wants to. And rather than consider their needs, wants, and desires, we selfishly withhold sex when sometimes maybe we ought to give in a little more often. Many ways we hurt people in the sexual area. I think we all pretty well know what they are. And I think we know who we've hurt. And we simply, column 1, we just simply make a list of those that we've hurt. Column 2, what did I do? You know, if we remember who we hurt, we certainly remember what we did. So in column 2, we just put down what we did to hurt them. Then we go to column 3. Now, I think this might be one of the most revealing things we could do to ourselves or for ourselves, is the filling out of this column 3, which part of self is affected. Now, you would think that if I do anything in a sexual area that hurts another human being, it would be caused by the sex instinct. And I guess once in a while that's probably true. Sometimes in order to get the physical, emotional gratification that comes at the moment of the completion of the sex act, I might be doing the wrong thing at the wrong time with the wrong person because of the sex instinct. But I think if I carefully look at each one of these situations, I'm probably going to find that the other two instincts are involved just as much as sex, and in many cases even more so, and sometimes sex really doesn't have anything to do with it. Now I'm going to express an opinion, and I want to be sure that everybody understands it's my opinion. It's not AA's opinion, not Joe's opinion, it's my opinion. I'm convinced today that God gave us the sex urge. so that we can reproduce ourselves. We couldn't survive without it. I'm also convinced he made it a very pleasurable thing so we would do so. I don't think you and I would do the kind of work involved in sex if we didn't get some kind of reward for doing so. That's a lot of work. It really is. Very hard, very strenuous activity. And that great feeling that we get at the moment of successful completion of the sex act, both physically and emotionally, is one of the great rewards we get for doing sex. Now, if we're doing sex for purposes other than reproduction or enjoyment, then chances are we might be doing sex for purposes other than what God intended. Let me give you a for instance. We boys found out at a very early age that you could use sex to build your self-esteem. After all, the more members of the opposite sex you can attract to yourself, the greater man you really are, we thought. Now, we boys call that John Wayneism. I don't know what you girls called it.
Jane Wayne.
Jane Wayne, Joe said. But many of you girls tell me that you use sex for the same purposes. Now, if we're using it to build our self-esteem, that has nothing to do with reproduction or enjoyment. That's to fulfill a part of the social instinct, and sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Now, sometimes we use sex to buy a personal relationship. Maybe we're just lonesome. We want somebody to pay attention to us. We found out a long time ago that we can give sex and buy back a personal relationship. Now, that has nothing to do with reproduction or enjoyment. That's to also fulfill a part of the social instinct. Sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Well, sometimes we use sex to get even with another human being. We find we're in a situation, we find out our partner's gone out and done something they shouldn't do in the sexual area, and we say we'll show them, and we'll go out and do identically the same thing in order to get even with them. And the fallacy in it is after we've done it, we can't afford to tell them we did it. But certainly that wasn't to reproduce nor to enjoy, that was to get even with another human being. Sometimes we use sex to buy material security. You know, maybe we're in a sexual situation we really would rather not even be in. But we become so overly dependent upon another human being for our material well-being that we give sex to buy back material well-being. Has nothing to do with reproduction or enjoyment. Or it's really, sex doesn't have a lot to do with that. Sometimes we use sex to force our will on another human being. Maybe our partner's done something that we don't think they should do so, or they're not doing what we want them to, and we say we'll show them. We'll just cut them off at the pass, and we won't let them have any sex till they come around to our way of thinking. Now, we boys aren't very good at that. We only last about 2 days. But you girls have honed it to perfection. You know exactly how to do that. Has nothing to do with reproduction or enjoyment. That's to force our will on another human being. I was absolutely amazed in the third column to look in there and see what I had really been using sex for. You know, I always thought I was oversexed. No, I wasn't oversexed. I was undersecure. And I used sex to build my security. I used sex to build my personal relationships. I used it for purposes other than what God intended, not because I'm a bad human being, but because I'm a sick human being in those areas. And I needed that sex to build that self-esteem. And when I saw that, 2 things started happening to me almost immediately in the third column. Number 1, a lot of my guilt began to disappear. I thought I was just a dirty, rotten, no-good SOB. But I found out that isn't true. I use sex for purposes other than what God intended because I'm sick, not because I'm a bad human being. The other thing that happened to me is when I really began to see what I was using sex for, it began to look kind of dumb to do that. And the desire to go out and do it at the wrong time in the wrong place with the wrong people began to become less and less and less. And I started getting a handle on this sexual thing right here in this third column. I think it's one of the greatest things we can do. Especially we men. We definitely use this sex to build our self-esteem. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. Column 4. What feelings did I create in others? Did I unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? What should I have done instead? You know, not only are we looking to see what we've done in the past that hurt others, we're trying to shape a new sex life in the future. so we can engage in it, enjoy it, and not hurt others. So not only do we need to look at what we've done in the past, we look to see, well, what should I have done in place of that? What should I have done instead of that? Column 5. Same basic character defects. If I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't have to do those things that end up hurting another human being. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be lying to me and everybody around me about this sex thing. If I wasn't such a self-seeking and frightened individual, I wouldn't be needing that extra sex in order to build my self-esteem. If I was not so inconsiderate of other human beings, perhaps I wouldn't go out and do those things that hurt other people. Just think, if I would become a little less selfish, a little less dishonest, a little less self-seeking and frightened, a little less inconsiderate, then maybe I can start getting a handle on this thing, still engage in sex in the future and enjoy it, but not in hurting a bunch of other people. And they're going to retaliate, and I'm going to resent, and I'm going to fear, and I'm going to be filled with guilt and remorse, and eventually it's going to block me off from God. It's not a question of what's right and wrong. It's a question of what can we do and live with this without ending up becoming insane and going back to drinking again over and over and over again. Joe?
And the book goes on to say on page 69, he said, in this way, the way Charlie in the book just described, in this way we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. We subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? Prayer is going to be used 3 different times.
See,
here.
the book doesn't care how you do it. If you want to do it hanging upside down from a tree limb by your toenails, that's okay. We ask ourselves this one question: was it selfish or not? If it's for pure selfish reasons, we're probably going to hurt somebody else in doing so.
So prayer is going to be used 3 different times in this area. Here's the first one. See, we ask God to mold our ideals to help us to live up to them. We remembered always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly in order to be despised and loathed. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we've done harm, provided that we do not bring about still more harm in so doing. In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. More prayer. In meditation, we ask God what we should do for each specific matter. The right answers will come if we want it. Now, God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with other persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. We realize that some people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. We avoid hysterical thinking or advice.
You know, this is an area where I don't think we need a whole lot of advice. I've never been in a sexual situation yet that was wrong, that I didn't know it was wrong before I ever got into it. Didn't keep me from getting into it, but I knew it was wrong before I ever got into it. I think all we got to do is listen to that voice inside ourselves, and we'll know what we should do and what we shouldn't do. If you start asking other people for sexual advice, you ask 6 different people, you're going to get 6 different answers. And then you're going to have to choose which one of them you're going to follow. I think all we really need to do is just listen to that voice inside, and it tells us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. Besides that, I can't think of a worse place in the world to get sexual advice than in Alcoholics Anonymous.
Suppose we fall short of the chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Well, some people tell us so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends on us and our motives. Now, if we're sorry for what we've done and have an honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we'll be forgiven and have learned our lesson. Now, if we're not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we're quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are facts of our experience. Now, to sum up about sex, and here's some more prayer. So we earnestly pray for the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity and the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the horny condition. No, excuse me. It quiets the imperious urge, when to yield would mean heartache.
Old Bill used a lot of fancy words, didn't he? Okay, we're doing again here on this sex inventory that we did with resentments and fears. We're in the process of doing step 4. This is the sexual part of it. So up at the top of the sheet, we'll put 4. Again, out in the 5th column, we see the exact nature of the wrong we're going to talk to another human being about. The wrong is the thing that we've done to hurt another person, but what's the inherent characteristic of it? What's at the core of it? What's behind it? Also in the fifth column, we see the character defects we're going to become willing to turn loose of in step 6. We see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away in step 7 in the fifth column. Quite naturally, all the names in column 1 now will come off of this sheet and be added to the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. So once again, I've given myself everything I need now for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, sexual harms wise. And the other thing that amazed me is I kept seeing a lot of the same names appearing on all 3 sheets. Never had I tied that together in my head before. Barbara was on all 3 sheets. I even had the Internal Revenue Service on all 3 sheets. I resented them and I feared them, and I gave them a pretty good screwing before I got through with it. Now the book doesn't tell us to do this, but we're going to suggest one more sheet. You know, there are some other people that we've harmed that really hasn't appeared on these sheets yet. Some of them were on a resentment sheet, some on fears, and some on sex, but there's probably some others that we've hurt that we really it hadn't appeared on any of these sheets yet. Maybe somebody we stole from, or maybe somebody we undercut them and took their job away from them, or many different ways we hurt people, other than just sexual. And by the time we get to 8 and 9, we're going to have a complete full list anyhow. So we're going to suggest another little sheet, and we call it a review of harms other than sexual. Those we stole from, those we undercut them and took their jobs away from them, those we borrowed money and didn't pay back, all the different ways we have of hurting other human beings. Column 1, we make a list of them. Column 2, what did I do to hurt them? Column 3, which part of self caused me to do so? Column 4, what feelings did I create in others? And eventually in the column 5, the exact nature of the wrongs. What character defect is involved here? When we get through with that, then we're going to have a complete inventory. We're doing 4 again. And out in column 5, we see the information that we need again for step 5, 6, and 7. And quite naturally, the names in column 1 will be used later on for steps 8 and 9. Now, when we're through with this, and we've done a complete inventory, we've got all the information we need for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And now then, we can get on with the rest of the program. But until we do this, we just can't do so. The book says if we've been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments. He didn't say it, but we've listed and analyzed our fears. We've listed and analyzed our sexual harms. We've listed and analyzed harms done to others other than sexual. Now, a lot of people don't like the word analyze. They say, well, utilize and don't analyze. And what they're saying is quit sitting around talking about it and get on with the business. But here, the use of the word analyzed is simply another word to be used for truth. We've taken a truthful, honest, moral, analytical inventory. You know, when the detective comes to a crime scene to investigate, they analyze the crime scene. They're trying to get down to the truth of it. And that's all the word means here. We've looked at a truthful inventory. We've begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. Now here's a positive result. And again, we emphasize there's nothing negative about any step. As we go through them, we get positive results. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies. My God, what a personality change for an alcoholic. To begin to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look on them as sick people. We have listed the people we've hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the past if we can. In this book, you read again and again that faith did for us what we cannot do for ourselves. We hope you're convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him. If you've already made a decision,
Which is step 3.
and an inventory of your grosser handicaps,
Step 4.
you have made a good beginning. That being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. And I think here's where the book recognizes we're never going to do a perfect step forward. We've listed and analyzed, looked at our grosser handicap.
Which is our resentments and our fears and our sexual harms and our harms done to other people other than sexual.
We've listed and analyzed and looked at our grosser handicaps.
Column 5, our selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate attitudes.
One great mistake people are making in AA today is they're sitting around waiting till they get well so they can do step 4 perfect. And they got the cart before the horse. We'll never do step 4 perfect. We do the best we can here following these instructions in the book, and at least we have been able to look at and come to terms with some of the grosser things that really block us off from God. Not only have we looked at them, we've gotten rid of some things here. We got rid of resentments. We got rid of fear to the level God intended for it to be. So we've had some positive changes all the way through here. Now later on there's going to be another step where we're going to inventory for the rest of our lives, period. The best we can do here is do the best we can. And then we'll rehone that as we go through the rest of the program for the rest of our lives. Joe? Yeah, I don't know whether you all have noticed or not, but nearly all the information in the big book on sex is on page 69. Did you ever notice that? I don't know that has any significance, but that's where it is. We heard a story about a young lady in AA. She went to her sponsor and said, "Sponsor, I've got a problem with this sex thing." Her sponsor said, "What is it?" She said, "Well, sober. I don't know what to do. Don't know how to act or anything else. Anything I've ever done in the sexual area has been while drinking, and I just don't know what to do about it." Her sponsor said, "Well, why don't you go home and get out your big book. Read page 69, and it will answer any questions you might have in the sexual area." So the young lady went home, got out the big book, and proceeded to read, but she got confused on page numbers. Instead of page 69, she read page 96. Just for the hell of it, why don't you go to 96 and see what she read? I think that's one of the most appropriate things I've ever read. It just goes on and on and on and on. All right. Now that we've got these inventory sheets all filled out now that we've made a few changes, let's see what we're going to do with these inventory sheets. We're going to do step 5 and then we'll take a break. Let's see what we're going to do with these inventory sheets now.
We can tell what you Californians are interested in, I can sure.
Same thing that they are in Oklahoma and Arkansas.
Okay, page 72. This chapter is called Into Action. It's not into thinking, but into action. And action is a magic word. So having made our personal inventory, what should we do about it? That's a good question, isn't it? Well, we've been trying to get a new attitude. And remember again, we've been trying to get some new ideas, emotions, and attitudes. So we're trying to get a new attitude and a new relationship with our Creator. Remember back on page 45, it said the main object of this book was to enable me to find a power greater than myself, which would solve my problem. And to discover the obstacles in our path. And what have been some of those obstacles? The resentment, the fear, and the harms done to other people. And we've ascertained, and we have admitted in certain defects. And what were those defects? Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened and inconsiderate attitudes. And we've ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We've put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. This requires action on our part, which when completed will mean that we admit it to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the 5th step in the program of recovery mentioned in the preceding chapters.
Okay, we're going to stop here now and look at a couple of words. We know that step 5 says we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. But you'll notice here in the narrative on step 5, he says it means that we've admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. In the step he uses the word wrongs. In the narrative he uses the word defects. People used to ask Bill about this. And we've known two ladies that worked with and for Bill for years, and they both tell us the same thing. That people would say to Bill, Bill, how come you use the word wrongs in the step 5, and you use the word defects in a narrative on 5? And by the way, Bill, what's the difference anyhow between a wrong in 5, a defect in 6, and a shortcoming in 7? And they both say that Bill would just kind of rear back and smile, and he would say, when I took English and writing courses in college, they taught me not to use the same words over and over. It shows how dumb you are. He said, there's no difference in these things. He said, in step 4, we're going to find those things that block us off from God. In step 5, we're going to talk about them to another human being. In step 6, we're going to be willing to turn them loose. And in step 7, we're going to ask God to take them away. And he said, you can call them anything you want to. A wrong, a fault, a mistake, a defect, a shortcoming, a personality flaw, or whatever you wish to. And we're going to notice on the next few pages now that's exactly what he does. He uses these words interchangeably back and forth. I followed it up into the 12 and 12. 13 years later, he did the same thing, only he does it even worse in the 12 and 12 than he did here in the big book. So we're convinced that in Bill's mind, these things are all the same. Makes no difference what we call them, a defect, a shortcoming, or whatever.
And the book goes on and says, this is perhaps difficult, especially discussing our defects. Did it again right there with another person. We think we've done well enough at admitting these things to ourselves. There's doubt about that. In actual practice, we usually find that a solitary self-appraisal is insufficient. Many of us thought it necessary to go much further. We will be more reconciled discussing ourselves with another person when we see good reason why we should do so. The best reason first. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. That's probably good reason enough right there to do the 5th step. But the main reason to do the 5th step, I think, is that a solitary self-appraisal is insufficient. I did the very best I could do with my limited knowledge when I took the inventory process. I didn't do it perfectly, and I've never heard of or seen anyone in AA that's ever done it perfectly. I just did the best I could at the time. A solitary self-appraisal is insufficient. And I have to get another human being to help me see things about me that I couldn't see. To give you, for instance, I can look around this room here this morning, and I've seen several little defective characters running around here. There's nothing.
One sitting right here on the front row.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. The defective character. I mean, there's nothing between me and you except air. I can see it perfectly. And if I had any defects of character, I'm sure you could see mine. But the problem is, between you and me, there's nothing but air. Between me and me is a lifetime of rationalizations and justifications, and I just can't see past that. That's why I need another individual to help me see things that I can't see. A solitary self-appraisal was insufficient.
He goes ahead to say that time after time, newcomers have tried to keep to themselves certain facts about their lives. Trying to avoid this humbling experience, they've turned to easier methods. Almost invariably, they got drunk. Having persevered with the rest of the program, they wondered why they fell. Well, we think the reason is that they never completed their house cleaning. They took inventory all right, but hung on to some of the worst items in stock. They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves, but they had not learned enough of humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all their life story. Now that last little statement about all their life story is what confused us on step 4. Not knowing how to do 4, not knowing the instructions, we took that to mean we go back and write our life stories. And as I said yesterday, that's what I did. But 95% of my life story really has nothing to do with my alcoholism. In fact, I was born in 1929. I don't think it's got nothing to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I graduated high school and went directly into the service, that's got nothing to do with it. But it very effectively covered up the 5% that did. So I really learned nothing from the writing of my life story. But I tell you what I have done now. If I've done this inventory the way the book says to do it, I've shared all my life story resentment-wise. Those resentments didn't come in my head just today or yesterday. They've been popping in my head as far back as I can remember. I've shared all my life story resentment-wise. Same way with fears. Fears didn't come in my head just yesterday. Those fears have been popping in my head as far back as I can remember. I've shared all my life story fears-wise. Wrongs done to others. I've been hurting people all my life. My mother told me one time, she said, Charlie, you were the meanest kid I ever saw. She said, I had a little trouble loving you myself. And when Mama has trouble loving you, you're doing some things that you shouldn't be doing. I've shared all my life story harms-wise. I've shared all my life story sexual-wise. I've shared all my life story in all areas that count when it comes to this inventory process. So we have no quarrel with that statement at all. But now here's really why we need somebody else to help us with this. More than most people, the alcoholic leads a double life. He's very much the actor. To the outer world, he presents his stage character. This is the one he likes his fellows to see. He wants to enjoy a certain reputation, but knows in his heart he doesn't deserve it. You know, when we're out there drinking and doing our thing, alcohol lowering the inhibitions, we do things that we normally would not do. We're trying to live two lives. We're trying to live a sober life. When we're out there doing our thing, we're trying to live a drunk life, and it absolutely drives us out of our mind. The inconsistency is made worse by the things he does on his sprees. Coming to his senses, he's revolted at certain episodes he vaguely remembers. These memories are a nightmare. He trembles to think someone might have observed him. As fast as he can, he pushes these memories far inside himself. He hopes he'll never see the light of day. He is under constant fear and tension, and that makes for more drinking. Psychologists are inclined to agree with us. We spend thousands of dollars for examinations. We know but few instances where we've given these doctors a fair break. We have seldom told the whole truth, nor have we followed their advice. Unwilling to be honest with these sympathetic men, we were honest with no one else. You know, we'll go to a psychiatrist and pay them, I don't know what it costs now. It used to be $75 an hour, a lot more than that now, though. We go lay down with a psychiatrist, lay down on the couch, pay them $75 and lie to them for the whole damn hour we're there. We're not about to tell them or anybody else the truth. You know, let's face it, we alcoholics have become the world's greatest con artists. You have to if you're going to be a practicing alcoholic. You've got to learn how to lie. You've got to learn how to con. You've got to learn how to manipulate. You've got to learn how to steal. You've got to become a good con artist to be a practicing alcoholic. And I think the one we have to con the most is ourselves. I don't think you and I could live with ourselves if we had to see what's going on when we're out there doing our thing. But you see, we never have to see that. We've got a convenient little thing called resentments. And we play them over and over and over in our head and transfer all blame to others, and then we can go ahead and live the kind of life we want to live. Now, if you've been doing that for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, and you come to AA, and you do step 4, you be just as honest with yourself as you possibly can. But I think we need to face the fact it's impossible for us to be honest with ourselves. It's impossible for any human being, much less we alcoholics, to be completely honest with ourselves. We got layers and layers and layers of rationalization, justification, conning, and lying to overcome before we can ever be completely honest with ourselves. What we really need to do now is take step 4. Take it to another human being, one who's walked this walk before us, one who understands steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, according to the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. They, in turn, can help us see those things within ourselves that we simply cannot see. They can look at it from an outside, honest perspective, which we cannot do. Now, they're probably not going to change anything in column 1. Probably not going to change anything in column 2. They'll probably change some things in column 3. You know, one case I said this was caused by the sex instinct. He said, oh, no. You're just trying to build your self-esteem here. That's all you're doing with that. He helped me see those things I couldn't see. Probably not going to change anything in 4, but he'll probably change some things in column 5, he or she, whoever the case might be. In one case I said this was caused by fear, and he said, no, it isn't. He said, this is plain damn dishonesty. That's all that is. He helped me see things I couldn't see about myself. That's really the purpose of step 5. Now, I know confession is good for the soul. I know if you belong to a religion that requires it, you probably ought to go do it. But I still think we ought to take step 4 to somebody else in AA who really understands this process and can help us see those things we can't see. Page 74. We're not going to go through that page because it talks about in 1939 how to find somebody to take step 4 with, or step 5 with. And in 1935, there were no AA sponsors. In 1939, there were no AA sponsors out here in California. First person got the book. And when they did their 4 and started for a 5, they didn't know who to see to have them do the step 5. That's what this page is all about. But today we got plenty of good, responsible AA sponsors that understand this process. I think that's the best one to go to. Page 75, it tells us how to do step 5.
On page 75, it says, when we decide who is to hear our story, we waste no time in moving us right along here. We have a written inventory and are prepared for a long talk. We explain to our partner what we're about to do and why we have to do it. He should realize that we are engaged upon a life and death errand. Most people approached in this way will be glad to help. They will be honored by our competence. And I'll never forget when I called my sponsor Franklin, asking if I could come over and do the 5th step, and he certainly was glad to have me over there. So I went over to his house, which was some ways away, and I sat down with Franklin, and then I asked him if we were ready to do the 5th step. He said, sure. And so he said, let's do the 3rd step together. And we did the 3rd step prayer together, asking God to be a part of this process. And now this is where these forms really do come in handy here at the 5th step area. Now we can discuss these with another human being from left to right, all the way across, one item at a time, one person at a time, all the way across. And they can help you see more about yourself that you couldn't see. They can help you change things that need to be changed or add to things that need to be added to, or to help you see things through long conversation. And we can talk about these things as long as we wish. We can tell all our life story in these areas, one at a time, one all the way to the bottom, gleaning all the information that we can do out of that. It's a wonderful, wonderful process. And our book says that we pocket our pride going to it, illuminating every twist of character of the past, every dark cranny of the past. Once having taken this step with holding nothing, we are delighted. Here's some more promises, by the way. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone in perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. That feeling of the drink problem has disappeared, but often comes strongly. We feel we're walking on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. And I'll never forget when I left there, it's about an 8-hour drive back to my home. And I thought about the process that we'd been doing up to this point and what had happened. And I reflected back when I was drinking and before, how I used to lay awake nights thinking about all these people and what I was going to do to them and how I was going to get even with them, all those resentments. I thought about my first wife, who I came home after having been gone for 3 months. That was bad, to drink and stay gone. And I come home and knew she'd be lonely and be glad to see me. I mean, wouldn't you be, really? I mean, I knocked on the door and she kind of peeked out. Well, I just broke right in there. And there sat an old boy in my recliner, watching my TV with my wife in my house. And, well, what are you going to do? I did. I jumped on that old boy, and he liked to beat me to death on my own living room floor and put me out and told me not to ever come back. And I'm making payments on all that. Boy, I used that for a long time. I carried that kind of information into my next marriage. But I used to lay awake nights thinking about all this. I mean, just running through my head over and over and over and over and over and go through. I was finally able to sit down and talk to another human being about this in great detail, how I felt and what happened. And of course, I could see it was my fault mostly, the things that I did, and he helped me see those things. But the best thing about it, I could see to the future now. I could see the steps coming up. I can see how I could make it all right one more time. And that's all I ever really wanted, was to get it right one more time, make it right, make amends, get things right. That I knew if I could get them right, then I'd have peace of mind and serenity. But before this process, I didn't know how. I just didn't know how, or what to make amends for, really. But he helped me see those things that I couldn't see. Thank God for the 5th step. It's a great step. One of the best things I can possibly do for me is the 5th step.
If you've done step 4 and 5 the way the big book says to do it now, you've done a lot of work, and you probably need a little rest. And the book's going to give us a little rest stop. Returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. He didn't say 72 days, did he? For an hour. Carefully viewing what we've done. We thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. We don't know Him yet, but we know Him better. Taking this book down from our shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, or first 5 steps. We ask if we've omitted anything. For we're building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Have we skimped on the cement put into the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand? Once again, referring now to this wonderfully effective spiritual structure through which we're going to pass to freedom. Step 1, willingness, was the foundation. Step 2, believing, was the cornerstone. Step 3, he told us it was an arch, and step 3 was the keystone. And now we've put some more stones in place. So we're building this thing as we go through the steps. You don't have to wait till you get to step 12 to get something out of this. Every action step carries a positive happening within that step itself. Absolutely amazes me. Okay, let's go over to page 76. Joe said do 6 and 7, and it won't take but just a little bit to do them, and then we'll break. On page 76, if we can answer our satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have admitted are objectionable? Can he now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. Now, if you'll notice, and that's all of step 6, that little paragraph. And if you'll notice, he didn't even mention defects of character there. Step 6 said we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. What he did say is those things which we have admitted are objectionable. Now, surely, when we took our inventory and we looked out in that 5th column and we saw that old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate human being that we had become, when we could see that those type of defects in our character caused us to do the things that we did to hurt other people, and then caused them to retaliate and us to resent and etc., then surely those things have become objectionable to us. Now, are we ready to turn them loose? If we are, then we're through with step 6. But the book always recognizes that self cannot overcome self. There's prayer in all of these steps. It says if we're not willing, if we still cling to something we'll not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. Recognizing that sometimes we're not quite ready to turn them loose. You know, you look at those things out there, and we human beings are funny things. And sometimes we'd rather sit in today's pain and suffering because we've kind of learned how to take care of that. We'd rather sit in today's pain and suffering than take a chance on changing in the future because we don't know what change is going to bring. You know, if I'm going to have to get rid of my selfishness, then how am I going to get what I want in the future? If I'm going to have to get rid of my dishonesty, well, how in the hell am I going to make a living? I don't know anything about honesty. If I'm going to have to get rid of my selfish, self-seeking, frightened character, then where am I going to get the nerve and the courage to do the things that I need to do, that I've always been afraid to do, and etc.? If I'm going to have to start considering other people first, then who's going to take care of me? And the book recognizes sometimes, even though we can see what these things do to us, we're not always quite ready to turn them loose. And if not, we ask God to help us be willing. When ready, we say something like this: My Creator, I'm now willing that you'd have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character. Whoop, we're in step 7. Step 7 said shortcomings, but here he's using defects of character in the narrative on step 7. See what he's done to us? Confused the hell out of us for a long time. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We have then completed step 7. 2 very simple steps. Are you ready to have God remove those defects of character? Are you ready to turn them loose? If you are, you've done 6. Have you humbly asked him to do so? If you have, you've done 7. But I hope you don't make the mistake I did. Knowing that God is all-powerful, knowing he can do anything that he wants to do, I assume that all I have to do is turn to God and say, okay, God, I'm ready. Zap me and give me the $29.95 special, and I'll be as pure as the driven snow. I'll never have to worry about it in the future. I found out that isn't true. God will do for me what I can't do for myself. He will not do for me what I can do for myself. When I got to AA and started working this program, my mind was a set of mental habits that had been developed in 40 years of living. To be selfish was the habitual thing for me. To be dishonest was the habitual thing for me. To be self-seeking frightened was the habitual thing for me. To be inconsiderate of others was the habitual thing to me. That was my mind when I got here. Now, if I want to change those things, I've got to work against myself. If I want God to take away my selfishness, that I'm going to have to, in every situation that comes up, with all the willpower I can muster and all the help I can get from God, I'm going to have to try to practice unselfishness. And oh God, that's hard for me to do. That's hard for me to do. But as God removes and I practice the opposite, slowly, slowly the old habit dies and a new habit takes its place. Today I find in most situations that I am an unselfish human being. Not always, but usually I'm an unselfish human being. If I want God to take away my dishonesty, then I must force myself, with God's help, to practice honesty in every situation that comes up. Slowly the old idea dies and a new one takes its place. I find today that I'm a relatively honest human being. It was hard for me to change it, but with God's help, we made the change. If I want God to take away my selfish, self-seeking, frightened character, then I must force myself to do those things with God's help that I was afraid to do before. And just as importantly, force myself with God's help to quit doing some of those things that I was afraid to quit. And slowly, 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 I find that in most circumstances today, I react with faith and courage rather than fear. If I want God to take away my inconsideration, then I must start practicing consideration for other people, their needs and their wants, and put that ahead of my own, and oh, that's hard for me to do. But slowly, 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 with God's help, over a period of years, I have become a different human being. I now understand what the book says when it says we were reborn. I'm not what I used to be. I'm not what I used to be at all when I first came to AA. With God's help, you and I can become whatever it is that we want to be. I think we're the luckiest people in the world. And most people out there are sick. Most people go into the grave not even knowing they're sick. We not only know we're sick, we know what's wrong with us. We found that out in steps 4 and 5. And in 6 and 7, with God's help, we have the tools to change ourselves. You know, we get to live 2 lifetimes in 1 lifetime. Most people don't get that opportunity. Now be careful. Because if you buy into this little deal we're talking about now, then that means from this day on, you are responsible for what you are. I can't blame it on Barbara any longer. Can't blame it on God, Mother, Father, or any other human being on earth. If I stay selfish, if I stay dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, it must be because that's the way I want to be. I don't have to be that way any longer if I don't want to. Now, I'm beginning to understand what the book said way back in the reading of how it works. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. You can't be selfish and unselfish at the same time. You can't be honest and dishonest at the same time. You can't be one who acts with courage and fear at the same time. You can't be considerate and inconsiderate at the same time. You're going to have to be one or the other, and it's up to us to make our decision. Joe?
Always a paradox in Alcoholics Anonymous, isn't there? Everything just backwards from what you think it is. Some of us didn't know what a paradox was, but I'll give you one. How many of you ever called your sponsor so you could listen? Call up so we can talk, right?
And usually end up listening.
Hopefully. But the paradox here is that we have the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters to do steps 1 and 2, 3.5 pages to do step 3, 8 pages to do step 4, 4 pages to do step 5, and a whole chapter on chapter 7 on working with others. And the paradox is that the 2 of the biggest steps in all of Alcoholics Anonymous is 2 little paragraphs. And we sometimes skip over those babies as if they don't mean anything.
And let us say, too, that these 2 little paragraphs or these 2 little steps were those that Bill added the night he wrote How It Works to close up the loopholes. They didn't have 6 and 7 in the Oxford Group program. They had 4 and 5, but they didn't have any way to change themselves. Bill added 6 and 7 the night he wrote How It Works.
You know, the tools of change, that's what 6 and 7 is all about, the tools of change, the tools of acceptance, if you will. Acceptance is a process, it's not an event. The way I accept things is through 6 and 7. By the time I got to this step, I could see what I had become through the 4th step and the 5th step, and I really didn't like what I had become. And a little doubt began to creep into my mind, and I wondered, can God really change me from that to something else? Really? A little doubt began to come in. And I had to reaffirm a thought that was earlier in the book. It said God is either everything or else he's nothing. God either he is or he isn't. And what was my choice to be? And I chose to believe that he is. These are the tools of change, to change from what I had become to that which God intended for me to be. And I got sober, and I was reading that other big book, and there's a story in there. This guy's name was Judas. Judas could not accept what he had done. That's why he killed himself. That's the importance of acceptance, to be able to go through the process of acceptance so we can get over those things so we don't kill ourselves, or at least walk around miserable in life. There's another story, and this guy's name was Saul, S-A-U-L. And Saul was riding his ass on the way to Damascus. Well, that's what the book says. Big bolt of lightning come down and knocked him off his ass on his ass. That's the way I read it. Big dusting himself off, and a big old voice come booming down and said, "Hey, Saul." He said, "Yeah. Can we talk?" "Well, you bet we can talk." Got his attention, didn't he? His alcoholism may have got our attention too. He said, "Can we talk?" He said, "Sure." He said, "Saul, you've been a very angry, resentful, hateful individual, and you've harmed an awful lot of people, and I want you to quit doing that." And he said, "Well, how do you quit doing that?" He said, "Well, do these things," 6 and 7 basically, "and if you'll do those things, then you'll change. And when you change, we'll call you Paul." And we all know that Paul was one of the greatest writers the world has ever known. In a little town in Corinthians, he wrote a little letter there one day. Somebody, in reporting on what was happening, somebody had asked him a question. Said, "Paul, what is the secret to life?" Everybody wants to know that, right?
The secret for happy living.
Yeah, he said the secret to life is daily dying. The old Saul had to die so the new Paul could come alive. 6 and 7, the tools of change, the tools of acceptance, to change from what I had become to that which God intends for me to be. 2 of the biggest steps in all of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Okay, we're going to take a break. Let's take only 15 minutes. We're going to have to come back and have the drawing, and if we can get things done. Before we go any further now, I need to go back to fears for just a moment. You know, we talked about on resentments, that if you had a resentment you didn't want to get rid of, knowing full well that it might get you drunk, then you still needed to put it on the inventory sheet and get out in that 5th column and see what you're doing with it. And we talked about we can use it to rationalize and justify. Maybe we were so dishonest we wouldn't see the truth behind it. Or maybe we were afraid of facing life without it, because then we would have to become responsible for ourselves, and etc. The same thing with fear. If you've got a good fear that's eating you up and you really don't want to get rid of it, then you need to get it on that sheet and look at it very carefully. And look out into that 5th column and take a look to see what you're doing with it. You know, are we so dishonest with ourselves that we, again, don't want to see the truth? Are we such a self-seeking, frightened individual we're afraid to turn it loose? Look and see what we're doing with it, because we can do the same thing with a fear that we do with a resentment. We can use it to rationalize and justify not doing things we really ought to go do, or just as importantly, to continue doing things that we shouldn't be doing. And sometimes if we're using it and we're rationalizing and justifying, we don't want to turn loose of it. And eventually someday it's going to get us in trouble. Let me give you, for instance, how you can rationalize and justify with fear. I want you to be honest with me. How many of you in this room would like to go back to school and finish your education? Could I see your hands? By golly, a whole bunch of you. I'm going to ask you one more question. How many of you are really going to do that? Be honest now. Less than half the hands went up this time. Why? Nothing in the world but fear. Fear that we won't measure up, fear of failure, fear of hard work, actually keeps us from doing things sometimes that we really would like to go ahead and do. So if you got one of those, be sure and look at it very carefully and see what you're doing with it. You know, I've always wanted to build a set of kitchen cabinets. I love to work with my hands. I never would build them because I knew there'd be a lot of mistakes in them. They wouldn't look very good. People would laugh at them. And after I worked the program for a number of years, I finally found the courage to build a set of kitchen cabinets. Now, there's a lot of mistakes in them. They don't look very good, and people laugh at them, but I don't give a damn anymore. Okay, let's go to...
Had this young fellow I sponsored. He was 29 years old, sober a couple of years, and I said, what do you want to do with it? He was unemployed and unemployable. I said, what do you want to do with your life? He said, well, I've always wanted to be an engineer. I said, well, why don't you go back to school and be an engineer? He said, I don't even have a high school education. I said, well, you can get that. Then you go to University of Tulsa Junior College. And he did those things, and he got on the Dean's Honor Roll and got him a scholastic scholarship at the University of Tulsa in the engineering school. And this has been, he told me in the beginning, he said, do you have any idea how old I'll be by the time I get through becoming an engineer? I said, do you have any idea how old you're going to be anyhow? Well, today he's working in Modesto in an engineering company. And in the beginning of the winter, back in December, he called me. He said he had one more semester, and then he would graduate and become a full-fledged engineer. So you can do those things if you want to.
Yeah. It's one thing we've learned: there's no limit to what you can do, no limit to what you can be. If you just follow these few little simple spiritual principles and live by them, it's amazing how things change. Page 76, third paragraph.
He said, now we need more action. Action's the magic word, isn't it? Without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9.
Okay, we got rid of resentments. We got rid of fears. We looked at the people we've harmed, but we haven't done anything about the guilt and remorse. It's filling up the storeroom in the back of my head. So the next thing we're going to do is try to get rid of that guilt and remorse. And then God can direct our thinking entirely. It's long been known that the way you get rid of guilt and remorse associated with things done in the past is to make restitution. We've known that for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Nobody likes to make restitution. I've never seen anybody yet come in an AA meeting, new person, read the steps off the wall and say, man, I can hardly wait to get to that steps 8 and 9. That really looks like fun. Nobody wants to apologize for things we've done in the past that hurt people. Nobody wants to take from today's living to pay back for things that we owe from the past as far as monies are concerned, material things. The only question is, can we afford not to do so? And it seems as though if we don't do something about it, the guilt and remorse continues to eat us up. Eventually we begin having trouble with ourselves. We start having trouble with our fellow human beings. And that backs up and blocks us off from God, and we end up drunk all over again. So it's really not a question of whether we want to do 8 and 9. It's a question, can we afford not to? And most of us have found out we absolutely have to do this.
You know, if you think about it real good, what caused me to want to quit drinking? Well, it wasn't the hangovers, because I have had some horrendous hangovers. And that didn't cause me to really want to quit drinking. I have been really, really sick to the point of throwing up blood and all that stuff while drinking. And that didn't cause me to want to quit drinking. But what really caused me to want to quit drinking was the guilt, shame, and remorse that I had as a result of the harm that I'd done to other people. The guilt just about eat me alive internally. 8 and 9 is the best way I know of to get rid of that, to make amends. Now, step 8 is a definite step. A lot of times when we study having our step study, we skip over 8. If you listen, people start telling you how they went about making amends. But they skip right over step 8. But step 8 is a definite step that needs to be done. And it says here, we have a list of all persons we have harmed and to whom we're willing to make amends. We took it when we made it when we took inventory. We simply take all those names off of the inventory sheets in column 1 and put them on one long sheet. And that is the beginning of step 8. See, we subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. We did that in step 4, and in 5 we saw how we'd harmed other people. So now we're about to go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which is accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. If we haven't the will to do this, there's more prayer here in step 8. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. More prayer. You see? So we make the list, then we become willing to the list, and if we're not willing, We ask God to help us to become willing. That is step 8, a definite step.
I remember when I got into step 8 in that area, step 8 and 9, I went to my sponsor again and I said, Neil, I don't think I'm going to be able to do steps 8 and 9. He said, why? I said, because some of the people that I've harmed, they've harmed me just as bad as I ever harmed them. And by God, I don't intend to make any amends to them. Therefore, I can't do 8 and 9. He said, well, Charlie, as usual, you're getting the cart before the horse. He said, in step 8, you don't have to make any amends. You're dealing with step 9 when you're talking about the making of the amends. He said, in step 8, all you got to do is be willing to make the amends. And I said, well, that's the problem. Some of them, I'm not willing to make amends to them. Therefore, I can't do 8, and if I can't do 8, I can't do 9. He said, well, let me see if I can help you a little bit. He said, I've already seen the list of people you've harmed. We talked about that way back there in step 5 and etc. And he said, I know that there's some people on your list that you've harmed that you would like to make amends to them right now. You'd really like to get it straightened out. He said, there's your son and your daughter. There's your brother, there's your mother, your father. He said, I don't know about Barbara either. We'll think about that later on. He said, those people, you would really like to make amends to them, wouldn't you? And I said, well, sure. He said, okay, I want you to take another sheet of paper. And I want you to write up at the top of it right now. And you go through this list over here, and all those that you are willing to make amends to right now, you put it on that list. Can you do that? And I said, well, yeah, I guess so. He said, well, go home and do it and come back. And I did, and I brought it back to him, and I said, okay, here's that sheet. What do I do now? He said, okay, some of these people on this original list over here, you know you're going to make amends to them sooner or later. Not too crazy about it, but you know you're going to do it sooner or later. Is that right? And I said, well, yeah, you know it is. He said, okay, I want you to take those names off the original list, put them on another sheet of paper, right up at the top of it later. Can you do that? And I said, well, yeah, I guess so. And he said, go home and do it and come back. And I did. And I said, here's the list. He said, okay. Now, there's some people on this original list that you really don't know whether you're going to make amends to them or not. You may or you may not. Is that right? And I said, well, sure, it's right. He said, okay, I want you to take those names off of that list, put them on another sheet of paper, and label it maybe. Can you do that? And I said, well, yeah, I guess so. And he said, go home, do it, and come back. And I did. And I said, now, here's these 3 lists. Now what do I do? He said, there's only a few names left on that original sheet, isn't there? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, those are the ones you don't ever intend to make amends to, right? And I said, yeah. And he said, okay, I want you to put them on another sheet of paper and label it never. Can you do that? And I said, well, I guess so. And he said, go home, do it, and come back. And I came back with all 4 sheets. And I said, now what do I do? He said, very simple. You start making amends to the right nouns. And he said, by the time you're through with that, you'll probably be ready to do some of the laters. And he said, I think by the time you're through with the laters, you'll be ready to start on some of the maybes. And he said, I'm going to bet you $10 right now that by the time you're through with the maybes, you'll be ready to start on the nevers. And the old fool was just exactly right. He didn't let me take 3 or 4 or 5 names and use them to block myself off from the whole procedure. He gave me a way to become willing to make amends to them all. And it really did work for me. And I've used it with people I sponsor, and I've never seen it fail yet. Joe?
It says, remember, as agreed at the beginning, that we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol, including making amends. You know, this is an area which I believe really, I've always believed in sponsorship, but I really believe in sponsorship in the area of making amends. Sometimes in our zeal to go out there and set things straight, we get such a good feeling from making an amend that we just want to go around making amends everywhere. And then sometimes in our zeal, we can cause a whole lot more harm in trying to make amends than we caused in the first place. And that's why we need another human being to help us in the area of making amends, to see when to and when not to, and whether it would injure them or others. Because like I said, some of us, including me, are so selfish and self-centered we don't think about other people, just think about ourselves. And another human being can help me see things that I couldn't see in the area of making amends.
Okay, we made our list. We become willing to make amends to them. Now, step 9 is a very definite 3-part step. Step 9 says we made direct amends. And we believe that direct amends is one-on-one, face-to-face, eyeball to eyeball, wherever we can. It said we made direct amends wherever possible. Now, I hear people reading how it works, and about half of them will read it as to say whenever possible. No, it says wherever possible. You tell an alcoholic to do something whenever, just forget about it. It's not going to happen. It says wherever possible, we make those direct amends. Then it tells us when not to make them, except when to do so would injure them or others. Now, Bill, in his usual manner, in the perfect sequence, addresses all three of these issues on the next 2 or 3 pages. First, he's going to talk about direct amends. He's going to talk about wherever possible. He's going to talk about when we shouldn't do so. So let's look at this thing. Let's go over to page 77. Let's go down to that middle paragraph. He said we don't use this as an excuse for shying away from the subject of God. When it would serve any good purpose, we are willing to announce our convictions with tact and common sense. Now, I don't know why he did it, but he starts a direct amend thing right here in the middle of that paragraph. The question of how to approach the man we hated will arise.
He said it may be that he's done us more harm than we've done him. And though we may have acquired a better attitude toward him, we're still not too keen about admitting our faults. Nevertheless, with a person we dislike, we take the bit in our teeth. It's harder to go to an enemy than to a friend, but we find it much more beneficial to us. We go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feelings and expressing our regret. Under no condition do we criticize such a person or argue. Simply, we tell him that we will never get over drinking until we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. We're there to sweep off our side of the street, realizing that nothing worthwhile can be accomplished until we do so, never trying to tell him what he should do. His faults are not discussed. We stick to our own. Now, if our manner is calm, frank, and open, we'll be gratified with the results. In 9 cases out of 10, the unexpected happens. Sometimes a man we're calling him on it admits his own fault, so feuds of years standing melt away in an hour. Rarely do we fail to make satisfactory progress. Our former enemies sometimes praise what we're doing and wish us well. Occasionally they will offer assistance. It should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We've made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. And every time I read that, I remember my cousin Gary. And Gary and I were just exactly alike. We lived right next door to each other until we got almost grown or bigger. And every time Gary and I got around each other, we fought and fussed and physically fought and verbally abused each other and all that stuff all those years. And when I got ready to make these amends, I was in a restaurant one day. Never been in that restaurant before or since, and found out later he hadn't either. And I looked up and he was standing at the door. And I motioned him over. And he came over reluctantly. He wasn't quite sure what I might do. And I asked him to sit down, and he sat down, and I told him, I said, Gary, I've joined Alcoholics Anonymous, and I need to try to clean up the wreckage of my past, and I have harmed you an awful lot over our lifetime, and I want to know if you would forgive me for that. He's kind of relaxed. He said, you know, Joe, I said, I want to ask you if you'll forgive me for the things that I've done to you. The whole thing went away just like that. And that's great. But the best part about it is that from time to time, Gary comes to Alcoholics Anonymous. Not often, but from time to time over these last 20-some-odd years. And when he comes to the group that I attend, and we're able to share as much as he will allow me to about the program. And I hope someday he'll get it. Recently, in the last couple of years, he got a 25-year suspended sentence. He's not supposed to hang around with felons or be with drunks or being in bars and all that sort of thing. He's supposed to stay sober. Otherwise, they're going to take him down to McAllister. I thought to myself then, 2 years ago, they might as well just get him right now and take him on down there, because he can't do that. I couldn't stay sober 25 days, let alone 25 years. But he comes from time to time. He used to be a periodic drinker. Now he used to be a daily drinker. Now he's a periodic drinker. So he's making progress. Maybe someday.
Eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one. Now, I think what we need to really realize here is the purpose of our making amends is not to get other people to like us. Hopefully they will when we're through with it. But the purpose of it is to get rid of our fear, our guilt, and our remorse associated with that particular thing, whatever it is. And if I write you a letter, I'm never quite sure how you received it. I'm not sure what you're going to say or do to me the next time I run into you. If I call you on the telephone, I'm not sure either. But if I go to you, wherever you might be, in your office, in your home, or wherever you might be, and sit down with you, eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one, and make my amends, I'll never have to worry about what you're going to do to me. You would already have done it right then. I'm never going to have to worry about whether I've done my utmost, because looking at you eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one, is the best I can possibly do. Now, not everybody's going to accept our amends. You know, I had a few told me, they said, Charlie, we didn't like you when you were drinking, and we're not very crazy about you now, and we'd just soon you get the hell out of here and leave us alone. But that's okay. That's okay. I've made my amends to them, and I got rid of my fear and my guilt and my remorse. Now here he's talking about a direct eyeball to eyeball, face to face with somebody you hate. Well, if it'll work with somebody you hate, then surely it would work with somebody you love. It probably work with some of those you just kind of like them a little bit. It might even work with those that you dislike also. It'll really work with anybody. Eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one. There's another kind of direct amend too, and that deals with equal proportion. Some of we alcoholics tended, when we were drinking, to borrow a little money we never did pay back, to write hot checks we never did pick up, to tear up automobiles we never did fix. We've hurt lots of people in the material way also, as well as we have simply in the mental way. It's long been known that the way you get rid of that fear and that guilt and that remorse is you make restitution in equal proportion to whatever it is that you stole or whatever it might be. He handles that in the very next paragraph. He said most alcoholics owe money. Now I think that's the understatement of the year right there. We do not dodge our creditors. Tell them what we're trying to do. We make no bones about our drinking. They usually know it anyway, whether we think so or not. Nor are we afraid of disclosing our alcoholism on the theory it may cause financial harm. Approached in this way, the most ruthless creditor will sometimes surprise us. Arranging the best deal we can, we let these people know we are sorry. Our drinking has made us slow to pay. We must lose our fear of creditors, no matter how far we have to go, for we're liable to drink if we're afraid to face them. I think what he's saying to me here is this, that if I owe you some money, I need to come to you and say, look, you and I both know I owe you $800. I don't have the money to pay you today. I wish I could. But I'd like to start paying you $10 a week. And if you're like most people, you'll be tickled to death to get $10 a week. That's better than nothing. And I start paying you $10 a week. And some morning I wake up and I say, hey, that sucker's paid off. I don't have to worry about that any longer. The fear of what you think, the guilt, the remorse is gone for that particular one. Then I go to the next one. I say, now you and I both know that I owe you $1,200. Can't pay you today. Wish I could. But I'd like to start paying you $20 a week. By now I'm probably making a little more money. And I start paying the $20 a week. And some morning I wake up and I say, hey, that sucker's paid off too. The fear of the guilt, remorse is gone. Then I go to the next one. Then I go to the next one. And then I go to the next one. And someday I wake up and by golly, they're all paid off. No fear, no guilt, no remorse left there. Eyeball to eyeball, face to face, equal proportion. It really does work.
Let me tell you a story about my brother. I just thought about it. He was been sober in Alcoholics Anonymous for 25 years, and he owed a lot of money. And he come to me and asked me what he should do about it. I said, well, your sponsor's named Leo. Why don't you go talk to Leo? Leo J. Hobbs. He's dead now, sober a long time. So he went to Leo, and he said, Leo, I have all this money that I owe, and I'd like to refinance my loans and get my payments down. And he looked at Jerry and said, you don't need to borrow any more money. You need to pay some back. And he said, besides that, financial problems don't have anything to do with money. And he didn't explain that to Jerry. And he didn't explain it to me. But I understand it today. You think about it. Financial problems don't have anything to do with money. That's all.
You're not going to explain it either, huh?
No.
Okay. We'll leave it right there then. Again, I hear some of you saying, and I hear awful good, I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, that's probably true, paying those people back for $800 or $1,200 or a couple thousand. But what if it's $50,000? What if it's $100,000? What if it's $500,000? What if it's $1 million? Could we pay that back? Well, I don't see why not. If we're smart enough to steal it, we're probably smart enough to pay it back. You know, I think we forget from step 3 on, God's with us. And if we are to do these things, then God's going to make it possible to do so, providing we're willing to do our part. And we had an old friend that lived in Tulsa, one of mine and Joe's mentors both, a guy named Dan. Dan finally moved out here to Bakersfield, and he died a few years ago. He would have 49 years sobriety this year if he had lived. Mm-hmm. When Dan was 29 years sober, he said, "Charlie, I paid the last one of them last week." Took him 29 years to pay them. I said, "Dan, how do you feel?" He said, "I feel about 8 foot tall." Now, Dan was about 5'1", a little bitty fella. He said, "This is the first time in my life that I can ever remember that I don't owe somebody something for what I'm stolen from them in the past." And he said, "I feel pretty good about old Dan." When Dan was drinking, he was in the oil business down in Texas. He hooked them, and he hooked them big too. And it took him 29 years to pay them back. But he did it. And we can do it too if we wish to. I tell you how good a con artist Dan is, or was. His wife, Sarah, who later turned out to be a beautiful, beautiful Al-Anon, she took him to the state insane asylum in Big Springs, Texas, to have him committed for alcoholic insanity. Now, the head psychiatrist interviewed Sarah, and then he interviewed Dan. And after a while, Dan left, and Sarah was locked up. She stayed there for a year. She learned how to live better electrically and all that stuff they do to people like that. And she told us one time, she said, "I've forgiven him for everything else, but I'll never forgive that son of a bitch for that," she said. But we can do it. We can do those things if we really want to do them.
I spent an awful lot of time with Dan and Sarah for a number of years, and Dan was paying all that money back, and he told me the same day we were playing bridge that night, and he said he paid the last payment today. And he said, "I feel great." It took me 29 years to pay him off, and I've known Dan for quite some time, and Dan never seemed to miss anything. He drove a new car and lived in a nice house and had nice furniture. He and Sarah went where they wanted to go, so paying that money back wasn't that hard for Dan. It seemed like it turned out pretty well. Because I believe this too. If God's with you, you can do anything, and He did it.
Okay, the bottom of page 78. Perhaps we've committed a criminal offense, which might land us in jail if it were known to the authorities. We may be short in our accounts and unable to make good. We've already admitted this in confidence to another person. That's when we took step 5. So we are sure we would be in prison or lose our job if it were known. Maybe it's only a petty offense, such as padding the expense account. Most of us have done that sort of thing. Maybe we are divorced and have remarried, but haven't kept up the alimony to number 1. She's indignant about it. Has a warrant out for arrest. That's a common form of trouble too. Although these reparations take innumerable forms, there are some general principles which we find guiding. Reminding ourselves that we decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience.
More prayer.
We ask that we be given strength and direction to do the right thing, no matter what the personal consequences may be. We may lose our position, or reputation, or face jail. But we are willing, we have to be. We must not shrink at anything. Usually, however, other people are involved. Therefore, we are not to be the hasty and foolish martyr who would needlessly sacrifice others to save himself from the alcoholic pit. A man we know had remarried. Because of resentment and drinking, he had not paid alimony to his first wife. She was furious. She went to court and got an order for his arrest. He had commenced our way of life, had secured a position, and was getting his head above water. It would have been impressive heroics if it walked up to the judge and said, "Here I am." We thought he ought to be willing to do that if necessary, but if he were in jail, he could provide nothing for either family. We suggested he write his first wife admitting his faults and asking forgiveness. He did, and also sent a small amount of money. He told her what he would try to do in the future. He said he was perfectly willing to go to jail if she insisted. Of course she did not, and the whole situation has long since been adjusted. There's where we take other people into consideration too. Page 80. let's look here where we go get other people's permission to make amends before we do so.
This brings to mind this story about one of our friends. While drinking, he accepted a sum of money from a bitterly hated business rival, giving him no receipt for it. He subsequently denied having received the money and used the incident as a basis for discrediting the man. He thus used his own wrongdoing as a means of destroying the reputation of another. In fact, his rival was ruined. He felt that he had done wrong, but he could not possibly make right. If he opened the old affair, he was afraid it would destroy his reputation or his partner, disgrace his family, and take his means of livelihood from him. What right had he to involve those dependent upon him? How could he possibly make a public statement exonerating his rival? Now he's going to get permission. He consulted with his wife and partner, and he came to the conclusion that it was better to take those risks than to stand before his Creator guilty of ruinous slander. He saw that he had to place the outcome in God's hands, or he would soon start drinking again, and would lose all anyhow. He attended church for the first time in many years. After the sermon, he quietly got up and made an explanation. His action was met widespread approval, and today he is one of the most trusted citizens of his town. This all happened years ago.
See, I think what we got to remember is we're doing this stuff. In fact, all the way through our steps, we people who have always been selfish and self-centered and self-directed, before coming to AA, we've never really turned to others for advice. We've never listened to anybody. We've never depended upon other people. But now then, when we're in the program, and we're trying to work these steps, and we're trying to make our contact with God as we understand Him, I think we got to remember all the way through these steps, we're not alone anymore. You know, we've got other people in AA to help us and support us, and God's with us through each one of these things. Every one of these action steps has some prayer in it, realizing we just can't do these things for ourselves. And it doesn't make any difference how afraid we are, or how much we're worried about the outcome. If we're willing to do these things, God's going to make it possible to do so. And almost invariably it comes out okay. Page 80 and 81 deals with sex outside of marriage. You know, what are we going to do about that kind of stuff? It really doesn't make any sense for us to go to our spouses and lay out blow by blow every sexual escapade that went on out there. You know, we're not married to a bunch of dummies. If we've been out there fooling around, they know it. And if we start naming names and particular instances, we're just going to make it that much worse and hurt them that much further. Besides that, sometimes if we name names, the spouse may go out and get even with some other people too, and we might end up hurting several people. About all I could really do is go to my wife and say, look, you know what I was doing, and I know what I was doing, and I know I've hurt you in those areas. I'm sorry about doing it. I ask your forgiveness. And with God's help, from this day on, I'm going to try to be the kind of husband I should have been in the first place. And then start living the kind of life that I ought to live. That's the only amends I could make to my children. I just had to go to my children and tell them the same thing. And with God's help, I'm going to try to be the kind of father I should have been in the first place. And usually over a period of time, they will accept that. But we certainly don't need to be naming names and maybe hurt other people. Page 83. Third paragraph. There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. You know, some of those people we owe amends to, they're already dead and buried. Or some of them, if we made the amends, it would hurt them further. Or just as importantly, it may hurt some other people too. And we don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would right them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. There may be a valid reason for postponing in some cases, but we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone. We go make our amends. Hopefully they'll accept it. If they don't, there's not a thing we can do about that. We simply leave. Stand ready to make it again later if the opportunity arrives, but we don't have to crawl before anyone. And one of the mistakes I see people making is we go to them to make an amend, they won't accept it, and we literally beg them to do so. And we keep going back and back and back and back and begging them to forget. We don't need to do that. Let's make our amends the best we can. Let's stand on our own 2 feet and let's get on with our business. Joe?
After that mobile home incident I told you about yesterday, where my wife embarrassed me in front of my girlfriend, filed for divorce and all that stuff. Well, sometime later, I don't know how long, it was quite a while, but I got sober. And then I made amends with Phyllis. She used to just hang up the phone. And anyhow, long story short, 2.5 years later, she got sober in Alcoholics Anonymous. 9 years after this, I'm standing in the back of the room one night greeting people as they come in, and I turn around and here's the lady of the mobile home incident. Phyllis was at the coffee pot. This all happened that quick. Some of the guys said, well, what did Phyllis say? I said, well, she didn't say anything for about a week. And one night we went to another meeting, and this lady was there, and then Phyllis began to talk ugly to me. They'll do that, you know. And then we'll go to another meeting. Here was that lady, and she began to talk ugly to me again. And she began to make me pay the price again. And after a couple of weeks, we were able to talk about this. And finally, I told her, I said, Phyllis, I said, you know I've already paid a hell of a price for this deal. Financially, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, every way you can possibly pay, I have already paid. And I told you when we got back together, I wouldn't do those things anymore. And you know that I haven't. I mean, they know. Believe me, they know. They know. We know, don't we, guys and gals? We know. And I said, you know I haven't. Okay? And I said, you've got a real problem with that lady, and I don't. And I suggest that you get that straightened out. I said, it's kind of like last month's electric bill. I paid it, and I'm not paying no more. I'm through paying. They'll let you pay forever if you'll pay. After you've done all you can possibly do to make amends, one day you got to quit paying. Men and women got to quit paying. Otherwise, I've seen some sick eyes here this weekend. And we'll have those sick eyes for a long, long time if we continue to pay. The guilt, shame, and remorse will eat you alive, and they'll let you eat yourself alive unless you quit paying. That's what I'm trying to say.
What did Phyllis finally do about that deal?
Oh, yeah. She went to this lady. I better tell this. I used to not tell it. But she went to that lady and invited her out to lunch. And they went to lunch. I don't know everything that was said, but this was the gist of it. She told that lady that AA is big enough for the two of them, no doubt. But our group wasn't. And they got it all straightened out, and we haven't had any problem with that since.
By the way, Phyllis has been sober 26 years in AA, too. She's quite a gal.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to look at another little picture now before we go any further. Would somebody volunteer to stick that over there?
Yeah.
We talked before about we human beings being tridimensional creatures. The book told us way back there at the beginning of step 4, we were spiritually ill, we were mentally ill, and we were physically ill. And it said when the spiritual malady is overcome, we then straighten out mentally and physically. We read in the big book, it says in one place that this is a design for living that really works. And it looks to me like these first 9 steps that we've talked about up to this point are designed to put us back together in all 3 dimensions of life. For instance, step 1, 2, and 3, they get us right with the Spirit. Because we are powerless, we saw the need for the power, and in step 3, we made a decision to go after that power. We decided to let God be the director. And that's the first time we've had that relationship with God in a long, long, long time. So 1, 2, and 3 gets us right with God. That removes just enough self-will from us to let us start looking within our own minds to see what our problems really are. And as we looked into our own minds and we found the damaged stock in trade, the resentments, the fear, the guilt, the remorse, the selfishness, the dishonesty, the self-seeking frightened, the inconsideration. For the first time in our lives, we begin to see that we're the problem, not them, us. We talked about it to another human being to make sure we were right. And we went to step 6 and 7, and we began to work on those character defects. And we start getting right up here in our head through 4, 5, 6, and 7. That removes just enough self-will to let us start looking at 8 and 9. And 8 and 9, we made our list. We made our amends wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. And slowly the guilt, the remorse begins to disappear. And our relationship with the world and everybody in it becomes better and better. For a long time, I thought the physical dimension was just my body. No. The physical dimension is everything in the world. Now, we alcoholics don't really have much choice in this. If God dwells within each of us, we're going to have to live with God whether we like it or not. And the only question is, do we live with God in harmony or disharmony? Now, I don't know if anybody got in more disharmony with God than we alcoholics have. We've got a mind up here. We're going to have to live with our mind. Sometimes we act like we don't, but we do. And the only question is, do we live there in harmony or disharmony? I don't know of anybody in the world that ever got in more disharmony with their own minds than we alcoholics have. We don't have any place else to live except here on earth with our fellow man. And the only question is, do we live here on earth in harmony or disharmony? I don't know of any group of people that got in more disharmony with the world and everything in it than we alcoholics have. So we were sick in all 3 areas. 1, 2, and 3 got us right with God. 4, 5, 6, and 7 got us right with ourselves. 8 and 9 got us right with our fellow man. And you know, if you're right with God, and you're right with yourself, and you're right with your fellow man, you're probably going to feel pretty good. That's the first time we've been that way in our entire lifetime, or at least since we were little bitty children. And I don't think it's by accident that the promises on page 83 and 84 come after we have followed this design for living for a while. If we're right with God ourselves and a fellow human being, let's see how we're going to feel as the result of the first 9 steps. Let's look at the promises.
When I come into Alcoholics Anonymous, I was restless and irritable and discontented and full of guilt, shame, and remorse, resentment and anger. That's what I was. I had the spiritual knowledge of a 7 or 8-year-old boy and had the coping skills of a 8 or 9 or 10-year-old boy and the sexual knowledge of a 12 or 13-year-old boy that I learned off the streets from people that didn't know any better than I did. Dr. Jung said ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were the guiding force of the lives of these people. And those were the guiding forces of the life of me. And I've worked the 12 steps of these 9 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I have received some promises in my life. I have some new ideas, emotions, and attitudes as a result of the first 9 steps. And here's what they are. He said, if we're painstaking about this phase of our development, we'll be amazed before we're halfway through.
Which phase of our development? Well, the amends phase.
We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we've gone, we'll see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us for what we could not do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They're being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly,
Spiritual experience,
and sometimes slowly.
spiritual awakening.
They will always materialize if we work for them. Work for them. You know, I love these promises, and I love the experience of these promises that I have in my mind, because that's where the changes was. They talked about being reborn, not in my body, but in my mind. And if I've experienced these steps into my mind, then I am a different person. I am not what I used to be, thank God.
You know, we come here restless, irritable, and discontented. We come here filled with shame, fear, guilt, remorse, and etc. We came here with a bunch of old ideas and old attitudes. And Dr. Silkworth or Dr. Jung said, if we can have that spiritual experience, those old ideas, those old attitudes, those old emotions are cast aside. Now surely, if we've gone from the state we were when we got here to the state of one who's received His promises in our mind, and they all deal with the mind, then surely we've undergone a radical change in our personality. We've probably had a spiritual awakening, a spiritual experience, if we've received His promises. Now I'm going to read them again, and I want to do it for two reasons. Number one, I love the way I read them. But number two, I'm going to add some words to them, and let's see if you can identify with me. The words I'm going to add to them is referring to a time when I was young, when I could drink alcohol, be Fred Astaire on the dance floor, the world's greatest lover in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet. Referring to a time before alcohol turned against me and literally destroyed me. This is the way I used to feel when I drank. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I knew a new freedom and a new happiness. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I did not regret the past or wish to shut the door on it. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would comprehend the word serenity and I would know peace. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, no matter how far down the scale I had gone, I could see where my experience would benefit others. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, that feeling of uselessness and self-pity would disappear. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in my fellows. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, self-seeking would slip away. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, my whole attitude and outlook upon life would change. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, fear of people and of economic insecurity would leave me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would suddenly realize that alcohol was doing for me what I could not do for myself. Now think about that. My God, no wonder I love to drink. When you find something that will do that for you, it's one of the greatest things you can find in the world. And alcohol was my friend. And alcohol did these things for me for a long, long time. But then, due to the progression of the illness, one day alcohol started doing to me the things that I was always afraid would happen. And I began to get in serious, serious difficulty. And I was a very confused individual. Not knowing what was going on and not knowing that I'd progressed into alcoholism, I spent the last 5 or 6 years of my drinking desperately trying to capture these good feelings back from alcohol, not knowing I would never be able to do that. And I damn near destroyed me in the process. I came to AA. You gave me a book. I read the book. I applied the first 9 steps in my life to the best of my ability. And one day I woke up with these promises in my mind. That's why I don't drink today. If I hadn't have found these promises, these good things that alcohol used to give me, if I hadn't have found them, I'd still be searching for them. I'd be out there trying to use alcohol or something else, or I'd be dead, one of the two. The only reason I don't drink is I don't need to drink. I've got everything good that alcohol ever gave me from the first 9 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I suddenly realized also that so far I have never received the bad things from the first 9 steps that I finally received from alcohol. I've never been placed in jail because of the first 9 steps. Never been drugged through a divorce court because of the first 9 steps. Nobody's ever beat the hell out of me because of the first 9 steps. You see, that's why people like me, we don't drink. We've got all the good and none of the bad from the first 9 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, surely if we receive those in our minds and we've had a spiritual awakening, slow, or a spiritual experience, fast, a personality change, sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. Now, if that's true, then what's the purpose of the last 3 steps? And a lot of people will tell us that the last 3 steps are maintenance steps. I will agree that the last 3 steps are certainly going to help us stay sober. But the word maintenance itself is a misnomer. To maintain something means to keep it as is. And another law applies in our universe, that nothing ever stays as is. Everything in our universe is in a constant state of change. It's either growing or it's dying, it's progressing or it's regressing. If I tried to stop here with these promises in my mind and maintain just that, then after a while I start slipping back. And I start losing some promises. And I start having trouble with people. And then I start having trouble with me. And then I start having trouble with God. And the next thing you know, I'm drunk all over again. Bill, twice in the big book, talks about a 4th dimension of existence. Far, far beyond the normal 3. A 4th dimension that we never dreamed existed. And we believe the purpose of the last 3 steps is to continue our growth into a new dimension of living. Oh, we made a tremendous amount of spiritual growth through the first 9 steps. But if we try to stop there, we're probably going to lose it. Let's look at the last 3 steps now for just a little bit. And let's see if we can't see the growth factor rather than just the maintenance factor in the last 3 steps, Joe.
And there's one thing we did as a fellowship is we took these steps out of the book and we put them on these little cards and we put them on the walls in the meetings. I like them on the cards and not on the walls, nothing against that. The only one thing wrong with all that is that we left the instructions on how to work the steps in the book. And people come into AA and they want to work the steps off the wall with no instructions. And somehow in our area, I don't know about here, I'd rather think I do, but step 10 says continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. And at face value says if we continue to take a little inventory, and if we were wrong, we promptly admitted it, then we were doing the intent of step 10. And somehow or other, we got the idea that you do that step 10 at night.
When you go to bed.
In bed. And Charlie and I have discussed this in great detail. We don't get in trouble at night in bed much anymore.
I keep telling him to speak for himself.
Right. What we need is a daytime walking around step. That's what we need. And step 10 is more, a lot more than just admitting we were wrong and promptly admitting it. Let's see if it's a lot more than that. He said, this thought brings us to step 10, which suggests that we continue to take a personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commenced this way of living as we cleaned up the past. We have entered the world of the Spirit.
We've had a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening. We've entered the world of the Spirit.
Our next function is to grow.
To grow, not maintain, not stay where we are, but to grow.
In understanding and effectiveness. Now, this is not an overnight matter. It should continue for our lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear.
What step did we use to look at that in the first place? Anybody remember?
Step 4.
Step 4, okay.
When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them.
What steps did we use there?
6 and 7.
6 and 7, okay.
We discuss them with someone immediately.
What step was that? 5.
And make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone.
What steps did we use there? 8 and 9. Okay.
Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Love and tolerance of others is our code.
Now, it looks to me like if we work step 10, the way the big book says to work it, we're going to be doing steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 every day for the rest of our lives. Now, that's where the growth came from in the first place. There wasn't any growth in 1 and 2. There wasn't any real growth in 3. It was just a decision. The growth started with step 4. Now, those growth steps that gave us the promises, if we continue to apply them in our daily life, then we're going to continue to grow also. I would defy anybody in this room to do step 10 the way the big book says to do it and stay the way you are. You absolutely cannot do that. You know, I've got that inventory sheet right up here in my head, all 4 of them. I can see them up here just as plain as day. And when I get screwed up about 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, if I wait till I go to bed at night to do something about that, by 11 o'clock I've cussed somebody out. By 12 o'clock 2 or 3 people have cussed me out. And by bedtime I'm a basket case. What I have finally learned to do is this. I get screwed up, say, at 10 o'clock. I finally learned to say, okay, Charlie, Get over in the corner here now by yourself and get away from these people. And let's take a look at this situation and see what's going on. I say, who are you mad at? What did they do to you? Which part of self is affected? What did you do, if anything, to set it in motion? Which character defect has come back to the surface? I cannot get upset unless one of those character defects in column 5 has come back to the surface. I spot it immediately. I turn right around, I ask God to take it away. I say, God, you know I don't want to be this way. Please take away this fear or this selfishness or this inconsideration, whatever it is. Discuss it with somebody else as soon as I can, preferably my sponsor. Make amends quickly if I've harmed someone. In a matter of a few minutes, it's gone. And the rest of the day is okay. I've wasted about all the days I want to waste in resentment and fear and anger and worry and etc. I love to feel good. I want to feel good every moment that I can, every day for the rest of my life. This is the way we can do this. We don't have to waste any more time. Notice the words that he uses. He said, continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. He didn't say we ask him after we go to bed at night. He said at once. We discuss them with someone immediately. He didn't say 4 hours later, as soon as we possibly can. And make amends quickly if we've harmed someone. And we can get that out of our head, go on about our business, and the rest of the day is okay. I defy anybody to do step 10 the way the big book says to do it and stay the way you are. You absolutely cannot do that. But be careful now. This step is just like step 6 and 7. Mm-hmm. If you buy into this idea, then that means from now on, you are responsible for the way you feel, for the way you act, and for the things that you do. If I'm running around full of resentment, it's not their fault, it's mine. If I'm running around full of fear and not enjoying today, it's not their fault, it's mine. Because I have a way here to get rid of that almost immediately. You know, it's time for us to start taking responsibility for our own feelings, for our own emotions, for our own behavior. And this is what we learn to do through step 6, 7, and now step 10. You see, we didn't have to take a perfect inventory in step 4, because we're going to be using this step every day for the rest of our lives. We learn more and more about ourselves. We learn more and more about other people. Our relationship with God, ourselves, and other human beings become better and better and better and better and better. Joe?
I'm glad I learned one thing, a lot of things, but especially I'm glad I learned it's my fault, not theirs. Because what if it was their fault? There's not a thing in the world I could do about it. And they wouldn't probably help me at all. It is my fault, and there is something I can do about that, which is work these steps. More promises, though. He said, we cease fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol, for by this time sanity will have returned. Remember, in step 1 says that we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, our lives had become unmanageable. Step 2 was a solution. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Well, we get our sanity back on page 84. For by this time sanity will have returned. And when our sanity has returned, let's see what happens then. We'll be seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it as from a hot flame. We react sanely and normally. We'll find that this has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That's the miracle of it. We're not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel as though we've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We've not even sworn off.
I've never quit drinking.
No.
I just don't drink one day at a time. I've never sworn off.
Mm-hmm. Instead, the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us. We're neither cocky nor are we afraid. That is our experience. That is how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. And remember back on page 45, it said that the main object of this book was to enable me to find a power greater than myself which would solve my problem. It didn't say it would help me solve my problem. Find the power and the power will solve the problem. And I looked up one day and I used to have a terrible obsession to drink. Those times that I didn't drink, I'd be thumbing through a magazine and I'd see a bottle of liquor in one of those magazines. My mouth would water just looking at it. Not even just looking at it. Charlie said I slobbered a lot. But you know, after working these steps up to this point, I realized after some months of working these steps, I looked up one day and it was gone. That obsession to drink was gone. That's the miracle of it. It was just gone. So somewhere between 45 and 85, I got my sanity back. You see, and the problem has been removed. It's not there.
Now, if you've received all those promises on 83 and 84, if you receive these promises on 84 and 85, you're probably going to feel real good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're lucky, you might be back in the house by now.
Yeah. If you're real lucky, you'll be back in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Sleeping on the couch.
The kids are speaking to you now. The dogs quit biting you when you come in the door. Probably got a job now, and maybe even got an automobile. And things really start getting good. And all these things start becoming important to us. We haven't had them for a long time, and they start becoming real important to us. And if we aren't careful, things will start competing with us for our sobriety. And if we aren't careful, we'll start putting too much emphasis on things and start forgetting about sobriety. And the next thing you know, we're right back in trouble again. Let's look at the next paragraph.
We had this friend of ours, Charlie and I, his name was, I won't give his name right now, but he was sober 29 years in Alcoholics Anonymous, and he got real busy. The last 10 years of his sobriety, got real busy making a lot of money. He was just too busy to go to AA. Just got too busy. And I heard through his daughter that he got drunk, and she wanted me to call him. And I called him up and I asked him, I said, what happened? He said, well, I got awful busy. My career took off and I was just too busy to go to AA. I quit asking for help after a while. I quit helping other people after a while. And he said one day, just out of the clear blue sky, seemingly without me not even thinking about it, it just seemed like a good idea to take a drink. And I took a drink, and I'm fighting like hell, he said, to get back to Alcoholics Anonymous. He said, I don't know if I'm going to make it.
And he may not.
He may not. It's because we got here once. That don't mean we can get here again. You know. Now, it's easy to let up on this spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. See, the only way we can coast in AA is downhill. You ain't coast too far uphill. So we're headed for trouble if we do. For alcohol is a subtle foe. We're not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition.
Now there's the word maintenance, referring to one day at a time, a daily reprieve.
Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. Now these are thoughts which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It's the proper use of the will. See, God had never gave us anything that was bad. And all weekend we've been talking that willpower was of no avail, no help to us at all. But God didn't give us anything that was bad. There is a proper use of the will. And now we got our sanity back on page 84. We get our willpower back on page 85. Big hell to be running around with no sanity with willpower, wouldn't it? We know about that. And here's what it says. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It's the proper use of the will. He never gave us anything bad. Always was good. It's how we use or misuse it.
Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction, not suggestion, from Him who has knowledge, all knowledge and power.
Listen real carefully to the explanation of this paragraph. It's
if
really
we've
good.
carefully followed directions, not suggestions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense. But we must go further, and that means more action. And here it's referring to this God consciousness, the flow of His Spirit into us, as a vital sixth sense. You know, everything I know on a conscious level, I've learned through 5 senses of direction. I can see, I can smell, I can taste, I can touch, and I can hear. Everything I've learned on a conscious level, I've learned through those 5 senses of direction. Now you can take everything that I know, and everything that Joe knows, and everything that all you guys know, and everything that every human being on earth knows. Add it all together, and it's just a tiny, tiny, tiny speck of knowledge compared to the knowledge of the universe. Now, if God has all knowledge and all power, and I believe He does, my book says so, and if God dwells within me, and I believe He does, my book says so, then that means you and I have within ourselves all the knowledge and all the power that we could ever need to handle any conceivable situation which might come up in the future, providing we know how to tap into that knowledge and that power, that sixth sense of direction. And again, this is not anything new. The world has always known how you do this. You tap into that God consciousness within, that sixth sense of direction, through prayer and meditation. It's nothing new. People have been doing it forever. And we get to AA, most of us are bankrupt in those areas. I knew nothing about meditation. Well, I assumed it was chanting certain words or lying down and listening to soft music or clearing your mind of all thought. And I don't know about you guys, but I know about me, I can't clear my mind of all thought. When I get up in the morning, that sucker turns on and it runs all day. I've never been able to stop it completely. I knew nothing about prayer. Even being raised in church as a kid growing up, I knew nothing about prayer. I only knew two prayers. One went like this, and I'm sure some of you might have used it. Said, now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep, and if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. I don't like that prayer anymore. It's dealing with death, and I'm not into that at all. The other prayer that I use quite often, and I'm sure that some of you use this one, God, if you'll get me out of this damn mess, I swear I'll never do this again. Now then, I'm going to have to develop a life of prayer and meditation. Would seem to be almost an impossible thing for people like us to do that. Thank God Bill Wilson was a real alcoholic. Thank God he knew how I was going to feel when I got here. Thank God Bill Wilson didn't know anything about prayer and meditation either. You know, most people that are really knowledgeable in that area, when they write about prayer and meditation, they write so far above my head that I can't understand what they've written. Bill couldn't do that, because Bill didn't know anything about it either. But what he did do, in his usual manner, is sit down and give us some very definite and valuable suggestions, paragraph by paragraph by paragraph, that if we will follow them, we'll develop our own life of prayer and meditation, individually, just for us. Amazing. Bottom of page 85, it says, Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. We shouldn't be shy on this matter. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter. And I think Bill's saying, God, I really wish I didn't have to do this. Yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. Now then, here's where he tells us what to do when we try at night. And the next paragraph tells us what to do when we get up in the morning. And the next paragraph tells us what to do when we face indecision. And over on page 87 at the bottom of the page, it tells us what we do when we go through the day when we're agitated and doubtful. That covers just about the 24-hour period. Let's look at this first one. And let's see if we can't see the action steps again. Steps 4 through 9.
When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid?
There's step 4 again.
Do we owe an apology?
There's step 8 and 9 again.
Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once?
There's step 5 again.
Were we kind and loving toward all? What could we have done better? Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time, or were we thinking of what we could do for others, of what we could pack into the stream of life? But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection, for that would diminish our usefulness to others. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken.
And there's step 6 and 7 again. So if we do step 11, the way the book says, in an little inventory process when we go to bed at night, we're going to be working 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 again on a daily basis. And you can't continue to work those steps and stay the way you are. We've got one more little picture we're going to look at. We've made up a little sheet, just you could use anything you want, but But this is a little inventory sheet that we have seen and got it from somewhere, I don't really know where, that we could use when we go to bed at night. If you'll notice on the left-hand side of that is the personality characteristics of a self-willed human being. There's that old selfish and self-seeking and dishonesty and frightened and on and on and on and on. We went to the 12 and 12. We picked up all the character defect things we could find there, listed them on the left-hand side of the sheet. The right-hand side of the sheet, we put the personality characteristics of a God-will person. And they are the opposite of what's on the left-hand side. Now, all we're trying to do is get from the left-hand side of the sheet to the right-hand side of the sheet. And I can take this little inventory at night in less than 5 minutes, run down through it making check marks, and see where I've been that day. I've never yet found the check marks in the same place. From day to day, they change. I've never yet found them all entirely on one side of the sheet. But what I am now finding over a period of years, I'm checking more on the right than I am on the left. The personality change continues through a simple little inventory. Now, I've learned one thing since I've been in AA. I am going to inventory. I am going to inventory. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, I can wait till I'm so sick and so screwed up that I'm almost drunk, and I start inventorying and digging me out from under that mess, or I can do it on a daily basis and stay in reasonably good, fit spiritual condition. I found out that it takes less time to do it on a daily basis than it does to wait till I'm almost drunk and start digging myself out from under it. Plus, if I do it on a daily basis, I'm in much less chance of ending up drunk over this mess. I'm going to inventory one way or the other, and I'm the only one who can make the choice. There was a philosopher called Carl Sandburg. And Mr. Sandburg said, when a society fails, there's one thing always present, and that is that they forgot where they came from. And when they forget where they come from, they forget where they're going, and they get lost out there somewhere. And we as individuals are the same way. And if we don't continue our inventory, we're going to forget where we came from. And we're going to forget that we can't drink. And we're going to get lost out there, and we're going right back to alcoholism again. I don't think we've got any choice in the matter. It's just a question of when are we going to do it. We don't always like to do it, but I find for me it's absolutely necessary. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. Now, he did not say 3 hours after we get up. He did not say after we've gone to the bathroom. He says on awakening. You see how he uses these words in the book? On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. Before we begin, we ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking that it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. Under these conditions, we can employ our mental faculties with assurance. For after all, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. It takes me about 5 minutes or less in the morning to do this. And I ask God to direct my thinking, that it be free from self-pity, dishonest, and self-seeking motives, to give me the wisdom and the strength to go through the day. And I finish it up by saying, please, God, don't let me get into anything that you can't get me out of. Most of us, before we started doing this as a habit, most of us jump up first thing in the morning and go to the bathroom. And I had one guy tell me he jumped up and got on his treadmill. And I said, well, you got a better bladder than I do, because I can't do that. I go to the bathroom. And we take care of what we do in the bathroom. And then we go to the kitchen, and we get some coffee and a little food, and we feed the body. And we get through feeding the body, we then go into the closet where the clothes are. And we start picking out the clothes we're going to wear for that day to cover the body with.
Make sure they match now.
You've got to be very careful that they're the right color, they match and everything. You ladies go over there and start making up your faces. We men go in there and shave or whatever it is we do. And finally, we keep the body taken care of. Then we feed the dog or the cat if we've got one. And we get ready to leave the house, and we be sure we lock the door, because we don't want anybody stealing our junk while we're gone. And we go out to the car, and if we're especially careful people, we walk around it to make sure all 4 tires have got air in them. We get in the car, we turn on the switch, and we look at the gas gauge to make sure there's gas in it. And we start the car, and then we take off for the day. Now, what did we do about our minds that morning? Our mind's going to run the whole show all day long. Did we feed the mind? No. Did we clothe the mind? Are we sure there's gas in the mind? You know, we are in much less danger of anger and worry and fear and depression and etc. if we just take a few minutes in the morning to feed the mind with God's help. 5 minutes at night, 5 minutes in the morning. You still got 23 hours and 50 minutes to screw it up. It don't take very long to do this. Now, how about indecision? Quite often throughout the day, we're going to face things we don't know the answer to. What are we going to do about that?
So in thinking about our day, we may face indecision. We're not able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God for inspiration for an intuitive thought or decision. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. We are often surprised how the right answers will come after we tried this for a while.
This is meditation. That's the only meditation in here, in that one little paragraph. This is meditation for busy, busy, busy people. We alcoholics don't have time to lay down and listen to soft music. We don't have time to sit around and chant words. But what we can do in the daytime, throughout the day, we face indecision. Used to, I'd run that thing through my mind, trying to find an answer, and it'd pop out the other side and it'd say, we don't have the answer. And I'd grab it and stick it back in there again, and it'd run through and it'd say, we don't have the answer. And I stick it in there again, and after a while, everything just goes blank. Complete frustration. You know, I need to face the fact that I don't have the answer to that particular thing, whatever it is. God's got the answer to everything. What I need to do when I face indecision, can't decide which way to go, what route to take, or whatever it might be, is just stop. Say, okay, God, I need a little help here. I've got a decision to make regarding this thing. I don't have the answer for it. Would you tell me what I need to do? Then I'll relax and take it easy, and I don't think that means lay down. I think what it means is get my mind off of that subject. Because God can't get in there and give me information if my mind is still wrestling with it. Now, how do I get my mind off of it? Well, I'll go out there and start mowing the grass. Start doing something worthwhile. Start painting the house, washing the dishes, or whatever I've got to do that I can do. And it's amazing. After a while, my mind goes back to that indecision. And it says, why don't you call Joe and see what Joe thinks? And I call old Joe, tell him my problem, and he's got the answer right there. And when I first started doing this, I used to say, wasn't it lucky that I thought about calling Joe? Yeah, I didn't think about calling Joe before I asked God for the right thought. This thing really does. It's the craziest thing I ever saw. But it really does work. Giving God an opportunity to enter our minds, give us the answer to whatever the problem might be. As long as we're wrestling with it and struggling with it, we can't receive the answer. Meditation.
See, what used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. You teach yourself. It gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it's not probable that we're going to be inspired at all times. We might pay for this presumption and all sorts of absurd actions and ideas. Nevertheless, we find that our thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration. We come to rely upon it. I know one day I was driving along, and for some reason, my radio got on one of those religious channels that played music, and I heard this song that I've heard all of my life, and it's called In the Garden. Do y'all know what In the Garden is? You come to the garden alone in the morning when the dew's on the roses. And the thought came to me, well, I've heard that song all my life, and it's a song about prayer and meditation in the morning while the dew's on the roses. See, I didn't know that. As an inspiration, it came to me. And then it talks about prayer. What usually concludes the period of meditation with a prayer. That we be shown all through the day what our next step is to be. That we be given whatever we need to take care of such problems. We ask especially for freedom from self-will, and are careful to make no requests for ourselves only. We may ask for ourselves, however, if others will be helped. We're careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that. It doesn't work. You can easily see why. You said, I told you how I used to pray. God get me this, and God get me that, and God give me a car, and God give me some more money, God get my wife back, God help me stay sober, God this, God that, like an errand boy. And if there's something I forgot to ask you for, please give me that also. Very, very selfish prayer. That's not, you can easily see why that doesn't work. It's a selfish prayer. I'm praying only for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry that out. You know, communication is the beginning of all understanding. For instance, Friday night when we started this thing, you guys didn't know us real well. We started talking and listening to each other. Talking and listening. Communication is the beginning of all understanding. You know us better today than you did on Friday. And we know you better today than we did on Friday through talking and listening. Well, if that would work with us, wouldn't that work with God? Talking and listening, prayer and meditation. We would get to know Him better as a result of talking and listening.
They came to me and they said, Charlie, you pray only for knowledge of His will and the power to carry that out. And I said, well, how in the hell is He going to know what I want then? And they said, He's not interested in what you want. He's interested in what you need. And they said, He knows more about what you need than you know yourself. And that's turned out to be 100% true in my life. Now, if I'd have made a list way back in the beginning and said, God, give me these things, I'll never ask you for anything else, I would have cheated myself. He's given me so much more. Things that I never dreamed that you could have, simply by following these little suggestions that we've got here in step 11. This thing really does work.
You know, I've got my wife back, and I've got my daughter back, and I've got 3 grandchildren that's never seen me take a drink, or fellas. Got a couple of great grandchildren that's probably will never see us take a drink, I hope. The things that are really important I got back. It says, if our circumstances warrant, we ask our wives to join us in morning meditation. About 17 years ago, one morning, Phyllis was sitting in her chair, and I'm sitting in my chair, and she said to me, honey, I said, no, I don't have time for that this morning. Well, you know how they are. I said, honey, she said, no, you old silly thing. So what I want you to do is to read this to me and tell me what this means. Well, I can do that. Yeah, right, we can do that. So I read that to her and explained it to her. A lot more than she wanted to know. And the next morning she said, would you read this to me and tell me what this says? And we read that, and I explained it to her, and we talked about it back and forth. And that began a practice in our house. I've heard all my life, those people that pray together stay together. See? And I would have never thought about this. So you girls would have to help us old hairy-legged boys about these things. But the people that pray together stay together. And
How long has it been since you and Phyllis have had a divorce?
We've been married for 25 years this time.
Okay.
I call her my current wife. To keep her on her toes, you know, just a little bit.
Bottom of page 87. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful and ask for the right thought or action. We constantly remind ourselves we are no longer running the show. Humbly saying to ourselves many times each day, thy will be done. We are then, and now here's the results. We are then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. We become much more efficient. We do not tire so easily, for we are not burning up energy foolishly as we did when we're trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. Now here's the shortest paragraph in the big book. It works. It really does. That's a full paragraph within itself. We alcoholics are undisciplined, so we let God discipline us in the simple way we've just outlined. But this is not all. There's action, more action. Faith without works is dead. The next chapter is entirely devoted to step 12. Now we're not going to go through the next chapter. It simply would take too much time. But let's look at step 12 for just a few minutes. Another definite 3-part step. 3 distinct parts in it. And I think the first part of step 12 is probably the greatest promise to be found anywhere in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, not a result or not many results, very singular, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. I think what that says to me is if I will apply the first 11 steps in my life to the best of my ability, then I'm going to have a spiritual awakening. I'm promised that. Now, what is a spiritual awakening? A personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. I'm not what I used to be. I'm an entirely different human being up here in my head. Bill tells us in the 12 and 12, there's many kinds of spiritual awakenings. There are people in AA, but they've all got certain things in common. And that is that we're able to feel, believe, and do things that we can never do before on our own strength unaided. I feel things I've never felt before. I feel love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward my fellow man. Before AA, I could have cared less about you. Oh yeah, you could have some, but only after I extracted everything I wanted first. I don't feel that way anymore. I believe things I've never believed before. I believe God is a kind and a loving God. I don't think He's hellfire and damnation at all. I think He stands ready to help any human being on earth the instant they're ready to give up on self-will and turn back to Him. I think He's pure, pure love. I can do things I never could do before. By golly, I can stay sober. I never could do that before. And because of that sobriety, I'm allowed to do many, 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 many things that I've always wanted to do and never could do before. I could sit here and talk for another 30 minutes on the things I've been allowed to do that I never could do before. So if that's the criteria, then surely I've had some kind of spiritual awakening. But the old adage, the old saying, is you don't get anything for free. You have to pay back for what you receive. Now begins to apply in our lives. Because if we've had the spiritual awakening as the result of the first 11 steps, then we're charged with a responsibility. And the responsibility is to carry this message. I hear people say the message. No, it's not the message, it's this message to other alcoholics. Now, what is this message? It's very simple. It goes kind of like this. If you're all screwed up in life and you don't feel good, if you've been doing a little drinking or even thinking about doing a little drinking, I know exactly where you're coming from, because that's where I came from too. I came to the program of our Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and they handed me a book, and within that book I found the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. I applied the first 11 steps in my life to the best of my ability. I've had a spiritual awakening, and I'm not that way anymore. And if you don't want to be that way anymore, then you do what I did, and you'll have a spiritual awakening too. And you're not going to be that way anymore either. And through the process, I'll take you by the hand. I'll walk with you. I'll help you. I'll see you have your spiritual awakening. Greatest thing that can happen in our lives. You know, I think we are very unique people. God's always told the world to be happy. You only have to do two things. He said, put no other gods before me. Now, that could be idols, money, power, prestige, sex, or anything else. And do what you can for your fellow man. And he said, I'll see that you're happy. I think you and I have some very unique knowledge that can be used to avert death in countless thousands and thousands of people. Most people don't get this opportunity. As I look back through the history of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I see what happened with Dr. Silkworth and Dr. Jung and Roland Hazard and Abby Thatcher, with Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob and all the first 100, I am absolutely convinced that God got tired of seeing people like us die. And I think He picked those people out. He's always worked with people, through people. Very seldom does He speak to one of us direct. At least He hasn't to me. Somebody else might have His phone number, but I don't have it. I think He picked them out and put this together. so people like you and I could have it today. Now, all those people are dead, every one of them. If he picked them then surely he's picking them today too. There's not an alcoholic in this room that ought to be here. Every one of us ought to be dead. Some of us 2, 3, 4 times. And we used to say, my, wasn't I lucky last night? Luck don't have anything to do with it. God picked you out. He let you suffer your alcoholism so you would know what he wants you to know. And when he got ready to use you, he removed the obsession to drink. We had nothing to do with that. God removed the obsession to drink. Now the only question is, what are you going to do with it? And if we don't carry this message to other alcoholics, this message in this book to other alcoholics, if we don't tell them, then who's going to? That's our job. That's our responsibility. And that's the only message that Alcoholics Anonymous has got. You know, some of us get to thinking we're healers. Some of us get to thinking we're marital advisors, economic advisors. I don't know of any people in the world that screwed that up worse than we did. We don't know anything about those things, but I'll tell you what we do know. We know more about alcoholism than anybody alive because we have experienced it. We know more about recovery from alcoholism than anybody alive because we're the only people that's done it. And we have the opportunity to avert death in thousands and thousands of our fellow alcoholics. This chapter, Working with Others, tells you how to do that. A lot of people like to say, well, this chapter is no longer appropriate today because times have changed and people have changed, and I keep saying that isn't true. Alcoholics have never changed. They've never changed. If we follow this little chapter, Working with Others, it tells us just exactly how to 12-step, tells us how to talk to a new alcoholic, tells us how to work with them and sponsor them so they can recover also. And a lot of people say, well, Charlie, I'm afraid to do this. I'm afraid I'll hurt somebody. And my sponsor said, Charlie, you can't hurt them. He said, hell, they're going to die anyhow. He said, there's nothing you can do to them to hurt them. And he started me doing this a long, long time ago. It really does work. The final thing I have to do, if I could quit crying long enough, I'd do it. The final thing I have to do in step 12 is try to practice these principles in all my affairs. Now, what are these principles? Well, he said, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to others and practice these principles. He didn't want to say steps again. He had already said it once. He don't like to repeat himself, so he used the word principles. In the front of the 12 and 12, he says, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are a set of principles spiritual in nature. I think what he's saying to me in the last part of step 12 is try to practice these steps in all of my affairs. Now, it's easy to practice them in AA. I love you and I hope you love me. And we're going to do our best not to hurt each other. But I'm only in AA at the utmost 1 or 2 hours a day at the most. What do I do the other 22 or 23 hours? Do I practice these steps in my home with my spouse? Can I realize how powerless I really am over that lady? Can I realize the insanity of trying to control her knowing full well I can't? Can I make a decision, turn her will and her life over to the care of God as I understand it? Can I inventory me and find those character defects that keep me trying to control her? Can I talk about that to another human being? Can I become willing to have God remove those and ask him to do so? Can I make amends to her quickly when I've harmed her? There's times I'm ashamed of me. There's times I treat absolute strangers on the street with more courtesy than I treat my own wife in my own home. Just think, if I could practice these there with her and she with me, well, we might pick up 8, 9, 10 hours a day there, maybe 12, where we could be peaceful and happy and free. If we don't practice them, we don't stand a chance. We're at each other's throat continually. How about my children? Can I practice them with my children? If I can, what little time we have left will be good times. If I don't, I try to control, they resist, and we have no good times at all. We might pick up 2, 3, 4 hours a day there. How about on the job if I'm working somewhere? Can I practice them with those people who work around me? If I can, I might even be peaceful, happy, and free on the job. If I can, I don't stand a chance. I think we're the luckiest people in the world. You know, what we're really saying is that you and I have the tools to live peaceful, happy, and free 24 hours a day, 365 days a year if we wish to. Now make no mistake about this. God's not going to do it for you. Other people are not going to do it for you. But you, with God's help and the help of other people, can do it for yourself. I don't know anybody that's got the opportunities that we have. Joe?
Let's go to page 164. This information that comes out of the big book is the best of medicine, psychology, and religion. There was a story in that other big book about this fellow who was practicing these principles and carrying this message. And he said one night, he said, the things that I do, you can do also and even greater. And a couple of guys heard this, and they remembered the friend who was sick. They went and got the friend and brought him back the next night on a stretcher. And I like to think they were alcoholics. Because the reason I think they were alcoholics, they got there and they were standing room only. They couldn't get him in there. And so they went up on the roof and they chopped a hole in the roof. Let him down in there. And the guy looked at him and looked up at him and he said, well, it's by your faith that this man is healed. See, it was by the faith of the people in Alcoholics Anonymous when I arrived, because I didn't have any. It was by their faith and belief in this program that I too could come and have a belief and have a faith after a while, so that I too could be restored to sanity. Later on, he was in a little town called Cernan, as I read it, and he was talking that night, and after the meeting was over with, they were standing around visiting with each other. And finally, someone told him of a fellow they had locked up in a cave on the side of the hill. He said, I want to go up and see that fellow. The guy said, no, man, you don't want to go see him. I mean, we've got him chained to the wall. He's harmed a lot of people. He's angry and resentful. We've got him chained to the wall to protect ourselves from him and him from us. He said, no, I want to go up there and talk to him. I said, what's his name? He said, his name is Legions, for he is many defects of character, you see. So he went up there and talked to that guy, and he cut loose his chains of resentments, got rid of the anger, got rid of the guilt, shame, and remorse, and set him free. And he wanted to do what those other 12 guys had done. And he asked him, he said, can I go with you and do what you do? And he wrote a step for us right here. He said, no, Legions, no, you can't come and do what we do. He said, what I want you to do is stay here and just tell people what happened to you. Pass it on. I think that's what Bill called it. On page 164, it says, our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and us. Ask him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who's still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God.
That's what we did in step 1, 2, and 3.
Admit your faults to him and to your fellows.
That's what we did in 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Clear away the wreckage of your past.
That's what we did in 8 and 9.
Give freely what you find and join us.
And we'll do that in 10, 11, and 12.
And we shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. And you will surely meet some of us as you tread the road to happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then.
Thank you all for letting us be here.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right, but I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.